Chapter 1. I pursued my girlfriend and ended up touching the school beauty? Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. At this moment, the angry roars of young boys and girls could be heard from the square of Jiangzhou University. In the middle of the field, a huge heart was formed with roses. In the middle of the heart, a young man holds flowers in his hands, kneels on the ground affectionately, and looks at the woman in front of him. The woman has a pretty face and a nice figure. The boy was Jiang Yi, and the girl was Li Jiawei, Jiang Yi's high school classmate whom he had pursued for 5 years. Jiang Yi had been in love with Li Jiawei since his second year of high school, often teaching her exercises and giving her food. As a top student, he managed to tutor Li Jiawei, whose grades were at the bottom, into a top student. When filling out his college entrance examination application, Jiang Yi could have gone to a better top university, Zhejiang North University. But for Li Jiawei, he chose Jiangzhou University, where his admission score was nearly 100 points higher than the required score. Although Jiangzhou University is the best university in Jiangzhou, it is not even as good as Zhejiang University. Even when he enrolled, the principal personally received Jiang Yi and asked him a question: "What do you think, classmate?" After asking, he also asked the security guard to watch this guy complete the admission procedures and not let him run away. Today, Jiang Yi, a junior, is finally ready to confess his feelings. He called a few close friends from his dormitory and Li Jiawei's roommates to help him. Jiang Yi is very handsome. He is 178 centimeters tall and has a heroic face. Many students passing by gathered around. Wow, so handsome. How happy it is to be pursued by a boy like this. The girls covered their mouths and said enviously, "Yes, if someone could propose to me like this during my 4 years in college, I would be satisfied." This girl looks familiar. Isn't she the one who got out of Li Xiao's car last time? In the field, Li Jiawei was slow to respond, her expression was complicated. The roommates of the two people beside them couldn't help but urge them. "Jiawei, what are you waiting for? Jiang Yi loves you so much and treats you so well, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and hug him." Yes, in this situation, love is hard to find. Don't be shy. Everyone thought that Li Jiawei had no experience, so she was a little hesitant and shy. However, "Jiang Yi, I know you love me very much and you have given a lot for me, but you can't give me the life I want. When I fall in love, I want to get married first. I can't imagine the life after I marry you. You are too poor. You can't even afford a house in our county, right? We are not suitable. Stop contacting each other." Li Jiawei turned around and left. Jiang Yi is a good person, but too poor. Originally, she thought that eating shasian with Jiang Yi, squeezing on the bus, shopping in the mall but only buying a cup of cheap milk tea, and the two of them saving money to buy a mobile phone were very happy things. It wasn't until she met him that she realized that women could live like this. Then what was the point of fighting with Jiang Yi? Was she going to struggle her whole life to reach his starting point? Li Jiawei left, leaving everyone in shock. But her figure was still somewhat enchanting. My roommate immediately ran over. "Jiang Yi, a woman like this is not worth it, she is too snobbish. Let us find someone more down to earth. I think my cousin is a good choice." Get lost. Your cousin just graduated from high school and is underage. My sister is the right person for you. Your sister is 27 years old, 6 years older than Jiang Yi. You know shit, you're 6 years older than me, so you're holding 2 gold bricks. That means you're destined to be rich. The roommates even used their relatives to cheer Jiang Yi up, which touched Jiang Yi deeply. However, at this time, the crowd of people who were eating melons fell out. TSK. You're courting someone when your relationship isn't even stable. Courting is supposed to be the finishing touch, right? Not the beginning. A typical loser, he has some looks and wants to chase girls. But girls nowadays are not that easy to chase. Boys who don't have money, you should go back to the dormitory and play games instead of coming out and embarrassing yourself. I remember now, this woman is the one who went out with Li Xiao last time. No wonder, this loser is nothing in front of Mr. Li. What's the use of having a good face? He can't even buy a cheap latest Apple model. Jiang Yi's roommate heard the laughter from everyone around him and was about to rush up to curse. However, suddenly a light voice sounded. "Jiang Yi, do you like me? I can be your girlfriend." The scene fell silent for a moment. Some people think, for someone like Jiang Yi, only extremely ugly or extremely fat women would be attracted to him. Yes, that's definitely the case. Even Jiang Yi's roommates were a little scared and didn't dare to look, fearing that it was really an extremely ugly girl who was courting Jiang Yi. If Jiang Yi agrees to it due to emotional setbacks, then it will be over. Wouldn't he be harming his own brother? Dormitory head Zhong Chao whispered to Jiang Yi, "Xiaoxi, let us stop looking and go back. You are so handsome, you will never lack good women." Since Jiang Yi is the youngest in the dormitory, everyone calls him Xiaoxi. But just as the words fell, Zhong Chao was a little curious and was stunned when he took a glance at the woman. His mouth was so wide open that a goose egg could be stuffed in it. There are everyone like him. Following their gaze, they saw a girl wearing sportswear, with a beautiful figure, a curvy figure, and a delicate and lovely face, walking slowly towards Jiang Yi. Damn! Was that what the school beauty said just now? A bystander pinched the person next to him. Under normal circumstances, that person would definitely fight back, but now, he was too busy being surprised. Oh my god, I can't believe it, is the school beauty blind? Jiang Yi just broke up with her. The school beauty actually likes an abandoned man? That's right, the person who spoke was Lin Wanqing, the campus beauty of Jiangzhou University and Li Jiawei's roommate. Are you sure? Jiang Yi said in disbelief. Lin Wanqing put her hands behind her back, her impressive figure clearly showing off. Of course I'm not wrong. I've seen everything you've done to pursue Li Jiawei. I envy her so much. If a guy pursued me this persistently for 3 years, I would definitely agree. Also, you brought breakfast to our entire dormitory for 3 years, rain or shine. I am really touched by you. When Li Jiawei was dating you before, I was embarrassed to interfere. Now that she has set you free, of course I have to seize the opportunity. After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Yi infatuatedly. So, do you want me to be your girlfriend? Jiang Yi was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? I've been pursuing Li Jiawei for so long, and now she's breaking up with me. And yet, she's moved the school beauty instead? However, it was still a bit shocking that the school beauty confessed to him like this. If you don't believe me, let your school beauty confess her love to you. Is smoke coming out of my ancestral grave? No, smoke isn't enough, it's on fire. A thunderbolt struck and the ancestral grave caught fire? I called 119, but there's no signal? Jiang Yi muttered. Lin Wanqing laughed when she heard his words. You are quite humorous, so do you agree or not? If you don't agree. Those around thought that Lin Wanqing was going to just say no and let it go. Lin Wanqing thought for a moment and then said, if you don't agree, I'll ask you again tomorrow. All the male animals fainted collectively. The howling of ghosts and wolves resounded through the sky. The teachers at school thought some big star had died. P.S. Please pay attention to my new book. Chapter 2. The system is here. This is a bit against the will of heaven. Oh my god, how could my eternal goddess like such a person? Goddess, you can't like him, you have to give me a chance. Except that I am shorter, uglier, have worse grades, and come from a poorer family, I am better than him in every way. Amid the wailing of the crowd, Jiang Yi said firmly, I agree. I also want to be your boyfriend. Don't worry, although I am poor now, I will definitely find a good job and make a lot of money for you in the future. I will definitely make you the woman that all women in the world envy. Jiang Yi made a solemn promise to Lin Wanqing. Yes. I believe you. Lin Wanqing's smile was as beautiful as a flower, which made her look even more beautiful. Jiang Yi couldn't help but stare at her. You are so beautiful. Seeing Jiang Yi drooling, Lin Wanqing smiled and said, Idiot, why don't you give me the flowers? No, Jiang Yi swallowed hard. This flower is obviously not worthy of your beauty. I will buy a bigger and more beautiful bouquet of flowers for you. As he said this, he turned around and looked at his roommates. Hey brothers, please help me clean up this place. I will treat you to dinner later. Fuck you. You stole my secret crush. My heart aches. Zhong Chao clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Me too, I feel like my heart is broken and my world is falling apart. Jiang Yi, can I beat you up tonight? Including me, I want to beat you up twice and make you roll off the ground. Humph, if you dare to touch him, believe it or not, I will tear down your dormitory tomorrow. Lin Wanqing turned around and stood in front of Jiang Yi. Zhong Chao immediately fell to the ground again. It's over, I'm going to protect him. The second roommate, Xinjie, said to Lin Wanqing, Sister-in-law, if Jiang Yi treats you badly in the future, come to us and we will help you vent your anger. Right. The third brother quickly agreed. Zhang Yi's face was filled with black lines. Where was the deep brotherly love they promised? Where was the promise that we wouldn't be born in the same year, but would die in the same year? Was this a betrayal? But the next second, one of Lin Wanqing's roommates said slowly, Wanqing is a taekwondo master. Most people can't last more than 2 moves under her. Gulu. The 4 people in Zhang Yi's dormitory swallowed at the same time. Zhang Yi, you guys can go wherever you want. We'll help you clean up here. Oh, and take care of yourself. The 3 of them cast a sympathetic look at Zhang Yi, and then immediately started cleaning up on the ground. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Wanqing. Are you really a taekwondo master? At this moment, how much he wanted to get a shake of the head answer. Yes, for someone like you, I can beat 3 people by myself. Zhang Yi died. On the campus of Zhengzhou University. There is one more enviable couple. Zhang Yi held Lin Wanqing's hand. No, it was Lin Wanqing who held Zhang Yi's hand. Walking on the tree-lined path of the school. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a shimmering glow on the 2 people's heads. Zhang Yi felt the warmth and softness coming from his hand. He was a little worried that he must not force himself in the future, otherwise he would be killed by a powerful kick that would destroy his descendants. However, since she loves me so sincerely, I have to do my best to give her a good life. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully counterattacked and awakened the Perfect Love God System. Reward the host with a love life fund of 100 million. Note, this money can only be used for your love life with Lin Wanqing, but cannot be given directly to Lin Wanqing. At the same time, the system rewards the host with the voice of the future. You can receive a prediction of the future once a week, helping the host embark on the road to becoming a truly wealthy person. And host, as long as you spend 100 million on Lin Wanqing, the system will reward you with 10 energy points. Energy points can be used to enhance any of your abilities. The money has been transferred to the host's card. Please feel free to use it. This money will not cause inflation. Zhang Yi suspected that he had heard wrongly. You're just encouraging me to spend money on Lin Wanqing. You only give me 1 skill? And I can only use it once every 7 days. But what are energy points? What abilities do I have? The host's personal ability panel is as follows. Force, 2100. Intelligence, 6100. Appearance, 7100. Stamina, 3100. Other abilities, medical skills, 0100, cooking skills, 10100. Other abilities are yet to be unlocked. The author said that in order to prove that my existence is not just a waste of words, he asked me to write the system personal attribute panel in the author's note of each chapter. Everyone can find me there from now on. Damn, with my high IQ and stunning looks, I don't even get full marks here? If all of them were 100, wouldn't that be awesome? No. It's already a bull's body. Zhang Yi was looking forward to it. If he could fill up all these points, what a godlike feeling that would be. In the future, you must love Lin Wanqing well and spend money on her. But for the time being, Zhang Yi set a small goal first, which is to spend 100 million on Lin Wanqing. Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi? Lin Wanqing looked at Zhang Yi, who was suddenly in a daze, and shook their tightly held hands. Ha? Ha? What did you say? Zhang Yi suddenly withdrew his consciousness from his system space. What are you thinking about? I was talking to you, but you didn't listen. Lin Wanqing pouted and looked unhappy. Oh, I was just thinking, on our first day together, we must go somewhere to have a good time shopping and eating. Zhang Yi touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. If it were the old Li Zhouwei, she would definitely jump up excitedly at this moment and immediately start planning where to go. But after hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lin Wanqing not only did not express happiness, but frowned and advised hesitantly. Zhang Yi, stop spending money recklessly. Didn't you say you wanted to give me a good future? Spending lavishly won't save you any money. Besides, I'm not with you just to buy you things. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. After listening to Lin Wanqing's words, Zhang Yi thought about Li Zhouwei's previous performance. I immediately felt a warm current in my heart. This is the person who really wants to be with me. That Li Zhouwei was just using me. How can that be? How I treated Li Zhouwei before, I must treat you better now. Besides, I still have some money. I earn money for you to spend. Let us go to Zhengzhou's Redstone Plaza and spend some money today. Zhang Yi patted his chest and pulled Lin Wanqing out of the school gate. At this time, a BMW 740 Li was parked at the door of the girls' dormitory downstairs. A young man wearing sunglasses got out of the car. He smoothed his shaved hair, leaned against the car, and enjoyed the envious looks from the students passing by. After a while, a beautifully dressed figure ran out of the dormitory building. The ravines in her large V-neck were faintly visible, as if she was deliberately running very fast, causing her chest to rise and fall violently. "Mr. Li, you are here." The woman was Li Jiawei, who had just broken up with Zhang Yi. She held Li Xiao's arm affectionately and pressed the softness of her body against his arm. "I've broken up with that loser, and from now on I belong to you." Li Jiawei's words were extremely gentle. If Zhang Yi were here, he would definitely be impressed by the fact that this woman had such a gentle side. Of course, Zhang Yi now has a better partner. As for Li Jiawei, she can only be regarded as a scumbag. "Okay, then let's go to Redstone Plaza and have a meal together." Li Xiao nodded his chin and motioned for Li Jiawei to sit in the passenger seat by herself, without any intention of opening the door for Li Jiawei like a gentleman. Even so, Li Jiawei pretended to be very happy and kissed Li Xiao on the face, then got into the passenger seat triumphantly. Many people in the dormitory building leaned out to look, some with envy, some with jealousy, and some with disdain. "Isn't it just a 740 Li? What's so great about it? Why are you pretending to be like that in school?" A loser who was chewing a bun said angrily, and then he took a big bite of the bun. "This girl is so lucky. Will Li Xiao buy her a lot of beautiful bags soon? TSK, don't let the bag go away, send a baby into her. What's the difference between this and selling?" However, at this time, in Redstone Square, Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing also got off the subway hand in hand. Chapter 3: The school beauty takes the initiative to buy clothes for Zhang Yi. In the underground garage of Redstone Plaza, Li Xiao's hand was wantonly playing with something through the deep V-neck. Li Jiawei's pretty face was flushed, and she kept saying no, no, be careful of someone, but her body was trying very hard to cater to something. "It doesn't matter, I won't strip you naked anyway," Li Xiao said indifferently, without any desire to protect Li Jiawei. After kneading for a while, Li Xiao looked at Li Jiawei's face and laughed. "Not bad, very interesting. Tell me what you want later, let me know first, you can only buy one." "Don't ask for too much, I'm not a fool." "Okay, as long as Li Xiao likes it." Li Jiawei took Li Xiao's hand affectionately and went to the mall. "Wanqing, are you thirsty? I'll buy you a drink." Since Xian Jiangyi got the 100 million, he has become more confident. As a man, if he has money, he is a real man. Without money, it is difficult to be a grandson. Apart from not daring to make any physical advances towards Lin Wanqing, he had already arranged all possible ways to gain advantage with his mouth. He even called Wanqing affectionately. Of course, Lin Wanqing was happy to accept this, as she liked Zhang Yi herself. Zhang Yi called her enthusiastically, and Lin Wanqing was so happy that she couldn't contain herself. "Just buy me a bottle of mineral water. I don't like drinks." Zhang Yi knew that Lin Wanqing was afraid that she didn't have enough money, so she deliberately said that she didn't drink beverages. He took a casual glance and found a Starbucks in front. "Come on, if you don't like drinks, then I'll treat you to coffee," and then he pulled Lin Wanqing into Starbucks. "No, Starbucks is also a beverage. Give me a matcha frappuccino." Zhang Yi took a quick look and ignored Lin Wanqing, who wanted to leave. He directly chose the one with the best color and ordered a cup for Lin Wanqing. He also wanted to try this out to see if the money could be used. Drop. After swiping 33 yuan, Zhang Yi received a bank card text message. "The balance above." A long string of nines took up an entire row. Damn, it was the first time Zhang Yi saw so much money and he almost threw his phone away. Since it was still early and not yet time for dinner, the two of them started strolling around the mall. Lin Wanqing held a frappuccino in one hand and held Zhang Yi with the other, feeding him from time to time. "Hey, Zhang Yi, let me buy you some clothes. I have seen you wearing this outfit for several years. It just so happened that my scholarship came down a while ago. Let me buy you some clothes." Lin Wanqing suddenly pulled Zhang Yi into a men's clothing store nearby. Zhang Yi looked up and saw that it was from CK. The price inside was not cheap. But Lin Wanqing did not hesitate. She carefully picked out one item after another for Zhang Yi, and finally chose a sweatshirt and a pair of sweatpants for him. The total amount was over 2,000 yuan. Lin Wanqing quickly scanned the code to pay and took the food away. Zhang Yi gently refused several times, but Lin Wanqing ignored him. Jiang Yi knew that Lin Wanqing's scholarship was actually only 3,000 yuan in total. The first-class scholarship of the college was awarded to Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing respectively. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi's scholarship had already been spent on Li Jiawei. Wanqing, let's go and return it. The scholarship has been used up by this set of clothes. Jiang Yi came out of the store and quietly pulled Lin Wanqing aside. No, Jiang Yi, you are my boyfriend now, you have to listen to me. I am willing to treat you well. Lin Wanqing did not have any regrets, but explained softly. Jiang Yi felt warm in his heart. The first piece of clothing his girlfriend bought for him was not bought by Li Jiawei, whom he had been dating for 5 years, but by Lin Wanqing, whom he had known for only 1 day. With a girlfriend like this, what else could a husband ask for? God has really opened his eyes. But then, it's time to repay yourself. He pulled Lin Wanqing into a nearby Gucci store. Lin Wanqing's pretty face turned pale with fright. Are you kidding? The cheapest bag here is enough for 2 people to live on for a year. Jiang Yi, stop messing around, let's get out of here quickly and don't embarrass ourselves. Lin Wanqing anxiously whispered in Jiang Yi's ear, trying to persuade him not to act impulsively. She thought Jiang Yi was excited because she bought him CK, so he randomly picked a store to buy something for her. At the door of the Gucci store, a pretty receptionist was standing guard. Her name tag read Zhou Jia. When she saw 2 students walking in with CK clothing bags in their hands, she felt a little contemptuous. Especially when I saw Lin Wanqing's pale and flustered face, I was even more certain that these 2 people were definitely poor. She didn't even have the desire to go forward and entertain him. She had seen many people like this. They would come in, wander around casually, shake their heads, pretend that they didn't like something, and run away without buying anything. Only those who wear high-end custom-made suits, hold luxury car keys in their hands, and spray expensive perfume on their bodies are worthy of her warm hospitality. Jiang Yi calmly comforted Lin Wanqing, why are you panicking? The store is open for us to come in and look and buy. If we find something suitable, we will buy it. If not, we won't buy it. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, Zhou Jia felt even more contemptuous. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. He actually came to our luxury store to show off. She thought about it with her toes, and he would definitely say that this was inappropriate. Sure enough, she looked at the 2 of them. Lin Wanqing picked up the cheaper bags that cost more than 10,000 yuan, and Jiang Yi kept shaking his head. At this time, another shopping guide in the store saw that Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing had no one to serve them. She looked at Zhou Jia at the door with some blame, then walked up to them kindly. Coming to Jiang Yi's side, he said, Dear guests, do you have anything you like? There's a mirror over there, you can try it on. Jiang Yi looked at the shopping guide and saw that she was wearing a pair of black framed glasses. She was as tall as Lin Wanqing and had fair skin. A badge was stuck on the front of her tight suit, Lu Linger. Oh, let's take a look first. Also, you should remember everything she has seen. Jiang Yi nodded at Lu Linger, thinking that this person is much better than the one at the door. At this time, Zhou Jia was standing at the door, almost laughing out loud. Lu Linger, are you crazy because of lack of sales? You can actually treat such a person so seriously, what a waste of time. At this time, Zhou Jia saw a man and a woman dressed very gorgeously and elegantly walked in. Especially when she saw the man wearing Armani and Gucci shoes, she immediately greeted him with a smile on her face. It was Li Xiao and Li Jiawei who came in. Li Xiao's full name is Li Tianfu. Because he dislikes the name given by his nouveau riche father as too rustic, he prefers others to call him Li Xiao. As soon as Li Jiawei came in, she went straight to the special display stand on the 2nd floor of the store, where there was an exquisite bag. Zhou Jia hurriedly followed. People with clear goals like this are the real rich people. After all, those on the 2nd floor are the best. Mr. Li, I have had my eyes on this bag for a long time. Li Jiawei pressed her body against Li Tianfu and said coquettishly. Wow, beautiful lady, you have such good taste. This bag is the latest model of the new year, and there are only a few of them in the country. If you carry it and walk on the street, everyone will definitely envy you for having a good husband. Zhou Jia's words were very well said. She praised Li Jiawei and secretly praised Li Xiao for being rich. It was precisely because of her ability to flatter wealthy people that she successfully became the sales champion of the store for several months. Sure enough, when she finished speaking, smiles appeared on Li Jiawei's face and Li Xiao's face. Well, not bad. Li Xiao picked up the bag and looked at it inconspicuously, while glancing at the price out of the corner of his eyes. Well, more than 20,000, it's not bad. His original plan was to spend 10,000 or 20,000 yuan on Li Jiawei. Now that the money has come in, a little more than 20,000 yuan is fine. Anyway, this woman has very firm breasts, and it should be fun to play with her. It is said that she is still a virgin. A bag and sleeping with her for a few months should be a good deal. When I get tired of playing with Li Jiawei, I can get close to Lin Wanqing through her, hee. Okay, then buy it, the price is not expensive. Li Xiao nodded. Zhou Jia looked very happy. Look, this is what a rich person does. He bought it without saying a word. Lu Linger, you will never catch up with me in this life. Of course, since this model is new, the price is the lowest. Besides, this price is not just a number to you, the boss. Li Tianfu gave Zhou Jia a look that said you are very sensible and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered that he still needed a belt. Remember this first and come to buy it later. I'll go downstairs and buy a belt. At this time, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were led by Lu Linger to the second floor from the other end. As soon as he came up, Jiang Yi took a fancy to an exquisite bag on the special display stand. Wanqing, go try it on now, this bag will definitely look good on you. Chapter 4. Please go out, I will call security. Which girl doesn't love these beautiful bags and clothes? If she says she doesn't like them, it's just because she is sensible. When Lin Wanqing saw the bag, she couldn't take her eyes off it. She carefully put the bag on her shoulder. Although she was wearing sportswear, Lu Linger couldn't help but praise her. Wow, girl, you look amazing with this bag. If Gucci asks you to be its spokesperson, it will definitely attract many people to buy it. Lu Linger has lived in the countryside since she was a child and has never experienced the life of a rich person. In addition, she is extremely disgusted with transactions of money for sex. Therefore, in this store, she can only use her own hard work to barely complete the tasks of the store manager. So beautiful. Jiang Yi was mesmerized. What is the icing on the cake? This is the icing on the cake. A bag immediately elevated Lin Wanqing's beauty to a higher level. When no one was paying attention, Lin Wanqing secretly glanced at the price, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, this bag costs more than 200,000. She was a little hesitant to accept it. Such a price was beyond the reach of two poor students like them. It's really nice looking though. I'm more of a sporty person, and I feel this bag isn't suitable for me, Lin Wanqing said tactfully. She looked at herself in the mirror again, enjoyed the experience of this luxury bag for a while, then put it down obediently, returned to Jiang Yi, and held Jiang Yi's hand again. However, Lu Linger had already written down the number of the bag in her little notebook. There are very few goods on the second floor, and they are all high-quality goods. Lin Wanqing's eyes would light up whenever she saw them. After all, things that can be designated as high-quality goods by a luxury store must be the best of the best. After Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing finished shopping, she hurriedly pulled Jiang Yi downstairs and ran away. As a result, as soon as I got downstairs, I ran into Li Jiawei and the other one. Jiang Yi. Why are you here? And what are you doing? Li Jiawei was a little shocked and rubbed her eyes. She couldn't believe that Jiang Yi was walking with Lin Wanqing and also came to visit this Gucci store. Both of them are poor students. Although they are good at studying, their families are ordinary. It is said that Lin Wanqing only has one mother and no one knows who her father is. Hee, Jiawei, thank you for giving him to me. I have liked Jiang Yi for a long time. Lin Wanqing held Jiang Yi's hand openly, proving that they were a couple. At this time, Li Tianfu also noticed Jiang Yi and the others. His burning gaze swept over Lin Wanqing several times. Wanqing, if you want to find a boyfriend, tell me. I can introduce you to one from any of my rich friends. Why are you looking for such a poor loser? Li Tianfu had just tried on a new belt, pinching the Gucci logo with both hands, and said casually. What he actually wants to say is, if you want to find a boyfriend, then find me. No need, I think Jiang Yi is very good, I like him very much. However, Lin Wanqing did not even look at Li Tianfu. She felt that Li Tianfu was too high profile, not manly at all, and only had the smell of money. As he said this, he was about to pull Jiang Yi out. Unexpectedly, Li Tianfu laughed at him without mercy. Are you two here to smell the scent of Gucci bags? Li Jiawei on the side couldn't bear to see Jiang Yi being laughed at like this. After all, Jiang Yi was really good to her before, so she patted Li Tianfu's shoulder gently and said, Li Xiao, although he is poor, he still has a dream, don't you laugh at others? Li Tianfu laughed out loud. This behavior of belittling others and elevating himself made him feel very good. Who said I came here to smell the smell? Zhang Yi didn't even look at the two of them, but turned back to Lu Linger with a smile and said, Miss, please help me pack up everything you have written down. I want them all. Ha! Lu Linger immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. She had just memorized more than 20 items. If she wanted to buy them, wouldn't it cost millions? Even Zhou Jie and the other shopping guides in the store looked over in surprise. Holy shit, this inconspicuous guy is actually a big buyer? Zhou Jie felt a little regretful. She had seen it first. Could it be that the bloody plot that could only be seen on the internet would also happen to her? Li Tianfu suddenly sneered, You are pretending to be a big shot here, but you are in the wrong place. If you can't pay the money here, the security will chase you away, and you will lose face. He said, still looking at Lin Wanqing greedily, Wanqing, stay away from him, the security will chase people away and they will hurt you. You are Jiawei's roommate, I think I will give you a belt later, thank you for taking care of Jiawei. Of course, Li Tianfu tried his best to establish his image in front of Lin Wanqing. Li Jiawei was also a little anxious. Could it be that Zhang Yi was so hurt by her rejection today? Did he do things in a mess? She said to Zhang Yi anxiously, Zhang Yi, how much money do you have? I know better than you do. Don't pretend to be so polite. Go back quickly. Wanqing, why don't you send him back? She also deliberately asked Wanqing to send Zhang Yi away, because she had felt that Lin Wanqing's appearance had caused Li Xiao to lose a lot of interest in her. After hearing what a few people said, Zhou Jie felt relieved. I said, when have I ever been wrong about my eyes? Sir, how about I do the math for you first? Lu Linger watched as several people slandered Zhang Yi. Although she was a little skeptical, she was still willing to believe Zhang Yi. She felt that this man was not the type to play it cool. Zhang Yi nodded and patted Lin Wanqing's hand, signaling her not to be nervous. Lin Wanqing looked at Zhang Yi's indifferent look, and her heart was in turmoil. Could it be that Zhang Yi really has so much money? Sir, the total is 1,176,000. Soon Lu Linger came over with the calculator she had calculated several times. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi with a smile on their faces, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Especially Zhou Jie, she thought Lu Linger was really stupid and would actually count the money. Zhang Yi took out his phone and walked to the counter. Should I scan you? Or should you scan me? TSK. Ha ha ha, Zhou Jie couldn't hold it in any longer, this country bumpkin. Sir, I'm sorry, if you don't have money, it's still not too late to leave now. You may not know that your payment platform can only pay 50,000 yuan a day at a time. Zhou Jie's face turned red from laughing. The other shopping guides in the store also looked at Zhang Yi with contempt. I've never seen such a tacky person come to our store to show off. Yes, so I don't bother to entertain him. Only Lu Linger, whose performance this month is still far behind, is willing to entertain such a rubbish customer. Look at that man, his cheap clothes are probably not even worth the price of a belt here. He doesn't think that just because he can afford Calvin Klein, he can also afford Gucci, right? Li Tianfu laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh. Lu Linger picked up a POS machine with some embarrassment. Sir, this is a large amount, I need to swipe the card. Zhang Yi felt a little bitter. It was his first day as a rich man, so he knew nothing. He could clearly feel that Lin Wanqing's grip on his hand had tightened a lot. In fact, Lin Wanqing was already prepared to knock down the security guard who came to chase them away. Then swipe the card. I don't know if I have the card with me. Zhang Yi took out his wallet and started looking for it. This statement immediately caused everyone to shake their heads. Such an old trick, and still used? Things like no card, dead phone, these are all old tricks, okay? I think that's your bank card, isn't it? Li Tianfu leaned over to the side, worried that Zhang Yi would lie to everyone and say that he didn't bring his card. Oh, yes, luckily I brought my wallet. Zhang Yi took out his bank card from his wallet and sighed in his heart that it was a good thing he brought it with him, otherwise he would really be embarrassed. Lu Linger deftly swiped the card on the POS machine. Please enter the password. But Zhang Yi took the POS machine and hesitated to enter the password on it. Of course, everyone thought that Zhang Yi was cowardly in this scene. People even didn't want to laugh at Zhang Yi anymore, they were a little tired of laughing at him. Shopping guide Zhou Jie couldn't stand it any longer. If things were delayed for so long, wouldn't it delay the transaction for her customers? She bowed deeply to Li Xiao. I'm sorry, sir, this person has affected your shopping enjoyment. I will immediately ask the security to kick him out. Zhou Jie said to Zhang Yi, Sir, I hope you will stop teasing me. Please go out and don't affect our business. If you don't go out by yourself, I will have to call security. And you, as his girlfriend, don't you know how to make him think clearly? Why are you standing there like an idiot? Chapter 5, Recharge 10 million, is it enough to kick her out? Zhang Yi was worried at the moment, as he couldn't remember the digits of his password. He heard Zhou Jia mocking him again and even dared to mention Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing is now the apple of his eye and the Achilles heel of his eye. How can he tolerate this? Is this the real Gucci salesperson? Aren't customers supposed to be king? So sarcastic and unkind. Which one of you is the store manager? Zhang Yi was a little angry and yelled towards the store. Immediately, a man in formal attire ran out and asked, "Sir, what's going on?" Her face was full of smiles, but when she saw Zhang Yi, her smile froze a little, but then she returned to her smile. This person keeps mocking me. What do you think I should do? Zhang Yi pointed at Zhou Jia. The store manager immediately turned to Zhou Jia and Lu Linger and understood the whole story. Then he said with a forced smile, "Sir, you see, it's you who is delaying shopping, so our shopping guy Joe is a little angry. Shopping guy Joe is the top seller in our store, and he can make hundreds of thousands of sales a month. I hope you can understand. I apologize to you on her behalf." The store manager actually bowed on Zhou Jia's behalf. Is a few 100,000 a lot? Zhang Yi said indifferently, "I bought these today. This month's top seller should be hers." Zhang Yi said this and nodded at Lu Linger. Yes, sir, there was no expression on the store manager's face. It was obvious that he had some ability to be able to sit in the position of store manager. Li Jiawei, when is your birthday? When I created this card, I included your birthday in the number. I forgot the date. Suddenly Zhang Yi looked up and said something to Li Jiawei. The whole audience was shocked. There was no other way. At that time, Zhang Yi was madly in love with Li Jiawei and wanted everything to be connected to her. Of course, the bank card password could not escape Li Jiawei's birthday. It's just that Li Jiawei broke up with him just now, and Zhang Yi felt relieved, and he actually forgot Li Jiawei's birthday. Everyone looked at them in surprise. What's the relationship between these people? This man is holding this woman's hand, but he asks her birthday and says the password is her birthday. A shopping guide was confused. Maybe this guy was with that girl before, but they broke up later. But that woman is lucky. After breaking up with that loser, she immediately hooked up with Mr. Li, and Mr. Li spends tens of thousands of dollars in our store every year. He must be a rich second generation. You know what, look at this guy, he is quite generous, he just packs up everything he has written down. Don't be so funny, it's good that he doesn't get kicked out later. I do believe that he must be rich, but he is just a low-key person. Li Jiawei said awkwardly, September 8th. She was also disappointed. What woman didn't like a group of men thinking about her? Now that she and Zhang Yigang had separated, he had actually forgotten her birthday. Oh, yes, I remembered it now that you mentioned it. Zhang Yi said this while excitedly pointing his finger in the air. At the same time, he turned around and said to Lin Wanqing, "You are not angry, are you? I will change it later." Lin Wanqing had no mind to listen to Zhang Yi's words. She was extremely nervous. Zhang Yi was bragging too much. If he really couldn't pay back in time, he would be doomed. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yi entered the password. Drop. The payment was successful. Suddenly there was a sound of people sucking in air. Everyone was shocked. Over 1 million yuan, just spent it like that, and it was just a casual purchase. Lu Linger's hands were shaking with excitement as she handed the bill to Zhang Yi. "First, sir, I'll start packing for you now." Today's order directly brought her performance to the peak. It achieved the highest monthly sales of 1 million, which can even be said to have broken the historical record of this store. Zhou Jia's hands were already twisted tightly around her thighs. I hate it. Why didn't I see just now that this guy is so rich? Otherwise, my performance this month will set a new record. Now, they have all been snatched away by Lu Linger. Lin Wanqing even screamed out in surprise, covering her mouth with her hands, and said in disbelief, Zhang Yi, where did you get so much money? Don't worry. Zhang Yi suddenly stopped Lu Linger and looked at the store manager. I want to ask, are these performance figures enough to kick her out? I don't want to see this person in this store. Zhou Jia panicked. But she soon calmed down. How could her annual sales of several million be compared with this one order worth 1 million?
"Manager, I have done more than 10 million in business for the store over the years.
You can't give up on me just because of this one order."
Zhou Jia looked at the manager and said, but in her heart she thought that the manager should think of a compromise, but her bonus this month might be deducted. The manager of the Gucci store was a little confused, frowning, not knowing how to make a decision.
Both sides had treasures, and she wanted to yell, "Can't you just coexist peacefully?" However, the next moment, Jiang Yi's words completely made her fall.
"I want to top up my girlfriend's spending card with 10 million renminbi.
Is this where I can top it up?" Gulp. Everyone could hear the sound of swallowing. Li Tianfu silently took a few steps back. Jiang Yi's move was quite surprising.
Li Jiawei was completely confused at this time, and her mind was frantically outputting, "Oh my god, hasn't this person always been poor? He needs a scholarship to buy me something worth a few $100s, how come he suddenly became so rich?
Was he just pretending before? He's so good at pretending. He's so convincing. Is he the real Oscar winner? If I had agreed to him just now, then the one who should be cared for should be me. It should be me."
The store manager was also shocked when she heard Jiang Yi's words, but she quickly recovered. She was also a person who had seen the world. "Yes, of course, I will open a card for you now."
"Open them all in my girlfriend's name, don't put them in my name."
Jiang Yi pulled the shocked Lin Wanqing up and said, "Wanqing, give them your ID card and put the card in your name."
Jiang Yi, "No, I don't need so many luxury bags."
Lin Wanqing refused again and again, and her hands were about to pinch Jiang Yi's arms tightly, wishing she could knock Jiang Yi unconscious with a hammer and carry him back. "You can use this money to invest, use it in other places, don't waste it."
"I really want to use it, but it's not allowed."
Jiang Yi felt bitter in his heart. He really couldn't express his grievances, and was treated as a prodigal son. He really wanted to press this system to the ground and rub it hard.
"It doesn't matter. Money is meant to be spent. If you're done using it, just throw it away.
From now on, use this to pack things at the supermarket.
It's eco-friendly and convenient.
For example, your coffee will fit perfectly in this bag." Jiang Yi waved his hand carelessly, casually picking up the bag that Lin Wanqing had just chosen. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, everyone's faces turned strange.
Why do I have the urge to rush up and punch him?
Stop talking, stop tempting me, I've endured it until now.
Using a Gucci bag worth tens of thousands of dollars to carry coffee and buy groceries? I wouldn't even dream of doing that. Lin Wanqing was completely panicked.
At Jiang Yi's urging, she took out her ID card in a daze and watched Jiang Yi swipe out another 10 million. Sweat was pouring out of her palms.
But when she set the password, she wrote today's date in. She wanted to remember today forever. It was her first day belonging to Jiang Yi. No. It should be Jiang Yi's first day as hers. I've deposited 10 million. It's time to get things done, right?
Jiang Yi played with the bills in his hand, lowered his head, and hinted to the store manager expressionlessly.
Chapter 6. That girl is so lucky.
Although the store manager was in a difficult situation, his eyes became determined when he saw the more than 10 million yuan that his store had suddenly earned.
Zhou Jia, your salary will be paid later. Go back and don't come to work anymore.
From today on, Lu Linger will be the deputy manager of this store. The store manager closed his eyes and made his own decision: fire Zhou Jia and promote Lu Linger.
Sometimes you can make quick money by taking shortcuts, but you always have to keep your feet on the ground. If you work diligently and modestly, step by step, like Lu Linger, you will succeed one day.
Even if I fail in the end, I will have no regrets, because I have walked this path step by step. Zhou Jia's mind went blank, and many shopping guides in the store also looked at her with displeasure. Because Zhou Jia relied on the fact that she had several stable old customers and had long despised them, she is now reaping the consequences.
Humph. Don't let me see you again, I'll make you regret it.
Zhou Jia took off her badge, threw it on the ground, and left angrily.
Do you think Zhou Jia will go look for her big brothers? A shopping guide asked quietly.
Maybe. It seems that she does know an old man, a very rich old man, but the old man has poor physical ability, and there is a reason why Zhou Jia has such a bad temper.
You never know, will her older brothers really take action against this kid when the time comes? Don't worry about it. They are not from the same world as us. What's the point of thinking so much? Just make your money.
Jiang Yi looked at Zhou Jia's back coldly. If you had only scolded me, you might not have ended up in this situation, but you even dared to bring Lin Wanqing in, so don't blame me for being cruel.
Sir, we can pack these bags for you and deliver them to your door. Can you leave us your address? Lu Linger asked Jiang Yi cautiously, holding a list. Oh, that's a problem. Lin Wanqing's bedroom probably won't hold all these bags, right? Or, how about this, you add me first, oh no, add my girlfriend on WeChat, and then we will tell you where to send it on WeChat. Jiang Yi thought for a while and said, I almost let a woman add me on WeChat, but I won't allow that, absolutely not. Just because Lin Wanqing doesn't despise me and uses almost all of her savings to buy clothes for me, I must be loyal to Lin Wanqing. Of course, the less of this kind of contact with the opposite sex, the better. Jiang Yi's problem was solved, but how could the store manager let go of two big customers, Li Tianfu and Li Jiawei? She looked at the order Zhou Jia had just made, which was also a bag worth over 200,000 yuan. Today is really the smoothest day of this month, no, it is the smoothest day of all time. Now that Zhou Jia is gone, her clients naturally belong to the store manager. She asked with a warm face, excuse me, sir, for these two models, do you want to pay now or wait and see? Oh. Pay it now, how much? Li Tianfu obviously hasn't recovered from Jiang Yi's lavish spending just now. Just this one move directly amounted to over 10 million. Even those seemingly wealthy young men around him didn't have the ability to do this. I really don't know what's wrong with Li Jiawei that she gave up such a diamond boy and chose me. Besides, I don't like Li Jiawei at all, I just want to get in touch with Lin Wanqing through her. It's a pity that Lin Wanqing has been taken away by Jiang Yi now. With my own strength, it would be difficult to get her back. Li Tianfu sighed. The total is 217,000, sir. The manager's warm voice came over. Oh. Swipe the card. There's no password. Li Tianfu didn't listen carefully, still immersed in Lin Wanqing's grief. He handed over his bank card. Only. Sir, your bank card has insufficient balance, the manager tried 3 times, but still said to Li Tianfu with an apologetic look on his face. However, Li Tianfu did not react at all. Li Jiawei kept watching, feeling a little embarrassed. She gently pushed Li Tianfu, Mr. Li, the manager is talking to you. Pack up. Li Tianfu suddenly woke up, came to his senses, and started to pack up. Sir, your card balance is insufficient, the manager had to remind him again. What? Insufficient balance? Impossible, it's just 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, Li Tianfu said in surprise. He clearly remembered that he still had more than 50,000 yuan for living expenses in the past few months, and he didn't spend any money outside in the past 2 days. How could the balance be insufficient? Sir, your latest bag costs over 200,000 yuan. How can it be only 20,000 or 30,000 yuan? The store manager smiled secretly, covering her mouth. However, she was not worried that Li Tianfu would not be able to pay, because when Li Tianfu took out his bank card just now, she clearly saw his BMW car key. So the store believes that it is so easy for someone who can drive a BMW to buy a bag worth more than 200,000 yuan. Only. The veins on Li Tianfu's forehead throbbed violently. Over 200,000 yuan, that was almost half a year's living expenses. His family only gave him 30,000 yuan a month. This would take half a year to spend. The more crucial issue was that the receipt had already been issued. If he said he didn't have the money and couldn't buy it, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Not only would he be laughed to death by all the store clerks, but the goddess Lin Wanqing was watching him the whole time. Just when he was about to persuade Li Jiawei not to buy it for the time being, Lu Linger seemed to remember something. She was sorting Jiang Yi's things and looked up and said, "Are you talking about the one on the second floor? It seems that this bag is the last one left and it was bought by Mr. Jiang." After hearing this, Li Tianfu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He really wanted to rush over right now and hug Lu Linger affectionately. But he still had to show a little regret on his face. He took the card from the store manager with an apologetic look on his face, and then took out another card from his wallet. "It's all my fault that I took the wrong card just now, but fortunately I took the wrong card, otherwise you would have swiped my card and ended up not having the bag, and you would have had to return it to me." He looked sideways at Li Jiawei, with too big guilt written on his face, and said politely, "Jiawei, it's all my fault. I should have bought it earlier. If we can't buy it here, why don't we go to LV to have a look?" However, Li Jiawei didn't even look at him. Instead, she stared blankly at the scene before her. Jiang Yi was trying hard to lift the bag that Li Jiawei had taken a fancy to onto Lin Wanqing's shoulder. His eyes were full of doting. While stuffing the items in, he complained, "This store is such a rip-off.
They should have more of this color.
I'll buy you one of each color. What is the saying that comparison kills? Without comparison, there is no harm.
Li Tianfu heard that the bags were sold out, and his smile was almost overflowing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was still complaining about the lack of bags in the store. Not to mention that she should have been the one being pampered, but ended up watching the opportunity to be a princess slip away from her hands. Li Jiawei wanted to vomit blood. She wished she had a Doraemon and a time machine to go back a few hours. She would definitely kiss Zhang Yi madly as he was kneeling on the ground and asking for her love.
No. She should just kneel down and ask Zhang Yi for love. However, Li Tianfu's relief did not last more than 3 seconds.
A shopping guide in the store looked at the computer and said, "Manager, I just checked, a new one arrived yesterday, but it was not recorded in the system, so there is actually one more."
Poof.
A mouthful of blood gushed out of Li Tianfu's heart.
Who can be spared by heaven?
The store manager was quick-witted and took the card from Li Tianfu's outstretched hand. Before Li Tianfu could react, he swiped it on the POS machine.
Insufficient balance.
The scene suddenly became silent. When Li Jiawei heard that there was still a bag, the slight sense of relief in her heart was instantly dragged back into hell by reality. It seems that the person who was yelling just now didn't have any money himself. Zhang Yi also laughed at the store manager when he heard him say that the balance was insufficient. Li Tianfu was jumping around so much just now, but now it's his turn to be tricked. That day, Li Tianfu didn't know how he got out of the Gucci store. He only knew that he was filled with disgust towards Li Jiawei, and this woman didn't even know how to save his face. I had hinted at it so blatantly, I was almost shouting in front of everyone that I had no money, but she was still feeling aggrieved. Those words that had just mocked Zhang Yi were not only slapped back in the face by Zhang Yi's powerful punch, but were also all thrown back at him.
All the shopping guides looked at me like I was an idiot.
Zhang Yi also looked at himself with contempt. However, Zhang Yitsai was too lazy to compete with a small figure like Li Tianfu. He was busy pampering Lin Wanqing and had no time to spend money on her. These jumping clowns jump too much and end up falling into the hole they dug themselves. Half an hour later, after Zhang Yi had finally handed over everything, he took Lin Wanqing's hand and, amid the praises of the shopping guides, prepared to continue his shopping spree. After all, there was still 100 million to spend. The shopping guides in luxury stores are not surprised by the rich men who bring their mistresses or have shaved heads to shop, but it is rare to see a man who is willing to spend a lot of money on his girlfriend and be so loyal.
I'm so envious. That girl is so lucky to be spoiled by a man like this.
If I had a boyfriend like this, I would wake up laughing in my sleep. Only Lin Wanqing looked depressed and puzzled.
Zhang Yi knew that he could not escape Lin Wanqing's interrogation. Chapter 7 Zhang Yi, go turn yourself in. Lin Wanqing took Zhang Yi to a place with few people and refused to leave. Zhang Yi, tell me clearly, where did you get all this money? Did you rob a bank?
The law is long and unyielding, you can't escape.
You'd better turn yourself in as soon as possible.
From childhood to adulthood, she has never even seen what 100,000 yuan looks like. Today, this poor boy who was despised by Li Jiawei spent more than 11 million on himself at once, and he didn't even blush or feel nervous.
Absolutely not normal. Zhang Yi shrank his neck. I told you I won the lottery, do you believe it?
Lin Wanqing shook her head.
Nonsense, who would believe such a lame excuse? But looking at Zhang Yi, he doesn't look like someone who would do anything bad. Besides, there seems to be no reason to explain why Zhang Yi suddenly became so rich. Anyway, don't think too much. I will definitely love you well. No matter how much money I have, I will definitely be loyal to you alone. Zhang Yi took Lin Wanqing's hand affectionately and kissed her hand.
Oh, I don't care where you come from, as long as you are clean, otherwise I will tear all your bones apart. Lin Wanqing glared at Zhang Yi fiercely. But that vicious look seemed a little out of place on this fair and lovely face.
Zhang Yi thought of her skills and his muscles trembled. I know. It must be clean. If it's not clean, I will die miserably.
Before he could say anything, Zhang Yi's mouth was covered by Lin Wanqing's slender hand.
Stop talking nonsense. Don't say things like that again. I hope you're fine. Also, could you please stop being so lavish with your money and be a little more frugal?
Lin Wanqing's hands were very fragrant, with a light milky scent. Her slender hands touched Zhang Yi's lips, which were delicate and smooth.
Zhang Yi himself didn't know why he couldn't control his tongue.
He stuck out his tongue and licked Lin Wanqing's hand.
Hooligan.
Lin Wanqing instantly retracted her hand and looked at the surveillance camera not far away. there are surveillance cameras in public places.
You can't find a place without surveillance cameras.
Jiang Yi turned his little head. I suspected she was hinting at something, but I didn't dare to think too much about it, mainly because I was afraid of being beaten.
Let's go, let's continue shopping.
We agreed not to waste money anymore. This habit can't be formed, it will be difficult to break it.
Got it, Wanqing, you are the boss, I will listen to you.
Jiang Yi had just changed into the Calvin Klein that Lin Wanqing had bought for convenience at the Gucci store. He asked the store clerk to deliver the old clothes along with the bag to Lin Wanqing. I have to say that Lin Wanqing has a good eye for choosing clothes, and of course Jiang Yi has a good figure too. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse.
Jiang Yi now seemed like a completely different person.
Standing next to Lin Wanqing, they were a perfect match made in heaven. Passers-by on the street praised, I always thought that only handsome men were paired with ugly women, and beautiful women were paired with losers.
Today I finally met the golden boy and the beautiful girl.
I suspect it's a tall, rich and handsome guy paired with a white, rich and beautiful girl. This afternoon, Jiang Yi profoundly demonstrated what it means to see with my eyes and act with my hands. Cartier jewelry, Chanel, Burberry, LV, Pingwa's latest models, as long as Lin Wanqing took a few glances, they were all bought by Jiang Yi.
This is a good one, I bought it. Do you have other colors? I'll take them all.
This is beautiful.
Pack it up, add WeChat, and I'll send you the address later.
Except for these, pack up everything in this cabinet and take it away.
These lipsticks are pretty good.
How about this, buy me a package of all the shades, and 100 sets of La Mer Wanqing, you can use them as face wash or foot wash.
It should also be pretty good. Wait, pack up all the clothes she has seen. Give me a pair of shoes in her size. My girlfriend can't wear the same shoes every day. Bird's Nest beauty products? Add me on WeChat, I'll deposit 1 million and send a bowl to my address every day. I want the best bird's nest from Sumatra, Indonesia. Price is no problem. At the beginning, Lin Wanqing would refuse and try to persuade.
Later she got used to it, and she even began to be afraid to touch, look at, or try on things casually. Because once he looked at it for a few more seconds, Jiang Yi would immediately take out the money. My girlfriend actually took a second look at it among so many goods and bought it. Remembering that Lin Wanqing had just said that she liked the sporty style, Jiang Yi immediately bought out all the nice clothes, pants, and shoes from several sports brands. Once I said I couldn't wear that many, Jiang Yi said, from now on, you should wear one set in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one in the evening.
Wear one and throw it away.
That's 90 sets a month, rounded up to 100.
I bought too few, so pack up these 10 sets for me too.
So much so that later on, near the addresses that Jiang Yi left for the major stores, there were always some men and women in suits and ties, wearing jewelry, rummaging through the trash cans at the entrance of the community. By the time the two of them had finished visiting all the stores in the mall, it was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The two stood in front of the index of each floor of Redstone Plaza.
Wanqing, it's time to eat, right? Are you hungry?
Jiang Yi touched his stomach and looked up at the food area on the top floor. Lin Wanqing nodded gently, pursed her lips, and said with a droopy face, Jiang Yi, I really don't want to be with you for the money.
I feel a little scared by your spending. She was already feeling a bit uneasy.
Jiang Yi was too rich, and it felt like his life was completely different from hers. Compared to what Jiang Yi bought for her, the Calvin Klein suit she had bought for him with her own money was nothing. She has always believed in the value of love between people of equal social status, but now she feels the class difference. Jiang Yi actually realized this problem just now, but he thought differently from Lin Wanqing. He was more worried that after spending so much today, Lin Wanqing would not want to go shopping with him anymore. Plus, I can't give him money, so I can only buy her everything at once, and then I'll have to spend more slowly. Anyway, I spent more than 10 million today. It was the card that I recharged just now, but the system said it didn't count, which made Jiang Yi very worried. It's hard for others to make money, but it's hard for me to spend money.
Wanqing, I don't have much either. I'm just like you. You've almost emptied your wallet buying clothes for me. I'm also willing to empty my own wallet for you.
By tomorrow, we'll just be ordinary college students. Jiang Yi used his hand to lift a strand of hair that had fallen from Lin Wanqing's face and tucked it behind her ear. He touched Lin Wanqing's cheek and comforted her softly. I was also very happy in my heart.
This kind of girl is sensible.
She doesn't think it is natural to spend boys' money.
Instead, she thinks about giving back. It can be said that it is a rare animal in this society.
After Jiang Yihao comforted her, Lin Wanqing slowly regained her composure amid his repeated promises. The two of them got up and walked upstairs. The remaining couple who came to see the floor index were left to enjoy the dog food. Asshole, listen to me, it's always the girls begging boys not to spend money on them. But you're the opposite. I'm begging you to give me some money, and you're not willing to do it. The girl grabbed the boy's ears tightly. The boy was about to cry, they are different from us, we still have to buy a house. Humph, you always have your reasons. I'm so envious of others. The girl's face began to light up. It was as if she was imagining herself as Lin Wanqing. Every girl has her own Prince Charming in her heart. Jiang Yi is handsome and rich, and he is exactly the perfect person in their hearts. I have to say this floor plan is really clever. Everyone who comes to eat has to go up one floor at a time, and all the escalators are staggered, with the escalators from the first floor to the second floor on the east side and the escalators from the second floor to the third floor on the west side. After waiting for the elevator for a long time and still no luck, Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi had no choice but to take the escalator from the second floor to the food area on the fifth floor. All the store sales guides along the way came out to greet Jiang Yi and his friend enthusiastically when they saw them. I wanted to ask them to go in and take a look, but I thought they had already bought all the fine products in the store. The store managers of those stores are really regretting it. If they had known earlier, they should have stocked up on a few more colors and popular items. Jiang Yi took Lin Wanqing into a seafood restaurant that looked very nice. Of course, the reason why she chose this restaurant was because Lin Wanqing thought their menu was very unique. By the time the two of them finished eating and drinking, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yes, they ate for 2 hours. In fact, Lin Wanqing had already eaten her fill, but when she saw the king crabs, abalone, and arm-long mantis shrimps left on the table, she was reluctant to waste them. She stuffed them into her mouth and packed them up, taking them all away without leaving a single piece. Jiang Yi also followed the principle of not wasting food, so he packed everything up and took it back home to have as breakfast the next morning. The waiter at the restaurant was surprised. He had seen rich people before, but he had never seen such a frugal rich person. When you buy, you can get one of each, and when you leave, you can take them all away. While Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were touching each other's stomachs and laughing contentedly, in the girls' dormitory, Li Jiawei looked dazed. Looking at Lin Wanqing who had not returned yet, she felt bad. The other two people in the dormitory looked at her with some disdain despite their compliments. Li Jiawei knew that they also despised her for being a powerful woman who fawned on the powerful. But after seeing Jiang Yi's work, Li Jiawei now feels that all the compliments are ironic. Why is Jiang Yi so rich? Chapter 8 Jiang Yi is a failed gigolo? On the campus of Jiangzhou University, Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi sat together on a bench by the river. Jiang Yi held Lin Wanqing tightly in his arms, letting the short hair on Lin Wanqing's head that escaped from the hair tie tickle his face. In the past, Li Jiawei would never ask Jiang Yi to sit on this kind of bench chair. She would feel embarrassed and was afraid of being seen by someone with ulterior motives. But Lin Wanqing took the initiative to pull Jiang Yi here to sit and chat. Hiccup, Wanqing, can you please change your phone? Jiang Yi thought of something, burped, and took out Pinghua's latest Model 13 Pro Max from his handbag. Why don't you use it? Look, your phone is already so old. Lin Wanqing took off her shoes, put her legs on the chair, leaned her upper body against Jiang Yi, and lay sideways with her arms around Jiang Yi's waist. Rather than using it herself, she would rather let Jiang Yi use the latest model of mobile phone, because Jiang Yi's mobile phone is still a broken domestic one. It got stuck more than a dozen times when he was paying just now. But Jiang Yi had spent the entire afternoon shopping for Lin Wanqing, never buying anything for himself. He even only bought one Pinghua mobile phone. This touched and distressed Lin Wanqing deeply. No, I'll change it later. Anyway, I just use my phone for simple things now, and I don't play games. Jiang Yi said indifferently. This money of his is a love fund. It can be used on Lin Wanqing, but not on himself. He has to find a way to earn it himself. However, as long as the expenses of chasing girls are solved, with my own wisdom and the energy points given by the system, when my skills are fully upgraded, making money will be easy, right? It's just a matter of time. Jiang Yi reached out and domineeringly took Lin Wanqing's mobile phone, put the SIM card into the new phone, and installed the software for her. From now on, my Wanqing will use the best of everything and become the happiest woman in the world. Jiang Yi looked at Lin Wanqing and saw that she didn't care about him taking her phone, and he liked her even more in his heart. This shows that Lin Wanqing has a clear conscience and has no evildoers or shameful deeds. Many girls, such as Lee Jiawei, like to check boys' phones, but never dare to openly show their own phones to boys. It is natural to check boys, but it is not trustworthy to check yourself. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh that Pinghua's latest model was indeed smooth, and there was no lag at all when using the software. He downloaded a lot of software at once, and also downloaded King of Glory for Lin Wanqing. If it is your own mobile phone, when you download software, other applications are basically unable to open.
Ding dong. Suddenly Lin Wanqing received a message.
Zhang Yi wanted to return the phone to Lin Wanqing and let her read and reply by herself.
But I didn't expect Lin Wanqing to say nonchalantly, "Please help me open it and take a look. I just want to hug you and don't want to let go." Zhang Yi touched his nose and nervously opened the message. He was really worried that it was some rich second-generation kid sending an ambiguous message to Lin Wanqing.
It turned out that the message was from Lin Wanqing's roommate, Li Chaonan.
He let out a long sigh. "Wanqing, look, the school forum has exploded." Li Chaonan only sent one sentence. "Please reply for me."
Lin Wanqing looked at the message and continued to lean her head on Zhang Yi's shoulder, greedily breathing in the masculinity of Zhang Yi.
Ding dong. It was sent by Li Chaonan again. "So are you going back to the dorm tonight?
If not, remember to take birth control measures. It's painful the first time, and remember to bring a towel to cushion your butt. What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air." Zhang Yi felt Lin Wanqing's hand stiffen for a moment. Then quickly, Lin Wanqing wrapped her arms around Zhang Yi even tighter. "I don't really want to go back to the dormitory," she whispered in Zhang Yi's ear. Buzz. Zhang Yi's scalp went numb, his adrenaline surged, and he felt his heart beating much faster. No way, Lin Wanqing is so proactive.
"I'm talking to you." Lin Wanqing shook Zhang Yi's body shyly. "I, a girl, have said it so clearly, and you, a blockhead, didn't even react. I'm really mad at you, boo-hoo. I want to punch you in the chest with my little fists." "No. I can't hit him.
If I don't control myself, I will throw him into the river."
"Why don't we go? There's a 5-star Sheraton right next to the school. Let's go there."
"Those cheap little hotels are unsafe and unsanitary."
"Is that okay?"
Of course Zhang Yi wouldn't refuse such a good thing.
"Isn't it said that if you don't check into a hotel before graduation, you are considered an unsuccessful college student?"
Under the moonlight, Zhang Yi waited for Lin Wanqing's reply. Looking at her smooth forehead and slightly pouty rosy lips, he couldn't help but peck her. Lin Wanqing's lips are very soft and have a hint of sweetness. I don't know if it's because of the sweetness of love or if it's really sweet.
A small fish slipped into Zhang Yi's mouth and started to playfully play around with Zhang Yi's tongue. Zhang Yi couldn't help but enjoy it greedily. 10 minutes later. "This is my first kiss."
Lin Wanqing stood up and straightened her clothes.
"I said this is also my first kiss, do you believe it?" Zhang Yi said helplessly. "I believe it."
Lin Wanqing looked at him playfully.
"Zhang Yi."
I felt mocked.
"Are you not leaving yet?"
Lin Wanqing stood up and stretched, then turned around and found that Zhang Yi had not gotten up yet.
She asked in confusion. "Give me 5 more minutes, I'll calm down." Zhang Yi felt a little embarrassed.
The kiss felt good for a while, but after the kiss, it became unpleasant. Under the teasing of such a beautiful woman, he had already reacted. If he stood up, he would be exposed.
But how good could Lin Wanqing be standing in front of him? The Sheraton Hotel is about 500 meters away from Jiangzhou University.
The school usually receives distinguished guests here, but few students can afford the housing prices here. After all, $12.88 for one night and $19.88 for one night on the weekend are no joke.
"Hello, are there any double rooms available?" Zhang Yi touched his nose and asked the front desk.
It was his first time to book a room, so he was a little excited. "Oh, hello sir, there are still double rooms available, but they're not cheap."
The receptionist was a very mature and charming woman.
Looking at Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing's student-like appearance, she kindly reminded them.
"It's okay, just get me a room." Zhang Yi took out his mobile phone, paid the money and got the room card.
The receptionist stared at the two of them in a daze, then gently nudged his colleague next to him.
"Oh my god, are all students this rich these days? Over $1,000 without blinking an eye."
As a result, the colleague did not respond at all. He just said with stars in his eyes, "I can't imagine it, that should be the latest bag of Gucci." It is only available in Hangsher Square in the whole Jiangzhou, and the total number of them in the country can definitely be counted on two hands.
Could it be a high imitation? Are you kidding me?
The new model has only been on the market for more than a month.
Do you think those high-end imitation manufacturers are donkeys in the production team?
They are so fast. They have to wait at least a year after the model has been popular and the sales volume is decent before they will spend time and money to make high-end imitations.
So, how can they be so rich? Their ID card shows they're only 20.
They must be second-generation rich, they look so low-key. I think the woman is white, rich and beautiful, but the man is not necessarily. The woman has the latest phone and bag, and her outfit must be worth more than 200,000 yuan.
The man actually uses a domestic phone, so he might be a gigolo.
So, this pretty boy is also quite a loser. He comes out to make money and has to pay for it himself.
Don't you think he is a bootlicker?
It's a bit like maybe paying to come here and get a massage from a girl. If Jiang Yi in the room heard this, he would definitely faint.
Was he a failed gigolo? Wow!
Lin Wanqing stood in front of the window, looking at the neon lights in front of her, and couldn't help but exclaimed. They lived on the 20th floor, so they had a clear view of the whole city below. The place with the brightest lights is, of course, near East Lake.
East Lake is on the west side of Jiangzhou University, about 2 kilometers away from Jiangzhou University.
Along the entire East Lake, colorful lights make the East Lake brighter than during the day. The sounds of various sports cars passing by can be heard one after another.
It is a paradise for the rich. Wanqing, do you want to have a house over there?
Jiang Yi hugged Lin Wanqing from behind, buried his head in Lin Wanqing's hair, looked at the magnificent area, and asked softly.
Chapter 9, Turning Over and Becoming the Master.
That kind of life, although it seems good, is actually the same.
Compared to the hustle and bustle of the city, I prefer the quiet life in the countryside. Living in those high-rise buildings is like living in a matchbox.
Lin Wanqing glanced back at Jiang Yi, fearing that he would get carried away and buy such an expensive house again. Now that neither of them had a job and didn't know where they would develop in the future, this was not the time to be thinking about a house.
Okay, I know.
Jiang Yi responded randomly, but he already had a plan in mind.
Shall I carry you over? Jiang Yi suddenly lifted Lin Wanqing up horizontally. Lin Wanqing was startled and almost knocked Jiang Yi unconscious with an elbow as a reflex.
She felt that since she was with Jiang Yi in the future, she had to change her instincts, otherwise one day she might accidentally cripple Jiang Yi, which would be a disaster for her.
Lin Wanqing was proactive towards Jiang Yi.
When Jiang Yi held her in his arms, she hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips.
Dry wood and raging fire, just right. Jiang Yi fell on the bed holding Lin Wanqing. The curtains are not closed. The curtains are not closed. Lin Wanqing reminded anxiously. Fortunately, the Sheraton has electric curtains. Jiang Yi hit the switch and the curtains closed. Lin Wanqing's body trembled slightly, making sounds like a kitten. After a long time, Lin Wanqing looked at the blood-stained towel and collapsed on Jiang Yi's body.
Jiang Yi hugged Lin Wanqing and felt the warmth coming from her body. He gently stroked Lin Wanqing's smooth back with his hands. Baby Jiang Yi, I love you so much, Lin Wanqing said shyly while hugging Jiang Yi. She felt what love was like and felt like she was getting addicted. No wonder those girls in the dorm always run out to spend the night with their boyfriends. Jiang Yi looked proud. That SA must, I also exercise regularly, okay? But what did you call me just now? Jiang Yi's face was full of confusion. He was a grown man, and he was called a baby? I call you baby, and you will be my baby from now on. You can't beat me anyway. Lin Wanqing lightly flicked Jiang Yi with one finger. Don't you think so? Jiang Yi smiled bitterly. What is going on? We are clearly in a relationship, so why do I feel like I am being kept by someone? But it still feels good to be called baby by the school beauty. The two of them lay there without any clothes on, looking at their phones. Jiang Yi's hands were still resting on Lin Wanqing's body. However, Lin Wanqing's hands were not weak either. Just now Li Chaonan said that the forum had exploded, and both of them wanted to go and see what was going on.
Jiang Yi picked up Lin Wanqing's mobile phone and went to the school forum.
Lin Wanqing was happy not to let her take the phone because her hands were running rampant on Jiang Yi's body. Almost all the news on the school forum today was monopolized by Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi.
There were only a few sporadic reports of Li Tianfu's BMW sedan. Shocking.
Jiang University's campus beauty actually confessed her love to a loser. Let's take a look at how beautiful Jiang University goddess Lin Wanqing is.
I can't stand it.
Jiangde goddess Lin Wanqing was given a love potion and confessed her love to Jiangde and Jiang Yi.
It's been 3 years since I've secretly loved Lin Wanqing, but she's confessed her love to someone else. I want to commit suicide. Is there anyone who wants to join me? Because Lin Wanqing is now taken, the absentee rate at Jiang University today reached 60%.
Note, the male-to-female ratio at Jiang University is 3-2, so almost all the boys were absent from class. Jiang Yi, these things are all fake, don't look at them. Lin Wanqing felt that what these people said was too exaggerated, and was a little afraid that Jiang Yi would be angry.
No, don't you think the louder they shout, the better I am?
Others can't catch up with you, but you are chasing me instead, ha 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 ha. Who dares to think that their goddess is doing bad things in my arms at this moment?
Jiang Yi smiled coquettishly.
Then immediately his smile froze.
Well, we just finished.
Jiang Yi couldn't believe it. Lin Wanqing, the goddess who appeared to be so cold in front of others, actually had such an unrestrained soul? Lin Wanqing raised her red face and looked at Jiang Yi with delicate eyes.
Jiang Yi is also a hot-blooded man, how could he hold back? A woe, once again turning over to be the master. It is said that women are devils. Once is not enough, twice is enough.
This time, Lin Wanqing was really exhausted.
She just lay on Jiang Yi's body and fell asleep.
Jiang Yi on the side breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately I fell asleep, otherwise I would have to use a crutch when I get up tomorrow morning.
I really don't know how Wei Xiaobao survived among so many flowers.
He tiptoed out of bed and washed himself. He lay down gently beside Lin Wanqing, who was like an octopus.
Seeing Jiang Yi coming, she clung to him in a daze.
Jiang Yi picked up Lin Wanqing's phone and operated it compared to his own phone. Since the face setting of Pingwa 13 Pro Max can only record one person's face, Lin Wanqing told Jiang Yi the password, which is today's date plus 520.
Therefore, Jiang Yi could access Lin Wanqing's phone at will. Of course, Jiang Yi also told Lin Wanqing his phone password.
It seemed that there was no privacy between the two of them. After Jiang Yi finished his operations, he threw his phone aside and lay down with Lin Wanqing in his arms. In fact, he was preparing to give Lin Wanqing a surprise. Jiang Yi was lying on the bed with his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. He always felt that everything that happened was so unreal.
It was like I was in a dream.
But touching Lin Wanqing's back, feeling the pride of her chest, and the comfort of it pressing against him,
Jiang Yi had to believe that this was indeed the reality. Wanqing, do you really like me just because I'm persistent in pursuing Li Zhouwei?
He leaned close to Lin Wanqing's ear and asked softly.
Lin Wanqing woke up a little when she heard the voice. Why do you ask that? Think about it yourself, apart from your slightly poor family conditions at that time, what other shortcomings did you have?
After saying that, Lin Wanqing continued to hold Jiang Yi and fell asleep. She was too tired.
Today she was shocked by Jiang Yi's generosity and had explored the magic cave with Jiang Yi twice. A word of advice awakened Jiang Yi, who suddenly woke up.
Since he was a child, he had a sense of inferiority due to his family's poor conditions. The reason why he flattered Li Zhouwei so much when pursuing her was because he was afraid that he would be rejected because of his poor conditions. He could only use endless kindness to her to make up for the inferiority in his heart. Make yourself feel that you are at least good to her and make Li Zhouwei miss you. In fact, Jiang Yi is perfect in all aspects, including appearance, study, and emotional intelligence. The only thing he lacks is his family conditions, which are not determined by himself and are determined by heaven. The original Jiang Yi was constantly magnifying his only shortcoming, but ignoring his own brilliance. Today, Lin Wanqing had successfully taught him a lesson, allowing him to recognize his strengths. Furthermore, the system had fundamentally boosted his confidence. As Jiang Yi was thinking, he also fell into a deep sleep. There was a smile on his lips, and his hands held Lin Wanqing very tightly. At this time, in a business hotel near the school that costs 500 yuan a night, Li Zhouwei couldn't fall asleep. She felt the discomfort caused by not being full inside. Looking at Li Xiao next to her, who surrendered after a while and was now sleeping like a pig, her eyes showed unwillingness. Although Li Xiao finally bought her LV worth more than 20,000 today, it was really nothing compared to Lin Wanqing's bag consumption card worth more than 10 million.
Jiang Yi is handsome and has a good figure.
For the sake of money, he gave up all the advantages of Jiang Yi and chose Li Tianfu, who was inferior to Jiang Yi in everything except money. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi became a rich man in an instant, even richer than Li Tianfu. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Zhouwei.
She'd been with Jiang Yi for 5 years, so she had an advantage over Lin Wanqing, right? Perhaps she could still win him back?
She sneaked into the bathroom, took out her cell phone and sent a message.
Chapter 10. Some people are just mean.
The next morning, Jiang Yi was woken up by Lin Wanqing.
Baby, get up quickly.
Lin Wanqing, who has a class at 10 o'clock, has obviously gotten up early. She has already taken a shower and her hair is still a little wet. Jiang Yi reached out and took out his cell phone.
It was 7:30 in the morning.
He got startled out of habit, thinking he had overslept. Because every day at 7:30, he would go to the cafeteria on time to pack up the school's delicious and cheap scallion oil noodles for Li Jiawei's roommates.
If you go a little later, they will be sold out because the quantity sold each day is limited.
Then he slapped his forehead and thought, yes, he is Lin Wanqing's boyfriend now, why should he bring food to Li Jiawei?
Isn't it 10 o'clock? Can't you sleep until 9:30?
The battle last night was too intense, and Jiang Yi felt that his body needed sleep to recover.
Baby, don't forget, this hotel has breakfast, we still have to go for breakfast.
More than 1,000 a night, not having breakfast, it's not worth the price.
Lin Wanqing still felt a little distressed about the money.
Last night she was thinking of staying in a chain hotel, which would cost 100 or 200 yuan a night, and she would pay for the hotel fee. However, she didn't expect that Jiang Yi would directly bring her to the Sheraton, which cost more than 1,000 yuan. She was so scared that she didn't dare to say anything. But now that you've already moved in, you have to bite capitalism harder.
Go to breakfast early and eat more.
Jiang Yi's heart melted when he heard the baby cry. He sat up in a daze and saw that Lin Wanqing's hair was still wet.
She just wiped it with a towel. Why don't you use a hairdryer? They are afraid of disturbing you.
You sleep so soundly, and they always want you to sleep a little longer.
Jiang Yi looked mournful. Then why are you calling me now? That's because I want you to have breakfast.
Well, the sky is big, the earth is big, and the belly is the biggest.
Let me help you blow dry your hair.
Jiang Yi asked Lin Wanqing to bring the hairdryer, motioned her to sit in front of the bed, and then he carefully helped her blow dry her hair.
Lin Wanqing was just wearing a nightgown.
Her figure could be seen vaguely through her nightgown.
Plus, boys just woke up in the morning, so there are always some abnormalities.
So Jiang Yi, wearing only small underwear, turned around in front of Lin Wanqing and blew her hair, looking at Lin Wanqing whose pretty face was getting redder and redder.
He couldn't help it. Wanqing Bao, I don't think we should go downstairs for breakfast.
Why?
Because I want to eat you. I happen to be thinking about that too.
Lin Wanqing grabbed the object in front of her.
So as I was blow drying my hair, it became unruly. Alas, it's just human nature. Desire is the ultimate manifestation of love. An hour later. Oh no, it's over. It's already 8:30. There must be nothing delicious to eat. Lin Wanqing looked at her phone limply and exclaimed. It's all your fault.
It takes so long every time that it delays my meal.
Lin Wanqing was furious.
It seemed that she had lost money today and the capitalists had made money from her.
Jiang Yi looked aggrieved. What? It was obviously you who started it first.
What? You were the one who started it. Anyway, I don't care. You stayed on top of me for too long this time, it's your fault.
Jiang Yi looked indifferent.
No, you've been inside me for so long, of course it's your fault.
Lin Wanqing slapped Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Damn it! Jiang Yi was speechless. What kind of perverse logic is this? Why don't you try it outside?
Murdering your own husband. Li Jiawei woke up in the business hotel.
Last night, Li Tianfu's snoring, teeth grinding, and farting bombarded her.
In the hotel room, it was like a wonderful symphony trio. She stretched and got out of bed listlessly.
Li Tianfu had already woken up.
Seeing Li Jiawei looking tired, a hint of pride flashed across his face.
How about it? Did I make you so tired yesterday? You can't even walk anymore. Li Tianfu looked proudly at Li Jiawei who had just stumbled.
Li Jiawei's face was full of black lines. How dare you say that? I was itchy all night last night and had to take 3 showers to get rid of the feeling on my body. Besides, I couldn't sleep well because of the noise you made at night. But she still said flatteringly, yes, Mr. Li was too powerful at night, and I couldn't sleep all night.
Hee, that's for sure. Li Tianfu instantly felt a sense of superiority and walked over to grab Li Jiawei's chest. Do you want to do it again?
No, Mr. Lee, I have a stomachache and need to go to the toilet.
I have to go to class soon and I am afraid I can't walk.
After saying that, Li Jiawei picked up her cell phone and rushed into the bathroom.
Li Tianfu was left humming a little tune outside. After playing with so many women, finally one of them realized how powerful I am.
However, Li Jiawei inside checked several times but did not see the information she wanted.
I felt extremely lost in an instant.
My phone vibrated just now and I thought he was replying to my message, but it turned out to be just the mobile company.
9:55 in the morning. Jiang Yi finally dragged Lin Wanqing to the classroom.
When Zhong Chao saw Jiang Yi, he waved, "Jiang Yi, here." They had already grabbed a position for Jiang Yi, and of course they also grabbed one for Lin Wanqing. Li Chaonan looked at Lin Wanqing with a resentful look on his face and handed her school bag to her. Since Lin Wanqing's roommates did not have as good a tacit understanding as Zhong Chao and others, Lin Wanqing specifically asked Li Chaonan to bring her school bag in the morning.
Jiang Yi directly chose to trust his roommate.
They had a tacit understanding for 3 years and their relationship was even stronger than that in the girls' dormitory.
Ding ling ling.
The bell for class rang. The teacher walked in from outside the classroom at the right time.
It's no wonder so many women are pursuing doctoral degrees and becoming university teachers. It's such a blast. Only a few classes a week? And after class, they're still running faster than the students.
The audience was packed today, which surprised the teacher. You have to know that in yesterday's class, less than half of the people in the classroom were women. It is said that the boys all returned to the dormitory crying and howling. He looked up and saw Lin Wanqing sitting next to Jiang Yi, and instantly understood everything.
Oh my god, it turned out that the school beauty came to class.
Although it is college and the study pressure is not as great as in high school, everyone's study habits are still there. Those who come will either not come or listen carefully.
Woo woo.
Suddenly Jiang Yi felt his cell phone vibrate. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Li Jiawei.
And there were not just one piece of information, but two. One of them was sent last night.
At that time, I should have given Lin Wanqing some mushrooms stewed in plain water.
Jiang Yi clicked on the message from last night and took a look.
Jiang Yi, I've thought about it and decided you're the most suitable boyfriend for me.
Now it's my turn to pursue you, okay? I've been pursuing you for 3 years, so give me one more chance. There is another one today. Jiang Yi, why didn't you reply to my message? Did Lin Wanqing delete your message on purpose? I heard that Lin Wanqing didn't return to the dormitory yesterday. Was she with you?
Jiang Yi was about to ignore it when another message came in. I don't believe you've forgotten me so quickly. You've been pursuing me for 5 years, so I must be deeply ingrained in your heart.
We can still give it a try. I can even go out with you tonight and get a room. Jiang Yi sighed in his heart, some people are just mean. He replied, actually, I don't have any money. All that money belongs to Lin Wanqing. You know my family situation. Don't contact me anymore.
Lin Wanqing and I are a perfect match.
We are not from the same world. Bite. Chapter 11, Showing Off Your Affections in Class.
After Jiang Yi sent the message, he saw a hand reaching out and holding his hand. It was Lin Wanqing. When the phone vibrated just now, Lin Wanqing saw it clearly.
However, she did not intervene, but looked sideways at Jiang Yi and rejected Li Jiawei. Although she really wanted to go up and scold Li Jiawei, how could you be so despicable? Is there anyone like you? Will you do anything for money? Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Wanqing. Her profile was also so beautiful that it seemed that even the sun would be dimmed by her appearance. The two hands were clenched tightly under the table. Holy shit, I'm so full of dog food. I'm not going to have lunch today. I don't want to eat dinner either. Zhong Chao, who was sitting behind Jiang Yi, couldn't help but growl in a low voice. Can you pay attention in class? Are you showing off your affection? If I fail this semester, you have to buy me a meal. The second in command in the dorm just lay down on the table.
Jiang Yi's old face flushed, and he wanted to let go, but he found that Lin Wanqing was holding him very tightly and was unwilling to let him go. He had no choice but to give an apologetic look to the eldest and second oldest brother sitting in the back, saying, I didn't mean it. However, this look is a bit like the king's contempt. Boss, why do I feel like this guy is showing off? Is he showing off how much the school beauty likes him? I'll go back to the dormitory and close the door. Never let this bastard into the dormitory again. Aren't you sending Jiang Yi into the arms of the goddess? Damn, that seems to be the case.
Zhong Chao was completely confused. However, Jiang Yi quickly regained his composure.
His mind was immersed in the sound of the system. Congratulations to the host for defeating the temptation of his ex-girlfriend.
I'm rewarding the host with 10 energy points. Where would you like to add them? Of course, it adds to my physical strength.
Jiang Yi was dissatisfied with the fact that his physical strength was only 30.
I am also a man who can last for an hour, okay? Why is my stamina only 30? Received. We'll add stamina points to the host. Current stamina points are 40. Please see the author's comments for the personal ability panel. A strange feeling flowed through Jiang Yi's whole body from head to toe.
He suddenly felt his breathing become easier, and the phone in his hand became lighter.
It seems that my physical strength has indeed improved.
Jiang Yi couldn't wait to try it out, to actually fight with Lin Wanqing and test this physical strength. Today is Friday, and Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing only have 2 classes, one in the morning and one in the afternoon.
After class, Lin Wanqing took Jiang Yi to the library to read.
Now both of them are junior students. When summer vacation comes, they will do internships and prepare to start looking for jobs. Lin Xingshui plans to work in the financial industry after graduation because she heard that the financial industry makes money quickly, so she reads books in the library whenever she has free time. Jiang Yi originally just wanted to return home, apply for a bank job, and become a teller. But now that he has Lin Wanqing in this system, his mind has become more active.
Little pig, what are we going to do tomorrow? I saw the weather forecast says it's going to rain. Generally, students will choose to go out for a walk on weekends, especially those whose families are not in Jiangzhou, who will go to the major attractions in Jiangzhou. Jiang Yi's face was filled with black lines. I was your baby yesterday, why did I become a pig today?
Lin Wanqing grinned mischievously. Perhaps because she had been moisturized 3 times, her smile became even more charming, and the boys passing by almost bumped into the telephone poles.
Because you call me baby, I call you baby.
No, from now on you are my piggy and I am your baby.
Why am I your piggy and you my baby? I'm not fat at all, okay? Do you mean I should be called Pigsy? Do you think I'm fat?
Lin Wanqing pondered Jiang Yi's words with her intricate brain circuits before asking a fatal question. At the same time, her eyebrows were raised and her little hands were clenched tightly. Feeling the breath of death coming from his hand, Jiang Yi shuddered.
Damn, what kind of arrogant words did I say?
No, you were not fat, but you were big, Jiang Yi said softly, his eyes fixed on Lin Wanqing's chest.
Get lost. How about I make you hard? Thick? Long? Lin Wanqing leaned over to Jiang Yi's ear and spoke, glancing around to see if anyone was eavesdropping. A pure, sporty school beauty driving in public? Is this okay?
Jiang Yi felt like crying, but he couldn't.
Is this still the cool school beauty he knew? Why is she so unrestrained? Humph, you don't know what the girls in the dormitory talk about.
In our dormitory, I am still the least talkative.
When the 3 of them are in the dormitory, 1 of every 3 sentences is about driving. Jiang Yi's worldview was completely overturned. Are all girls like this? Are all those innocent girls who can't be touched in public like this? It's settled, from now on you'll be called Juju and I'll be called Bao Bao.
Lin Wanqing felt like she had won a battle.
How about we compromise and call me Shuai Shuai? The straight boy Jiang Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. However, this one was rejected by Lin Wanqing. Pig, do you want me to make a guide for us to visit a museum? Lin Wanqing continued to think about going out to play.
She thought for a long time and came up with the least expensive way to play. She never dared to follow Jiang Yi to the mall again.
Jiang Yi was too scary.
Jiang Yi was still immersed in grief and anger, and ignored Lin Wanqing. This pig also has a temper.
Oh, don't be angry, how about I call you handsome pig?
Lin Wanqing shook Jiang Yi's hand and started to act coquettishly. Fortunately, there was no one around at the moment, otherwise, some of the guys might be so angry that they would vomit blood and even hit themselves with telephone poles.
Woo. Suddenly Lin Wanqing's cell phone rang.
She picked up the phone and found that it was Lu Linger from the Gucci store calling.
Hello, Miss Lin?
Well, all your items from our store have been packed.
I'd like to ask if you've decided where to send them. Lin Wanqing glanced at Jiang Yi awkwardly. It's the Gucci store calling.
You tell her, we will tell her tomorrow where to send it.
Jiang Yi's eyes lit up instantly after hearing Lin Wanqing's words. Yes, there is something to do tomorrow. Wanqing pig, I thought of where to go tomorrow.
After Lin Wanqing hung up the phone, he immediately clapped his hands and thought of something very important.
What did you call me? Jiang Yi suddenly felt a chill in the air. Baby Wanqing.
Jiang Yi, who had a strong desire to survive, immediately changed his words.
Really? Really? More real than gold. Chapter 12. I am the driver. What car do you drive? That day, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing went back to their dormitories to sleep.
Jiang Yi originally wanted to continue his overnight trip to the Sheraton, but Lin Wanqing refused to go.
Are you kidding? Did your money come from the wind, or did you install a money printing machine?
Lin Wanqing shook her head like a rattle, firmly disagreeing. In fact, what she was embarrassed to say was that she was slightly swollen there, and if she was hurt again tonight, she would not be able to walk. She didn't expect that thing to be so comfortable, so much so that when she was driving on it, she couldn't help but speed up, and she must have been scratched a little.
Jiang Yi returned to the dormitory. Zhong Chao immediately shouted, "Quick! Close the door and interrogate Jiang Yi."
Poor Jiang Yi was immediately pressed down on a chair by several people.
Come on, tell the truth. What did you do with the goddess yesterday?
As the judge, Zhong Chao solemnly opened the trial, leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist.
What do you want to know? Jiang Yi smiled evilly. Seeing Jiang Yi's evil expression, everyone immediately understood. Oh, my heart aches. My goddess actually got into Jiang Yi's bed.
Zhong Chao immediately knelt on the bed and banged his head against the bedboard.
Didn't you say last time that you have a cousin and he has an older sister, so you should swap? Jiang Yi grinned evilly and gave them some bad advice. Can that be compared with the goddess? You are still a human being. Jiang Yi and others are extremely envious. Holy shit, you say that about your own relatives, is that really okay?
If I were your relative, I would definitely cry myself to death in the toilet.
What are relatives? Aren't they just for you to cheat your brothers? Yes, relatives are not as important as goddesses. Jiang Yi. Fortunately, I am not your relative, but just your brother. Relatives are like dog shit, brothers are like clothes, only the goddess is eternal. Jiang Yi died.
While the boys' dormitory where Jiang Yi was staying was wailing madly, the girls' dormitory had already driven in the car. At this time, Li Jiawei had not returned yet, and the remaining three people, Lin Wanqing, were having more fun, so they chatted more freely.
Li Chaonan asked Lin Wanqing excitedly, "Wanqing, did you do that last night?"
Lin Wanqing, as the school beauty, was the last one to lose her virginity in the dormitory. She hummed shyly. When the other girls lost their virginity, they would share it with them.
So he didn't hide it. So, Wanqing, is he powerful? Li Chaonan asked secretly.
Li Chaonan's boyfriend was only around 20 minutes, while another roommate, Yang Shue's boyfriend, was only around 15 minutes.
It's okay, he has an hour.
Lin Wanqing felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, Li Jiawei just came back.
I heard a sound from inside the door. She was stunned. Is Jiang Yi so powerful? Li Jiawei didn't dare to go in. If she went in and others asked her questions, how would she answer? 3 times?
Li Jiawei really regretted that she missed out on the rich, handsome, and manly Jiang Yi. I was blind and chose a real man who was a scumbag and worth less money.
Alas, there is no harm without comparison. Why do you want me to hear it?
She stood at the door for a long time until the sounds inside gradually faded.
Just about to turn the key and go in. Hey, you're back?
As a result, just as Li Jiawei was about to insert the key, Li Chaonan inside suddenly opened the door and came out. Li Jiawei was scared half to death.
Yes, I just came back.
Li Jiawei spoke hesitantly, with an unnatural look on her face.
Fortunately, Li Chaonan didn't have time to pay attention to her and left in a hurry. While walking, those 2 magnificent lumps shook violently. Superman, don't eat papaya anymore in the future.
If you continue like this, you will lose your balance. Li Jiawei changed the subject.
It's okay, it's not a big deal. Li Chaonan said indifferently.
But soon, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. It was so big that it actually generated inertia during the shaking. Li Jiawei fell silent again. Compared with them, she seemed to have no advantage.
She had once been the last in a breast competition in the dormitory. The next morning, Jiang Yi was awakened by a ringing alarm. Pick up the phone. Little piggy, wake up.
Lin Wanqing's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Zhang Yi looked at the time and was shocked to find it was already 9 o'clock. Oh my god. I actually dreamed of a goddess, calling me little piggy and asking me to get up. Suddenly, Zhong Chao, who was sleeping in the same row with Zhang Yi, stood up suddenly and shouted loudly. Boss, this is Zhang Yi feeding us dog food. Wake up! Zhong Chao turned around and said, Damn, Zhang Yi, why are you still here? Didn't you go buy breakfast? Lin Wanqing on the other end of the phone heard Zhong Chao's voice and explained softly, I can't bear to let my Zhang Yi get up early, I have bought breakfast for you all and am waiting for you downstairs. Because it was the weekend, several people slept in. Zhang Yi's tense nerves have been loosening recently, and he can't get up in the morning. But things have changed, and now Zhang Yi has the school beauty who dotes on him. Even if it was Li Jiawei, if he called her and asked her to buy breakfast for 100 days, she would definitely come and report in happily. It's just that Zhang Yi is disdainful. Zhang Yi got up, washed up briefly, and tidied his flowing hairstyle. He hurried downstairs and gave the breakfast bought by Lin Wanqing to his roommates. He happily took Lin Wanqing with him and set off. In the dormitory, Zhong Chao and others were in tears. You guys, would you dare to do this in your dreams? The goddess buys you breakfast? I still suspect I'm sleepwalking. I decided not to eat it for now and save it for dinner. Damn, the night is going to be rotten, or wake up, we are just being loved by the goddess. What you said is not right. This was bought by the goddess, and I happen to be eating it, so 1 + 1 is equal to 2, which means the goddess bought it for me to eat. Holy shit, you learned math in elementary school from the cafeteria lady? Can you use that? Zhang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing into a DD car. Zhang Yi, where are we going? Lin Wanqing was very curious. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, go buy a house. The DD driver shuddered and almost twisted the steering wheel off. I have worked hard in Jiangzhou for more than 10 years, but now I don't dare to buy a house. You two young people, are you going to buy a house right away? He thought he must have heard it wrong. But he looked at his navigation map. Head to East Lake Homes. Isn't that the wealthy area of Jiangzhou? Villas here cost hundreds of millions. Are you really going to buy a house? Zhang Yi, you don't have a fever, do you? We are 2 students, why should we buy a house? Lin Wanqing couldn't believe it and tested the temperature of Zhang Yi's forehead. Things are getting more and more wrong now. Zhang Yi's actions are getting bigger and bigger. The driver shuddered. My god, he is still a student, but he dares to buy a house, and buy a house in Donghu Home? No, we are about to graduate, so we have to think about housing. Let us go and have a look first and set a flag for ourselves. Let me tell you something, if you dare to spend more than $100 today, I will not be polite to you tonight. You're welcome. Who's afraid of who? Let's play rock paper scissors and see who's on top at night. DD driver, I suspect you two are driving, but I'm clearly the driver, okay? So who is driving, me or you? Chapter 13 What is an unexpected success? At Donghu Home, Zhang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing out of the car and walked towards Donghu Home under the driver's contemptuous gaze. Today's college students are really ambitious but lack the skills. With your unrealistic ideas, you will never be able to buy a house here in your lifetime. Humph, unlike me, I earned another 30 and am one step closer to my goal of 3 million to buy a house. The driver hummed a little tune and stepped on the accelerator to go back. As soon as Zhang Yi and his companions arrived at the gate of Donghu Home Community, a woman in a suit and carrying a briefcase was already standing at the door waiting. This is the agent Zhang Yi found yesterday, named Fuya. Fuya chatted with Zhang Yi until very late last night and introduced several properties currently available in Donghu Home to Zhang Yi on the chat platform. The price, advantages and disadvantages have all been explained very thoroughly. Seeing that Zhang Yi had a strong desire to buy a house, he immediately arranged to visit the house and made an appointment to meet at the gate of Donghu Home at 10 o'clock today. Once such a house is sold, Fuya can get a commission of over 1 million. Therefore, she had arranged everything at 9 o'clock in the morning, and at 9:30, she was standing at the security booth of Donghu Home waiting for Zhang Yi to come. According to her thinking, anyone who can afford a house worth hundreds of millions of dollars should at least drive a car worth more than $1 million. Generally speaking, people who come to see it are driving Rolls-Royce, Maybach, or Alfa. Therefore, when Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing got out of a new energy BYD Yuan, she felt that these two people must have come to Donghu Home to interview for security or cleaning positions. She didn't expect that the boy smiled at her and then pulled the girl straight towards her. No way, is this a mistake? I'm not the HR of the property management company here.
Fuya was speechless, fearing that the two would block her from seeing the wealthy buyer's arrival first.
You are Miss Fu, right?
Jiang Yi saw Fuya, who looked like a salesperson, standing at the door and went up to greet her.
Fuya was slightly stunned. Could this be the Mr. Jiang she chatted with last night? Or is the HR of the property management company also surnamed Fu?
But as the time was approaching 10 o'clock, only Jiang Yi and the other two came to the gate of Donghu home.
She still didn't dare to neglect it. Are you Mr. Jiang? Are you here to see the house? Jiang Yi nodded.
Hiss. Fuya suddenly felt like she was being teased.
Are you kidding me?
Most of those who can afford Donghu homes are successful men or women over 35 years old. Although the two young people in front of me, the boy is very handsome and the girl is very beautiful, they are too young and still have a bit of student spirit. Obviously, he is either a student or has just graduated.
How can I afford a house with this? So, are we going to stand at the door and look at the house?
Jiang Yi looked at Fuya, who had been motionless and silent for a long time, and said a little awkwardly. He knew that this person must have been shocked by him and felt that he was not someone who could afford to buy a house here. Oh, he had to make money quickly and buy himself some luxury clothes as soon as possible.
Oh, sorry, sir, please come in with me.
Fuya was completely confused at this point, but she still treated Jiang Yi and the others with politeness and a smile, relying entirely on her professional ethics.
But I felt a little disappointed in my heart. It seemed that I would definitely return empty-handed today.
You need to register here first.
The property management of Donghu Garden is very strict.
Every visitor who comes in needs to be able to report the name and building number of the resident inside and confirm it in person before they can enter.
Fuya explained the security work of the community in an orderly manner in front.
Jiang Yi nodded. It seemed that this community was still very safe.
At least, random people couldn't come in. Follow Fuya to the security booth. Do you have your ID cards with you?
Since you are here to view the house, you need to leave your ID cards here before you can enter. I mentioned this to you, Mr. Jiang, yesterday. Fuya politely handed the visitor form she had already filled out to the security guard, and turned around to ask Jiang Yi for his ID card.
Oh my god.
Jiang Yi felt his pocket and remembered that he had changed his pants today and his ID card was still in those pants. He was in a hurry to go out this morning and hadn't thought about this at all. Seeing Jiang Yi's dazed expression, Lin Wanqing knew that this careless guy must have forgotten to bring his ID card.
Use mine.
Lin Wanqing pushed the bag on her shoulder to her chest and took out her ID card from the bag.
Fuya glanced around and noticed this bag. Isn't it a new Gucci model?
In Zhangzhou, it is only available at the Gucci store in Hangshi Square, and the price is at least over 200,000 yuan. She was deeply impressed by this bag because when it was first released, Fuya went to the Gucci store with a few of her sisters to try it on. I thought that if I could really sell a house in Donghu home, I must arrange one for myself. Unexpectedly, I saw it on Lin Wanqing. Fuya was glad that she had not looked down on these two people in her words or actions. The fact that they were carrying only a bag proved that they were wealthy. Of course, you can use your ID card, beautiful lady. Fuya's smile grew even wider. Several people registered and entered. The security booth at the entrance suddenly became lively.
Do you think these two people came here to buy a house? The age on her ID card is only 20 years old.
A security guard said quietly to his colleagues after the few people disappeared completely.
I don't believe it.
Even if the family is very rich, they would not give so much money to their child and let him buy a house by himself, right? I feel that the woman is relatively wealthy, while the man is not very wealthy. The woman is dressed in a very elegant manner, and looks like a rich girl. I think the guy is rich, so he found such a beautiful girlfriend. My god, even if she is a celebrity, she is not much prettier than this girl.
I think they can't buy a house, so they just come here to show off and pretend to have a try. I think so too.
However, just as several security guards were discussing,
Jiang Yi felt his throat was dry.
It's nothing, because the Fuya in front is so charming. When I saw her from the front just now, I didn't feel anything at all, but now she is walking slowly in front of me, and her posture, But Jiang Yi thought about it and realized that if he was ugly while working as a real estate salesperson in such a high-end community, customers would vomit at the sight of him, so why would they buy a house from him? Therefore, the boss of the real estate company is not a fool. He should recruit people at least like Fuya, who looks average but has to have some special skills.
Wu, for example, that little but wiggling. Zhang Yiguan looked at her back. Although it was not as pretty as Lin Wanqing's, he couldn't resist her sexiness. Someday, I will let Lin Wanqing learn this walking posture. I will definitely be able to dominate the world with my bow. Zhang Yi was afraid that if he stared at the front for too long, it would cause a physical reaction, so he tried hard to divert his gaze. But I never thought that it would be a blessing in disguise. Just at this moment, Lin Wanqing also noticed Fuya's posture in front of her. She secretly glanced at Zhang Yi a few times, and saw that he looked like he really wanted to look but was trying hard not to look, and she smiled in her heart. She knew what man didn't like to have his eye on the pot while having his cake and eat it too. People on the internet said that men's love is universal, and they love all the beautiful women they see. It's instinct. But Zhang Yi can restrain his instinct and reject these external temptations. This is love. I really didn't expect that I would find such a devoted boyfriend. I must reward him well tonight. If Zhang Yi knew what she was thinking at this moment, he would definitely hold his waist and say, "No. I'm just afraid that my physiological reaction will be embarrassing." At this time, Fuya, who was sitting in front, had very sore legs. You know, in the past, customers would drive in, and then Fuya would get in the car and show them around. This is the first time I have encountered someone coming here by Didi. But she still politely introduced the various characteristics of the community to Zhang Yi and the others, and tried to get close to them. Soon, Zhang Yi, led by Fuya, arrived in front of a luxurious villa. "Mr. Zhang, the building in front of us is the 6th one. There are only 36 villas in the entire Donghu home, and there are only 12 left, of which only 4 are fully decorated. This one is currently priced at 180 million new Taiwan dollars, including renovations. You can come in and take a look." As Fuya spoke, she waited for Zhang Yi to express his opinion, whether he wanted to look here first or look at other things first and then come back to look here. Before Zhang Yi could say anything, he felt Lin Wanqing's grip on his hand suddenly tighten. But his next words immediately made Lin Wanqing want to cut Zhang Yi into pieces. Chapter 14. Take us directly to the most expensive one. Just take us to the most expensive one. When Zhang Yi heard the price Fuya said, he knew that this one was not the most expensive one. If it wasn't the most expensive, it didn't mean it wasn't the best. The last thing he lacked now was money to spend on Lin Wanqing, so there was no need to hesitate or waste time. Lin Wanqing really couldn't help but want to throw Zhang Yi Badwan out. How much does this person spend money recklessly? Even if he won the lottery, he wouldn't spend it like this. But when she arrived in front of Building 8, Lin Wanqing was completely conquered. Although Zhang Yi had seen the photos yesterday, he was still shocked when he saw the real scene today. All I could see was the walls, which were made of high-grade marble. Following Fuya inside, I saw a large courtyard covered with fine grass. To the left was a small lake, with water gurgling from the rockery. Koi fish, each as thick as an arm, darted among the rockery. To the right was an artificial stream, flanked by a grapevine trellis and a swing. Once you enter the house, you will be amazed by its luxury, feeling like you are in a palace. These furniture are all made of pure wood and do not contain any formaldehyde. When we accepted them, we asked the most professional domestic testing agency to conduct the inspection. The house has 3 floors, and each floor represents a different artistic conception. The first floor represents the brilliance of light, the second floor represents the tranquility of the night, and the third floor represents the freshness of snow. Behind the house is a swimming pool, 50 meters long, with its own imported pure water filtration device, which circulates and filters 24 hours a day, and the water in it can be drunk directly. The swimming pool is covered by an automatically retractable titanium alloy roof that can be opened or closed. When it is open, it feels like swimming outdoors, where you can bask in the sun and enjoy the breeze. When it is closed, it feels like swimming indoors, and you can turn on the heating or use it for sun protection and privacy. Zhang Yi followed Fuya around the house and could only describe it in one word: amazing. It can be said that it has everything Zhang Yi wants. It also has things Zhang Yi has not thought of. Especially the swimming pool, it is perfect. Just imagine swimming in the swimming pool with Lin Wanqing in the future. If something goes wrong, we can just press a switch and do whatever we want in there. 15 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the villa. "Mr. Zhang, Ms. Lin, are you satisfied with this house?" Fuya collected the shoe covers from several people while asking the following questions in a procedural manner. She knew that anyone would be extremely satisfied with this house. As expected, Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing both looked back at the house with nostalgia. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but blurt out, "Satisfied. Satisfied." Zhang Yi also nodded seriously.
This house is relatively more expensive because its location, size, and other aspects are all top-notch.
It's right behind East Lake, and it's the 8th building, so the 8 is worth a lot of money. As for the price, it's the same as the building number of this house, 800 million. Fuya paused deliberately before stating the price. After she finished speaking, she looked seriously at the changes in Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing's expressions. Lin Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale.
If the experience in the house just now successfully brought her to the clouds, now, she has been knocked down to the 19th floor underground by the price. She realized that she was drifting. She had just been thinking how nice it would be if she could live here in the future.
Now think about it, what kind of vicious words were those? Even if Jiang Yi and I worked hard for our entire lives, it wouldn't be enough to buy a toilet, right? However, Jiang Yi's expression was unusually calm. Nonsense, how could someone who had seen 100 billion be scared by 800 million? If a person with 10 million yuan sees 80 cents on the street, will he be interested? Well, the price is fair. If I buy it, how long will it take to complete all the formalities? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, touched his chin and said, "Ha!" Two exclamations were heard. One was Fuya, who was putting on her shoes with her buttocks facing the ground, and the other was Lin Wanqing, who was pinching Jiang Yi's arm with her hands. When Fuya saw Lin Wanqing's expression just now, she knew that although these two people might have some money and could buy a Gucci bag worth over 200,000 yuan, they still didn't have the financial resources to afford a house worth nearly 1 billion yuan. Even Lin Wanqing, who was carrying a famous brand bag, exclaimed like this, not to mention Jiang Yi, who was dressed in ordinary clothes. He probably couldn't close his mouth. So she didn't even look at Jiang Yi's reaction, thinking that this trip was in vain. She lamented that she, a salesperson who had served thousands of customers, was teased by two young men today. She bent down with her but in the air, adjusted her shoes, and prepared to continue showing them several other cheaper houses in Donghu homes. I didn't expect to hear something that I had never thought of. Jiang Yi actually asked how long it would take to complete the formalities? Doesn't this mean he wants to buy it? Sir, if you want to buy it, please pay in the morning. After lunch, I can complete the relevant procedures for you, and I will get the real estate certificate for you on Monday. Well, that's good. Let's go and pay. Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing, who was trembling slightly, and gestured for Fuya to lead the way. Fuya's face showed ecstasy. Today was a good day. So a deal was done. This little boy, who looked ordinary, was actually a wealthy man. As long as I can successfully swipe out the money in a while, I will have millions in my hands. She had already begun to fantasize that she could also carry the latest Gucci bag like Lin Wanqing. Inside the sales hall. At this moment, a couple, a middle-aged, overweight woman and her son, were bargaining with the salesperson. "Miss, if you give me another 10 million off this house, I will buy it immediately. My son is getting married soon, and I want to use it as his wedding house." The middle-aged woman looked very proud. "These houses of yours are all worth hundreds of millions of yuan. How many people in Zhengzhou can afford them? There are not many people as rich and decisive as me. As long as you nod, I will swipe my card immediately." As she spoke, she took out a golden bank card. The middle-aged woman was Gu Fangyun, and standing next to her was her son Huang Shun. Huang Shun is already 24 years old and is at the age of marriage. He wants his son to marry a more capable and outstanding daughter-in-law. She and her husband decided to bite the bullet and buy a villa here. "Ms. Gu, we have already reduced the price for you by 1 million, we really can't reduce it any further." The salesperson said with some embarrassment that she had just talked to her leader till she finally managed to reduce the price by 1 million, and now Gu Fangyun was going even further and was ready to reduce it by another 10 million. Isn't this just like buying vegetables in the market and bargaining for prices? However, when Gu Fangyun saw that he was the only one in the entire sales office, he became even more furious. "Look, you didn't even bother to approve the price, and you said the price can't be reduced. With this kind of service attitude, it's no wonder that no one comes to see or buy houses. Go quickly, if you don't go, I will replace the salesperson." The salesperson had no choice but to reject such a person. His boss would not allow it, and he himself was reluctant to give up such a big client. Keep trying to please her, she'll just keep getting more and more demanding. After a while, the salesperson came out frustrated and said, "Ms. Gu, our leader doesn't approve your price either. There is really nothing we can do." Gu Fangyun was unhappy when he heard this. "You guys are really not willing to give up such a small price. You really think yours is a treasure land? I originally planned to buy the 8th building,
but now with your attitude, I don't even want to buy the 6th building. But even though she said that, she didn't show any intention of leaving.
Just then, Fuya walked in with Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing.
Huang Shan looked up and saw Lin Wanqing, and his eyes immediately lit up.
I want to get such a beautiful woman.
He carefully nudged Go Fangyun's arm with his hand, and Go Fangyun followed his son's gaze. I also saw Lin Wanqing, who was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. I thought to myself, this girl would be a great daughter-in-law for my family.
She looks gentle and should be easy to handle in the future. Her eyes rolled, and a plan came to her mind.
She called her son and whispered something in Huang Shan's ear. Soon, all the salespeople in the sales office of Donghu Homes stared blankly at the mother and son performing a double act.
Chapter 15: The Stupid Son of a Landlord? Mom, this building 6 is really good. I think we should buy it.
When I get married, I can hire a few nannies and let her enjoy life here every day.
Huang Shan suddenly spoke loudly.
Alas, a son cannot be kept at home when he grows up.
He doesn't even have a wife yet, but he is already thinking about finding one.
As his mother, I have no choice but to stand aside.
Go Fanyun's tone instantly became gentle, completely different from the fierce look just now. The salespeople were all shocked. What happened to this woman? Was she possessed by a demon? Miss, look at our house, can it be cheaper? After all, we bought it in full. 180 million is not something that everyone can afford. Go Fangyun looked at the salesperson and asked again. The salesperson was completely confused at this point. Is this the same person as before? Well, Ms. Gu, this price really can't be lowered any further. The salesperson's voice was trembling.
Hey, Mom, please don't make it difficult for the salesperson. We bought this house to be our wedding house, and we don't need this little money.
Just buy it. Huang Shan rebuked Go Fangyun with great grace and grace.
While they were talking, Fuya had already arrived here with Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. Looking at Lin Wanqing up close made Huang Shan's heart beat faster. She was the type of girl he liked, and he could even feel the scent of love in the air.
He came to Lin Wanqing politely and said, "Hello, beautiful lady, are you here to buy a house too?" "Coincidentally, I am just about to buy the 6th building. Which one are you going to buy?" Huang Shan was not stupid either.
He was confident because Building 6 was the second most expensive building in the entire Donghu Home, and the next one above it was Building 8. He didn't believe that Lin Wanqing came to buy Building 8.
Then I am now the ceiling of Donghu Home.
Lin Wanqing can now buy a house in Donghu Home, so she must be very wealthy. Besides, the bag she carries is something that most people can't afford, so Lin Wanqing's family must have some connections, and she is a good match for me. Joining forces is the way the upper class does things. I believe that Lin Wanqing and the family behind her will definitely consider themselves carefully.
That's why he was so confident in chatting up Lin Wanqing.
Jiang Yi, dressed in ordinary clothes, was communicating with Fuya in front about some matters related to buying a house, so Huang Shan mistook Jiang Yi for Lin Wanqing's assistant.
Ha!
Lin Wanqing was startled by Huang Shan's question. She still hadn't recovered from the shock of Jiang Yi buying an 800 million yuan mansion in one go. Now when I hear someone trying to strike up a conversation with me, I have no idea what to say. He didn't even say hello to Huang Shan. Huang Shan thought that Lin Wanqing was so fascinated by his temperament that she didn't even understand what he said, so he immediately touched his hair.
I said again, you're here to buy a house too, right? The houses here are pretty good.
My family must buy the more expensive Building 6 so that I can use it as my wedding house.
No matter which building you buy, we'll be neighbors in the future, so let's visit each other more often.
Ah, oh. Lin Wanqing hated the man in front of her, but she thought that those who came here to buy houses were either rich or noble.
Jiang Yi and herself had poor backgrounds.
Jiang Yi was also lucky and won the lottery, so he had so much money. He could not be compared with these real rich people, so he must not offend such a real big man easily. She forced a smile from her face with difficulty and said nothing more.
It means I don't want to offend you, but I don't want to pay attention to you either.
Seeing this situation, the sales staff in the sales office could not fail to understand the intentions of Huang Shan and his mother. Everyone looked at Lin Wanqing with complicated eyes, some were just watching the fun, but more were envious. Even though Huang Shan and his mother were very arrogant, if he could become their family, at least he would have no worries about food and clothing, and he would be able to cross several social classes.
If I go to his house and suffer from my mother-in-law and husband, so what? It would be better if I had money.
Besides, I often get bullied when I work here. I can just treat his house as my own workplace.
When I have a son, won't I be the master of the house? Huang Shan obviously didn't understand what Lin Wanqing meant, and once again took out his phone. Beautiful lady, let's leave our contact information, shall we? Let's keep in touch in the future. Maybe we can have some business dealings in the future.
Gu Fangyun also came over and said, yes, little girl, please leave your number.
When I am free, I will visit your home. Our family belongs to Hengxing Group in Jiangzhou.
We are from this family and we should all be familiar with each other. When the time comes, when you get married, this house will be for you two to live in.
I will also give you 100 million in pocket money every year. If you give birth to a son, I will give you another 100 million. Hiss. After hearing what Gu Fangyun said, all the sales staff took a deep breath. So rich and powerful. This is how rich people act. Pocket money is given in billions. Hengxing Group, a major conglomerate in Jiangzhou, employs nearly 10,000 people.
Initially producing chemical fibers, it has since expanded to include 4 or 5 factories.
It also owns a listed company and is now reportedly involved in real estate.
No wonder people can spend more than 100 million in cash to buy a house directly.
Many wealthy people come to look at houses.
They look rich, but in fact they only have some fixed assets. The bank loans may be hundreds of millions. Of course, they need mortgages to buy houses, and they cannot come up with so much cash at once.
However, Hengxing Group is engaged in industry, with abundant cash flow.
Its annual pure cash income is 300 to 400 million, not to mention the appreciation of many fixed assets.
It is truly a wealthy company.
The salespeople were all eager to step forward and recommend themselves to see if they could catch their eyes and become the Huang family's daughter-in-law. If it were the Lin Wanqing of the past, she might have thought that 100 million seemed like a lot. But after seeing how Jiang Yi was so extravagant and ruthless in spending money on himself, often spending tens or millions, he felt that 100 million was nothing. In addition, Lin Wanqing used to hate this kind of behavior of rich people, thinking that since she was rich, she could do whatever she wanted.
She glanced coldly at Gu Fangyun and his mother. Is it great to be rich? These words left Gu Fangyun and his mother speechless. Throughout their time, they had never encountered anything that couldn't be settled with money, but they encountered a big obstacle with Lin Wanqing. They didn't even know how to answer Lin Wanqing's question. At this moment, Jiang Yi had already handed over the formalities and all that was needed was a signature. Fuya kindly reminded him, Sir, do you want to write your name alone, or your wife's name as well? Or your parents' names? Because many wealthy families will manipulate whose name is written on the property in order to resolve the asset division issue in the event of divorce, the sales office will also issue a secret contract or add some special clauses to the contract. For example, some people come to buy a house, one contract is for their wife to see, and the actual contract is written in the name of their parents. Some contracts will directly state that the house is bought by parents in the south to help their children buy it. Jiang Yi was stunned. Of course I can't write my name. This money can only be spent on Lin Wanqing, just write my girlfriend's name. Girlfriend? Fuya was stunned. Not even a wife, just a girlfriend? Sir, you haven't got your marriage certificate yet? Jiang Yi shook his head. He and Lin Wanqing had only been together for a few days, and to get a marriage certificate, both sets of parents had to meet. Then I suggest you put it in your own name, sir, because this is premarital property. Fuya reminded again. Are you kidding me? This is 800 million yuan. How can you just write it in your girlfriend's name like that? What if she breaks up with you later? Wouldn't you have to go to court to sue her? It's okay, I have money, just write it in her name. I'll go get her to sign. Jiang Yi waved his hand indifferently, signaling them to stop talking, and turned to walk towards Lin Wanqing. Fuya and the staff member who was handling the house purchase procedures were left looking at each other in surprise. What the hell is this? The landlord's stupid son? Chapter 16. Sorry for the extra zero. Jiang Yi came to Lin Wanqing's side and looked at Gu Fangyun and Huang Shan who were standing there awkwardly with some curiosity. Baby Wanqing, go to the front and sign. Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing to the front. Huang Shan immediately felt like she was heartbroken. The man she had just met actually called her baby. Was this an acknowledgement of her belonging? Buying a house together meant she was her wife, wasn't she? Only my wife has the right to write her name. Damn, I finally fell in love with a girl, but she already has a husband. Getting married so young? Are you past the legal marriage age? He walked up curiously.
I want to see which one they bought. However, the salesperson's words completely shocked him. My dear lady, your boyfriend has decided to put this house worth 800 million in your name.
Please confirm the contract and sign here with your fingerprint. Boyfriend? 800 million? Huang Shan felt like there was something wrong with his ears. Is there such a stupid person in the world? He actually gave his girlfriend a house worth 800 million yuan? These two people are so young, can they really come up with so much money?
Not only was Huang Shan shocked, even Lin Wanqing herself realized that something was wrong.
Zhang Yi and I haven't gotten married yet, so why is he just giving me such an expensive house?
She has also seen couples on the internet breaking up because of whose name should be on the house, and she has also seen women who cry and make a fuss about having their name added to the property deed when they get married.
Know what this is for? Zhang Yi, why don't you just write your name? We can add your name after we get the marriage certificate.
I want to tell your Lin Wanqing that you thought Zhang Yi was afraid that she would have a grudge against him, so he had no choice but to write his name.
However, Zhang Yi acted nonchalant. It's just a house, isn't it? Just sign it when I ask you to. Don't think too much about it.
He stuffed the pen directly into Lin Wanqing's hand. Lin Wanqing didn't even know how she signed the contract. She only knew that the salespeople who came over after hearing the noise were all praising her luck.
Beautiful girl, your boyfriend is so nice to you. Is there any boyfriend like him? Can you introduce me to one? Oh my god, how rich is your boyfriend? A house worth 800 million, I'll give it to you right away. What does your boyfriend's family do? Does they run a money printing machine?
Huang Shan still didn't believe that Zhang Yi had so much money, perhaps because he felt that he could not be as generous as Zhang Yi. A hint of jealousy arose in his heart.
But before he could open his mouth, Go Fangyun on the side spoke first. TSK, you guys should wake up. Looking at this guy, is he someone who can come up with 800 million? I, Go Fangyun, have met many rich people in the whole city, but none like you. If you pretend to buy a house worth 8 million, I might not doubt it, but 800 million, impossible.
When the salesman heard this, it seemed to make sense.
After all, Hongxing Group is a well-known large enterprise in Jiangzhou City. As the proprietress, Go Fangyun must have some understanding of the upper-class people in Jiangzhou. How could someone who could come up with 800 million in cash be an ordinary person? Go Fangyun must have seen him before.
For a moment, everyone began to suspect Zhang Yi.
After all, Zhang Yi's outfit is really ordinary.
Mr. Jiang, your contract has been signed and you need to pay a 5% deposit, which means you have to pay 40 million first.
You have 3 days to raise the balance.
Of course, if you need to apply for a mortgage, you can also tell me in time and I will help you contact the bank and apply for it as soon as possible.
Fuya asked Zhang Yi cautiously.
She realized that she had been too abrupt and had signed the hotel reservation contract with Zhang Yi without even thinking. Although the contract becomes effective upon receipt of the deposit.
But if Zhang Yi couldn't come up with the deposit, wouldn't it embarrass her, making it seem like she brought people to sign the contract without asking clearly? Now after hearing what Go Fangyun said, she felt even less confident. After all, it was 800 million, not 8 yuan. 40 million? Zhang Yi was stunned after hearing this. Seeing Zhang Yi's expression, everyone guessed something. Go Fangyun, in particular, immediately laughed triumphantly. Let me tell you, if there really is someone with such ability, how could I not know him? Some people really just want to show off without even realizing where this place is. As Go Fangyun spoke, he glanced at Lin Wanqing. Look who is the truly rich person. Why don't you take advantage of this time to choose a truly good supporter? However, Zhang Yi had no idea why this fat woman from the labor club was targeting him so much. I didn't dig up your ancestors' graves. I didn't steal your husband. Bah, why would I steal your husband? Zhang Yi looked at Go Fangyun as if he were an idiot on the street. Are you a pig? What does it have to do with you whether I can afford a house or not? Is your husband having an affair? Why are you here to spout sarcasm? What a coincidence.
Zhang Yi's words touched Go Fangyun's heart. Her husband Huang Chang was actually having an affair outside, and he was having an affair with his secretary openly.
But he can make money.
Moreover, Huang Chang's cheating was watertight, and she could only know it in her heart, but she had no evidence.
Come to think of it, with a net worth of tens of billions, what could he not handle?
Even the affair took place in a small hotel that Huang Chang secretly bought.
Go Fangyun was furious.
Although she jumped violently, she was actually a very patient person. she would not act rashly unless she was sure. Take the fact that her husband Huang Chang was cheating on her, for example. She knew it clearly, but she pretended to be completely unaware of it, silently looking for evidence and preparing to strike back. She was waiting. If Jiang Yi couldn't pay, she would definitely make Jiang Yi regret contradicting her. Of course, if Jiang Yi has paid the money, we cannot take any action for the time being. We have to investigate thoroughly before taking any action. Ha, then you pay first. Go Fangyun suddenly laughed, and did not continue to argue with Jiang Yi, but acted as if it didn't matter. I'm just here to laugh. Only Huang Shuani shuddered. He had seen his mother pretend nothing happened after being scolded. Anyway, a week later, the person who scolded his mother was inexplicably thrown into the river. Jiang Yi didn't think much about it. As long as Gu Fangyun didn't jump, Jiang Yi was too lazy to argue with her. He turned around and looked at Fuya and asked, I would like to ask, can I pay it in full today? It's not like he doesn't have money, so why should he pay 40 million first and then owe the rest for a few days? What Jiang Yi hates most in his life is that he owes others money. What? Fuya was shocked again. People who buy houses have always asked whether they can delay the purchase for a few days, whether they can pay a smaller deposit, or whether the deposit can be refunded. Who asked if it could be paid off immediately? Yes. Of course. Fuya nodded. Jiang Yi started operating on his mobile phone. But Go Fangyun laughed in his heart. 100 million a day must be reported to the bank in advance, not to mention 800 million. After a while, the finance manager of the sales department came out. Did a customer pay 8 billion? There's no order for 8 billion in the system, only one for 800 million. Please check. Everyone immediately looked at Jiang Yi strangely, because he was the only one who paid here. Sorry, I typed an extra zero, can you give it back to me? 800 million. There are too many zeros at the end, so it's inevitable that I made a mistake in counting. The whole audience was immediately shocked. My goodness, paying this money is like a joke. Chapter 17. Do you guys have lunch? Go Fangyun was stunned. 8 billion in cash, transferred just like that? What card is this? Little did she know that the account the system had given Jiang Yi was the highest in the world, with unlimited daily transfers possible. 100 billion was simply sitting in the bank, waiting for Jiang Yi to use it. It could be said that even Bizigayer from the United States didn't have such high authority. The finance department had a bitter look on their face. This must be a joke. It was easy for you to transfer the money in, but it would take more than 1 day for us to transfer out 7.2 billion. Sir, your account level is quite high, allowing you to freely transfer 8 billion per day. It may take our company several days to return the extra 7.2 billion. Oh, it's okay, you'll be fine in a few days. I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Yi waved his hand indifferently. Just because of this, everyone looked at Jiang Yi differently. Some saleswomen even wondered, should I take this man home with me? Should I force him to marry me at knife point? Others wondered if they could get Jiang Yi to sleep with them if they took off all their clothes and stood in front of him. However, at this time, in a mansion, a young man is at a loss. The young man was Tang Ziyu. He was sitting in a rocking chair, rocking his body and pinching his eyebrows. Hey, where can I get so much money? I should have known not to build Donghu home into a villa area. No one can afford it, so how can I make a profit? It's been 2 years and they haven't sold out yet. Tang Ziyu is the behind-the-scenes boss of Donghu Home. At that time, his family gave him a sum of money. He took advantage of the low land price and bought this piece of land by Donghu Lake. Fortunately, Jiangzhou has vigorously developed Donghu in recent years, and the houses he sold before have already made back his investment. The remaining few sets can be said to be his profits, but it is a bit difficult to sell them. Now several friends have approached him to partner up on a new project, and it is agreed that each person will invest 5 billion yuan. After scraping together the funds, Tang Ziyu is only short of 2 billion yuan. He didn't want to ask his family for money. He had boasted to them at the time that with that startup capital, he would never ask his family for money again and would definitely make a name for himself outside. It's not like I can go back and ask my family for money after just a few years. Besides, there's a brother at home who's eyeing me covetously, eager to find something to use against me and make fun of me. The deadline is next Monday, and he doesn't want to watch such an opportunity slip away, so he is extremely worried. Bite. Suddenly Tang Ziyu's phone vibrated. He casually picked up his phone and saw an automated message from the bank. Your 0695 account received 8 billion.00 at 11:50 on the 14th. When Tang Ziyu saw the string of zeros, he was stunned for a moment, then counted them one by one with his fingers.
8 billion?
0695 is the account of Donghu Home, but even if my company sells all the villas, it will not be able to sell for 8 billion. He quickly called the sales manager of Donghu Home.
Hey, what's going on with this 8 billion? Tang Ziyu got straight to the point. Young Master Tang, this is what happened. A client bought the 8th building. When he transferred the money, he accidentally transferred 8 billion instead of 800 million.
The person in charge said with a wry smile that this kind of thing is something that even TV wouldn't dare film, but it actually happened.
Tang Ziyu was shocked.
Oh my god, how much money must be in the account to be so rich that he could make a mistake in typing 800 million and 8 billion? Suddenly, Tang Ziyu's eyes lit up.
Wasn't he short of money? Didn't someone send money to him? He excitedly said to the person in charge, "Quick, keep him for me."
Of course we can't offend him, I'll come right away, I have something to ask him. After saying that, Tang Ziyu jumped up from the rocking chair and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He grabbed the keys hanging on the side and rushed out. In the sales office of Donghu Home, Jiang Yi saw that he had done what he needed to do, and he could only wait for them to return the extra money he had paid. He was not worried that the people from Donghu Home would withhold the 7.2 billion yuan.
Firstly, it was written in the contract, and secondly, it was the new century now.
If they dared not to pay it back, he would find a media outlet to expose them, and they would be in big trouble.
Let's go.
Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing, who was a little stunned, to the side. The house has been confirmed, and the next step is to get a car. However, before he left the sales office, a slightly plump middle-aged man rushed out of the sales office.
He shouted, "Is the 8 billion customer still here?"
Young Master Tang asked him to stay for a while. Young Master Tang has something to ask of him. When the sales staff saw the person in charge coming out, they reacted quickly and immediately rushed towards Jiang Yi, who was already at the door. When Gu Fanyun heard that Tang Xiao had something to ask Jiang Yi, she couldn't help but shiver.
Just kidding, this Mr. Tang's background must be too strong. You have to know that when this piece of land was auctioned, there was more than one person competing for it. Their Hunching group and some big bosses of local big groups all wanted to take over this land. As a result, the night before the auction, every bidder received a message from the original owner of the land, asking them to give up their bid tomorrow because someone with a powerful background was ready to take the land, and they could not afford to offend him. You have to know that the original owner was already a giant in Jiangzhou, but now from his tone, he actually still has a little fear of those who come to buy land. Later I heard that Tang Xiao actually bought this land at a very low price, which shows Tang Xiao's background. Now young Master Tang actually needs Jiang Yi's help. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Yi has a bigger background? Investigate. We must thoroughly investigate this young man's background. Gu Fanyun was still unwilling to give up and must know Jiang Yi's true information. If he was really powerful, then he must flatter him, even if it meant asking for forgiveness. If he just suddenly found some way to get some dirty money, it would be easy for him to arrange a car accident or drowning. At this time, Jiang Yi had been stopped by Fuya. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang." Fuya ran all the way to Jiang Yi. "Wait a moment," Fuya said, then propped herself up on her knees with her hands and began to breathe heavily. This posture. Jiang Yi could just see the black bra and the snow-white roundness underneath through Fuya's drooping collar. She doesn't look big when she's standing straight, but now that she's leaning over, you can still feel that she has some capital. However, compared with Lin Wanqing's, it is still a little bit worse. Jiang Yi casually shifted his gaze to the side. "What's the matter? Did you forget something?" "Well, it's like this, Mr. Jiang, our Mr. Tang bought Building 8 to thank you, and he wants to meet you in person." "It won't take up much of your time." Fuya changed her mind a bit and didn't directly say that it was young Master Tang who asked Jiang Yi for help. Young Master Tang? Jiang Yi was a little confused by this title. He didn't know this young Master Tang at all. "Oh, Mr. Tang is the boss of our Donghu garden. His last name is Tang, so we usually call him Mr. Tang. Do you guys pack lunch?" It was already dinner time, and Jiang Yi looked at his phone. The sky is big, the earth is big, and the belly is the biggest. Bow. Whatever you want to eat, I'll take you there right now. Let's eat and talk. Chapter 18. Sell all these houses to me. As the voices were heard, Jiang Yi saw an electric scooter stopped nearby with a young man sitting on it.
The young man was wearing a Gucci sweatshirt and a pair of black pants that looked quite expensive, especially his sneakers. Jiang Yi could tell that they were Nike faux ampersand one-sole collector's shoes, which must have cost at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. It seems a bit strange that such a rich young man dressed in expensive clothes is driving an electric car.
Mr. Tang.
Fuya called out respectfully.
Although Tang Ziyu seldom came to the sales office, everyone there knew him. They could not know anyone, but they had to know the boss. While Jiang Yi was looking at Tang Ziyu was also looking Jiang Yi up and down. He came to a conclusion, that is, he was low-key and must be the descendant of some invisible family in the country. I guess you are the boss who bought Building 8, Tang Ziyu said as he stretched out his right hand towards Jiang Yi. I guess you are the boss of this community?
Jiang Yi also replied with a similar word, and then shook hands with Tang Ziyu. Just this handshake created an extremely powerful company, but of course that is a story for later.
Ha, my name is Tang Ziyu. What is your name, sir?
My name is Jiang Yi, and this is my girlfriend Lin Wanqing.
Jiang Yi said this and let Lin Wanqing step out from behind him.
Oh, your girlfriend is very pretty, you are so lucky, brother. When Tang Ziyu saw Lin Wanqing, his eyes lit up, but that look was just admiration, without any bad intentions. At this time, the person in charge of the sales department also ran out panting. Mr. Tang, you're here so fast, the person in charge said apologetically. I'm just an employee, but I'm not as fast as the boss.
I'm going to be criticized.
He was about to rush out, but he found that he had to pee urgently. He also saw that Fuya had stopped Jiang Yi in front, so he thought of going back to empty his mind first. I never expected that young Master Tang would come so soon. Please help me drive my car here.
I want to take brother Jiang Yi out for dinner.
Tang Ziyu took out a key from his pocket and threw it to the person in charge. Yes. The person in charge saw that Mr. Tang was not angry, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground.
He ran to drive happily. Brother Jiang Yi, you and I will be neighbors from now on.
When I was building, I built a villa similar to Building 8 next to Building 8, which I would keep for myself to live in. So from now on, our two families will be separated by a river. There is an artificial river next to Building 8, and after crossing the river is Tang Xiao's house.
Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, no wonder you rode an electric scooter here.
However, he didn't say much, because he didn't know what this young Master Tang wanted to do with him.
It shouldn't be as simple as just expressing his gratitude, right? Soon a Bentley Bentayga drove over. Come on, brother Jiang, get in the car, I'll take you to eat Western food. Tang Ziyu personally opened the back door for Jiang Yi and let them in. Then he sat in the driver's seat and took Jiang Yi to the city.
At the door, Tang Ziyu carefully took back Lin Wanqing's ID card.
Wanqing, what do you think about us buying a car like this?
Jiang Yi sat in the Bentley and felt that the Bentley experience was pretty good. It was very comfortable to sit in, and the interior of the car also looked very high-end. Lin Wanqing's hands were sweating slightly at this moment. She felt that everything at the moment was beyond her imagination. However, compared with the 800 million yuan house mentioned earlier, a car still has a slightly smaller impact on her.
Just buy it if you like. I don't understand.
Lin Wanqing is just like other girls. She only cares about whether a car looks good or not, but has no idea about the brand, performance, or horsepower of the car.
What's up, brother Jiang Yi? You want to buy a car?
Tang Ziyu, who was standing in front of him, heard Jiang Yi's words and interrupted.
Well, yes, but I don't know what to buy. Mr. Tang, do you have any suggestions?
Jiang Yi thought that Tang Ziyu drove a Bentley, so he must know more about luxury cars.
Yes, let me tell you, my friends drive all kinds of cars.
It mainly depends on your price range.
If your budget is between 2 and 3 million, I recommend the G-Class. If your budget is sufficient, then of course it's the Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
Anyway, they're all better than my Bentley Bentayga.
If you guys want to go, I can take you there this afternoon. I don't have anything else to do anyway.
Tang Ziyu can't stop talking about cars, which shows that he is quite knowledgeable about them.
Think about it, what boy doesn't love cars?
Boys love cars just like girls love bags. Not to mention a boy like Tang Ziyu who has the conditions.
Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Jiang Yi was a little stunned.
He and Tang Ziyu were not very familiar with each other.
It would not be good to trouble him to drive back and forth for him, right? Hi, you don't know, actually today I came to ask you for something. Tang Ziyu then told Jiang Yi about his difficulties. Actually, I came to you today to borrow money from you, Tang Ziyu said a little embarrassedly.
At such age, this was the first time he asked someone to borrow money.
I'm working on a project with a few friends. We're planning to invest in a large resort hotel. It'll cost 20 billion yuan, with 5 billion yuan each for the four of us.
I'm embarrassed to ask my family for money, and since you've come up with so much money today, I'd like to ask if you could lend me some.
Jiang Yi didn't say anything. He was still a little hesitant to borrow money easily.
Although he was very rich, he was not a sucker.
Tang Ziyu also knew Jiang Yi's difficulties. No one is a fool. How could anyone easily borrow money without knowing the bottom line?
How much more do you need? Jiang Yi felt that Tang Ziyu was a decent person, not too arrogant. Furthermore, his background in Jiangzhou was quite limited, so getting to know some reliable people would be helpful in his future. Tang Ziyu pondered for a moment and did a simple calculation. Adding the 800 million for the house you just mentioned, there is still a shortfall of a little more than 1.2 billion. In fact, as long as I sell all the houses in Donghu Home, I will be rich, but mine is a high-end villa, which costs hundreds of millions of yuan, and most people really can't afford it.
While they were talking, Tang Ziyu had already brought Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing to the bottom of a relatively tall office building.
Looking at the puzzled expressions on Jiang Yi and the other man's faces, Tang Ziyu knew that they must be wondering why he brought them here to eat.
In fact, most high-end restaurants are located in office buildings, and those in plazas or shopping malls are ordinary restaurants.
No matter you are rich or poor, as long as you have enough money for a meal, you can enter. As Tang Ziyu spoke, he took out a black card from his arms. This is a membership card of a Western restaurant above. People without a net worth of 100 million are not allowed to enter.
Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Wanqing.
Holy shit, so this is how the rich play. No wonder you can find cars worth tens or even hundreds of millions in shopping malls, but rarely find luxury cars worth millions.
So these people spend their money in places like this.
It seems that as people with billions of dollars in assets, Lin Wanqing and I must have a few of these cards, right? However, before going upstairs to eat, Jiang Yi wanted to help Tang Ziyu solve his financial crisis first.
Brother Tang, don't you have more than 10 houses that have not been sold yet?
How about this? Here are more than 10 houses. You can calculate how much they are worth in total and sell them all to me.
Forehead? Chapter 19. Sorry, I want to sell you the house. Tang Ziyu was numb.
What the hell is that? There are only 2 of you, why are you going to buy more than 10 houses? These are not houses in more than 10 communities, but more than 10 houses in one community.
It's not possible that you sleep in one house in the first half of the night and another in the second half, right? Brother Jiang, I know you want to help me, but you don't have to help me like this, right? Tang Ziyu said somewhat embarrassedly.
He knew that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to sell his house. Now Jiang Yi took it all by himself.
Of course he liked it, but wasn't this just cheating Jiang Yi?
But Jiang Yi has his own plans.
Brother Tang, it's like this. I also like these houses of yours. Just think of me as a backup for you.
Sell these houses to me first, and I will sell them as second-hand houses.
If I can sell them, I will sell them. If I can't, I will keep them. What do you think?
This way, I won't be considered as lending you money, and you won't have to worry about it.
In fact, Jiang Yi had already noticed that Tang Ziyu was very embarrassed to talk about borrowing money.
He asked him for help because he really had no other choice, and he was not in his circle for the time being. So by doing this, not only can Tang Ziyu not feel burdened by me lending him money, but I can also get those houses, which will be very convenient for me to give them to others in the future. For example, your own parents, Lin Wanqing's parents, and your own children can each have a set when they grow up.
How nice it would be. Brother Jiang, thank you so much. After hearing what Jiang Yi said, Tang Ziyu knew that Jiang Yi considered the problem much more deeply than he did. It's really hard to imagine how this person who looks like he just graduated can have such a meticulous mind. To be honest, Jiang Yi's thoughts were all trained by Li Jiawei.
Because he was afraid that Li Jiawei would dislike him, he always thought about things very comprehensively. Even when going out to eat, he would calculate the time and choose the option that required the least walking and was the most cost-effective. It's just that Li Jiawei didn't care about or even notice these details of Jiang Yi's behavior before. Tang Ziyu turned around from the driver's seat and pulled Jiang Yi's hand hard to express his gratitude. The 3 of them went upstairs to the Western restaurant and started eating. I have to say that this Western restaurant is indeed luxurious. There is no dine-in service, and everyone who enters eats directly in the private rooms.
The dishes served were also extremely tempting and delicious. Even Lin Wanqing, who usually eats less, stuffed a lot of delicious food into her stomach. During the meal, Tang Ziyu called the sales department and asked them to organize all the house information so that he could sell it to Zhang Yi together. The result was embarrassing for Gu Fanyun. She finally managed to bargain with the salesperson and reduce the price by another 500,000 yuan. When I was about to pay, the person in charge of Donghu Home came out and shouted, "Mr. Tang has ordered that all the house information be sorted out immediately, and Mr. Jiang just now must buy them all at once. I can't handle this sales, what should I do?" Gu Fanyun was about to transfer the money. "Leader, my client is ready to transfer the money. Should Building 6 be sold to Mr. Jiang or to this lady?" The salesperson stopped Gu Fanyun from transferring the money, and she looked at the person in charge for help. She also wanted to make the deal so that she could get some commission. Of course, it cannot be sold to anyone else. Mr. Tang was talking about all the houses. What if Mr. Jiang just likes Building 6? The person in charge thought for a moment and decided to reject Gu Fanyun's request. After all, Gu Fanyun's price was low, and her attitude was not good either. She always acted as if the entire Donghu garden could only sell houses to her. The salesperson was a little overwhelmed, and sure enough, after she went out and reported the situation to Gu Fanyun exploded. "I've been here talking to you for a long time, and finally you tell me you don't want to sell it anymore? Ms. Gu, I am really sorry, but Mr. Jiang not only bought it for 180 million in full, he also bought all the remaining houses we had. So it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, it's that our Mr. Tang won't sell it to you." The salesperson knew that he couldn't control Gu Fanyun, so he had to pass the blame to Tang Ziyu. Sure enough, Gu Fanyun immediately calmed down after hearing Tang Xiao's name. Huang Shan on the side was unhappy. "Mom, if we had known earlier we would have bought it for the original price. Now look, we can't even buy a set." He liked this house very much. Besides, if he bought it, he could be neighbors with Lin Wanqing in the future. If she felt lonely, he could take advantage of her. However, Zhang Yi had already solved this hidden danger without anyone noticing. Gu Fanyun was so angry that he almost slapped his son in the face. "Do you think our money came from the wind? Your father and I saved it $1 at a time. There was really no other way." He didn't dare to make a fuss, and he couldn't buy it. So Gu Fanyun had to leave with Huang Shan in shame. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and the other two had finally finished their meal. Tang Ziyu was in a good mood as he had solved his financial problem, and the dishes served were all delicious. Before leaving, he also helped Zhang Yi open a membership card. Zhang Yi handed the membership card to Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing baby, next time you want to eat, just come here anytime. There are outsiders here, aren't you ashamed to call me baby?" Lin Wanqing blushed at Zhang Yi's words. "Aren't these nicknames usually used in private? They're never used in public." Just now, it felt like everyone passing by turned their heads to look. Tang Ziyu laughed at the side. "You two are really in love, we are all envious. These days, it is too difficult to find a partner who is truly suitable for you." After hearing what Tang Ziyu said, Lin Wanqing felt happy in her heart. Zhang Yi was really good to her, regardless of anything else. He always thought of her in everything, and even such an expensive house was in her name. I really don't know how much evil Li Jiawei did in her previous life to become so blind. Tang Ziyu took the two of them directly to the Rolls-Royce store. With Tang Xiao taking the lead, no one came up to say anything disrespectful this time, but several salesmen thought that Tang Xiao came to buy a car by himself. "Mr. Tang, which car are you going to buy?" The salesperson asked Tang Ziyu politely. "Oh, it's not me who buys the car, it's my brother who is worth dozens of times more than me, you should treat him well." Tang Ziyu stepped aside to make way for Zhang Yi behind him and spoke to the salesperson. As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall fell silent instantly. They all stared at Zhang Yi in a daze. Tang Ziyu's net worth was certainly over tens of billions, but it was dozens of times more, so it must be over hundreds of billions, right? This one person is equivalent to a listed company. "Mr. Jiang, which car do you like?" The salesperson's attitude immediately changed, and he asked Zhang Yi humbly. Zhang Yi shook his head and turned to look at Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing baby, which car do you like?" "Don't worry about the price, we can all afford it." Lin Wanqing blushed again. She felt that the salesperson looked at her strangely. At the beginning, it was clearly Lin Wanqing who took the initiative, but now things are getting more and more wrong. She feels like she is being led around by Zhang Yi. I must teach Zhang Yi a lesson tonight. But no matter how shy I am, I still have to consider Zhang Yi's problem carefully.
She glanced at the cars in the showroom. Finally, his eyes rested on the Phantom. In fact, Lin Wanqing knew nothing about cars, she just knew that the lines of this car were still very beautiful. I quite like this one, Lin Wanqing said softly, lighting up the Phantom. Lin Wanqing didn't know the price, she just thought the car looked good and was smaller than the others. It should be slightly cheaper. Okay. That's it. Is it available? We'll pay and drive away right away. Zhang Yi made the decision very readily. The salesperson was shocked when he heard this. He had seen people buying cars before, but he had never seen anyone so arrogant. He wanted to buy it immediately after his girlfriend gave him a hint. We have one Rolls-Royce Wraith left. If you want it, you can buy it now. In fact, this car was ordered by another customer of the salesperson, but the delivery time for that customer has not yet arrived, so there is still time to order another one for him. I'll sell this one to Zhang Yi first. After all, people who come to buy luxury cars are really hard to come by. Since Zhang Yi paid promptly, all the procedures were completed within an hour. When writing his name, the salesperson was still surprised and lamented that he didn't understand the world of rich people. At the same time, he also said to Lin Wanqing, "Beauty, you are so lucky." Lin Wanqing felt sweet inside. However, if he knew that Zhang Yi also registered a house worth hundreds of millions under Lin Wanqing's name, it might not be surprising. What made Zhang Yi feel fortunate was that the forest shop had already put up the car models early on as requested by the last customer, so Zhang Yi and his friends just had to drive boldly. When the salesperson drove the car to the store door and handed the keys to Zhang Yi was stunned. Oh no, I was so focused on buying a car that I forgot I hadn't passed the driving test yet. At that time, in order to lick Li Zhouwei's coat, I was busy doing part-time jobs during the holidays, so I didn't have time to learn how to drive. How do I drive back now? He looked at Lin Wanqing for help. Chapter 20. This Rolls-Royce is used for training. Wanqing baby, can you drive? Zhang Yi asked awkwardly, holding the keys. Everyone at the door fainted immediately. So cool. You buy a car if you don't even know how to drive? Lin Wanqing had already taken out her driver's license, but after passing the test, she never touched a car again. Such an expensive car, let her buy it right away and treat it as the first car in her life. I feel a little panicked no matter what. I passed the test, but I never opened the car. However, before she could finish her words, she felt Zhang Yi had already stuffed the car keys into her hand. It's okay, this car is just for you to practice, you can drive it casually, it doesn't matter if you drive it as a bumper car, if it breaks, we can buy another one. The salesperson on the side was just about to take a picture of the first order of the day with his mobile phone. When I heard this, my hands trembled. What kind of bold words are these? A car worth several $1 million is used as a bumper car for practice. He almost knelt down and asked Zhang Yi, "Do you still need a son?" Not to mention sales, even Tang Ziyu, the well-known young master of Jiangzhou's upper class. At this moment, everyone staggered. He was just thinking about driving it back for them. I didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so inhumane. Such a cute car, in his eyes, feels like a child's toy car. But when you think about it, someone can spend 800 million to buy a house, so this car is really too insignificant. After several encouragements from Zhang Yi, Lin Wanqing got into the car tremblingly, and after a simple instruction from the salesperson, she finally drove out slowly. Wanqing baby, you drive very steadily, very good. Zhang Yi praised Lin Wanqing while enjoying the comfort of the Rolls-Royce. Woo woo woo. The phone rings. Zhang Yi picked up the phone. It was Tang Ziyu who called and said that the sales office had sorted out all the houses and was just waiting for Zhang Yi and the others to sign. Baby Wanqing, I'll set up a navigation system for you. Let's drive back to the villa in Donghu Garden first. Can we sleep in our new home today? Lin Wanqing was so nervous at this moment that she didn't even want to talk, so she just nodded. Zhang Yi was speechless. It seemed that he had to arrange for a driver's license as soon as possible. Tang Ziyu slowly drove the road for them in front, and Lin Wanqing followed Tang Ziyu's Bentley Bentayga while looking at the navigation. Finally, it took 3 times as long as usual to drive to Donghu home. The total value calculated by the sales department is 1.75 billion. 11 house purchase contracts were lined up in front of Lin Wanqing. Wanqing baby, please sign and all these houses will be in your name. Lin Wanqing's hands were still shaking. It was her first time driving a luxury car, and she would be lying if she didn't feel nervous. Now, looking at these dozen houses, her head felt buzzing. Lin Wanqing signed her name. Bite. Congratulations to the host for spending a total of 2.5 billion on Lin Wanqing. Reward the host with 250 energy points, and the host can improve his own skills. Open the skill mall for the host can freely choose the skills they like. Bite. This week's future voice: over the next 7 days, the digital currency BTC will experience a week-long plunge, while MXM will fall until 10 a.m. next Monday, before turning and starting a dramatic surge. It could reach a peak increase of 830%. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face. It seems that if I spend money on Lin Wanqing, I will be invincible. Adding the future voice: wouldn't my net worth increase eightfold if I just bought MXM on Monday? Eightfold every week? What would that feel like? There are still 250 energy points. What would it be like if I filled them all up? He entered the skill store and took a look. He found all kinds of skills, such as singing, playing the piano, and even playing games. He found the skill of driving. Click Select Purchase. Ding, the host successfully purchased the driving skill, consuming 1 energy point, driving, 100. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Wanqing's nervous look while driving and felt a little distressed. How could he let Lin Wanqing drive when he was there? He directly spent 100 energy points to max out all his driving skills. Host ability change: driving, 100. Remaining energy points 150. Zhang Yi instantly felt a refreshing sensation, his hands began to itch, and he couldn't wait to try driving. But I can drive my own car. What about my driver's license? To get a driver's license, you have to spend several days attending classes. It will take at least 2 weeks to pass the first to the fourth part. What a waste of time. Now I should spend my time hanging out with Lin Wanqing and spending money. That's right. Tang Ziyu's path should be wider, right? It is said that even minors like this can get a driver's license. He walked to Tang Ziyu's side and said, "Brother Tang, do you know anyone who can get me a driver's license? I can drive, but I don't have a driver's license." Tang Ziyu smiled when he heard this. "You've definitely asked the right person. I never took the driver's license test before, I just asked a friend to get it. How about this: send me a photo of your ID card, and I can definitely help you get it done on Monday." Zhang Yi helped Tang Ziyu a lot today. Tang Ziyu didn't have time to thank him. Of course, he would help Zhang Yi with such a small matter. Maybe he would need Zhang Yi's help in the future when he was short of funds. After all, if it were him, he would definitely not have the confidence to buy 2.5 billion worth of real estate in one go. This shows Zhang Yi's financial resources. Everything was written under his girlfriend's name, some of which he couldn't understand. He even secretly talked to Zhang Yi about it and asked Zhang Yi to be careful, but Zhang Yi just laughed it off. After the house purchase was settled, Zhang Yi carried a bunch of keys and walked out of the sales office holding Lin Wanqing's hand. He believed that Tang Ziyu would definitely return the remaining money to him. After spending a few hours with Tang Ziyu, Zhang Yi also knew that Tang Ziyu was not the kind of person who would take advantage of small profits. Although he looks like a dandy young man, his character is very clear. "Wanqing baby, do you want to drive or should I? Or should I drive back?" Zhang Yi turned around and asked Lin Wanqing. "Haven't you learned to drive yet?" Lin Wanqing said blankly. She clearly remembered that Zhang Yi had just said he couldn't drive, but now he said he wanted to drive. How bold of him. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "I have just been watching all the way. With my brain, I can learn this kind of thing immediately. Just wait and see. When I am around, you don't have to drive hard." As he said that, he pushed Lin Wanqing onto the passenger seat. "I got in the car, started it, and my hands and feet felt like they had been driving a racing car for 100 years. I quickly drove the car out. I drove to the front of the 8th villa and parked smoothly without even looking at the reversing camera, which had a 360-degree panoramic view. The car was parked steadily in the garage of the villa." Zhang Yi, you are so smart." Lin Wanqing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Even though she had learned to drive, she couldn't drive so smoothly. Zhang Yi looked at himself driving and saw that he drove the car so naturally. "That's right, don't you see who your baby is?" Zhang Yi touched Lin Wanqing's face lovingly and pulled her into the villa's gate. Lin Wanqing let Zhang Yi pull her. Looking at Zhang Yi's figure, she felt that she could no longer understand Zhang Yi. He was like a treasure boy with endless money and such a smart brain. "Oh my god, I have found a perfect boyfriend. Li Jiawei, thank you so much for letting me go." "No, Zhang Yi has too much money. It feels a little strange. I must ask clearly. Jiang Yi, tell me the truth. Where did you get so much money? As soon as Lin Wanqing entered the villa, she pushed Jiang Yi into a corner and asked, staring at him intently. The host's personal ability panel is as follows. Chapter 21 High School Classmates Group Exploded. Jiang Yi was confused by Lin Wanqing's sudden action. I almost thought that Lin Wanqing was going to do something with me in the corner. I didn't expect that people were just asking where his money came from. Don't lie to me and say you won the lottery. Even if you did, there's no way you could have won so many billions. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Lin Wanqing's words began to become serious. She doesn't want her boyfriend to be someone who does shady business. Well, to be honest, there is a reason for the lottery. I won the lottery a few years ago, and then I used all the money to buy digital currency. Digital currency is very popular now. It was only a few cents at that time, but now it has doubled to hundreds of thousands of yuan. So the money I won multiplied millions of times, and now I have so much money I can't spend it all. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone, opened a digital currency trading platform, and showed Lin Wanqing the increase in the value of the digital currency. Lin Wanqing observed carefully and found that many digital currencies had indeed increased by tens of millions of times. The stone in my heart fell to the ground again. She let go of Jiang Yi's body. I'm sorry, I'm just worried that you're too short of money and might do something bad. Also, don't put everything in my name from now on. This is all your money, just put it in your own name. Lin Wanqing thought of the scene during the day when Jiang Yi asked her to sign everywhere and the unnatural looks of those salesmen. She also felt that it was inappropriate for Jiang Yi to spend so much money on her and put so many valuable assets under her name even though she was not married to him. Jiang Yi pressed his index finger on Lin Wanqing's red lips. Don't say this kind of thing again, I believe you will not leave me, so I am willing to put all these assets in your name to give you a sense of security. Aren't you girls most afraid that men will become bad when they have money? I want to tell the whole world now that no matter how rich I, Jiang Yi, am, there is only Lin Wanqing in my eyes. The affectionate words came from Jiang Yi's mouth as he leaned close to her. Lin Wanqing's legs went weak after hearing this. She was emotionally proactive and immediately covered Jiang Yi's mouth with her red lips. Jiang Yi? Was I pushed against the wall by the school beauty? What is intolerable? Jiang Yi immediately took the lead again. After a long time. In Building 8 of Donghu Home, Jiang Yi was lying on the sofa with his arms around Lin Wanqing. Since the bed here had not been made with sheets, they could only make love on the sofa. Jiang Yi baby, my stomach hurts so much, it's all your fault. I won't give it to you anymore, you're not gentle at all. Lin Wanqing complained limply, but her face was filled with a happy smile. Jiang Yi was also a little speechless. It was you who was yelling so loudly just now. It was also you who told me to step on the accelerator and speed up. Besides, I only added 10 points of physical strength, how come I became so much stronger all of a sudden? If they are all filled up, will Lin Wanqing be unable to bear it? Host, rest assured, the increase in physical strength is modular, and each time a specific module will be strengthened. This time, the 10 points are precisely in this module, so the host will noticeably feel the increase in this aspect. The system came out to explain in time. Jiang Yi understood. It turned out there was such a thing. He had thought that Lin Wanqing would not be able to bear it in the future. Wouldn't that be like a cow plowing and destroying the land? Wanqing baby, I may be happier today because I can have a family with you. Jiang Yi stroked Lin Wanqing's forehead, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and made up a suitable excuse. Lin Wanqing felt warm inside after hearing this. As a girl, how could she escape the invasion of sweet words? Oh, yeah. We need to go buy some groceries quickly, otherwise this house will be empty except for furniture. We'll have to sleep here tonight. Lin Wanqing seemed to have thought of something and stood up suddenly, but then she bent her body and sat down again, holding her stomach. He looked at Jiang Yi with resentment, as if saying, look at what you have done, now my stomach is churning. Jiang Yi touched his nose awkwardly. He couldn't just cut off a piece of it himself. He considerately picked up Lin Wanqing, walked to the large bathtub in the bathroom, filled it with water and took a bath for two. With the warmth of the hot water and Jiang Yi's caress, Lin Wanqing finally recovered slowly. After getting ready, the two of them prepared to go to the supermarket for some shopping. Jiang Yi drove off skillfully. Tang Ziyu told him to just drive boldly and confidently, and to report his name if he was caught. The two came to Hongsher Square again.
On the underground floor here is the largest supermarket in Zhengzhou City. The Rolls-Royce Wraith really caught people's attention when it drove into the underground parking lot. Many passers-by stopped to watch. Damn, if I could have such a cool car, I wouldn't have to worry about not getting a girl. I dream of having a car like this, so cool. He must be some rich second-generation guy again. He is so damn rich. When will I ever be able to get to this level? At this time, Zhang Yi was about to arrive at the door of the supermarket when he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to take his mobile phone. I quickly ran back to the car and got my phone. This scene happened to be seen by the owner of a BMW 535 parked not far away. When the man saw Zhang Yi, his eyes froze. I immediately took out my phone and took several photos. If Zhang Yi noticed this person, he would definitely recognize him as Xia Yanghua, a rich guy in his former high school class. Xia Yanghua happened to bring his girlfriend to Redstone Square today, and he almost didn't recognize Zhang Yi when he saw him. Yanghua, do you know this person? He's so rich. In the passenger seat, Xia Yanghua's girlfriend's eyes lit up as she looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. I thought how nice it would be if I could sit in the passenger seat of that car. Xia Yanghua operated the mobile phone and said without raising his head, "This is my high school classmate. His family was very poor before, but now he can afford such a luxury car." He opened the class group from his old high school. Post a few pictures. At everyone, shocking. Zhang Yi actually bought a Rolls-Royce Phantom. He's rich. Xia Yanghua was the group leader of the previous class group. Because he was rich, many activities were organized by him. Being at ed by him like this. The class group, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly exploded. Holy shit, is this really Zhang Yi? This car is so cool. It must be over 5 million, right? Yes, I can't tell that Zhang Yi's family is actually a hidden rich family. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. But I know Zhang Yi's family, they live next to ours, they are not that rich? A classmate from the same village as Zhang Yi raised a question in the group chat out of curiosity. His parents are very rustic, they are both workers. There was a brief silence in the group. Do you think Zhang Yi won the lottery? Like, 100 million? How is that possible? Don't you know that those who win the lottery are those who wear lottery center uniforms? That is, if someone won 100 million, it would definitely be exposed in the news. Could it be that Zhang Yi hooked up with a wealthy tycoon? Zhang Yi was smart when he was in school. He could solve the questions after just one look. So making money should be easy for him. Yes, maybe he was spotted by a big boss of a listed company in advance. Why doesn't Zhang Yi say something? At Zhang Yi. Don't forget each other when you become rich. I used to help Zhang Yi with his love letters. Oh, right? Isn't Zhang Yi with Li Jiawei? They're in the same university. Hurry, at Li Jiawei. I really envy Li Jiawei. Zhang Yi loves Li Jiawei so much. At that time, he told us that if Li Jiawei wanted stars, he would also work hard to pick them. Wow, so romantic. It turns out that people who are good at studying are also loyal in love. When will you invite us to the wedding? At Zhang Yi at Li Jiawei, waiting for your wedding. Well, to be honest, I thought Zhang Yi and Li Jiawei were a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. I want to ask Li Jiawei, what is it like to sit in the passenger seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom? +1, at Me too. When will it come back for us to watch? In the female dormitory of Zhangzhou University, Li Jiawei was looking at her cell phone. Pale face. Since Zhang Yi separated from himself and got together with Lin Wanqing, he has shown different life abilities. Brand name bags, luxury cars. Everything was arranged for Lin Wanqing. Am I not worthy? Li Jiawei walked to the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. Suddenly I feel that Li Tianfu is not attractive anymore. She took out her phone and replied frustratedly. Zhang Yi and I have broken up. Zhang Yi is now with the campus beauty of our Zhengde University. Feeling aggrieved. Chapter 22 Pictures reveal the truth. Li Jiawei sent this sentence. The high school class group immediately became quieter. Then some girls started to feel jealous. Men become bad when they have money. That's it. You don't have to pay attention to him. Turn around and find someone better to marry. Make him mad to death. Yes, we girls are really pitiful.
We pour our hearts and souls into a boy, even giving him our bodies, and what do we get in return?
Is it betrayal? I used to think Zhang Yi was no ordinary person. Just think about it, he was so poor back then, yet he dared to pursue our class beauty. Now that he's rich, he must be so extravagant that he can get the school beauty, right?
Yes, there are always people prettier in this world. If a man can't even resist this little temptation, there will be a lot of trouble in the future.
When you get pregnant and have children, and become a shrew, won't he dump you in a minute? No wonder mistresses are so popular nowadays, it's all because of scumbags like Zhang Yi. What is so great about being rich?
What girls hate to see most is a wife being abandoned by her husband. They think that Li Jiawei is Zhang Yi's wife who has been with him through the most difficult times.
Zhang Yi is rich now, but he actually abandoned Li Jiawei and turned to date the school beauty. This behavior is very bad. Some female classmates have even spread the news to their besties, classmates, and friends. Some even grabbed their boyfriend's ears and said, "If you ever do that to Zhang Yi in the future, I'll expose you online." Their boyfriends were so angry they couldn't say anything. Who the hell is Zhang Yi? What does he have to do with me? Grass.
The boys in the class group were silent.
They always feel that something is wrong. When Zhang Yi pursued Li Jiawei before, he was just a bootlicker, okay?
I still remember the last class reunion. Zhang Yi poured a drink for Li Jiawei, but Li Jiawei fell directly to the ground.
How can this be called a wife who shares the hardships? Not worthy, right? Shouldn't a wife be gentle, considerate, and encouraging to her husband when he is in the most difficult times? Could it be that they have some misunderstanding about the words wife of the hardships? But they didn't dare to speak. Without evidence, they couldn't say anything. After all, Zhang Yi hadn't come out to explain yet. If there is no evidence, these crazy women will definitely catch me.
At this time, some female classmates had already launched a fierce condemnation of Zhang Yi on apps such as Weibo, Douyin, and Xiaohongshu. Although Li Jiawei knew that the truth was not as they said.
But seeing their misunderstanding, I felt good and didn't come out to explain.
But Zhang Yi was still happily holding Lin Wanqing's hand and shopping in the supermarket. Their purchases filled 2 entire carts. Even so, Zhang Yi still felt that he had to spend more money later. After all, when you move into a new house, you have to buy new things. From large items like bed sheets and quilt covers to small items like toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. Plus, now that I have a kitchen, I always have to buy some ingredients and put them in the refrigerator so I can take them out and cook when I have time.
Basically, you can buy a lot of things in every area.
At the supermarket checkout counter, as soon as people saw Zhang Yi and the other man queuing, no one wanted to join them. Looking at the shopping cart that is almost full, you can tell how long it will take to finish it by just thinking with your toes. Zhang Yi was busy moving things to the cashier counter and then busy packing them at the other end. In fact, when he was paying, he also saw a lot of messages on his mobile phone, which were messages from some people at him. But time was running out and he had no time to read it. I'll have to wait until I get home to watch it. Soon, a web message was posted in the class group. The person who sent the message was a close friend of Zhang Yi's from high school, Lu Sicheng. He just couldn't believe that Zhang Yi would be the kind of person who would abandon his lover.
And he also suspected that Zhang Yi's car might not be his?
So he went to the Jiangzhou University forum to see if he could find anything there. I didn't expect that Lu Sicheng would be so shocked when he saw it. The forum of Jiangzhou University is full of pictures and even videos of Zhang Yi's proposal to Li Jiawei being rejected and the school beauty confessing her love to Zhang Yi. There were even many comments with photos of Li Jiawei getting into a BMW 740 Li and photos of Li Jiawei enthusiastically hugging a man's arm. Lu Sicheng was furious. Damn it! Zhang Yi was so devoted to Li Jiawei, and this is how Li Jiawei repays him? Zhang Yi, whom she had clearly despised, now turned to a rich man. She also deliberately acted as if she was wronged and abandoned by Zhang Yi. Lu Sicheng's message was quickly opened and read by people in the group. The group fell silent in a daze. Everyone was silent. Especially the girls who were jumping around so hard just now, they are no longer making any noise. Disappeared secretly. Pictures reveal the truth, and Li Jiawei's misdeeds were exposed in an instant. Although Li Jiawei didn't say anything in detail just now, the girls in the class group who were just watching the show scolded Zhang Yi harshly. They were just short of digging up Zhang Yi's ancestral grave and whipping the corpse. Well done to Zhang Yi, he should have slapped Li Jiawei hard in the face with the school beauty. Zhang Yi did a great job, nice killing. The boys all gave Zhang Yi thumbs up in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it in the group.
I'm afraid of being criticized to death by female trolls.
And in the small dormitory group among several girls,
Many girls continued to laugh at Zhang Yi.
it is normal for Li Jiawei to break up with a poor guy like Zhang Yi.
After all, it is a new society. Who cares about love or not? Money is king. Do you think Zhang Yi rented that car to show off his wealth? And then used it to hook up with the campus beauty?
It's possible, because he just broke up, and his mind is not clear, so he directly spent thousands of dollars to rent a luxury car.
No way, that's too fake. Zhang Yi is so hypocritical. At the next class reunion, I must expose his true face. Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing made 2 trips before they bought everything they wanted. Looking at the trunk full of items.
Baby Wanqing, I think we can reserve a spot for this car in the future, just for shopping.
The trunk of the Rolls-Royce is nice and big.
When several passers-by heard Zhang Yi's words, they staggered and almost fell to the ground.
Oh my god, is this the life of a rich person?
A car worth more than 5 million yuan is actually positioned as a car for buying groceries.
Are you still in need of a grocery shopping driver? I'm here to apply. Some passers-by even stepped forward to recommend themselves. Zhang Yi drove back to Donghu home.
After arriving home, he checked the messages on his mobile phone. It turned out that they were sent by some high school classmates. He glanced through it casually and did not express any opinions in the class group. Instead, he replied with some polite words to the private messages sent to him by several close friends in high school. I didn't expect that my good friends are still so reliable, especially Lu Sicheng. I must thank him very much when I return to the countryside. While Zhang Yi was looking at his phone, Lin Wanqing had already brought all the things in swiftly and slowly began to arrange them in batches. She is a girl who likes to keep things organized, and Zhang Yi just happens to have the same personality. Zhang Yi didn't need to change anything Lin Wanqing had placed there, and he was very satisfied with everything he saw. On the other hand, Lin Wanqing was also very satisfied with the place that Zhang Yi helped to tidy up.
At night, Zhang Yi lay in bed and began to think. He already knew that MXM was going to skyrocket, but he only had a few hundred yuan on hand. The money from Lin Wanqing could not be used for the time being, so he could only borrow some. The more money he had, the greater his chances of turning things around. Guys, can any of you lend me some money? Zhang Yi thought about it and decided to borrow it from the dormitory. Chapter 23. Whose is the luxury car outside the door? Xiao Si, what's wrong with you? Did the goddess hit you? Do you want to go to the hospital? Zhong Chao was probably right next to his phone, saw Zhang Yi's message, and replied immediately. Zhang Yi, I've been playing with digital currencies with some friends recently. I feel like I've made some money recently. I'd like to borrow some money from you to buy some and see if it goes up. Zhong Chao, no way, you also play with digital currency. I heard that this thing is very profitable, but you lose money very quickly. Second brother, Xiao Si, are you in urgent need of money? I seem to have heard people say that Bitcoin is very popular recently. Are you going to buy that too? Third brother, Zhang Yi, I only have 500 yuan in pocket money. I am a little short of money recently. Zhang Yi, it doesn't matter, just help me. I will pay you back double in a week. Zhang Yi was confident that if the system said it could increase eightfold, then it must be able to increase eightfold. Zhong Chao, damn, Zhang Yi, you are so bold. Do you know that this is called usury? Zhong Chao, but I like it, I still have 1,000. Zhang Yi, I think you are just a funny guy and a rich man. Zhong Chao, since you think I'm a fool, I'll add another 1,000, 2,000. I'll cheat you out of 2,000. Zhang Yi, I'm so scared. Lao Er, I will lend you 1,000 too, as long as you can make money. I wish Xiao Si to become a digital currency boss. Zhang Yi, thank you. After all the operations, Zhang Yi borrowed 3,500 yuan, plus a few hundred yuan of his own. The total principal was close to 4,000 yuan. But this is obviously not enough, he needs to do more. After all, the money in this system is a love fund. Even though Zhang Yi squanders it outside, it is all based on Lin Wanqing. Only the money you earn is truly yours. Baby Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Lin Wanqing loved her new home so much that she kept tidying it up. It took a long time before it finally stopped. Oh, I'm chatting with my roommates. Zhang Yi threw down his phone, opened his arms, and hugged Lin Wanqing in his arms. Thank you for your hard work, baby. Let me give you a massage. No, I want to take a shower first. That's fine too. Do you want me to give you a massage in the bathtub? Jiang Yi gave a wicked smile. Lin Wanqing's voice became softer, but so charming.
For a moment, Building 8 of Donghu Home was filled with beautiful spring scenery.
The next morning, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were woken up by the ringing of the doorbell.
These were all the stores where she bought the clothes, shoes, and bags at Redstone Plaza that day. Lin Wanqing told them the addresses last night, and they delivered them one by one early today. The bag from Gucci was the last one to be delivered, and Lu Linger personally accompanied it in the car. She was worried that the movers would damage the baby, so she asked to carry the baby herself throughout the process. When Lu Linger saw Jiang Yi's mansion, she sighed inwardly. It turns out that someone who can charge 10 million in one breath is indeed extraordinary. This house must be several thousand yuan.
Manager Lu, you delivered it personally.
Jiang Yi opened the door and saw Lu Linger, and greeted her with a smile. That day in the Gucci store, Lu Linger was the only shopping guide who did not look down on her and was very diligent in her work. Therefore, Jiang Yi was deeply impressed by her.
Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. Without your help, how could I have improved so quickly?
Lu Linger bowed in gratitude.
Lu Linger sent bags one by one to the cloakroom, filling up an entire shelf.
From a distance, it looks like a Gucci paradise.
People who don't know would think it is a Gucci store. Wanqing baby, I found a problem. This dressing room is not big enough, so we bought one. You see, all these clothes can't be hung here.
I plan to convert another room into a dressing room.
What do you think? I want to beat you up. In the end, under Lin Wanqing's coercion and inducement, Jiang Yi gave up. He planned to try a different approach, such as buying some jewelry for Lin Wanqing. Those gold and diamond ones are really valuable. Jiang Yibao, what do you want for breakfast? I'll make it for you.
Lin Wanqing skillfully put on her apron and began to work around the house. It was obvious that she used to do housework at home.
Can I eat you? Jiang Yi put his hands into Lin Wanqing's apron and hugged her from behind. Stop it, are you having trouble with something? Lin Wanqing turned around and tapped Jiang Yi's head, saying coquettishly. I'll make you a fried egg and fry a steak. Let's just have a bite, shall we? Lin Wanqing rummaged around in the refrigerator.
Jiang Yi really wanted to go out and buy food, but Lin Wanqing insisted on cooking it herself, so Jiang Yi let her do it.
He lay on the sofa, downloaded a digital currency trading platform, and began to study it. The current trend of MXM is indeed downward, and it is said that it was caused by the collapse of BTC. Because BTC has been slowly falling in the past few days and has been fluctuating slightly. But no one would have thought that MXM would continue to rise in the future. Jiang Yi studied the trend line of MXM and it did not look very good. It had already fallen below the resistance level. It seemed that if he used professional analysis methods later, it would continue to fall. But since the system says it will rise, I believe the future trend will be very impressive. Jiang Yibao, it's time to eat.
Lin Wanqing moved quickly and put 2 steaks, 2 poached eggs, and a cup of hot milk on the table.
Wow, baby, your cooking skills are amazing, right? It smells so good.
Jiang Yi said in surprise that the school beauty made breakfast for him, and it felt so good just thinking about it.
Since it was Sunday and there was nothing to do, the two of them stayed at home all day and did not go out.
On Monday, Jiang Yi drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and took Lin Wanqing directly to the school.
Because they got up early in the morning, it was just after 8 o'clock when Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing entered the school. After finding an unusually empty parking spot, Jiang Yi said with a sullen face, Wanqing Bao, I don't think we need to work so hard.
Lin Wanqing objected as soon as she heard it. She always believed that knowledge can change one's destiny. Your money is not for instant wealth, but you should be down to earth.
Knowledge is the most stable wealth. Even if your money is gone one day, we are not afraid because we have knowledge. We can still live our lives seriously and make money.
Listening to Lin Wanqing's great truth, Jiang Yi just wanted to yell, 100 million, let me see after you spend it all. However, he still followed Lin Wanqing and started reading books together in the classroom. By the way, I saved a seat for the 4 older brothers in the dormitory. The first class today is at 9:05 a.m. It was not until 9 o'clock that the students began to come to class one after another. Li Tianfu accompanied Li Zhouwei to class almost on time. Because this class was an international trade course taught by the school's impartial teacher, Mr. Liu, no one dared to skip class for fear of being directly called out by the teacher for failing the course. Recently, Li Tianfu, whose confidence has increased after being coaxed by Li Zhouwei's white lies, is like a rooster that has won a fight. As soon as he walked into the classroom, he was so proud that he completely forgot about the scene of being humiliated in the Gucci store that day. As soon as he sat down, he started bragging to his classmates about where he went and what delicious food he had over the weekend. "Class, whose car is that in the parking lot downstairs? Go and move it, it's blocking the way." The school security guard ran up and shouted at the door of each classroom. The reason why the security guard came to the classroom and shouted was because every teacher in the school had a pass in the car, and there was no charge with the pass. And that car didn't have a pass, so it must be a student's car. After hearing the security guard's words, the students immediately looked at Li Tianfu. As everyone knew, Li Tianfu was the only one driving a BMW 740 Li worth nearly $1,000,000. "Oh, I'll go move it." Li Tianfu stood up pretending to be embarrassed, feeling a little puzzled because he clearly didn't park in the parking lot. Li Tianfu particularly enjoyed seeing his classmates looking up at him. This feeling of not having to brag or show off, but being forced to do so, was really great. Even Teacher Lu on the stage was secretly muttering, "Are students nowadays so rich? Damn, I've been teaching for decades, and I still drive a Volkswagen worth over 200,000 yuan." The security guard felt relieved and lucky enough to find the car owner in no time. After getting downstairs, Li Tianfu went straight to his BMW 740 Li. No, classmate, you went the wrong way, it's that way." The security guard saw that Li Tianfu was walking in the wrong direction and hurried forward to speak. "Huh?" Li Tianfu was confused. "His car was parked right here." "My car is right here." Li Tianfu said this and pointed at the BMW 740 Li in front of him. "No, there was a Rolls-Royce blocking the road in the parking lot over there." The security guard thought he had found the right person, but now it seems he had found the wrong person. How can the BMW 740 Li be considered a luxury car? It can only be considered a high-end car, okay? This student may have some misunderstanding about the word luxury car. Li Tianfu was embarrassed. Chapter 24 Jiangda director calls brother. Li Tianfu, who had just come downstairs, went upstairs with a slightly cold expression. "Li Xiao, what's wrong?" "I see you look unwell," Li Jiawei said softly. "Damn, the security guard didn't explain clearly, it wasn't my car blocking the road, it was another car," Li Tianfu cursed in a low voice. "Classmates, whose Rolls-Royce is blocking the road? Come on, move it." At this time, the familiar shouting of the security guard was heard in the corridor outside the classroom, but this time, in order to prevent everyone from misunderstanding about the luxury car, he also added what kind of car it was. Li Tianfu's expression became even uglier. Teacher Lu couldn't stand it anymore. Why was the security guard shouting outside all the time? "Security, what's going on? Is that car blocking the road so badly?" Teacher Lu asked the security guard as she opened the classroom door and walked outside. "Teacher, he parked in the school director's parking space." The security guard explained a little embarrassedly. He didn't want to disturb the students in class, but there was nothing he could do. Teacher Lu nodded. As a teacher, he was nothing compared to the school board. The rich were the bosses, and his salary depended on others. "Jiang Yi, is this your car?" Lin Wanqing nudged Jiang Yi with her elbow. I don't know. I'll go and take a look," Jiang Yi said, raising his hand. "Student, do you have any questions?" Teacher Lu was feeling a little frustrated. She had wanted to ask the security guards not to disturb the students, but it turned out they were there on behalf of the school board. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then pointed outside the door. "Wasn't the security guard looking for someone to move the car just now? I'll go see if it's mine." As soon as Jiang Yi said this, the whole classroom burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi, you are kidding, we are talking about Rolls-Royce, not shared bicycles. Are you crazy about money? How could the school beauty fall for a fool like you? You don't think before you speak." The poor idiot started daydreaming. Even young Master Li only drives a BMW worth around 1 million yuan. Do you think you can drive a Phantom worth 5 or 6 million yuan? If you were that rich, would your woman still follow young Master Li? One of Li Tianfu's followers, named Wu Di, excitedly slammed the table and shouted. "My classmate, the security guard is talking about Rolls-Royce, please don't make a mistake. If you have nothing to do, just go to class. The knowledge you have now will be your Rolls-Royce in the future." Teacher Lu seized every opportunity to preach, even though he didn't believe it himself. "You say those second-generation rich kids are more knowledgeable than you? You're kidding.
They're not even as knowledgeable as one of my little fingers.
But they are rich and can drive luxury cars worth millions that others can't afford.
What can we do? That's my car.
Zhang Yi felt a little bitter and took out the key of Rolls-Royce from his trouser pocket. Look, this is the key. The field suddenly became quiet. Looking at the key in Zhang Yi's hand, Teacher Lu felt like he was being beaten up by his student.
First came those who drove BMWs, then those who drove Rolls-Royces.
Each one was richer and more powerful than the other.
Do you think this key is fake? There are a lot of them on Taobao.
It's possible.
Never mind. I can't care less.
I just don't believe Zhang Yi is a person with such power.
It should be true. Several classmates looked at Zhang Yi's hurriedly leading back and whispered to each other.
The security guard followed Zhang Yi, and from the direction he saw, he knew that the Rolls-Royce Phantom was indeed Zhang Yi's.
I sighed inwardly, damn, are all kids these days so rich?
Fortunately, I'm not married, otherwise my kids would never be able to compete with these people. Zhang Yi came to the side of the Rolls-Royce and saw the words special parking space under his parking space, which was blocked by his car.
He then heard the humming sound of a Porsche Panamera not far away.
He thought that must be the original owner of this parking space.
He waved to the Porsche and bowed apologetically to express his apology. However, just as he was about to get in the car, a young man got out of the Porsche.
The young man had an average appearance, but the custom-made suit he wore made him look extremely handsome. After he got off the car, he immediately shouted, "Brother, no need, no need."
This young man was none other than Zhu Dongjun, the school's director and the boss behind Zhangzhou's largest financial investment company.
When Zhangzhou University was founded, Zhu Dongjun's father invested a full 500 million yuan. It can be said that almost every building now was built by Zhu Dongjun's father. Thanks to his father's influence, Zhu Dongjun became a school director and held a very important position in the school.
Although he cannot interfere with the operation and construction of the school, he still has some special treatment and privileges in the school, such as this parking space that belongs exclusively to him.
Zhu Dongjun had nothing to do today, so he planned to go shopping at Zhangzhou University. As a result, he saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in his parking space. At first, Zhu Dongjun was still very angry and decided to teach the car owner a lesson, but when he saw Zhang Yi's humble look, he wanted to make friends with him. Being able to afford a Rolls-Royce at such a young age must mean that his family is well off. However, it is quite difficult for him to remain so humble in his dealings with others.
Zhu Dongjun has many friends who are from the second generation of rich families.
They are always eager to cause trouble on the streets when they come in and out, and they will attack anyone they dislike. They have no gentlemanly manners at all.
Zhang Yi is different. Ha! Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard Zhu Dongjun's words. Didn't you ask me to move the car? Why don't you want me to move the car now? I don't understand it. Brother, it's okay, I just want to get to know you. My name is Zhu Dongjun. Zhu Dongjun stepped forward and extended his hand enthusiastically.
The security guard on the side was stunned. Director Zhu had a face full of anger just now.
He must be very unhappy that someone took his seat.
Now that I have found someone, you say there is no need to move the car.
Isn't this cheating? Hello, my name is Zhang Yi.
Zhang Yi is not a teddy, the kind of person who will attack others if he doesn't obey him.
Xu Weidong in front of him was polite and modest, so he couldn't lose his manners.
He walked up, shook Xu Weidong's hand, and briefly introduced himself. Xu Weidong's hands are very cold. Just from the temperature of his hands, I can tell that he is not in good health.
Is he weak? Did they play too much when they were young? Did they ruin their bodies? It's said that many wealthy second generations, when they were young, would play with a dozen young models at a time. When they hit 30, these rich second generations start looking for traditional Chinese medicine to replenish their bodies.
Thinking of this, Zhang Yi frowned slightly.
Apparently, he also classified Zhu Dongjun into this category.
This scene was naturally seen by Zhu Weidong. He withdrew his hand without a trace. Bitter smile, I have been in poor health since I was a child. When my mother gave birth to me, she was seriously ill, which left me with a chronic illness.
My hands and feet are cold during the day and hot at night. In fact, the reason why Zhu Dongjun did not become a spoiled rich second generation was because he had an inferiority complex about his body since childhood. You are in good health. Your wife should be very happy in the future.
Cool her down when she is hot and warm her up when she is cold.
Zhang Yi smiled and comforted her. Jiang Yi clearly saw a hint of disappointment and inferiority in Zhu Dongjuan's eyes just now.
He knew that the strangeness of this body should have some impact on Zhu Dongjun. That's why he used this slightly teasing tone to lighten the atmosphere of the conversation.
Good brother. Zhu Dongjun patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder. He turned around and said to the security guard, "This parking space will be given to Brother Jiang from now on. Please find me another parking space." The security guard was stunned. Do you only need to meet once to be friends these days? I don't quite understand the world of the rich. Chapter 25. For Jiang Yi, the school beauty gave up the opportunity to recommend. Since Jiang Yi had to go back to class, Xu Donghua did not force him to stay. After all, students should still focus on their studies. But he must exchange contact information with Jiang Yi to facilitate future communication. Jiang Yi knew that if someone could become a school director, he must have donated a lot of money to the school or provided a lot of positions for students. This shows that his family is very powerful. My foundation in Jiangzhou is still very weak, so it will always be beneficial to get to know more capable people like this. The class ended quickly. Since they didn't have any classes later, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were just about to drive back to the villa when they heard someone shouting from behind. The person who called was Lu De, the previous student union president of Jiangzhou University. Lu De is 175 centimeters tall, wearing a jacket and carrying a briefcase. At first glance, there is a sense of professionalism. His appearance immediately attracted many girls to look at him. As the president of the student union and a prospective employee of Yongkang Capital, he was like a magnet, attracting the attention of girls. Wow, isn't that Lu De, the top student from the previous year? It's said that he's doing very well in Yongkang Capital. An ordinary employee of Yongkang Capital earns 200,000 yuan a year. Entering Yongkang is the door to success. Lu De is so handsome, he has an ordinary appearance, but he has a handsome aura all over his body. I love him. When Lu De saw Lin Wancheng and heard the praise from the female schoolmate next to him, his back straightened even more and he walked up excitedly. Wanqing, didn't you want to intern at Yongchang Capital last time? I have an internal referral opportunity. If you want, I can recommend it to you. Yongchang Capital is a relatively well-known financial company in Jiangzhou, specializing in venture capital and private equity. Many top students from the finance department of Jiangzhou University are eager to join this company. Even if you only intern there for a few months, it will be helpful for you to continue looking for a job when you return to the small county town. Lin Wanqing was of course no exception. She also wanted to join Yongchang Capital, but was worried that she would not be able to get in. So I mentioned it to my teacher in the teacher's office last time, but I didn't expect that my senior brother Lu De took it to heart. Really? Can my boyfriend come in with me? Lin Wanqing said this and nodded at Jiang Yi, who had not yet entered the car. She was of course happy to be able to join Yongchang Capital, but how could she leave Jiang Yi alone? Besides, Jiang Yi was also a top student in the finance department, and his academic performance was only better than hers. At that time, Jiang Yi didn't study hard for Li Jiawei, but he was still able to get better grades than himself, who studied hard. As a first-class scholarship winner in every exam, Jiang Yi's scores are much higher than Lin Wanqing, who ranked second in the department. Therefore, Lin Wanqing felt that Jiang Yi would definitely be able to join Yongchang Capital, and in the future, they could work together steadily and make money. That was life. However, Lu De was embarrassed. Lu De is also quite capable. As an intern, he worked at Yongchang Capital for a year. After trading a few stocks, his performance was actually better than those old employees who had worked there for 1 or 2 years. Therefore, Yongchang Capital appreciated Lu De and made an exception to admit him before he even graduated. As a result, they also took a new look at students from the finance department of Jiangzhou University. In order to recruit more and better students, the company gave him an internal referral quota, but there was only one internal referral quota. The first person Lu De thought of was of course Lin Wanqing. He had been secretly in love with Lin Wanqing for a long time. He was looking forward to the opportunity to get close to Lin Wanqing. Although Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi were in love, he believed that as long as Lin Wanqing entered society, under the harsh beatings of society, he will definitely not be so naive. When he has seen more rich people, he will think that Jiang Yi is not a good person and is just a local tycoon who is temporarily rich. Well, Wanqing, I only have one recommendation opportunity, and I can only recommend one person. Jiang Yi can pass the exam on his own. He has such good grades, so he should be able to get in. After being slightly embarrassed, Lu De thought for a moment and praised Jiang Yi a little,
while also trying to let Lin Wanqing go her own way in a tactful way. After all, Jiang Yi's good grades are obvious to all. Just look at his GPA, it's a beastly 4.5 points or more. Yongkang Capital should also want him. It's just that Lu De underestimated Lin Wanqing's love for Jiang Yi. Forget it, I'll take the exam with my Jiang Yibao. I believe we can both pass. After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, without giving Lu De any face, she turned around and pulled Jiang Yi towards the parking lot. What the hell? Lu De was shocked. Regarding this internal referral opportunity, he just shouted on the street, anyone who wants an internal referral opportunity to Yongkang Capital, please sleep with me tonight. I guess half of the girls in the department would run towards him, right? The remaining half felt that they were not good looking enough and that Lu De would look down on them. It can be said that in the face of such an opportunity, a boyfriend is nothing. Let alone sleeping with him for one night, even sleeping with him for 10 nights, there will definitely be many people who agree. However, Lin Wanqing refused so readily. Lu De was a little confused. Even the students next to them were a little confused. Lin Wanqing agreed to Lu De herself, and then Jiang Yi was admitted. Isn't that great? Goddess, have you lost your mind in love? What? Don't you know that girls' IQ is 0 when they're in love? Is there such a thing? Why is my girlfriend smarter than before? She changes her phone password 3 times a day. But even Jiang Yi didn't know that Zhu Dongjun was the boss of Yongkang Capital. Lu De shouted from behind, Wanqing, just tell me when you figure it out. You still have a chance before the holiday. He hadn't given up yet. There was still a month until the holiday. He believed Lin Wanqing would figure it out. However, the only response he got was the sound of 2 doors slamming and a car starting up in the distant parking lot. In a Rolls-Royce. Jiang Yi was also a little curious. He held the steering wheel with one hand and tilted his head to ask. Wanqing Bao, why didn't you agree with him just now? Isn't this a great opportunity? Why don't you just fight for it first, and I'll find another way? He was touched, but still a little confused. Lin Wanqing put her schoolbag on her lap, hugged it with both hands, looked forward, and said slowly, you refused the female employee of the Gucci store to add your contact information for me, and I will also reduce the chances of owing favors to other men for you. If I owe Lu De a favor today, and he uses it to ask me to do something or ask you to help him, then we will be in a passive position. Besides, you definitely don't want me to agree to him, right? After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, she turned and looked at Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi's eyes had turned red. At this moment, Jiang Yi thanked God. It made him realize what it means to be in love in both directions. What does it mean that I pay for you and you pay for me? This feeling of love is so good. He even thought that if God were to take back his name at this moment, he would feel that his life was worth living. Jiang Yi hugged Lin Wanqing tightly across the seat. Thank you, baby. Lin Wanqing frowned. Why did he say thank you to her for no reason? She also hugged Jiang Yi tightly. The breath of love gradually spread from the car. However, just when Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were hugging each other tightly in the car, Lu De received a call. Hello, is this Brother Lu? Can you give me your referral quota? I can agree to any request you make. P.S. Please, handsome guys who see this, give me a reminder to update the article, or give me a small free gift. Chapter 26, Invitation from Boss Zhu Dongjun. Jiang Yi brought Lin Wanqing back to the villa, and the two began to search the internet for the written test and interview questions for Yongkang Capital's recruitment last year. Just because of Lin Wanqing's trust today, Jiang Yi also felt that the two of them must pass the exam together. Woo woo woo. Jiang Yi's phone suddenly vibrated. He took the phone and saw that it was Zhu Dongjun from the day calling. Hello, Brother Zhu. Jiang Yi politely called Zhu Dongjun Big Brother. Brother Jiang Yi, are you still in school? Let's have dinner together. Zhu Dongjun warmly invited Jiang Yi to have dinner together. No need, Brother Zhu, I have a house outside the school. I don't have classes today, so I'm out. Oh, that's such a shame. I checked your GPA today. Wow, you're incredible. Your family is so rich, and you're such a good student. You even blew away the second best student in your college. Zhu Dongjun felt that Jiang Yi was a really good person today, and he had an urge to invite him to work in his own company. Because when he was in school, he would also find time to dig out some good seedlings to bring back to his own company as fresh blood for the company. So Zhu Dongjun went to the school intranet to check Jiang Yi's grades, and was immediately shocked.
Zhang Yi's grades are so good. It's hard to imagine that a rich second generation can have such good grades.
Most people, from wealthy families, go to university purely for fun and to get a diploma, hoping to inherit their father's business after graduation.
They don't really study hard. Zhang Yi is definitely a rare gem among the wealthy. It's just okay, the exam is not difficult, Zhang Yi said modestly. He was right.
These exams were indeed not difficult for him. Lin Wanqing on the side rolled her eyes. If Zhang Yi wasn't her most beloved baby, she would definitely kick Zhang Yi 10 meters away with a spring kick. I studied hard every day, and ended up only having a 0.5 GPA difference from Zhang Yi.
Ha, what you said is a bit annoying. When I was studying at Jiangnan University, I was very satisfied with a GPA of 3.0. But I want to invite you to work in my company. Do you think you are interested? Of course, if you want to go home and inherit the family company, that's fine too. You can just come and have fun. Xu Dongjun stated his purpose. What is your company? He, keep it a secret. I won't disappoint you. I'll tell you when you really decide to come. Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing looked at each other and fell silent.
Logically speaking, since they can become the board members of Jiangnan University, the scale of their company must be extraordinary.
But for Zhang Yi and the others,
they would rather join Yongkang Capital.
Xu Dongjun felt a hint of rejection from Zhang Yi's silence.
Hey, it seems that brother Zhang Yi is not very interested in our company for the time being, but it doesn't matter.
If one day you feel that your family's business is not interesting, as long as you want to come, I will recruit you. Xu Dongjun left a way out for Zhang Yi.
He has been working in society for several years and knows that leaving others a way out is giving himself more options.
Zhang Yi said repeatedly, Brother Zhu, look at what you said, I haven't thought about it yet, we can talk about it later. Isn't this nonsense? Is there any business in my family that I can inherit? In other words, besides poverty, what else can I inherit? I have a girlfriend. If that doesn't work out, I wonder if she can come in and do the internship with me?
Zhang Yi said this and glanced at Lin Wanqing beside him. Of course, next time you come, give me a call and I'll have the general manager enter all your information directly into our company's system.
Xu Dongjun agreed readily.
The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and then hung up the phone. Xu Dongjun had no idea that Zhang Yi, whom he had taken a liking to because of a detail in the parking lot, would later directly save the fate of the Zhu family.
Zhang Yibao, we can't be proud.
We should read the information carefully first to see if we can join Yongkang Capital. Lin Wanqing was afraid that Zhang Yi wanted to take a shortcut, so she quickly persuaded him softly.
I want to see you more. Zhang Yi covered Pinggua's computer with his hand. He knocked Lin Wanqing to the ground. I'm not serious about reading.
After a storm, I stewed mushrooms in a clear soup that simmered for an hour. Lin Wanqing was so tired that she was gasping for breath on the bed.
Zhang Yibao, did you take any illegal drugs? Of course not. Do you think someone like me needs to take banned drugs? Zhang Yi patted Lin Wanqing's smooth buttocks. Now I still have 150 energy points, I can add a little more physical strength to see what the experience is like.
Zhang Yi came to the bathroom and turned on the showerhead system, add 50 points of physical strength to me. Received, increasing the host's physical strength.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host, physical strength, 9100. Zhang Yi felt a surge of heat flowing through his body.
The body is strengthened again.
He felt that his muscles were more toned, his lung capacity was much stronger, and more importantly, his heartbeat was steady and strong, a bit like an athlete's physique. If he were to run 1,000 meters now, he was sure that he could easily run it within 3 minutes. But this time, I didn't feel that my abilities in any particular area had been significantly enhanced.
Hiss. Cool. Zhang Yi let the cold water wash over his body. Woo woo woo.
Suddenly Zhang Yi's phone started vibrating again. He quickly dried himself off and picked up his phone to find it was his alarm.
Yes. Today is Monday.
There are only 4 minutes left before the system prompts the lowest MXM price. Zhang Yi had already converted all the RMB in his wallet into US dollars.
Be prepared to buy MXM at the bottom at any time. He opened the digital currency trading software. As expected, MXM has plummeted to an inhumane level. From the highest of dozens of yuan, it has dropped to a few cents now. They say one day in the cryptocurrency world is like 10 years in the stock market, and it's true. The money you earn in the stock market for 10 years can be played with digital currency in one day. Although it's not time yet.
Jiang Yi still slowly started to buy at the bottom, because he couldn't guarantee that the price would rebound immediately after hitting the bottom, otherwise he would not be able to buy. Soon, Jiang Yi bought all the 4,000 yuan. He just bought it, less than a minute later. Suddenly, a large order from a cryptocurrency trading institution was placed into MXM. The price directly started a straight upward line and doubled. Jiang Yi's face was filled with joy. Although these few thousand were nothing to a person with a billion-dollar system, Jiang Yi was still very grateful because this money truly belonged to him. At this time, in an office, Lu Di was looking at the digital currency market in front of him. Suddenly, a digital currency quickly rose from a green negative state and turned red.
Damn! It doubled in one day? It must be institutions taking advantage of it.
Looking at the trend line, I predict it will fall back tomorrow, so I'll short it immediately.
Lu Di immediately shorted MXM with all the balance in his account. He was very happy, thinking that he could make a lot of money this time.
Over the years, Lu Di had made a lot of money through digital currency, starting from a few thousand yuan and then directly making tens of thousands.
I believe that with this wave, it will be no problem to make a few thousand more.
Lu Di crossed his legs and leaned his body, and the figure of Lin Wanqing flashed through his mind. As the saying goes, keeping warm will lead to sexual desire.
Now for Lu Di, making money is just a matter of time. The key is to have more fun with women while he is still young.
Although when he was the president of the student union, Lu Di also took advantage of many girls. But those girls were just average scum. He picked up the phone and dialed a number.
P.S. I beg for an update. Chapter 27 Zhong Chao is hit, Zhangzhou San Xiao. Humph. Don't think you're the only beautiful woman in the world.
Lin Jiawei is also pretty, and her breasts look big. Lu Di was ready to settle for the second best. After all, he had the final say on some matters, so he might as well lie to Li Jiawei and maximize his benefits first. At that time, they will say that the position has been taken by someone else, or that the company policy has changed temporarily.
No one dared to say anything. Hello?
Li Jiawei's phone rang, and Lu Di said cryptically, I can give you the quota here, but it depends on your performance.
Okay, thank you, senior. Tonight I am on the other end of your phone, and I hear Li Jiawei's coquettish voice.
Li Jiawei is very familiar with the unspoken rules of the workplace. Besides, she has already slept with a man, so it doesn't matter if there is one more or one less man.
So fucking slutty. Lu Di cursed in his heart, but still said unsatisfiedly, isn't that a bit too little? Just spend one night with me and want to exchange it for an internal referral spot? Isn't this a bit too simplistic? Of course not. As long as you are willing, I can always find a way to satisfy you. After all, I will still need your care in my new job in the future.
Li Jiawei's coquettish voice and her blunt words almost made Lu Di's face swell up.
Lu Di hung up the phone and swallowed his saliva.
It seemed that he had to cool down his temper tonight. If Li Jiawei has good skills, giving this spot to Li Jiawei would be a good choice. Being a long-term sex partner doesn't require you to take responsibility, but you can still enjoy yourself and vent whenever you need to.
Time flies. Suddenly it was Thursday. In the past few days, the performance of MXM has been lukewarm, with no obvious increase and a sense of volatility. There is no thrill of doubling your money every day. This made Lu Di even more certain that MXM must be changing dealers. After the dealer changed, there would be another round of sell-offs to drive out retail investors, and then the price would start to rise. You can make a profit by short selling when the market is falling, and then wait until the market starts to rise before going long. It's simply perfect.
It was not until today that the refund from Donghu Home came, and Tang Ziyu even went to apologize in person.
In fact, the main problem is that the Donghu Home account is a public account.
It is difficult for the bank to handle the large amount of money transferred out at once. After all, it is not Jiang Yi's card, and the bank will have long-term reserves. Jiang Yi doesn't care about this at all, and he is not in a hurry for the money.
Seeing Jiang Yi's nonchalant look, Tang Ziyu became even more in awe of Jiang Yi, knowing that he must be extraordinary. Woo woo woo. At noon, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were having lunch. His cell phone suddenly vibrated. The person who called was the second kid in the dormitory. Hello, Lauer, what's going on? Jiang Yi picked up the phone. Little 4.
Hurry, the boss got hit, and they're being unreasonable. They look a bit like thugs, insisting it's our fault and demanding compensation.
We don't have that much money.
The second brother's anxious voice came.
Jiang Yi frowned when he heard it.
Although Jiang Yi has been living outside recently, the friendship between the former dormitory members is still there. The boss has always taken good care of himself before.
Now that the boss is being bullied, of course he will not sit idly by. Where are you?
Send me the location and I'll be there right away, Jiang Yi said decisively. He said to Lin Wanqing, sorry, baby, I have to go and take a look.
Just put on your shoes and go out.
Wait, Lin Wanqing followed and said, I will go with you. Jiang Yi didn't think too much about it, nodded, and drove away in his Rolls-Royce. The place where the eldest brother Zhong Chao was hit was not far from the school. This afternoon, the three of them planned to go to a restaurant outside the school to have a good meal, so they specially teamed up to go out for a meal. As a result, after dinner, when I was almost at school, I was hit by a Porsche that ran a red light on the zebra crossing. Fortunately, Zhong Chao was quick-witted and turned around. The person was not hit head-on, but was hooked by the rear-view mirror. Zhong Chao was sitting on the stone steps of a roadside flower bed, hunched over, covering his hands. A large patch of paint had been scratched on the Porsche's rear-view mirror, caused by the watch on Zhong Chao's wrist. It was obvious that the impact had been quite severe. At this time, the second and third oldest students in the dormitory were communicating with a few young people with strange hair colors and tattoos on their bodies.
However, judging from their posture, the second and third oldest students could only beg for mercy. Jiang Yi parked the Rolls-Royce far away in a roadside parking space, walked over to the people in the dormitory and asked, "How's it going?"
The second brother saw that it was Jiang Yi and quickly explained, Hey, we were walking on the zebra crossing when the light was green, but they ran a red light and asked us to pay them 10,000 yuan, otherwise they would ask someone to beat us up.
Isn't this all their fault?
Lin Wanqing came up and asked. She had passed the driving test, so she naturally knew the traffic laws. When a few thugs saw Lin Wanqing, their eyes lit up.
What a hot girl.
They have been hanging out in nightclubs for a long time and have seen many girls there, but it is rare to find one as pure as Lin Wanqing.
Are you overthinking it? We just called and no one will come to handle this matter today. Please prepare the money, 10,000 yuan, not a cent less.
The yellow-haired leader was shaking his legs with a smug look on his face. Then he said jokingly, if you are willing to give this girl to us for a day, this matter can be let go. As soon as Huang Mao said this, Zhong Chao, the second and third brothers' expressions changed instantly.
It's over now.
Not only did I lose money, but I also lost my life.
We pay.
The second brother nervously took out his phone. Jiang Yi, if I had known, I wouldn't have called you.
I'll call home and ask for some money first.
You guys go. A college student suddenly asked his family for 10,000 yuan for no apparent reason.
Any parent would find it strange.
Therefore, the second child was actually mentally prepared to make this decision.
Etc.
Suddenly, a hand pressed down the second brother's cell phone.
You mean no one will deal with this matter?
Jiang Yi looked at the yellow-haired man and laughed.
It's broad daylight and there is no law? He just didn't believe it. When Huang Mao heard Jiang Yi's words, he laughed even more wildly, as if he had heard a joke.
Boy, I see that you are all students, that's why I only said 10,000.
Otherwise, it would cost at least 50,000.
Besides, she is your girlfriend, so just give her to us for a day.
It won't cost you anything. Maybe we can even give her a gift if we are happy. His followers nearby started to make a fuss, looking very proud. Do you know who our Mr. Zhao is? He is one of the 3 young masters of Jiangzhou. The upper echelons of Jiangzhou have to listen to him. You can't afford to offend him. When Master Zhao stamped his feet, Jiangzhou trembled 3 times. When Master Zhao choked, Jiangzhou trembled once.
That is, if your girlfriend spends one night with Mr. Zhao, her value will increase a lot. You can tell others that your girlfriend is the one Mr. Zhao likes.
How great is that? Several people flattered Mr. Zhao and asked Jiang Yi and others to be more sensible and either pay the money or hand over the people. Jiangzhou's third young master? Jiang Yi repeated doubtfully.
He had never heard of this person before, so how could he know who Jiangzhou's third young master was?
P.S. 360-degree spiral begging for a free update. If you see this, please move your little finger. Chapter 28. Is Mr. Tang's approach not enough? When it comes to showing off, when are you most desperate?
It's when you've been bragging for a while and no one understands. It's like driving home in a Lamborghini and being looked down upon by the villagers for not having the luxury of a Wuling Hongguang. At this moment, Mr. Zhao Buzhu realized it. He was proud of the title of the third young master of Jiangzhou. In Jiang Yi's ears, it was just fart. She is not as prestigious as the sanitation lady working on the roadside.
You don't even know Jiangzhou's third young master? In the entire Jiangzhou, even a child knows Jiangzhou's third young master, and you don't know? Didn't your teachers teach you that?
When one of Zhao Buzhu's little followers saw that Master Zhao was being looked down upon, he immediately jumped out and yelled a few words. After saying this, he looked at Zhao Buzhu with some flattery and a way of seeking credit, meaning that helping me is helping you, so you have to give me credit. The other two felt a little regretful that they didn't win the first place despite such a good opportunity, and took their anger out on Jiang Yi.
That's right, you idiot, are you tired of living? You're so disrespectful to our Master Zhao, do you believe I'll beat you up? These people are typical bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Jiang Yi felt that these people were like elementary school students, who were too concerned about their reputation and were making a lot of noise. However, the current problem is to take Zhong Chao to the hospital as soon as possible. You two take Zhong Chao to the hospital first, I'll stay here and deal with the problem. Jiang Yi turned around and said to the second and third brothers. The problem here is not something that can be solved by the two of them. Jiang Yi thought of Tang Ziyu.
He remembered that Tang Ziyu had said that if he was caught, he should report his name, which meant that he must have connections there.
I just don't know if Tang Ziyu is one of the so-called three young masters of Beijing. After dialing the phone, Jiang Yi heard Tang Ziyu's familiar voice. Boss, what do you want to talk to me about?
The few dandies were not afraid at all when Jiang Yi called for help. On the contrary, they were secretly looking forward to it. The more people come, the more satisfying it will be to slap them in the face, and the more this beauty may like and value herself. Who knows, he might come to me secretly to ask for my phone number soon.
I had a car accident and I want you to help me ask the higher-ups. No one has come to deal with this matter yet.
Jiang Yi briefly explained the whole story and also emphasized the other party's arrogance and domineering behavior. After hearing this, Tang Ziyu had no impression of the third young master of Jiangzhou, let alone Mr. Zhao. He wasn't actually from Jiangzhou, but his family had some connections in the upper echelons of society, and he knew some friends in Jiangzhou, so he was able to get by quite well there.
He was silent for a few breaths and replied, I'll ask my friend what's going on for you. If I can help, I will definitely help.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
I guess he must have gone to ask his friends in the transportation system.
Seeing Jiang Yi hang up the phone, the yellow-haired Mr. Zhao became even bolder. Because if they meet someone powerful, or those who can truly surpass the fame of Jiangzhou San Shao, they will definitely let him answer the phone first. Right now Jiang Yi is not making any movement, just waiting for something. This means that Jiang Yi is not sure if he can deal with them with his connections.
What? Have you already arranged everything? Do you want to handle this now or later?
The yellow-haired Mr. Zhao was not afraid at all, but walked around Jiang Yi in a nonchalant manner. In fact, they were surrounding Lin Wanqing and looking at her. Lin Wanqing was in a hurry to go out today, so she just put on a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of loose shorts. Her gray thighs and curvy figure were clearly on display. Especially after tasting the forbidden fruit with Jiang Yi, she had a touch of charm.
Zhao Buzhu's heart trembled and he swallowed his saliva. He wanted to get Lin Wanqing more and more. You are my little apple. Suddenly, Zhao Buzhu's phone rang.
He shook his body with the ringing sound and took out the latest model of Pinghua mobile phone from his bag. I really don't know how he managed to use such a cheesy song as his ringtone like those elderly uncles and aunts.
Hello, who are you?
Zhao Buzhu said a little impatiently. Then a voice came from the other end of the line. After listening for a long time, Zhao Buzhu gave Lin Wanqing another fierce look.
It's not that simple. They can't come up with the money.
I asked one of their girlfriends to play with me for a day, but they refused.
So they can only pay me.
Hang up, don't worry about it, don't worry, I won't make a big deal. After Zhao Buzhu finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
He looked at Jiang Yi with a playful expression. Boy, you have some skills. You even used your connections to get to Jiangzhou City. It seems that I underestimated you.
Zhao Buzhu turned the phone with both hands and continued.
However, you are too naive. Do you think that I got the title of Jiangzhou Third Master casually? As soon as you entered, people came to ask for my opinion.
As for my backers, these people have to call me Grandpa. At this time, this incident has attracted many people passing by to stop and watch.
Zhao Buju's dandyism and Jiang Yi's silence. This made these people feel a little compassionate. Today it was Jiang Yi, but what about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Will it be my turn?
Many people even ran to Zhao Buju's car to check the license plate. They had to be more careful in the future and not offend him easily. Sure enough, not long after, Tang Ziyu called and said that these people were relatively strong people in the white world. What he meant was that Jiang Yi wasn't short of money, so why bother with this kind of thing?
Wouldn't it be better to just give them the money and be done with it?
Jiang Yi frowned slightly when he heard this, thinking that there really is no law in this world. However, what Tang Ziyu didn't know was that they didn't just want money, but also wanted to use this opportunity to force Lin Wanqing to go play with them. As for what to play, they have the final say. Tang Ziyu felt a little guilty for not being able to help and expressed his desire to come over and help deal with it. In fact, he wanted to help pay the money to solve the problem, to see if he could smooth things over and help Jiang Yi get over this matter.
Jiang Yi refused. Since Tang Ziyu couldn't solve this problem, then it really couldn't be solved, and his coming might not be of any use.
When Lin Wanqing saw the scene, she became nervous and walked to Jiang Yi's side.
There are so many people on the opposite side.
Even though she has learned Taekwondo, she may not be able to win. She has no practical experience. But she would definitely not allow Jiang Yi to be hurt before her.
She asked softly, Jiang Yibao, what should we do now?
After all, Jiang Yi's roots in Jiangzhou are still shallow. Although he has some money now, his connections are far inferior to those of the eldest sons of the families who have developed for many years.
It's okay, Jiang Yi patted Lin Wanqing's shoulder, but his mind was also in a mess and he didn't know what to do. Grumble.
Suddenly another Porsche stopped by the roadside. Porsches, which were rare in Jiangzhou, now appeared here in two pieces. A young man got out of the car, and a woman got out of the passenger seat.
When Jiang Yi saw her, his face suddenly darkened. Why was it her? P.S. Please urge me to update more, all the updates are great. Chapter 29 Chapter 30 Lin Wanqing takes action.
The person who got off the car was known to the young man Zhao Buju and the woman Jiang Yi.
Psycho, why are you here? Zhao Buju laughed when he saw the young man. If you can't protect me and call me crazy again, I will get angry with you. The young man's name is Shin Jinbing. Like Zhao Buju, he is one of the 3 young masters of Jiangzhou.
The parents of both of them had special intentions when they named them.
What, can't you handle the situation here?
I just waited for you for a long time in front, but you didn't come, so I drove back. Shin Jinbing and Zhao Buju made an appointment to go out and play together today, but at the beginning they were driving one after the other. When Shin Jinbing arrived, he looked back and found that Zhao Buju's car was gone. Out of brotherhood, he turned back. Zhao Buju explained in Shin Jinbing's ear and kept pointing at Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing, especially Lin Wanqing. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were definitely up to something bad. Sure enough, after listening to this, Shin Jinbing glanced at Lin Wanqing several times. The woman next to Shin Jinbing was Zhou Jie, the one Jiang Yi had forced away with money at the Gucci store last time. She followed Shin Jinbing's gaze and saw Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. The resentment and hatred in his eyes instantly turned red. For so long, all she thought about day and night was to avenge Jiang Yi. After leaving the Gucci store, she became famous among her old customers with her excellent bed skills. After all, she can even serve a useless old man comfortably. Not to mention those hot-blooded young men, each of them felt ecstasy when they got into her bed. Later, she was given to Shin Jinbing by an older brother she knew as a companion.
Shin Jinbing was not good at that.
He had played with too many women when he was young and had completely lost his skills in that area by the age of 25.
But after meeting Zhou Jie, he seemed to be rejuvenated.
He started a life of reveling every night again, and from then on he took Zhou Jie with him wherever he went.
Zhou Jie glanced at Jiang Yi with resentment, then said something in a coquettish voice into Shin Jinbing's ear. Shin Jinbing immediately straightened his back and walked towards Jiang Yi with a menacing look. I heard that you were the one who kicked my girlfriend out of the Gucci store? Lin Wanqing's face changed. She should have advised Jiang Yi not to be so high profile. Now, people have come to find her. Jiang Yi faced more and more enemies without any fear. Yes, that's because she herself is too mean. Ha ha ha. Shin Jinbing laughed, you really are not afraid of death, do you know how much power we have? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a few dirty dollars. If we want to make money, I don't know how many bosses in Jiangzhou will be eager to give us money. As children of the powerful, they really can't spend their extra money arrogantly. But if you really want money, it's not a difficult thing.
There's no need to say anything, just kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, and then pay Jojia 1 million. Shin Jinping spoke in a domineering tone, as if he was saying something trivial. When Zhou Jia heard Shin Jinping speaking up for her, she immediately hugged Shin Jinping's arm shyly.
She pressed his arms tightly against his chest, almost stuffing his hands in. The wide neckline couldn't even hide the size of his body that was about to burst out.
The male animals watching on the side gulped their saliva, and shouted in their hearts, "Push harder.
Push harder and it will come out."
Shin Jinping naturally also felt the strangeness on his arm, and through Zhou Jia's collar, he could see everything inside. I became more concerned about Zhou Jia's affairs.
Come on, what are you dawdling about? Didn't you top up 10 million yuan for your girlfriend in one go? What? You can't withdraw the money today?
Shin Jinping scolded harshly. Zhao Buzhu saw that Shin Jinping had begun to threaten him. I quickly came over to help. Either you give your girlfriend to me, I can help you to ask for a favor, otherwise you can't leave standing today. When Zhao Buzhu saw that Shin Jinping had a beautiful woman clinging to him, he actually felt a little envious. He became more and more eager to get Lin Wanqing into his pocket.
The onlookers now shifted their attention from Sister Zhou's collar to Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. I felt some sympathy in my heart.
Especially those who had been watching here from the beginning, who know the whole story and secretly explain the whole story to the people around them.
Hey, it seems that this young man is going to have a hard time. With these young masters around, how can ordinary people deal with him?
They all look to be in their 20s, and they might be able to fight against the local tyrants.
In Zhangzhou, the third young master is considered the top dandy. Do you think we should call the police? This situation is serious. If a fight breaks out, 7 against 1? That would be too much of a bully, right? It's useless.
The old man is here.
Do you think he can't handle it? Whoever makes the call will be in trouble.
That's right, let's go, I don't want to see blood splattered on the spot. There were many onlookers who felt upset and couldn't bear to watch it any longer, but they didn't dare to speak up to help. They could only sigh, shake their heads and leave. Some people who stayed behind hoped that things would take a turn for the better.
Did they really have to watch someone rape a woman in broad daylight? 2 gangster-looking men also got out of Shin Jinping's car. Together with Zhao Buzhu and his men, the group surrounded Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. In fact, these followers are not all powerless.
Instead, they all come from families with some background, which is why they can play with the third young master of Zhangzhou.
So these people were very bold, not taking Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing seriously, nor the onlookers beside them seriously.
For them, if they didn't agree, they would fight, and someone would come to clean up their mess.
Boy, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't express your opinion, we will have to take force. Zhao Buzhu smiled sinisterly, and his hand couldn't help but touch Lin Wanqing's face. Get lost. When Jiang Yi saw that Zhao Buzhu dared to tease his girlfriend, he immediately pushed Zhao Buzhu's dirty hands away. He is very strong. How can a person with a physical strength of 90 not be strong? This hit Zhao Buzhu's arm hurt so much. Damn, you actually took action. Zhao Buzhu has never met anyone who dares to take action before him.
Covering his arm with one hand, he cursed in shock, "Come on, beat him to death." When he finished saying this, his face was a little distorted, and the last word he was roared out.
Superior.
Zhao Buzhu gave the order, and his 3 followers rushed forward first.
Jiang Yi was about to step forward to resist. But he found a hand on his shoulder. "You step back, I will."
The one who spoke was Lin Wanqing. She crossed her legs slightly, waited for the right opportunity, and kicked out. The snow-white thighs drew a white arc in the air. It hit the nearest person in the face with incredible accuracy.
Snap.
Jiang Yi clearly saw that man's face twisted instantly, his mouth pouting high. Lin Wanqing knocked one man down with one kick, then turned around to dodge a punch from another man. "Lift your legs high above your head and kick them down hard." There was the sound of heels hitting the top of my head.
Jiang Yi was stunned. Lin Wanqing's body was so soft? Why haven't I seen her use this move before? Does this mean she can unlock new poses in the future?
Thinking of this, he touched his somewhat empty waist. Even if his physical strength was 90, he would not be able to withstand his madness for several consecutive days. It seemed that it was time to increase his physical strength to the maximum level.
Just when Jiang Yi was thinking about his work, all his followers were knocked to the ground by Lin Wanqing, including Shin Jinping and Zhao Buzhu.
These two people were actually the weakest in combat. Lin Wanqing only gave them a light kick and they fell down. These people look fierce, but in fact, each of them has been drained of their bodies by women and is weak. Besides, they had never been beaten before, so their ability to withstand blows and pain was very weak, and they were basically kicked by Lin Wanqing one by one.
Looking at the people groaning on the ground, the onlookers were stunned. What kind of operation is this? The second of the three young masters of Jiangzhou was beaten up like this?
Of course, the most surprised person was Zhou Jie. She looked blankly at the people in front of her who had been so aggressive just now, and now she was the only one left standing there?
Hurry, call Brother Zhu.
Shen Jinbing collapsed on the ground, holding his chin and yelling at Zhou Jie.
P.S. Please urge me to update more, thanks. Chapter 30 Chapter 31 The young master of Jiangzhou is here. Oh well.
Zhou Jie didn't know what to do, so she hurriedly took out her cell phone from her pocket. I was so nervous that I entered the password several times before I could open the phone.
Zhu, Brother Zhu, you, come here quickly. Shen Jinbing and Zhao Buzhu have been beaten. Call a few more people, there is a master here.
Zhou Jie dialed a number and started crying after the call was connected.
Keep calling people. Zhang Yi was speechless. How could this be like playing a game and fighting monsters? After killing one, there would be another one. Zhao Buzhu was kicked in the nose by Lin Wanqing.
At this time, he was lying on the ground on his side, covering his bloody nose. After hearing Zhou Jie finish the call, he yelled, "You wait for me, when our big brother Zhu arrives, I will beat you to a pulp. I am not the Zhao family."
Humph, if you come 1, I'll beat you 1. If you come 10, I'll beat you 10.
Lin Wanqing snorted coldly. She had originally thought that it would be a fierce battle. After all, although she had learned Taekwondo for a long time, she did not have much practical experience like this.
The fight just now actually gave her more confidence.
Zhang Yi suddenly felt a chill on his back when he heard this.
This damn Lin Wanqing is really good at fighting.
Somehow a picture emerged in his mind. He was being thrown to the ground by Lin Wanqing, with a black eye and a swollen face.
Damn it, I can't cheat easily from now on, otherwise it will be a disaster.
But with such a capable girlfriend around, my mother won't have to worry about bad guys when I go out in the future.
I don't have to worry about Wanqing's safety anymore.
After Zhou Jie finished the call, she squatted anxiously beside Shen Jinbing, looking at his injuries.
Just by bending over, the collar drooped down a lot. A group of animals all looked inside.
There were some slight vomiting sounds from the crowd.
Oh my god, this is the woman. She looks really beautiful. I didn't expect it was a bus.
I don't know how many men have raped me. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but sigh in their hearts.
As a gentleman, Zhang Yi certainly wouldn't watch for long.
Anyway, she is not as pretty as Lin Wanqing.
He turned and looked at Lin Wanqing worriedly. Wanqing Bao, are you okay? Are you injured or hurt? Can I massage it for you?
If I really found any bruises, I would definitely leave a big bruise on their faces. As he said that, Zhang Yi squatted down and looked for bruises on Lin Wanqing's legs. However, after searching high and low 3 times, no scars were found. It seems that the fighting ability of these people is not a joke, it is really bad. This scene made the people lying on the ground breathe a sigh of relief.
If there really were bruises, that would be terrible. We would all be beaten. But the next second, they were stunned again. Oh my god, you actually lost a hair? This is intolerable.
After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he kicked everyone hard again.
Zhao Buzhu and Shen Jinbing wanted to vomit blood. How did you see that the hair had fallen off?
Lin Wanqing also covered her eyes, unable to believe that Zhang Yi had found such a good reason.
Grumble.
Soon another Porsche and a commercial vehicle stopped by the roadside.
More than 10 people got off the car. Seeing several people lying on the ground, a group of people came over quickly.
The leader was a young man whose appearance was quite familiar to Zhang Yi. He always felt that he had seen this face somewhere.
Brother Zhu, you are finally here, you have to help me vent my anger.
When Shen Jinbing saw the young man coming, she stood up crying and begging for his help. Zhao Buzhu also covered his nose, which was still bleeding, and came behind the young man.
You were beaten down by just 2 people? The young man looked at the number of people on both sides and was a little bit unbelieving. There is also a woman?
Shen Jinbing and Zhao Buzhu blushed at these words. They didn't want to do that either, mainly because Lin Wanqing's skills were too profound.
I can't handle it at all. Mr. Zhu, that woman is quite capable. We don't dare to go up to her. One of Zhao Buju's followers said secretly from behind.
In fact, they all still have the ability to fight, but they are smart enough to lie on the ground rather than get kicked.
Waste.
The young man kicked several people on the buttocks in frustration.
Losing face to our Zhangzhou third master.
As he spoke, he walked towards Jiang Yi with a large group of people behind him.
Boy, were you the ones who beat up my brother?
He glanced at the two of them casually, but of course he stayed on Lin Wanqing for a little longer.
Jiang Yi was wondering where he had seen this face before.
I didn't hear what he said at all.
Our master Zhu is talking to you, did you hear me?
Behind the young man stood a very burly man. He looked like a bodyguard, like those foreign thugs in the movies, with arms thicker than his thighs. It felt like one of his punches could send Jiang Yi flying 50 meters.
Jiang Yi was startled awake by his loud voice. Huh? What did you say? The young man's face suddenly turned gloomy. This guy is really crazy. He even dares to disobey me. What's your name? The young man narrowed his eyes. I see you are a student. Are you a student of Jiangzhou University? Jiang Yi looked at the group of people coming from the opposite side.
They were obviously old fighters who had experienced many battles. He secretly prepared to contact the system and add the remaining 100 points to the force. At the same time, he replied indifferently.
Jiang Yi is a student of Jiang University. He. After hearing this, the young man laughed again. Believe it or not, I can get you expelled from your university immediately?
As long as you kneel down now and kowtow to us and admit your mistakes, this matter will be over. Although it was indeed Zhao Buju who made the mistake first, you beat him so hard, I have to save their face. From his words, Jiang Yi felt that he was not an unreasonable person, and even felt that he was a person who valued brotherhood very much. If this kind of person took the right path, he would be worth making friends with. Unfortunately, at the moment, the two sides are destined to be parallel lines and opposites.
Do you think we're afraid of you? You said expel us? Jiang Da can expel us?
Lin Wanqing stepped aside slightly, protecting Jiang Yi behind her, and shouted at the group of men in front of her without any fear.
She believed that she and Jiang Yi were both top students in the school, so how could the school expel them? Jiang Yi felt a little bitter.
Lin Wanqing protected him like a child. Why did he feel like he was being kept by Lin Wanqing and was being forced to be the man behind a woman?
Ha 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 ha.
Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Wanqing finished speaking, the dozen or so people opposite her burst into laughter.
Ha ha, don't you think these two people are funny? They actually doubt Zhu Xiao's ability?
Zhang Da is owned by Zhu Xiao's family, so it's not just a matter of Zhu Xiao saying a word. Just two of you little scumbag students, Zhu Xiao can crush you as easily as crushing an ant.
What kind of words? Just one word and the students in school will behave themselves and be expelled?
Shen Jinbing laughed the loudest and most proudly.
I think you think I didn't hit you hard enough just now. Lin Wanqing glared at Shen Jinbing coldly.
Shen Jinbing was so frightened that the smile on his face froze immediately, and he quietly stepped back.
Judging from your looks, are you ready to fight me head-on?
The young man felt a little embarrassed when he saw that Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi were not afraid at all.
Take the phone straight out of the bag. Hey, brother, I have something I want to ask you for help. Can you help me expel these two students from Jiang University? One is Jiang Yi and the other is Lin Wanqing? The young man said this with contempt towards Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. Meaning you two should be prepared for my wrath.
When Shen Jinbing and Zhao Buju looked at Jiang Yi, it was as if they were looking at a dead person. Especially Zhao Buju, he was already thinking of a way to tell Lin Wanqing that as long as she stayed with him for one night, he would help her plead with Zhu Xiao so that she could continue her studies. After one night, she will be completely conquered by me and become my girlfriend obediently. His mouth was watering at the thought of this.
People on the roadside also became nervous. They really didn't want to see Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing being treated differently like this.
It should not be said to be treated, but rather abused.
The three young masters of Zhangzhou are really united. They fight one after another, and each one is stronger than the other. Isn't it true?
Look at this Zhu Xiao, he didn't even take action, but directly attacked their hearts. As students, if they were expelled from school, I think both of them would cry to death. Yes, after both of them were fired, they realized how powerful the Zhangzhou third young master is in our Zhangzhou. If it were me, I would rather kneel down. After all, Mr. Zhu has already made a concession.
I definitely compromised. Mr. Zhu was actually more conscientious than the other two.
Zhou Jie stood far behind, sneering.
I thought to myself, you too, just like how you treated me in the Gucci store that day, you're not going to have an easy time today.
I'm going to sacrifice my life for revenge. Once Mr. Zhu and the others leave, I'm going to instigate Shin Jinping to continue targeting you.
I'm going to kill you all.
She unknowingly put the blame on Jiang Yi for sleeping with the old man and all kinds of men. She completely forgot that when she was in the Gucci store, she had already sold her body for sales.
However, when everyone thought that Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were finished. Ah!
Zhu Xiao suddenly exclaimed, surprising everyone.
What's going on?
Shin Jinping and Zhao Buzhu looked at each other, feeling a little uneasy.
Did something unexpected happen?
Zhu Xiao was still listening carefully to the voice on the other end of the phone, and explained the whole story in a clever manner.
There is no exaggeration at all. After a while, everyone's palms began to sweat.
I watched nervously as Mr. Zhu took so long to talk on the phone.
This phone call took too long, didn't it? Isn't it something that can be settled in a few words? Why did I have to tell them everything in detail? Everyone was a little confused. Until Zhu Xiao finally put down his phone. Shin Jinping and Zhao Buzhu wanted to go over and ask what was going on.
But before they could speak, Zhu Xiao said to Jiang Yi with a smile, Jiang Yi, my brother wants you to answer the phone.
That smile is uglier than crying. I guess he must have been criticized just now.
Everyone staggered when they heard this.
What the hell? Zhu Xiao's brother asked Jiang Yi to answer the phone? Is there such a thing? Is he going to scold Jiang Yi personally?
Jiang Yi himself was also a little confused, and he looked at Lin Wanqing.
Took the phone. Hello?
A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. At this moment, Jiang Yi understood.
He thought of everything.
No wonder he looked so familiar when I saw Zhu Xiao.
It turns out he is.
Chapter 31 Chapter 32 He is my brother's protector, you all admit your mistakes. When Jiang Yi picked up the phone, a man's dull voice came from the other end. Jiang Yi, I'm sorry that my brother has caused you trouble.
I know the whole story.
My brother Shiwen wouldn't dare to lie to me.
They were wrong in this matter.
You deserve my praise. The person who spoke was Zhu Dongjun. Just now, it was Zhu Dongjun's younger brother Zhu Xiao, also known as Zhu Shiwen. When Jiang Yi heard Zhu Shiwen's name, he felt that people in the upper class all chose names in an interesting way.
Can't cover it up, crazy. Now the two brothers of the Zhu family are one in the east and the other in the west, one is a soldier and the other is a scholar. It must have taken a lot of thought for the adults in their family to come up with these names. It's okay, I've already vented my anger. Luckily I didn't hit your brother, huh?
Jiang Yi and Zhu Dongjun seemed to be on the same level as each other, and spoke without any consideration. Lin Wanqing, who was standing by, felt relieved when she heard Jiang Yi talking and laughing, and her clenched fists loosened. But those people on the opposite side who had just wanted to make Jiang Yi look bad were now like sick chickens, and their moods were getting heavier and heavier.
Especially Zhu Shiwen.
When his brother Zhu Dongjun told him that Jiang Yi was his friend,
Zhu Shiwen felt as depressed as if he had eaten shit.
Now Jiang Yi was chatting and laughing with his brother, and he knew that he would definitely be criticized. Maybe my living expenses will be stuck for a period of time. Zhu Shiwen is very afraid of his brother because his brother is the only one in the family who runs a big company. All the expenses of the family are basically borne by Zhu Dongjun, including Zhu Shiwen's living expenses.
In addition, Zhu Dongjun is really capable. He understands his parents' thoughts very well at home and his business is booming outside.
Every time Zhu Shiwen got into trouble outside, Zhu Dongjun was the one who cleaned up his mess.
As luck would have it, the limelight fell on my eldest brother's friend today. It was really like a flood flushing the Dragon King temple.
Zhu Dongjun chatted briefly with Jiang Yi on the phone, and asked Jiang Yi to do him the honor of having lunch with him. Jiang Yi thought that he had only eaten half of his meal, and it would be nice to have a meal with Zhu Dongjun, so he agreed. He returned the phone to Zhu Shiwen with some playfulness. After Zhu Shiwen picked up the phone, he said hello cautiously. Then he immediately moved the phone 10 centimeters away.
Zhu Dongjun did not confirm Jiang Yi's identity just now.
Now that it's confirmed, of course I want to be polite to Zhu Shiwen.
After all, what if Zhu Shiwen offended some big boss or the children of some high-ranking official?
That matter would not be something Zhu Dongjun could handle, and it was possible that even the old man in the Zhu family would have to pay the price. After this incident, Zhu Dongjun became more aware of the importance of disciplining Zhu Shiwen. So Zhu Shiwen was under the gaze of a group of passers-by and brothers. Zhu Dongjun scolded him for a full 5 minutes. He said something angrily like, "I won't dare to do it again, I won't do it again, I know." When he hung up the phone, Zhu Xiwen breathed a sigh of relief, his expression a little complicated, just like a student who had been scolded by the teacher and walked out of the office.
Mr. Zhu, what is going on?
Shen Jinbing and Zhao Buzhu came up to Zhu Xiwen with a flattering look on their faces and asked. The two of them were itching to do something, and for more than 10 minutes, they could only watch Zhu Xiwen make a phone call, not knowing what was going on.
Get out of here, you guys.
You caused the trouble and made me get scolded by my brother. Zhu Xiwen was very angry and had no place to vent his anger.
He angrily cursed Shen Jinbing and Zhao Buzhu.
Poor two guys were stunned by the scolding.
Weren't they good brothers just now, ready to stand up for us? Why did they turn around and scold us? Zhu, Mr. Zhu, what happened? Can we find out? Zhao Buzhu was thick-skinned. He kept smiling even after being scolded and asked about Zhu Xiwen.
As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Seeing Zhao Buzhu's smug smile, Zhu Xiwen sighed. He thought that although these people were unreliable, they were still kind to him. He couldn't just disown them as brothers because of this one thing. You guys are causing trouble for me. This Jiang Yi is someone my brother is protecting. You all should go and admit your mistakes. Zhu Xiwen sighed again after he finished speaking.
Today, the face of the third young master of Jiangzhou was completely destroyed, but compared with the future living expenses, what was the face worth?
Even a real man would bow down for a few pieces of silver.
Ah! Shen Jinbing and Zhao Buzhu were stunned. They couldn't believe that their own young master Zhu actually wanted them to admit their mistakes.
Even the onlookers on the roadside were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground.
For so many years, the three young masters of Jiangzhou have been notorious. When have you ever heard anyone mention that they apologized? Not to mention apologizing, they have never even admitted to being wrong. Is this the sun rising from the west today? The sun is right. I suspect I am dreaming. In broad daylight, I actually had hallucinations on the street. Who the hell said it wasn't true? If I hadn't twisted a bruise on my hand, I would have suspected that I was sleepwalking. Passers-by expressed their shock. I'm sorry. Before Jiang Xiao, Shen Jinbing, and Zhao Buzhu could recover from their shock, Zhu Xiwen came to Jiang Yi and admitted his fault. Then the followers who followed Zhu Xiwen all shouted in unison, "Sorry, Mr. Jiang." Under Zhu Xiwen's deadly gaze, Shen Jinbing and Zhao Buzhu could only come to Jiang Yi in shame and admit their mistakes.
However, just when the two of them thought that the matter was over and were about to get into the car and escape in shame.
Wait a minute. Jiang Yi spoke up. Are you kidding? Just admitting your mistakes is enough? It's true that I just need to admit my mistakes, but what about Zhang Chao? They are all my brothers. Have you forgotten that it wasn't me you hit? Jiang Yi pointed at Zhao Buzhu coldly. Zhao Buzhu was about to get angry. Damn it, this is too much. I have never admitted my mistakes to others since I was a child. Now that I admitted my mistake today, you still want to hold me back? Cough cough. Seeing that Zhao Buzhu looked unwell, Zhu Xiwen immediately coughed twice. The cough immediately extinguished Zhao Buzhu's enthusiasm. He suddenly thought that Jiang Yi was someone that even Zhu Dongjun had to protect, and he was nothing in front of Zhu Dongjun, yet he actually wanted to go against Jiang Yi. Jiang, Master Jiang, I was wrong. I will apologize to them and pay for their medical expenses. When he comes back, I will come to Jiang University to see him in person. Although Zhao Buzhu's words were still in a very condescending tone. However, Jiang Yi did not delve into the matter further. He was not an aggressive person. The other party had already apologized sincerely, which was enough. But there was only one person in the crowd who disagreed. That's Zhou Jie. She never thought that last time in the Gucci store, she almost kicked Jiang Yi out of the store, but Jiang Yi paid her 10 million and kicked her out directly. Today, I thought Jiang Yi was going to be in big trouble, but not only did Shen Jinbing scold him, he also went up to apologize to Jiang Yi. A hint of viciousness flashed in her eyes. This matter is definitely not over. Seeing that the matter was over, Jiang Yi left his contact information with Zhu Xiwen and Zhao Buzhu, then got up and walked towards the Rolls-Royce. When Zhao Buzhu saw that Jiang Yi was actually driving a Rolls-Royce, he almost cursed. This guy is just teasing me on purpose. If I knew he drove a Rolls-Royce, I wouldn't have dated him. Besides, it's such an expensive car, and he's not willing to spend even 10,000. Zhao Buzhu felt more and more aggrieved and almost cried. Mr. Zhao, look, Shen Jinbing knew that Jiang Yi was rich, but he still came forward to pick a fight.
One of his followers foolishly followed suit. Get lost. How can I be the same as that psychopath? Jiang Yi had just pulled Lin Wanqing into the car when he received a call from Zhu Dongjun. Brother Jiang Yi, where are you? I'm in the school cafeteria, on the 3rd floor, just come up. Oh, I'm at the school gate, almost there. The place where Zhong Chao and the others had the accident was not far from the school, and Jiang Yi drove to the school quickly. Jiang Yi also called to inquire about the condition of Zhong Chao and the others. After learning from the X-ray that they were only superficial injuries, he felt relieved. Students have always eaten in the school cafeteria on the 1st and 2nd floors. I never eat on the 3rd floor. The 1st floor is a food court where you can eat a variety of snacks and delicacies. The 2nd floor has a regular window for serving food. The 3rd floor is usually closed. Today, when Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing up to the 3rd floor, he found that the door was open. When you enter the door, you will see a corridor with various private rooms on both sides. When Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing walked to the first box, they saw Zhu Dongjun already sitting inside. He knocked on the door and entered, and found a middle-aged man sitting next to Zhu Dongjun. Brother Zhu, hello, Jiang Yi greeted the two of them warmly and politely. Ah, Brother Jiang Yi is here. Zhu Dongjun stood up politely and invited Jiang Yi to sit next to him. But when Zhu Dongjun got up, Jiang Yi found that the middle-aged man did not get up. Come on, let me introduce you to Mr. Wang, the boss of the largest investment institution in our province, specializing in international market investment. He is my senior. Mr. Wang, this is the Jiang Yi I just mentioned to you, a talented student from our Jiang University. He has an extraordinary background. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi quickly pulled Lin Wanqing up and bowed politely to Mr. Wang. This is my girlfriend Lin Wanqing. It is an honor for us to meet you, Mr. Wang, through Brother Zhu. Mr. Wang is also called Wang Xingbao. Seeing Jiang Yi's neither humble nor arrogant attitude, he looked up to him a little more. He nodded in agreement. The four of them sat down and the waiter immediately started serving the food. During the meal, Wang Xingbao asked Jiang Yi some questions, and Jiang Yi answered them in a very organized manner. But when Wang Xingbao mentioned digital currency and said that he was not optimistic about MXM and that many foreign institutions were ready to sell it, and that he was also going to arrange funds to short it, Jiang Yi lost his composure. Chapter 32 Chapter 33 Red Stone Square is his. Jiang Yi knew that MXM would rise to 830%, but today is Thursday and it hasn't risen yet. This means that it will definitely rise in the next few days, before Saturday. So when Wang Xingbao said that he was going short now, wouldn't that mean he was heading for losses? If it weren't for Zhu Dongjun, Jiang Yi would definitely not say a word. But now it is obvious that Zhu Dongjun and Wang Xingbao are friends. Jiang Yi wanted to spend more time with Zhu Dongjun, so his friend Jiang Yi also paid some attention to him. So when Jiang Yi heard this guy was going to mobilize funds to short MXM, he spoke. Mr. Wang, I have also been paying attention to MXM recently. In fact, I think we cannot use the stock mindset to look at digital currencies, because these digital currencies have no real industrial support and are all virtual. Therefore, many large foreign institutions will take advantage of the minds of our stockholders and conduct reverse operations. Although it seems that the recent trend of MXM is a bit like the main force exiting the stock market, in the digital currency, this kind of counter-operation is also done by many institutions. At first, Wang Xingbao thought Jiang Yi was just someone who came to eat for free, and did not pay enough attention to him. Now Jiang Yi directly interrupted his conversation with Zhu Dongjun, feeling a little unhappy. Just listening to Jiang Yi's words, it does make some sense, because such reverse operations have happened many times before. Dongjun, this kid is quite interesting. Wang Xingbao put down the chopsticks in his hand, picked up the wet wipes on the table and wiped his hands. Hey, this is a top student in our finance department. He might have some insights into the financial market. Zhu Dongjun also promptly praised Jiang Yi. Wang Xingbao didn't respond, just nodded. Then he just looked at the dish in front of him and thought for a long time. Jiang Yi didn't say much. He knew that a smart person's words only needed to give pointers and didn't need to explain everything thoroughly. If they did, the words would lose their value. Zhu Dongjun on the side also stopped greeting Wang Xingbao in time. About 10 minutes passed. Wang Xingbao finally recovered from the action just now. He simply said, "You are right." It means that he agrees with Jiang Yi's words. Zhu Dongjun immediately became alert. He went back to continue paying attention to the development of MXM to see whether Jiang Yi's words were true or not. If Jiang Yi is really that capable, he cannot let such a talent go and must bring him into his own financial company.
Several people continued to eat. But after this incident, Wang Xingbao obviously cared more about Jiang Yi's affairs. Jiang Yi, what do your parents do? Oh, my parents make a little money over there. Do you have any brothers or sisters? I am an only child. My parents were lucky enough to have a son right away. If I were a girl, they would probably have continued to have children. What are your plans for the future? I am already operating in the digital currency market, and I will specialize in the financial sector in the future. Jiang Yi was vague in answering every question from Wang Xingbao, leaving Wang Xingbao with no clue at all. Xu Dongjun also wanted to know what kind of family Jiang Yi came from. Just the fact that he bought a Rolls-Royce during college was quite remarkable. Just listen to Jiang Yi's words, listen to his words, as if listening to a word. This confused feeling made the two big guys a little nervous and they didn't dare to make a conclusion about Jiang Yi easily. Mr. Wang, Brother Zhu just said you run a financial institution. May I ask what your company is? I can also pay my respects. After being asked a lot of questions, Jiang Yi asked a question in return. Let me tell you this, you can find his company by checking on your phone when you get home. Do you know Redstone Plaza? The owner behind Redstone Plaza is Redstone Capital. Xu Dongjun laughed and answered for Wang Xingbao. Jiang Yi nodded slightly when he heard this, indicating that he understood. Wang Xingbao's eyes twitched at Jiang Yi's performance. This boy is extraordinary. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely exclaim in surprise at this moment. After all, Redstone Square is very famous in Jiangzhou. What Wang Xingbao didn't know was that Jiang Yi was thinking about how many energy points he could earn if he bought a shopping mall for Lin Wanqing. It's not that I can't afford it anyway, it's just that it's too difficult to spend money. If I'm too high profile, it will make Lin Wanqing uncomfortable. After the meal, Wang Xingbao had begun to pay considerable attention to Jiang Yi. He also gave Jiang Yi one of his business cards. Let Jiang Yi visit Redstone Capital when he has time. Jiang Yi simply responded and took the business card. This business card is actually what all the factories and companies in Jiangzhou and the entire province want. Now Jiang Yi got it with just one meal, and the key point is that he doesn't care. Redstone Capital alone cannot be compared with Lin Wanqing's billions of capital. Jiang Yi just felt that after what happened today, he really needed to communicate more with some big guys, so that there would be someone to protect him at the critical moment. Ultimately, it's because my foundation is too weak. I have money but no career. After Wang Xingbao left, Xu Dongjun took Jiang Yi and admitted his mistakes again, and apologized to his younger brother Zhu Shiwen, saying that he had not taken good care of his younger brother. Jiang Yi waved his hand indifferently. This matter had nothing to do with Zhu Shiwen, but Zhu Shiwen did need to be disciplined. If he did such things too often, he would eventually fall into trouble. However, just as they were about to leave, an accident happened. Xu Dongjun stood up and prepared to see the two off. But he never expected that as soon as he stood up, he fell down. He immediately lost consciousness and fainted. Jiang Yi was quick to grab Xu Dongjun and make him fall on the chair. Brother Zhu? Brother Zhu, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yi pinched Xu Dongjun's philtrum, trying to wake him up. When the waiter in the cafeteria heard the unusual movement, he immediately told the cafeteria manager the news. Did Mr. Zhu faint again? The canteen manager was a fat man in a black suit. Seeing Xu Dongjun slumped in the chair, he exclaimed. Then he skillfully took out his cell phone and called an ambulance. Again? Jiang Yi turned around and looked at the cafeteria manager in confusion. Ahem, Master Zhu isn't feeling well. This sudden fainting isn't the first or second time. Call an ambulance and take him to the hospital. He'll be well again soon. The canteen manager explained, Mr. Zhu's health is getting worse and worse, and he faints more and more frequently. I wonder if there is any way to cure his illness. He especially likes to stay in school. Watching these young students coming and going, he also feels energetic. After hearing what the cafeteria manager said, Jiang Yi felt a little pity for Xu Dongjun, who had such a brilliant background in family conditions. As a result, I got so many problems. From the first moment he saw me, Xu Dongjun, Jiang Yi felt that he was not in good health. The three of them didn't say anything else. They just sat in the private room and waited quietly for the ambulance to arrive. Jiang Yi, look at him quickly. Suddenly Lin Wanqing screamed and grabbed Jiang Yi's arm tightly. What? Jiang Yi glanced at Lin Wanqing and found that Lin Wanqing's eyes were staring at Xu Dongjun beside her, her face pale. He quickly looked back. Hiss.
Chapter 33 Chapter 34 Zhu Dongjun falls ill, Jiang Yi rescues him. When Jiang Yi saw Zhu Dongjun's appearance, he also took a breath of cold air.
What the hell is going on?
Zhu Dongjun's face turned from pale to red, and the veins on his neck and forehead were all bulging. His whole face looked extremely ferocious, as if someone was strangling him.
Wheezing.
At this time, Zhu Dongjun had begun to breathe heavily.
What to do? Master Zhu, Master Zhu.
The canteen manager shouted loudly, fearing that Zhu Dongjun would die in the canteen. If that happened, he, a small manager, would have to bear the wrath of Mr. Zhu.
Quick, where is the ambulance? Asked Jiang Yichao angrily to the manager.
Looking up and down the situation of Zhu Dongjun. It will take another 10 minutes, and the road will be a bit congested, the canteen manager said tremblingly after finishing the call.
It's too late. System, I will add 100 points to medical skills. Jiang Yi wanted to use his medical skills to help Zhu Dongjun.
After all, Zhu Dongjun appreciated him and invited him to work in his company. Besides, if it weren't for Zhu Dongjun today, Jiang Yi might have been in trouble. You can always earn energy points later, so it's better to upgrade your medical skills to the maximum first. Ding, received, upgrading the host's medical skills to 100. The host already possesses the world's top Chinese medicine skills.
Wow, that's awesome, the world's top medical skills right off the bat. Jiang Yi was shocked by the generosity of the system.
As a strange feeling came from his body, Jiang Yi felt that there was a lot more information in his mind. They are all traditional cultural and Chinese medicine knowledge. If a Chinese medicine expert gets hold of this information, some of the Chinese medicine techniques that have even been lost may be used.
Jiang Yi didn't have time to experience this new knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. He was anxious to rescue Zhu Dongjun.
Under the stunned gazes of Lin Wanqing and the cafeteria manager, Jiang Yi took Zhu Dongjun's hand and pressed 3 fingers on his pulse. Zhu Dongjun's hands were also red and swollen at this time.
Take the pulse? Are you a Chinese medicine practitioner?
The canteen manager trembled as he looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi ignored him and quietly and orderly raised his 3 fingers.
After a few breaths, he knew that Zhu Dongjun was poisoned. The cold and poison in the body.
Moreover, the doctor who prescribed the medicine for him only treated the symptoms, which caused Zhu Dongjun's cold poison to become more and more severe. And a hint of the poison of the scorching sun was added to the coldness. The 2 poisons conflicted with each other and started fighting inside Zhu Dongjun's body. That's why his face would be pale at one moment and red as blood at another. This was the result of a fight between 2 poisonous substances, and both injured the foundation of Zhu Dongjun's body.
The quickest way now is to stop the 2 poisonous gases from fighting each other.
There is only one way to do that, which is to significantly weaken one of the poisonous gases.
After some consideration, he decided to weaken yin-yang. Bloodletting.
He searched the dining table and found an unopened knife. It was burned in the alcohol flame under the dry pot of cabbage. Before the cafeteria manager and Lin Wanqing could react, Jiang Yi had already made a small cut on Zhu Dongjun's hand at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, a small stream of blood spurted out from the wound.
Me?
The cafeteria manager was stunned. They had cut their fingers many times when cooking, but they had never seen such a small cut on a finger that could cause blood to gush out. Jiang Yi took a bowl that had not been used for food and collected the blood. Zhu Dongjun's blood was actually bright red and extremely hot. Even in such a hot day, it was still smoking. As more and more blood was released, the redness and swelling on Zhu Dongjun's face improved a little, the grunting sound became quieter, and his breathing became smoother.
This? Do you really know medicine?
The canteen manager jumped for joy when he saw that Zhu Dongjun's symptoms had actually improved. He had just thought that his future was about to be ruined, and he never expected that things would take such a turn. Jiang Yi, who is so young, actually has the miraculous ability to bring people back to youth. At this moment, Lin Wanqing didn't know how to describe her inner thoughts.
Shocking, so shocking. The boyfriend I sleep with is not only a rich man, but also a miracle doctor? Woo-ah, woo-ah. The sound of an ambulance rang out outside. The 2 medical staff used Western medicine to briefly examine Zhu Dongjun's symptoms.
Zhu Dongjun was carried away on a small stretcher. The canteen manager volunteered to accompany the patient and got on the ambulance. Jiang Yi looked at Zhu Dongjun, whose complexion had returned to normal, and believed that the doctors would be able to help him. He, a guy who didn't even have a medical license, would be arrested if he talked nonsense.
At times like this, it's better not to join in the fun.
He called Zhong Chao again, and after learning that they had returned to the dormitory, he took Lin Wanqing to the boys' dormitory.
The second one opened the door.
At this time, the expressions of the three men were no longer as depressed as before.
There is a sense of more ease and freedom. Zhang Yi, thank you so much. If you hadn't helped me, I would have suffered.
At that time in the hospital, the doctor washed out a lot of paint fragments from Zhong Chao's wound. If the patient had been rushed to the hospital too late, the debris would have already healed inside the body, and the doctor would either have to open the wound again or leave the paint fragments inside.
Neither of them is pleasant. Zhang Yi smiled and comforted, you have to keep your hand to grab a seat for me, how can I watch it suffer?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other and laughed. Everyone knows that there is only 1 month of courses left in college, and the seniors will soon go their separate ways, some for internships, some for postgraduate entrance exams.
The time we spend together is precious.
What Zhang Yi said about grabbing a position was just to comfort Zhong Chao.
Woo woo woo.
Zhang Yi was just about to take everyone out for a meal when he heard his cell phone ringing.
Hello? Who are you? Mr. Jiang, I'm Zhu Shiwen. I've brought those two bastards to see your roommate.
Zhu Shiwen's humble words came from the other end of the phone.
Don't come today. My roommate is fine if you come a few days later. Your brother is sick.
Go to the hospital and ask the doctors not to prescribe yang-inducing drugs anymore.
They will kill him.
Cold poison should be relieved rather than blocked. Zhang Yi thought about it and decided to tell Zhu Shiwen the situation. There are some things he is not suitable to say, but Zhu Shiwen should be more qualified to say them.
What? Master Jiang, what did you say? I didn't understand a word. What poison? Blockage?
Zhu Shiwen was confused. He heard that his brother fell ill again, but it was as if he didn't hear the words that followed. Zhang Yi had to repeat it several times until Zhu Shiwen was able to repeat it simply, and then he hung up the phone.
Shao Si, is this the person who just bumped into us? Zhong Chao vaguely guessed something. Well, that's one of them.
It was his brother who helped us out just now, but his brother fell ill.
Oh, that's pretty miserable. Zhang Yi exchanged greetings with his roommates and then took Lin Wanqing back to the villa. But in the hospital at this time, the Zhu family was in an uproar. After Zhu Dongjun was sent to the hospital, the Zhu family immediately sent a famous doctor from Jiangzhou City to conduct an expert consultation on Zhu Dongjun.
Now Zhu Dongjun is the hope of the entire Zhu family, and Zhu Shiwen is lazy and idle every day. If Zhu Dongjun falls, the Zhu family's hope will be gone. Therefore, regarding Zhu Dongjun's condition, Mr. Zhu personally took action and made a number of phone calls. However, when several experts arrived at the hospital and saw the product, they were immediately dumbfounded. The first few times they discussed together and decided to use the poison of the hot sun to suppress and balance the poison of the cold yin. But now the cold poison in Zhu Dongjun's body is getting stronger and stronger? An old Chinese doctor who was taking the patient's pulse did it again and again in disbelief. The cloudy old eyes narrowed tighter and tighter. He murmured, why has it become heavier? Shouldn't yin and yang cancel each other out? Mr. Zhu's name is Zhu Jin. He used to be the top leader in Handong and still held many honorary positions after his retirement. He has many cronies and students holding important positions. Therefore, Zhu Jin may not have as much power in Handong as before, but in Jiangzhou, he is still a powerful figure. Mr. Qin, may I ask what is going on with my child's symptoms? Someone below said he suddenly became ill today. At first, his face turned pale, and then turned red. The old Chinese doctor Qin Siyuan withdrew his fingers from Zhu Dongjun's hand, shook his head and sighed. We checked for a long time and found that the poisonous aura on Master Zhu was actually getting stronger. I have never seen a poison that can become stronger. Is there any hope? Zhu Jin anxiously grasped Qin Siyuan's hand, almost breaking it. Well, we can only think of ways to increase the amount of ingredients in the yin-yang medicine. Now the only way is to continue to fight poison with poison. We can't continue using poison. Suddenly, a roar came from outside the door. Chapter 34 Chapter 35 Zhu Shiwen was confused by his father. The doctors and Zhu Jin inside were all shocked. I thought some powerful person had come. The person who came in was Zhu Shiwen. What are you yelling about, you rascal? Zhu Jin shouted angrily at Zhu Shiwen. What he disliked most was this brat of his own.
He just plays every day and doesn't know how to do serious things.
It can be said that in the Zhu family, only Zhu Dongjun respects his younger brother Zhu Shiwen, and usually gives him money and cares about him.
Dad, you must not continue to poison my brother.
Zhu Shiwen was yelled at by Master Zhu, and he became nervous and forgot what Jiang Yi had just taught him.
Just remember it's poisonous. What's the use of poison on your brother? We are all trying to save him. If you want to help, go home and do something good, don't mess around here.
Zhu Jin apologized to Qin Siyuan after scolding him. Qin is really sorry, the child is naughty and doesn't know how to say nonsense. Old Qin nodded slightly without saying anything, but his slightly furrowed brows showed that he cared.
After all, this is a consultation room, how can you barge in casually? Zhu Jin pushed Zhu Shiwen.
No, Grandpa, listen to me, it was someone who taught me that Yin cold should be relieved rather than blocked. Just before being pushed out of the consultation room, Zhu Shiwen remembered what Jiang Yi said and shouted hurriedly.
Zhu Jin was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. What do you know? It's poisonous, it's blocked, get out. He dragged Zhu Shiwen out. Bang. Closed the door. Damn it.
I'll break my little son's legs when I get back, Zhu Jin said angrily after locking the door.
Although Zhu Jin didn't understand, several famous Chinese medicine masters in the room did.
It took them so long to guess that Zhu Dongjun was poisoned by the Yin Han poison.
Only they knew about this, not even Zhu Jin. How did Zhu Shiwen know this? The key is to know that the Yin cold poison should be released rather than blocked?
At first, Qin Siyuan also decided to use soothing methods, but Zhu Dongjun's Yin cold poison was quite strange.
No matter what medicine was used, it could not be expelled.
Instead, Zhu Dongjun's body became weaker and weaker. This is why we had to resort to the method of fighting poison with poison. Moreover, they suspected that Zhu Dongjun might not have contracted the Yin cold poison, because the Yin cold poison should have been removed long ago using their prescriptions. However, Zhu Dongjun's symptoms not only did not improve, but became more and more severe.
Mr. Qin, where were we just now?
Zhu Jin had forgotten what everyone had just said after being yelled at by Zhu Shiwen.
However, Qin Siyuan and the others did not answer him.
Instead, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock.
Zhu Jin, can your son call him in again?
Qin Siyuan thought for a long time, looked up and said to Zhu Jin.
Ah? Zhu Jin was confused. What's going on?
I just kicked my son out, and now these old men want me to call my son back in.
Are you going to blame him?
Hey, doctors, I didn't take good care of my son.
I'll go back and give him a good scolding. Please stop wasting time scolding him.
Zhu Jin's face was a little bitter. It was already this late, and they still had the mind to criticize Zhu Shiwen.
No. Qin Siyuan waved his hand and said. I want to ask you, who told him that sentence? It involves Mr. Zhu's illness. What? Zhu Jin exclaimed in shock. You, tell me, what poison and blockage Zhu Shiwen just mentioned are related to my Dongjuan's illness? Could it be that my son was poisoned? Zhu Jin pointed at Zhu Dongjun and said tremblingly. How clever he is. From the few sentences before and after, I immediately guessed what was going on.
Well, to be honest, we all speculated that the young master had contracted the Yin cold poison. Judging from the symptoms, it was similar, but no matter how we used the medicine, his symptoms became more and more severe, so we suspected that it was not the Yin cold poison.
This is why we dare not say it out loud, otherwise it will mislead you. Qin Siyuan sighed and said.
The other doctors also sighed and nodded in agreement. Although Zhu Jin wanted to curse, he forced himself to hold it back. After all, Zhu Dongjuan's illness had long been eliminated by Western medicine. They had sent him to various places around the world, but no matter whether it was blood tests, CT scans, or MRIs, they could not find any abnormal indicators on Zhu Dongjuan's body. But Zhu Dongjuan's symptoms were very obvious and Western medicine had no way to treat them.
Only then did Zhu Jin send Zhu Dongjun back for consultation with a Chinese medicine expert.
We can't offend these Chinese medicine practitioners now, otherwise no one will treat Zhu Dongjun. He had no choice but to go out in disappointment and call Zhu Shiwen. But there was no sign of Zhu Shiwen outside the door.
Zhu Jin asked his bodyguards, where is that bastard?
The bodyguard lowered his head and said, the young master has gone out.
What? Go and call him back to me. Zhu Jin was so angry that he vomited blood again. Zhu Shiwen is also a funny guy.
After being scolded by his father in the consultation room, he drove out angrily and stepped on the accelerator to vent his anger. By this time, he had already driven a long way. When Zhu Xun's bodyguard left, Zhu Xiwen's car had already driven 4.5 kilometers. There was no other way, so Zhu Xun had to call Zhu Xiwen.
You bastard, come back here. Your brother is like this, and you're just going to leave like this? As soon as the phone was connected, Zhu Xun started cursing. Dad, didn't you tell me to leave? I left quickly.
Zhu Xiwen spoke in a sarcastic tone. He was a straightforward person, and his emotions were all written on his face. You come back here, the doctor here has something to ask you. Zhu Xun was about to continue cursing, but then he remembered that he was the one who told him to get out, so he changed his tone.
Dad, isn't what I said reasonable? Let me tell you, that was said by a friend of mine, not me. And I happen to know that friend of mine.
Zhu Xiwen started talking non-stop. In fact, although he was a playboy, he really wanted to get his father's approval. Or perhaps, in another aspect, his playboyishness is just like many other naughty children who just want to gain more attention from their parents. But Zhu Xun had no intention of listening to Zhu Xiwen. When he heard what Zhu Xiwen said, he got a terrible headache.
Come back as fast as you can.
Baji. Zhu Xun hung up the phone without waiting for Zhu Xiwen to finish speaking. Zhu Xiwen drove at 100 miles per hour on the streets of Zhangzhou. Vehicles and pedestrians avoided him from a distance, fearing that he would accidentally injure them.
He rushed straight into the consultation room without even turning off the car.
Just now on the way, he called Zhang Yi again and recited Zhang Yi's words again.
Now is the time to tell a few doctors.
Make yourself look good in front of your dad. But he was so excited that he didn't even knock on the door and just slammed it open. Qin Siyuan, who was drinking water, was so scared that he choked and a big mouthful of water went into his lungs. After coughing for a long time, he finally calmed down with a red face and gasped for breath.
Bastard, get out of here, sit down.
Zhu Xun almost asked Zhu Xiwen to get out again, but then he realized that Qin Siyuan wanted to ask Zhu Xiwen a question, so he quickly changed his words.
Ahem, Mr. Zhu, could you please repeat what you just said?
Qin Siyuan patted his chest to relieve the discomfort caused by the violent coughing. He looked at Zhu Xiwen and asked. What this means is that you can no longer use yang-inducing medicine on my brother, as in cold poison should be relieved rather than blocked.
Hiss. All the Chinese medicine practitioners immediately took a deep breath. P.S. Dear readers, please give me a free update. Can you please post some small advertisements? Chapter 35 Chapter 36 Jiang Yi meets the old Chinese doctor. Mr. Zhu, who told you this? A doctor asked anxiously.
Not only did he guess the cause of the disease that they had spent a long time guessing, he even told them the prescription that several people were currently using.
Incredible, what level is this? This is what a friend of my brother said. Zhu Xiwen briefly talked about Jiang Yi.
But he didn't mention that he and Jiang Yi almost had a conflict.
What? A student from Jiangzhou University? When did Jiangzhou University have such a brilliant student?
Zhu Xun jumped up after hearing what Zhu Xiwen said.
What the hell, the school I invested in and built actually produced such an awesome student.
It is true that there is a cause for every effect. Several Chinese medicine practitioners had complicated expressions. After all, Chinese medicine is not like Western medicine, which can be trained into a relatively knowledgeable doctor through systematic study. The training of traditional Chinese medicine requires a doctor to learn and summarize the symptoms of different diseases through continuous medical treatment. Prescribing medicine is also a very profound subject. The knowledge of mutual complementation and mutual restraint is enough for a traditional Chinese medicine doctor to learn for a lifetime.
A college student.
Even if one's family has been a famous doctor for generations, it is extremely difficult to reach a certain level of skill. Some things cannot be taught by words or actions.
Yes, it is true. Zhu Xiwen, a college student from Jiangnan University, nodded.
And he seemed to know that my brother was sick. He was the one who told me that my brother was sick just now. Zhu Xun thought of the cafeteria manager who came with Zhu Dongjun.
Since he came with me, that meant she fainted in the cafeteria.
Maybe he'd know something if I asked him. He called the cafeteria manager. The canteen manager was extremely terrified and naturally answered all of Zhu Xun's questions.
I told everyone the whole story in detail.
Whatever was said by each person afterwards was repeated almost exactly.
After hearing this, Zhu Xun touched his chin, feeling the prickly feeling of the beard growing on his chin again. So it was the guy named Jiang Yi who relieved Dong Jun's symptoms by bleeding him?
The cafeteria manager nodded repeatedly.
Zhu Jun looked back at Qin Siyuan, only to find that Qin Siyuan seemed to be possessed by a demon. Staring blankly ahead, motionless. Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin? Zhu Jun was speechless. There was something wrong with old Qin's appearance today. Was he absent-minded or something? Ah.
Qin Siyuan was awakened by Zhu Jun's words and rubbed his forehead.
Could you please invite Jiang Yi over here? I have something to ask him.
I'll go get him.
Zhu Shiwen volunteered and immediately stood up to pick up Jiang Yi.
He found a sense of existence at home today and felt that he could help with some things at home.
Go quickly and come back quickly, don't neglect others, Zhu Jun reminded him. Don't worry, Dad.
Zhu Shiwen had already left, leaving only one sentence in a hurry. Jiang Yi is now in the villa in Donghu community. The two of them were turning on their computers and preparing for Yongkang Capital's entrance exam. Although Jiang Yi is rich, he is unwilling to fall behind in any area where he should work hard. If the system disappears one day, I must have the capital to survive or continue to live a better life.
Although the system is good, we can't rely entirely on it.
After only a few minutes of examination, Zhu Shiwen called and said that he was coming to take Jiang Yi to Zhu Dongjun because the doctor needed his help.
Jiang Yi agreed without hesitation. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Jiang Yi, do you really know medical skills?
Lin Wanqing was a little worried, as she clearly remembered that Jiang Yi did not have this skill. She has also known Jiang Yi for many years through Li Jiawei, and she knows Jiang Yi's strengths and weaknesses very well. Why is it that after I get together with Jiang Yi, he seems to have endless money to spend, and what he says becomes increasingly incomprehensible, and his abilities become better and better?
Now they are even bringing up some medical skills.
The other things are all related to Jiang Yi himself and are harmless.
But medical skills involve saving other people's lives, so we can't be careless.
Lin Wanqing is kind-hearted. She will not allow others to bully Jiang Yi, but she also doesn't want to see Jiang Yi harming others.
Wanqing Bao, believe me. If you don't believe me, then come with me.
Jiang Yi touched Lin Wanqing's head affectionately and inserted his fingers into Lin Wanqing's thick and soft hair.
Lin Wanqing took the opportunity to hug Jiang Yi and let Jiang Yi sit on her lap. As the two bodies pressed tightly together, a strange emotion arose. I want a kiss. Jiang Yi. Are all women like this? Why do you jump to different topics so quickly?
Zhu Shiwen's Porsche soon arrived at the entrance of Donghu community.
The Rolls-Royce Phantom followed the Porsche, galloping on the streets of Zhangzhou.
When Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing into the consultation room, Qin Siyuan and others looked at Jiang Yi fiercely. Jiang Yi felt as if he was being scanned by a series of human-sized CT scanners. The young man sat down and Zhu Jun pointed to a few empty chairs.
There is absolutely no condescending attitude of a superior or an elder.
Instead, it gives people a very friendly and warm feeling.
Thanks.
Jiang Yi pulled Lin Wanqing to sit down, but there were only 2 seats, so Zhu Shiwen could only stand on the side.
Young man, you said that my Dongjun's disease is caused by yin cold poison? Zhu Jun was anxious.
As soon as Jiang Yi's butt touched the chair, he started asking questions.
Yes, Mr. Zhu, Brother Zhu's disease is a kind of cold poison that penetrates deep into the bone marrow.
When the bone marrow produces blood, all the blood is naturally contaminated with the cold poison. Originally, the seniors may have used the flaming sun to try to help him achieve a state of internal balance. But when your flaming yang things enter, the yin and cold poison in the body will produce more yin and cold energy in order to resist the flaming yang things.
In this case, you have no choice but to increase the dosage of medicine, and the consequence of increasing the dosage of medicine is that the yin and cold will become more and more severe after a while. If the disease does not occur, it is fine.
Once it occurs, the symptoms will become more and more serious. Jiang Yi sat in his chair, not hesitating just because they were senior medical professionals. He explained Zhu Dongjuan's condition, the doctor's previous medications, and the pros and cons of each, in a clear and logical manner.
Quiet.
The consultation room suddenly became quiet. In fact, when these old Chinese medicine practitioners saw Jiang Yi for the first time, there was actually some contempt in their eyes. He was too young, so young that they thought Jiang Yi definitely didn't know any medical skills, and only knew some tricks, or was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Just a few words from Jiang Yi had resolved the confusion in their hearts. No wonder they have always been wondering why no matter what medicine they use, the yin cold poison is just like bamboo, getting more and more powerful. It turned out that this cold and yin poison had penetrated deep into Dong Jun's body and became an active poison attached to the body.
What is the use of just knowing? Do you know how this disease got in and how to get it out?
There was also a relatively young Chinese medicine doctor in the consultation room. He is Qin Si Yuan's last disciple Yang Bo, and is respected as the future of Jiangzhou traditional Chinese medicine. He is only in his 30s, and his father is a Chinese medicine practitioner. Over the years, under the guidance of his father and Mr. Qin, he has won numerous Chinese medicine awards. He is known as the Little Qin Lao by the Jiangzhou traditional Chinese medicine community and has already acquired 60% of Qin Lao's skills. Everyone who saw him would look at him respectfully with envy, admiration, and fear. Today, a man who is younger than him and seems to be even more powerful than him came out. Yang Bo immediately felt that his reputation as a rising star in traditional Chinese medicine was threatened. So he immediately made a sarcastic remark, trying to embarrass Jiang Yi.
After hearing Yang Bo's words, the other Chinese medicine practitioners remained silent, because this was also the question in their minds.
It is impossible for the yin cold poison to become like this using conventional poisoning methods.
Just take a few doses of yin-yang medicine and it will definitely suppress and expel the disease. In traditional Chinese medicine, the ability to diagnose is indeed important, but the ability to diagnose alone does not reflect the level of medical skills. The ability to treat is the key. Otherwise, what is the difference between it and a CT machine or an ultrasound machine? Haha, how did the poison penetrate so deeply? I have to ask Mr. Zhu. Jiang Yi smiled. What? Asking me? How would I know?
If I knew, I would still let him have it.
Are you suspecting that I poisoned you? Zhu Jin shouted immediately. Mr. Zhu, I'm certainly not suspecting you of poisoning me.
It's about this matter, and perhaps you're more knowledgeable. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhu Jin with complicated expressions.
P.S. I'm asking for a small reminder.
Please move your handsome fingers and help me. Writing a book actually requires everyone's help.
Chapter 36 Chapter 37 Jiang Yi's acupuncture stuns the master of traditional Chinese medicine.
Jiang Yi said slowly, I remember when I first met Brother Zhu, I felt his hands were cold. At that time, Brother Zhu emphasized one sentence to me.
He said that his mother was seriously ill when she gave birth to him? Is that so? Jiang Yi turned around and looked at Zhu Jin. Zhu Jin sighed, that's true.
His mother got sick when she was pregnant with him for a few months. At first, her body was also cold, but she recovered after taking a dose of medicine. When Qin Si Yuan heard this, his eyes slowly lit up. He thought of something, but there was still a lot of information in his mind and he couldn't make sense of it.
Don't be so jumpy. Can you finish it all at once? Yang Bo was anxious to see Jiang Yi embarrassed, and of course he was itching to do it too, so he urged him.
Jiang Yi glanced at him.
How about you tell me?
Jiang Yi said that and then closed his mouth.
Hey, Jiang Yi, don't be angry, this bad disciple doesn't know the limits.
Qin Si Yuan quickly stood up to mediate, turned around and shouted at Yang Bo.
Sit down, why are you talking so much today? Me.
Yang Bo wanted to say something, but seeing his master's sullen face, he could only shrink his neck in dismay.
Please continue, Brother Jiang Yi. We are listening. Zhu Jin continued to force a smile and said. If possible, he really wanted to grab Jiang Yi's neck and swing him hard a few times.
In fact, Brother Zhu's mother was not cured, but the medicine drove her cold poison into the fetus in her womb. The baby's body was still very fragile, and these cold poisons easily entered his body. Moreover, the physical condition of the fetus in the womb was different from that of an adult, so these poisons also mixed into his body and became part of his body. This is also the reason why his yin cold poison continues to grow stronger.
Jiang Yi's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. This means that the person who prescribed the medicine harmed Zhu Dongjun? Who prescribed the medicine in the first place? Qin Si Yuan said angrily. There is a fetus in the belly, and you still use strong medicine? Yes, it's my father Yang Bo Nuonyo said.
At that time, the disease happened to be taken over by Yang Bo's father, and he knew he couldn't escape it.
Forehead. Qin Si Yuan and several Chinese medicine practitioners were stunned. Going around and around, it ends up happening to our own people.
And what Jiang Yi said is very right.
Everything makes sense when explained this way. Zhu Jin didn't dare to offend a few doctors.
It was indeed Yang Bo's father who saw the patient at that time, and after taking his prescription, Zhu Dongjuan's mother's health did improve, so no one said anything about it.
This, little brother Jiang Yi, is there any hope for my child?
As long as you can help me cure my son, my Zhu family will obey you from now on. Zhu Jin was so anxious that he almost knelt down to Jiang Yi.
Why? Jiang Yi sighed. This? Is there no hope? Zhu Jin immediately became nervous. Look at you, you're just talking, but you have to save people. You have to save them. Yang Bo was speechless. Now everyone felt like they were putting the blame on him for what his father had done. At the same time, he was even more angry at Jiang Yi, who provoked the incident. He couldn't wait to go up and press Jiang Yi to the ground and rub him. If you can do it, go ahead. Jiang Yi is not a pushover, and he will not tolerate Yang Bo's repeated provocations. I'm not his father. This sentence immediately put Yang Bo under control. If he could do it, he wouldn't be angry here. He would have pretended to cure Zhu Dongjun in front of others. Qin Si Yuan glared at Yang Bo and stomped on him hard. Yang Bo, in pain, had no choice but to retreat back into his chair again. Brother Jiang Yi, can you tell us what you think about treating this disease? Qin Si Yuan, a famous Chinese medicine expert in Jiangzhou and even in Hanong, actually asked Jiang Yi for advice like a student. If this scene was seen by reporters, it would definitely create a sensational hot search. In fact, it is very simple. When using acupuncture, you must not use external force to expel poison. You must use the body's own power to expel poison. Only in this way can you achieve the effect of expelling poison without inducing the yin and cold poison to become stronger. Jiang Yi collected some information from his mind and found that such cases had occurred in ancient times, and the ancient sages had already cured them. It's just that these materials have not been passed down. What kind of needlework should be used? Qin Si Yuan pondered for a moment and thought that acupuncture was the only way. But he didn't know what acupuncture method to use or which acupoints to pierce. Who has silver needles? I'll do the acupuncture for you, Jiang Yi stood up and asked. I have. Qin Si Yuan took out the silver needle he had used for a long time and handed it to Jiang Yi like a little apprentice. Jiang Yi opened the needle bag that contained the silver needles. Just brush past. There was already an extra silver needle in his hand. The speed was so fast that everyone was amazed. Even Qin Si Yuan, who has been practicing acupuncture for many years, admits that he doesn't know how to do it this way. Tisk, it's just a technique. If the acupuncture is not done accurately, someone may be killed. Yang Bo's eyes were burning with anger, and he was mocking in his heart. He wished that Jiang Yi would kill Zhu Dongjun with his shaking hands. Zhu Jin looked at the silver needle trembling slightly in Jiang Yi's hand, and his heart was also trembling. Does success or failure depend on this one move? He never imagined that his son's fate would be in the hands of such a young boy. Lin Wanqing clenched her fists tightly. She was afraid that when Jiang Yi inserted the needle, a stream of blood would spurt out when he pulled it out. That's the end of it. Jiang Yi became the culprit. Jiang Yi walked into the ward with a needle bag and disinfected it with alcohol. The left hand moved along Zhu Dongjun's body, a few inches down from the shoulder. Whoosh! Suddenly a needle pierced into Zhu Dongdong's body. The needle tail was still shaking slightly behind. Then he quickly picked up the second silver needle, disinfected it with alcohol, and quickly inserted it into Zhu Dongjun's body. Then the third shot, the fourth shot. In just 20 breaths, 12 needles had been inserted into Zhu Dongjun's body. The tail of the needle swayed regularly. 9. The 9 palaces returned to the yang. Looking at this technique, Qin Si Yuan actually exclaimed in surprise. He had seen fragments of this acupuncture method in an ancient scroll. Although he didn't know how to perform the acupuncture, he could recognize that this was the long-lost 9 palaces Hui Yang. Sure enough, after Jiang Yi finished acupuncture, Zhu Dongjun's originally pale face slowly turned rosy. The lips also began to become swollen. But soon, the paleness slowly emerged again. Not enough. Zhu Jin's mood was like a roller coaster. He thought Zhu Dongjun was going to recover just now, but he didn't expect that it would be all gone in a flash. Whoosh! All this did not make Jiang Yi panic. It was still under Jiang Yi's control. He quickly put away the needle and continued to change and disinfect it. With smooth flow, the second set of acupuncture techniques was once again demonstrated by Jiang Yi's hands. This time, not only Qin Si Yuan was shocked, but the others were also shocked. Because they are familiar with this set of needle techniques. Isn't this a forest fire? But Jiang Yi's forest fire is different from theirs, and the number of needles is obviously less. But with each injection, Zhu Dongjun's body had a very obvious reaction.
By the time Jiang Yi's last injection was given, Zhu Dongjun's body was covered with a layer of sweat. This was the first time in so many years that Zhu saw Zhu Dongjun sweat so much. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yi removed the needle. Zhu Dongjun slowly woke up. I saw myself covered in sweat.
He was stunned. This? Is this my own body?
Looking at Zhu Shiwen, and some doctors beside him,
he murmured. Have I traveled through time?
You traveled through time, you've been cured.
Zhu slapped Zhu Dongjun on the head in anger.
No, this is not a cure.
It's just a temporary cure. We need to continue acupuncture. Jiang Yi explained on the side. Brother Jiang? Why are you here too?
Zhu Dongjun saw Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. Then he remembered that he had suddenly fallen ill while having dinner with Jiang Yi.
Thank you, Brother Jiang Yi, for sending me to the hospital.
Brother, Jiang Yi didn't just send you to the hospital, he saved your life.
From today on, Jiang Yi is my brother. If anyone dares to disrespect Jiang Yi, I will beat him up.
When Zhu Shiwen saw his brother wake up, he was extremely happy and full of gratitude towards Jiang Yi. As long as his brother is here, he is the only one who loves him. Of course, Zhu was actually quite nice to him, but he was sometimes too strict.
Get out of here. What else do you know besides fighting and killing?
Zhu immediately felt overwhelmed when he heard Zhu Shiwen's words.
Well, let's all go out, now. Jiang Yi said this and pulled Lin Wanqing out. P.S. I beg you to urge me to update more. Or give me a small gift. Thank you so much. Chapter 37 Chapter 38 Old Qin knelt down. Can you accept me as your disciple? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Why do you want everyone to go out when everything is fine? Weren't they just talking and laughing?
After hearing Jiang Yi's words, Zhu Shiwen ran the fastest. Next are Zhu Jin and Qin Siyuan. The other doctors followed him out.
Only Yang Bo was standing inside.
He angrily wanted to go forward and take Zhu Dongjun's pulse and check his health.
But puff, boom, boom, boom.
A shocking sound was heard. Yang Bo, who had just sat down, suddenly felt waves of heat coming.
Then a very foul smell rushed into Yang Bo's nose.
One could even vaguely see that Yang Bo's face had turned a little yellow.
Vomit. Yang Bo vomited on the spot.
I want to cover my mouth with my hands. It turned out that my hands were also yellow.
I'm fucking. Yang Bo roared in his heart. What the hell is going on? I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner and I got fucked?
A fart has such great power. When Yang Bo came out of the ward, everyone unconsciously stayed 5 meters away from him.
The patients passing by looked at him as if he were a fool. Mom, did this uncle fall into the toilet?
Why does it stink so bad? A child shouted to his mother, covering his nose.
Baby, you must be good in the future. You can't play on the toilet next time, okay?
The mother also took the opportunity to teach the child a lesson.
Mom, I put my hand in the toilet and it didn't smell this bad.
Mom, I think he wiped the poop on his face. Zhu Shiwen's face was already red from holding it in.
After hearing what the kid said, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhu Jin blushed. Get out of here, what are you laughing at?
After saying that, he turned his back to everyone and shrugged his shoulders.
About half an hour later, everyone walked into the ward again.
Zhu Dongjun had already stood up from the bed and was standing by the window enjoying the fresh air. It can be said that he has never felt so comfortable in such a long time. The cool breeze blew away the stench in the house and also blew away the knot in Zhu Dongjun's heart that had been suppressed for many years. For more than 30 years, he has not dared to get married, fall in love, or have children.
It's because I'm afraid of bringing this poison to other people.
What's even more terrifying is that as the toxicity intensifies, his life seems to be on the countdown. He used to look at the students laughing and joking in school with envy in his eyes. If he could, he would be willing to spend all his money to buy a healthy body.
Now, everything is fine. He saw hope. Brother Jiang Yi, I would like to ask, where did you learn your medical skills? Qin Siyuan and Jiang Yi were the last to enter. He seized the opportunity, moved closer to Jiang Yi, and asked with anticipation. Jiang Yi didn't know how to explain.
This was taught to me by a wandering Taoist priest. He taught me every night when I was young for several years. He had no choice but to talk nonsense. And such incredible things and ridiculous excuses are actually believed. Sure enough, Qin Si Yuan nodded without comment. Oh, it would be great if this Taoist priest could open a classroom to teach.
How many people can benefit from it?
However, if he were to start teaching, it would definitely affect the interests of many people, especially those interest groups that want to make money from doctors and patients, who would definitely not let him go.
Zhang Yi said.
One of the main reasons why traditional Chinese medicine is declining in this era is that the capital market does not allow it to rise. Cheap medicinal materials can cure patients or even cure patients without the use of drugs.
How can it make money then? Hey! Qin Si Yuan sighed. Brother Zhang Yi sees things clearly.
After the two of them exchanged a few more words in secret, they came into the ward.
Zhu Zhen happily held Zhu Dongjuan's hand and asked about his well-being. Are you feeling well? Are you cold? Are you in pain?
Zhu Dongjun was flustered when asked, Dad, I am now as healthy as a 20-year-old boy.
Thanks to brother Jiang Yi. Zhu Zhen looked at Zhang Yi, who was coming late from behind.
His eyes were filled with gratitude and thanksgiving.
It's just that your fart is a bit smelly.
Zhu Shiwen was still fanning his nose, feeling a little disgusted. Of course, he wasn't the only one who felt this way. The aftereffects of the fart were still there, and from time to time, a strange smell wafted from the room.
Zhu Dongjun looked at Zhang Yi with some resentment, with love and hate in his eyes. If you know this, why didn't you tell everyone earlier?
Everyone could have avoided it, and I wouldn't have made such a fool of myself. Feeling everyone's gaze, Zhang Yi touched his nose awkwardly. I thought to myself, it's not that I want to do this, I want to ask you to stop shitting on the spot. After all, farts are less powerful.
If you don't like it, get out. Zhu Zhen rescued everyone in time and kicked Zhu Shiwen on the butt.
No matter how smelly it is, I want to smell it. Zhu Shiwen covered his butt and ran around the ward yelling. The originally heavy and depressing atmosphere suddenly became relaxed in the midst of such playfulness. Zhu Dongjun said to Jiang Yi, I originally thought that we were destined to be together and wanted to get to know each other, but I never thought that you would give me such a surprise. From now on, my life, Zhu Dongjun, belongs to you, Jiang Yi.
If you have any problems, call me.
The old Chinese medicine practitioners have seen this scene many times and are not surprised by it.
The lives of many people are tied to them.
Most of the people who go to see Chinese medicine doctors are those who have been treated in the hospital for a long time but still cannot get any help. Zhu Zhen did not stop his child's behavior and did not feel that it was embarrassing or anything.
The Zhu family is full of loyalty and righteousness.
It is precisely because of this kind of personal charm that the Zhu family has been able to thrive in both the business and political circles. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. I am not interested in your life, just keep in touch with me in the future.
But don't be too happy too soon. I will give you acupuncture once a week.
It will take about 3 to 4 times to completely remove the poison.
Haha, okay, then I'll leave myself to you.
Zhu Dongjun recovered from his illness and became more active.
No, I'm not interested in men, I have a wife. Zhang Yi waved his hand in disdain and hugged Lin Wanqing on the side.
But soon, his face turned the color of liver. Because on his waist, a delicate hand grabbed his skin and twisted it 180 degrees.
Murdering your own husband. Didn't you just say wife? You can't be so shameless. Everyone present pretended not to see it.
Zhang Yi was now someone they couldn't afford to offend, or rather, someone they didn't dare to offend easily.
They couldn't bear to see him embarrassed.
Everyone gets sick sometimes, especially those who are not short of money, who get panicked when they get sick. Zhang Yi's medical skills can be said to be their life-extending elixir, which can be used to save lives at critical moments.
Okay, then you guys have a good rest, I'm going back now.
Zhang Yi took Lin Wanqing and said goodbye to them. The main reason was that the house was a bit smelly and he didn't want to stay there anymore.
Etc. Suddenly someone shouted.
Zhang Yi turned around and saw that it was Qin Si Yuan.
Qin Si Yuan walked up to Zhang Yi with a determined look on his face.
With a plop. The leading figure in Jiangzhou's medical field, a master of traditional Chinese medicine, knelt before a young man like Zhang Yi.
Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. If an endocrinologist were here, he would have thought these people were all hyperthyroidism patients. This?
The doctors who were with old Qin were also shocked. Old Qin is the role model in their hearts.
Today, the benchmark was broken in front of a young man. Although Zhang Yi's performance today did surprise them, they still did not understand Zhang Yi's true value. Brother Jiang Yi, can you accept me as your disciple?
P.S. The author is on his knees.
Can you give me a reminder or a gift? Chapter 38 Chapter 39 Many people started shorting MXM.
When Jiang Yi saw Qin Si Yuan kneeling in front of him, he immediately jumped sideways.
Just kidding, an old man in his 70s kneels down to a 20-year-old boy.
This will shorten my life.
Mr. Qin, what are you doing?
If you have something to say, please talk to me nicely instead of kneeling down all the time.
Jiang Yi walked to the side of Mr. Qin and pulled him up.
But he looked old and frail. He was surprisingly strong. Jiang Yi felt that it took a lot of effort to pull him up. But he didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of pulling him apart.
Brother Jiang Yi, if you don't agree to let me be your apprentice, I won't get up today.
Old Qin, like the old naughty boy, had his legs nailed to the ground.
This.
Jiang Yi's scalp tingled, and he felt like he was being forced to abdicate.
You get up first, how can I be your master?
You have eaten more salt than I have eaten rice.
It's not that Jiang Yi is low-key, but Jiang Yi doesn't want to.
He is not a professional doctor, and it is too troublesome to take in an apprentice. He just wanted to spend every day with Lin Wanqing. Anyway, my head is full of knowledge now, so I will never feel bored no matter how I play.
When three people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. This is not about age, but about level. I can say that your medical skills are unmatched by any registered Chinese medicine practitioner in China.
Qin Si Yuan knelt on the ground and said in a sonorous voice. These words carry great weight coming from Qin Si Yuan's mouth.
Because he is the vice president of the Chinese Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The president is elusive and usually the guild is run by several vice presidents. He said Jiang Yi's medical skills were unmatched, and that might really be the case. Everyone looked at Jiang Yi with a hint of caution.
That I promise you. Okay, please get up, Jiang Yi replied helplessly. It is not good to let an old man kneel on the ground all the time.
Okay, it's a deal then.
Old Qin's face was covered with brilliant chrysanthemums. But I don't have time to teach you often, so if you have any questions, just call me. Also, don't call me master, just call me Jiang Yi.
Okay, Master Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi.
On the way back, Lin Wanqing opened the window, letting the cool breeze hit her cheeks, and her soft long hair swayed in the wind. Neither of them said a word.
You.
Finally, at a traffic light intersection, the two looked at each other and said you in unison.
You say it first.
Jiang Yi turned his head back to the front. Lin Wanqing was so beautiful that he was afraid he would not be able to control himself if he looked at her for too long. I used to think that you would get tired of women after just a few days of looking at them. It was not until I saw Lin Wanqing that I realized that there is a kind of woman in the world that you can never get tired of looking at.
How did you become a doctor?
Lin Wanqing felt that she was increasingly unable to see through Jiang Yi.
In just a few days, Jiang Yi has shown many shining points.
It made her feel a sense of distance, and the distance was getting bigger and bigger.
Lin Wanqing's family is very ordinary.
She is the daughter of a single mother. Having grown up without a father, she has developed a strong character. Therefore, he studied very hard at school and had no intention of relying on his looks to make a living. Now, Lin Wanqing felt a distance from Jiang Yi that could not be overcome by any effort.
What I said just now is true.
I was taught by a wandering Taoist priest for a few years, so my body is so good.
Jiang Yi didn't dare tell Lin Wanqing about the existence of the system. Anyway, no matter what happens, you just need to remember that I will always be your baby and you will always be my baby. Jiang Yi felt Lin Wanqing's thoughts.
He had been trained very delicately by Li Jiawei, and sometimes he could tell what a girl was thinking by looking at her expression.
I will also work hard. I will definitely be admitted to Yongkang Capital. Lin Wanqing clenched her fists. Speaking of Yongkang Capital, Jiang Yi thought of his own MXM digital currency.
This kind of small coin is not bought by as many people as Bitcoin, so just like small cap stocks in the stock market, it is easy to be manipulated by the market makers and create a ceiling or floor.
Jiang Yi took out his mobile phone and opened the digital currency trading software. Forehead. MXM actually fell slightly.
Not only did it lose all the previous gains, it also fell by more than 4 points.
Shit, is this system flawed? I boasted to Wang Xingba that MXM would increase in value, so why would I be so disrespectful?
Jiang Yi casually placed his cell phone in the empty space in the middle of the car's front passenger seat. At this time, Lu De of Yongkang Capital was full of excitement.
Damn, I didn't buy enough at the beginning. I should have borrowed money and increased the leverage. Now it has fallen below,
and the next step is the downward channel. I have to quickly get more money to short. He thought about it and picked up the phone to call Lee Jiawei. Hey, schoolmate, can you lend me some money? There is a good market for digital currency here. Do you have any cash? Lend it to me, and when I make money, I will give you half of the profit. At this time, Li Jiawei was right next to Li Tianfu. When Li Tianfu heard Li Jiawei talking to a man on the phone, his face looked a little unhappy and his eyebrows were furrowed. Oh, senior, I don't have much money on hand, only a few thousand. I'll lend it to you later. As for the internship quota at Yongkan Capital, please help me keep an eye out. Li Jiawei also deliberately stated the reason why she contacted Li Tianfu in a vague way. Sure enough, after listening to Li Jiawei's words, Li Tianfu's complexion gradually improved. Could you please help me find out what the market situation is? Li Tianfu asked secretly in Li Jiawei's other ear. Li Tianfu has been extremely poor recently, and Li Jiawei is a money-burning wasteland. Every time he sleeps with her, he always finds ways to ask for some gifts. But doing that with Li Jiawei is indeed very fulfilling. Watching the beautiful woman begging for mercy under my crotch, that feeling makes me more confident. Therefore, Li Tianfu had to live frugally and save his pocket money to spend on Li Jiawei. The pocket money that once allowed him to live comfortably can now only provide him with enough food and clothing. So when he heard that there was a good market, he immediately wanted to get in on the action and make some money. MXM has already fallen below, and it is estimated that it will continue to fall for a few days. Believe me, short selling will definitely make money, so if you don't double the money you borrowed from me this time, I will not be named Lu. Lu Dexin's voice was heard. Li Tianfu had a bright smile on his face, like a greasy chrysanthemum. He immediately took out his mobile phone, downloaded the digital currency trading software, recharged his wallet, and invested the remaining tens of thousands of yuan in the MXM short contract. He was not greedy and planned to sell immediately if the price dropped another 5 points. Lu Di also received the transfer from Li Jiawei and used all the money to buy short positions. People from several parties were waiting to make money with joy on their faces. At this time, in a luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou, Wang Xingbao looked at the direction of MXM on Pinggua's computer in front of him. He pays special attention to this digital currency. Because based on his feeling and decades of experience in the financial market, he believes that this coin will definitely make a big move. But Jiang Yi said that this currency would rise, so why did it fall today? Wang Xingbao felt a little regretful in his heart. Why was he so stupid to believe what Jiang Yi said? It looks like MXM will continue to fall. If I short it and buy it, wouldn't I make a fortune? Hey! He sighed, leaned back in his chair, and pinched his eyebrows with his hands. What kind of friends does Dongjun have? Some are unreliable. I have to tell Dongjun about it later. Achoo! Achoo! Jiang Yi, who was driving, suddenly sneezed twice. Damn, who is scolding me? What? You have a cold. Lin Wanqing on the side closed all the windows out of concern, fearing that the cold wind would hurt her baby Jiang Yi. It's not a cold. How could I, a person that Qin Siyuan calls me master, not know that I have a cold? Jiang Yi was speechless. Isn't this just someone scolding me? My mother taught me since I was a child that 1 sneeze means someone misses you, 2 sneezes means someone scolds you, and 3 sneezes means someone is worried about you. You will believe this kind of superstition. Lin Wanqing tapped Jiang Yi's temple jokingly, and then seemed to think of something. By the way, there is an air-conditioned quilt in my dormitory, which was made by my mother herself. I have to go get it for my new home. Generally, when a girl goes away from home, her family will take better care of her, as the saying goes, raise a boy poorly and a girl well. Although Lin Wanqing's mother is a single mother, she is very kind to Lin Wanqing and has prepared a light and warm air-conditioned quilt for her. Jiang Yi was a little envious. Why did his parents let him sleep on such heavy quilt when he first came to school? My future mother-in-law made it herself, so I have to get it back. Jiang Yi joked and turned around and rushed to school. Loquacious. Lin Wanqing glanced at Jiang Yi shyly. Although she and Jiang Yi were determined to be together, except for not getting a marriage certificate, they had already tried everything they should do and everything they should enter. But for a girl, when she has never gotten a marriage certificate or held a wedding banquet, she always feels a little uncomfortable when being called wife. The two of them came to the school talking and laughing, and stopped downstairs of the girls' dormitory. The students passing by cast envious glances, and some even took photos. Wow! Rolls-Royce, so rich. I've never seen what the inside of a Rolls-Royce looks like in my life. Isn't this Jiang Yi?
Why is the school beauty's boyfriend standing next to a Rolls Royce? Damn, is Johnny that rich?
If I had known that, I would have tried hard to confess my feelings that day.
One girl's eyes began to light up. Sitting in the passenger seat of a Rolls Royce is the dream of many girls.
Come on, you are nothing next to the school belle, you are like a pheasant next to a phoenix. The person next to him took a serious look at the girl who was speaking and retorted sarcastically.
What? The school beauty is not as big as me.
She said that and raised her pair of majestic breasts that were as big as basketballs.
Damn, it really is, but what's the use of Everbright? Johnny squatted beside the car, looking at the MXM on his phone.
It was very stable now, with small fluctuations.
How could this happen? Johnny couldn't understand it, it was already Thursday. Hey, Johnny, why are you squatting here?
Suddenly a girl patted Johnny on the shoulder.
Johnny looked back.
Chapter 39 Chapter 40 I Still Love You, Sell MXM quickly. It was Li Jiawei standing behind.
She was just sent back by Li Tianfu.
Oh, I'm waiting for Wanqing here.
Johnny didn't even say hello and just turned back to looking at his phone. MXM now has a vague feeling that he is going to lose money. This gave Johnny a headache. Li Jiawei looked unhappy.
She tried to chat with Johnny, but he ignored her. She took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. If Jiang dared to ignore her like this in the past, Li Jiawei would definitely block him and give him a cold shoulder.
Now Li Jiawei is still thinking about getting Jiang Yi back.
After all, Jiang Yi is much better than Li Tianfu, Lu Di and the like. Looking at the beautiful Rolls Royce next to her, Li Jiawei shamelessly squatted down next to Jiang Yi. She was planning in her mind that once she caught up with Jiang Yi, she would immediately ask for a marriage certificate, and then divorce him and give him half of his property.
Jiang Yi, are you also playing with digital currency?
The sharp-eyed Li Jiawei saw Jiang Yi's mobile phone, which had a somewhat red glow. There are many cases of rising and falling prices on digital currency trading platforms, such as manhwa.com.
Jiang Yi ignored her. She moved closer. I found out that what Jiang Yi bought was MXM.
Li Jiawei felt somewhat relieved that she had slept with Lu Di for a few nights and her relationship with him had improved.
I just learned from Lu Di that MXM is going to plummet.
I can use this information now to move Jiang Yi.
Who knows, after the collapse of MXM, Jiang Yi will really fall in love with me again. Jiang Yi, I have inside information that MXM will plummet soon.
A very reliable friend told me this.
You should short it quickly and don't hold it.
Li Jiawei said, pretending to be anxious. I really love you, I just felt that we were not suitable at that time, but now you are in a better condition, I think we are a good match, believe me, I only want the best for you. After all, if you don't have money and you can't afford a brand name bag when I want to buy one, I will get angry, which will affect our relationship and your mood, so I want to let go.
After so many years, I don't believe you have forgotten me. If you want, I will go to the hotel now and give myself to you tonight. Li Jiawei has never had the opportunity to communicate with Jiang Yi face to face.
Jiang Yi is usually surrounded by Lin Wanqing, so she is embarrassed to speak. Today, when she had such an opportunity, she spoke a long list of words like a machine gun. Jiang Yi was stunned for a long time before he digested Li Jiawei's words.
Holy shit, there are such shameless people in the world? You despise me for being poor and you have a reason to despise me? You are so outstanding. I am not worthy of you. I am just a country bumpkin.
I am only worthy of a school beauty like Lin Wanqing. Jiang Yi didn't want to say much to her, for fear that Lin Wanqing would be angry if she saw it. He said that and got in the car.
How could Li Jiawei give up?
She rushed over and knocked on Jiang Yi's car window.
Jiang Yi, I really still love you. Don't hold MXM anymore. Go short it.
When MXM plummets in a few days, you will know how much I love you.
Jiawei, what are you doing?
When Li Jiawei was about to say something, she saw Lin Wanqing standing behind her holding a quilt. Oh, nothing. Seeing Lin Wanqing, Li Jiawei felt a little unsure.
She was indeed inferior to Lin Wanqing in every way. Lin Wanqing didn't say much to her.
She turned around, put the quilt on the back seat, and prepared to get on the passenger seat.
Wanqing, are you moving out? Li Jiawei asked. She saw Lin Wanqing's quilt and thought of something.
Well, we bought a villa outside, Lin Wanqing said, flicking her hair. Then she got into the passenger seat. Li Jiawei was left standing there in a daze. What did I just hear?
Did someone buy a villa? It would cost at least tens of millions, right?
Li Jiawei screamed in her heart. The students passing by saw her lost and fought and curled their lips in disdain.
This woman is no different from a prostitute.
She abandoned Jiang Yi at first, then hooked up with Li Tianfu, and now she is said to be hooking up with Lu De.
What?
When she was with Jiang Yi, she hooked up with Li Tianfu.
Now when she's with Li Tianfu, she hooks up with Lu De.
The king who plays both sides.
I don't know how many men have fucked her, but that's what we know. There must be more that we don't know.
Of course, the only difference between a girl's first time and the countless times is that she can even pretend that she broke her hymen by riding a bicycle or doing splits.
The advice given by doctors on the internet is all fake.
If there is no bleeding, it means it is not the first time.
There are so many random reasons. Hey, but which man dares to speak out?
They just have to endure it silently.
Come on, you guys, it's good enough if you can find a second-hand house for your marriage now, as long as no one has died in it. People passing by became more and more direct in their words.
Li Jiawei heard a lot of things. But she couldn't argue with so many classmates, as that would really make her lose face. She would have to pretend to be noble and seduce rich men. At this time, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing had quickly returned to Donghu community. Jiang Yi's driving skills are great. He drives smoothly and fast without having to brake very often. But along the way, neither of them spoke.
Until I entered the house.
Lin Wanqing grabbed Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yibao, what did Li Jiawei say to you just now?"
I heard it. I love you, MXM? Girls are all narrow-minded and suspicious.
She didn't ask along the way because she was afraid of making Jiang Yi unhappy, which would cause him to drive in anger and easily cause a car accident.
Now she needs to have a good talk with Jiang Yi.
Jiang Yi had no choice but to tell him what had just happened.
Oh, this woman is really.
Sometimes she doesn't cherish it, and when she doesn't have it, she regrets it.
Is money really that important?
After hearing this, Lin Wanqing shook her head in disappointment, feeling that Li Jiawei's existence was bringing discredit to the girls.
Not every girl knows the true value of self-reliance like you do.
They all want to take advantage of their youth and beauty to take shortcuts and ascend to a better social class.
Jiang Yi touched Lin Wanqing's cheek. In fact, Jiang Yi has become indifferent to these things. There are so many women in the world, and in the end it's all the same. I already have a beautiful, sensible, and virtuous woman, what else do I want? By the way, Jiang Yibao, what's that MXM thing she just mentioned? Can you show me the trend?
Lin Wanqing was worried that Jiang Yi would lose money, so she wanted to help check whether he really lost money. We all study finance, and everyone will have different opinions on the same trend. Although my grades are not as good as Jiang Yi's, maybe my opinions can help Jiang Yi a little.
Here, Jiang Yi opened the MXM page and handed it to Lin Wanqing.
Lin Wanqing took the phone and looked at it for a long time.
Finally, she sighed.
Jiang Yibao, I'm not trying to discredit you, but based on this trend, the market is definitely entering a downward trend.
It would be best if the market doesn't continue to fall, let alone rise.
But I believe you, whether you decide to hold or decide to short, I believe you must have your reasons. Lin Wanqing returned the phone to Jiang Yi, gave Jiang Yi a big hug, and gently touched Jiang Yi's lips.
Baby, what do you want to eat in the evening? I'll make it for you.
Looking at Lin Wanqing tying her apron skillfully, Jiang Yi felt a warm feeling in his heart.
With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Understand me, love me. I want to eat you, can I? Sure, after dinner. If you don't eat well, how can you let me eat well? Jiang Yi. The drag racing failed and was overtaken.
Lin Wanqing's cooking skills are pretty good. You cook one dish for the two of us and I cook one.
While you cook, I wash the vegetables. While I cook, you prepare the fruit. A warm feeling slowly rose in the house. This was also the reason why Lin Wanqing refused when Jiang Yi wanted to hire a nanny.
An hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were placed on the table: a bowl of beef with green peppers, a bowl of steamed okra, a bowl of sea bass with scallion oil, a bowl of scrambled eggs with chives, and a bowl of yam and pork rib soup. It goes without saying that 3 of the dishes were requested by Lin Wanqing to nourish Jiang Yi. He also reminded Jiang Yi, you should not replenish your body only when you feel weak, but start replenishing it when you are well. But the two of them had only taken a few bites. The color of Jiang Yi's mobile phone, which he placed aside, suddenly changed from red to a dazzling green.
Chapter 40 Chapter 41 Lu De is crazy, why does MXM soar? In a hotel next to Zhengzhou University.
Lu Dezheng was hugging the woman in his arms. This was the second woman he had obtained in exchange for Yongkang Capital's internal referral quota and information on the MXM stock crash.
It is said that women nowadays love money more than men. Fart.
They just love rich men, and when they have money they go looking for young ducks.
Which of those strong women in Lu D's company who earn millions a year doesn't he have a few little puppies?
You should know that 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, and 50 can sit on the ground and absorb dirt. Women's desires are becoming stronger and stronger.
If they don't find a little boy to satisfy themselves, will they look for an old man?
Lu De felt a little sore after exercising. But it doesn't matter, you're young, just get some sleep.
He picked up his phone.
I want to see how much money I have made in MXM.
When you open the mobile page,
the green screen made him feel dazed.
Why is it green? Did the cryptocurrency trading platform change? Is it red for rising prices and green for falling prices?
It has been several years, and the market has been falling when the red is high and rising when the green is low.
Lu De rubbed his eyes. What the fuck? He's crazy. What is going on? MXM soared 500%? The position has been liquidated?
The money he made in the past few years.
Salary, investment income, all included. Just like that, I'm back to the womb and starting from scratch? Brother Lu, what's wrong?
The woman on the side was awakened by Lu De's violent reaction and opened her eyes in a daze.
Ah!
The scene before her almost made her think she saw a ghost. Lu De's face was pale, his whole body was trembling, and saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth.
Brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me.
It's just that I asked for it a few more times.
It shouldn't be like this.
The girl's crying voice echoed in the room. But when she saw the phone in Lu De's hand,
she was shocked. I just gave him the money and he said I could make double the money. This is a margin call. Lu De was not the only one who turned pale immediately.
It's over, it's all over, I have lost all my money, Lu De murmured softly. His eyes were empty and desperate. You have to pay me back, or I'll sue you for rape. I just took pictures. The girl's expression suddenly changed. What she lent Lu De was not only her own money, but also the money she borrowed from friends. The greater the leverage, the greater the profit. I didn't expect Lu De to be so unreliable and lose all his money in one go.
Lu De is crazy. He just fell asleep and now he comes to ask me to pay back the money? Didn't you just say you loved me? Don't you want to intern at Yongkang Capital anymore? Lu De didn't have the money to pay her back.
The girl snorted coldly, ridiculous, I love the you who could make a lot of money in digital currency just now, not the you who is losing money like a dog now.
It's okay that you have poor health, but you can't even make money. Do you think you are worthy of my love?
The girl stood up after saying this, put on her clothes without any hesitation and left. Before leaving, he sent a message to Lu De, I'll give you 2 days.
Your fluid is still in my stomach.
If I don't see the money in 2 days, I will sue you for rape.
As expected, the best people always meet the best people. Lu De didn't know what to do at this time.
He picked up the phone and called home to ask for money. He never asked his family for money during his 4 years in college, but in the end he could only use his parents' hard-earned money to make up for the terrible consequences caused by his greed. However, there was more than one woman who lent him money. Li Jiawei was in the dormitory at this time, encouraging her roommate to short him XM as soon as possible. I tell you, don't blame me for not taking you with me for so many years.
Now is a good opportunity to get on board.
Short sell now and you can make money immediately. I'm not like Lin Wanqing, who has a rich man and ignores you.
I am your good roommate.
Li Jiawei said proudly.
I thought, can you, Lin Wanqing, beat me? Wait until I bribe everyone in the dormitory and let them all make money. By then, what kind of person were you in the dormitory before? Wouldn't I have the final say? Separate you and Jiang Yi, so easy.
When you break up with Jiang Yi, I will take advantage of the opportunity and pursue Jiang Yi.
I will definitely get him.
Li Jiawei had already calculated everything in her mind.
Jiawei, is this what you're talking about? Roommate Li Chaonan took the phone and turned it over for Li Jiawei to see the screen.
There was a hint of mockery and contempt on his face. Li Jiawei casually scanned, just this.
The next second, she was stunned. Isn't it a crash? Plus 500%. You call this a crash? No, I just saw it was still falling. How come it suddenly rose? It must have rebounded, let me ask. Li Jiawei picked up her phone and called Lu Di. Beep, beep, sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Hang up and start over. Beep, beep, sorry, the number you dialed is busy. It was obvious that Lu Di had killed him. Li Jiawei panicked. Jiawei, you didn't buy all of this to short it, did you? Li Chaonan asked curiously. This is a 500% increase, and if you short it, you will obviously get liquidated. No, no. Li Jiawei's voice trembled. But she was the only one who believed this. Li Chaonan looked at her, seeing how she couldn't even hold her phone steady, and he saw through her but didn't say anything. I went to wash clothes by myself, and the other roommate also went to the bathroom. Li Jiawei was left alone, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Woo woo woo. After a long time, Li Jiawei's phone rang. The caller ID shows it's Lu Di. Hello, senior, what is going on with MXM? Li Jiawei answered the phone and immediately asked about the situation. Don't ask me anymore. I was also mistaken. I will return your money to you when I have it. Now, just start your internship at Yongkang Capital with peace of mind. I will give you the position. Hearing what Lu Di said, Li Jiawei had to remain silent. She attached great importance to the internship at Yongkang Capital because she knew that once she entered Yongkang Capital, it would not be easy for her to use her looks to hook up with a senior executive and get promoted. But, it's difficult to double your money. But she didn't expect that there was another Li Tianfu who also bought MXM. And bought a lot. Now all positions have been liquidated. At this time, Li Tianfu was already furious in the dormitory. All of my tens of thousands of pocket money was gone. For the following period of time, Li Tianfu's living expenses became a problem, making it difficult for Li Tianfu, who had always been extravagant, to live his life. And all this was because of the news that bitch got. He called Li Jiawei and asked, "Who is that friend of yours?" "Damn, how did you get the news?" Li Jiawei was a little confused. What was going on? She was also a victim, okay? Why are you yelling at me? I was also deceived by him. She retorted excitedly. This completely annoyed Li Tianfu. You fucking slut, did your man cheat on you and two-timing you? People like you deserve to be fucked to death, you slut. You fucking think I really like you, I just use you as a substitute for Lin Wanqing, what a piece of rubbish. He was originally a playboy, and now he is just like a fish in water when it comes to scolding people. Beep beep beep. When Li Jiawei heard that the man who slept with her and took her virginity was actually scolding her like this, she almost went crazy on the spot. But Li Tianfu had already hung up the phone, not giving her any chance. Her face turned pale. Which woman would be willing to be a substitute for someone else? Especially Lin Wanqing. Not only did she take possession of Jiang Yi, whom she had misjudged, but even her current man actually treated her as a substitute for Lin Wanqing. She was even a little scared, because Lu Di might have chosen her as a second choice because he couldn't get Lin Wanqing. Will I have to live under Lin Wanqing's shadow for the rest of my life? Li Jiawei was desperate. On the contrary, these people. Lin Wanqing was pointing at Jiang Yi's cell phone in surprise. Jiang Yi, check your phone. Jiang Yi was a little confused. Just glanced at it casually. Grass. Pull it up directly. It was like a Jedi bounce back, taking off directly into space. This is much more exciting than investing in stocks. Even the Chi Next can only rise by 20 points. Bao Bao, you are so amazing. Lin Wanqing's eyes were full of stars. So many people think that MXM will fall, but he is the only one who insists on holding it. Although I believe in him, I am also worried that he will lose money. Now it's okay, Jiang Yi has created a miracle. Jiang Yi smiled slightly. Actually, if I were an institution, the more people think this thing is going to fall, the more I will make it rise. If everyone thinks this thing is going to rise, then I will make it fall. Just like Rockefeller, when he saw a little boy shining shoes talking about stocks, he knew the stock market was about to crash. Even though this was just an excuse Jiang Yi used to conceal the existence of the system. But this excuse made Lin Wanqing admire her very much. Everyone knows the story, but how many people actually use it in practice? Isn't it that everyone would rather trust their own judgment and their own knowledge? You are indeed the top student in our school. You are so different from others in even the things you do. You have unique insights. Lin Wanqing said admiringly. Jiang Yi smiled slightly and didn't respond. Woo woo woo. Suddenly Jiang Yi's cell phone vibrated. Jiang Yi took a look and saw that it was Wang Xingbao calling. Hello, Mr. Wang. Jiang Yi, you are right, MXM has soared to the sky. P.S. Thanks to Qin Zhaoyun from Pudu Mountain for the small gift. Thank you. Chapter 41 Chapter 42 Going home for vacation, the situation at home. If you have time in the future, please come to visit us at Redstone Capital. If you have any questions, you can always contact me. Wang Xingbao really treats Jiang Yi as a partner who should not be underestimated. For people at his level, money is no longer the only criterion for judging value. Wisdom, knowledge, perspective, and pattern are all things he values. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wang. I will definitely come to bother you when I have time. I hope you don't dislike me then, Mr. Wang, Zhang Yidao. No, by the way, I'll ask Dongjun to give you something someday, don't be disgusted, we can talk again when we have time. Wang Xingbao, it felt like this call was just to give Jiang Yi something, and he hung up after he finished speaking. What Jiang Yi didn't know was that Wang Xingbao was originally planning to short MXM heavily, but now with Jiang Yi's words, Wang Xingbao avoided the risk of losing money. The next day, Zhu Dongjun personally went to the school and gave Jiang Yi a golden card. This card looks very high-end. It should be made of gold. It feels heavy in the hand. There are two cool words on it, Redstone. This is the Redstone Group's gold card. Only important figures in the group can hold it. They either owe Redstone a debt of gratitude or have great potential for Redstone. I didn't expect him to give you such a card. Zhu Dongjun explained the value of Wang Xingbao's card. This made Jiang Yi feel a little hot. I haven't done anything for the Redstone Group, yet they gave me a gold card. I'm flattered. Take it, Mr. Wang must have seen your potential. In the future, when Mr. Wang needs you, just help him. This card is usually of little use, but everyone in the Redstone Group must obey the person holding the gold card. This means that from now on you are the second most senior executive in the Redstone Group after Wang Xingbao, and you even have the power of appointment. Zhu Dongjun was afraid that Jiang Yi would not accept it, so he gave Jiang Yi some advice. Okay. Jiang Yi accepted the card. Jiang Yi is very free now. Because Jiang Yi is now a junior, he has fewer courses. Everyone is leaving time to prepare for the internship. Jiang Yi has been running back and forth between Lin Wanqing School and Villa these past 2 days. May Day starts on Saturday and there are 3 days off. Wanqing, where are you going on May Day? Jiang Yi asked, but in his heart he hoped that Lin Wanqing would choose to be with him. In the past 2 days, we have been together almost 24 hours a day, except for going to the bathroom. 0 distance every day, even negative distance. Those who understand will understand. I want to go home on May Day. Lin Wanqing thought for a long time before she told him her plan. She was reluctant to leave because she was so happy to be with Jiang Yi. But this summer vacation, she probably won't go back. She should go back a few more times in advance because her mother will feel lonely at home alone. Okay, then I'll take you home. And then I'll pick you up on the last day? Or do you drive? Jiang Yi found that one car seemed not enough. How about we go buy another car? A better one. Huh? You still want to drive? Lin Wanqing was shocked. Are you kidding me? This isn't a toy car, it's just a few dollars. If you want a car, it's at least hundreds of thousands, right? No, if we buy 2 cars, you can drive one back this time. If your mother needs to go somewhere, you can also send her off, Jiang Yi said. Lin Wanqing thought about it and it made some sense. Okay, if you have enough money, let's buy me a smaller car. A smaller one. This big one is not convenient to drive. Lin Wanqing used her clever little head to think about it. She realized that smaller cars must be more affordable. They wouldn't cost millions like a Rolls-Royce. Okay, enough money. I haven't spent any money in a while, and I've used up all my energy points. There are still so many skills to unlock. It would be great if you could max out your martial arts skills and cooking skills. Jiang Yi brought Lin Wanqing to Aston Martin first. I swiped my credit card on the spot and bought a V8 Vantage for a total of 2.8 million. The car is nice, but it's not available. Wang Xingbao, how about this, we can drive this car later. Let's go look at other ones. Lin Wanqing said helplessly, I kind of regret going out with you to buy a car. You are so extravagant that even if you have hundreds of millions, you will spend it all in no time.
Zhang Yi thought, I'm sorry, I don't have hundreds of millions, I have 100 trillion.
You can spend it however you want and you will never be able to spend it all. Wonking Bao, it's okay.
We can earn more money if we run out of it. Life is now, so we should enjoy it.
Besides, you know how good I am at making money. We are not concerned about future money.
After hearing what Zhang Yi said, Lin Wanqing didn't say much, but she secretly made up her mind to save more money so that if Zhang Yi encountered an accident, she could support Zhang Yi and the two of them would not starve to death. Once Zhang Yi started spending money, he couldn't stop. The villas in Donghu community can park 4 cars.
Zhang Yi simply bought another Lamborghini in the afternoon.
Feeling that his house was full of sedans, he went to Rolls-Royce and bought a Cullinan.
Zhang Yi has a special feeling for Rolls-Royce.
When I was a child, I saw rich people driving Rolls-Royces on TV and I was so envious of the little golden man.
Now that I have money, I must make my dream come true.
He spent nearly 20 million to buy 3 cars in one day. Even at this moment, Lin Wanqing's mind was still buzzing.
The speed at which Zhang Yi spent money made him a little worried. Zhang Yibao, I won't care about your previous money.
When you start working, you have to let me know all your salary or money you earn, otherwise I won't be at ease. Zhang Yi knew what Lin Wanqing was worried about, so he showed her the tens of thousands of yuan he had earned from his MXM account on his phone.
From now on, you will know every penny I earn.
Seeing Zhang Yi being so straightforward, Lin Wanqing felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Yibao, I don't mean to control your money. I'm just worried that if you spend money so lavishly, something bad will happen in the future.
Baby, it doesn't matter. The money we used before will be used as our expenses. The money we will use in the future will be saved for our children.
Who is not married to your child?
Lin Wanqing became shy. Ha ha ha.
On Saturday, Lin Wanqing drove home in a Phantom, while Zhang Yi drove home in a Cullinan. There's no way, both sports cars are out of stock, and I'll have to wait for about a month.
Lin Wanqing complained that the Cullinan was too big.
She said she went out shopping for a car, but ended up driving a Phantom instead.
Zhang Yi's family is also in Jiangzhou, but on the edge of Jiangzhou, on the outskirts of the city.
When Zhang Yi drove the Cullinan back home, he found the atmosphere at home was very depressing.
What's wrong? Zhang Yi asked his father Zhang Haoran, who was sitting at home gloomily and sighing. Seeing Zhang Yi coming back, Zhang Haoran forced a smile on his face. You are back? Well, is there something wrong at home? Zhang Yi asked again. Hey, isn't at our neighbor Shenlin and his friends? Zhang Yi's mother Su Wan said angrily.
It turned out that the house was under construction. The original wall was a bit old and even seemed to be collapsing, so Zhang Haoran thought about tearing down the wall and building a new one. In the end, it would have been fine if it hadn't been demolished, but after it was demolished, problems arose. Chapter 42 Chapter 43 The poor have no status and can only be manipulated by others. Zhang Haoran hired a few masons, and after tearing down the entire wall, he prepared to start building the wall again. But at this time, the neighbor Shenlin's family came to make trouble. Shenlin's wife Kai Meihua is a well-known shrew in the village.
More importantly, Kai Meihua has a brother Kaiju who is a boss in Jiangzhou City. It is said that Kaiju is doing very well in Jiangzhou City and knows many dignitaries.
Many children of village leaders found decent jobs in Jiangzhou City thanks to Kaiju's connections. Therefore, Kaiju and even Kai Meihua were hated by everyone in the village but were forced to get close to them. The conflict between Zhang Haoran and Shenlin and Kai Meihua's family has been going on for a long time. At that time, the two families were building their houses. Zhang Haoran's family has a relatively large piece of land, because Zhang Haoran was generous in the past and was willing to buy land, so the residential land is very large, with a piece here and a piece there. But Shenlin's family was too poor at the beginning and could not afford to buy land, so they only had that little piece of land. When the Shenlin family was building the house, they wanted to occupy some space to the side.
Of course Zhang Haoran wouldn't allow that.
Why should you take the land for free when you bought it yourself? But the Shenlin family held a grudge in their hearts. Now that Kai Meihua's brother has become rich, Kai Meihua has also become arrogant and domineering.
He has been coveting Zhang Haoran's foundation for a long time.
This time Zhang Haoran demolished the wall. How could Kai Meihua miss such an opportunity? To be honest, Kai Meihua deliberately destroyed the old wall using various means. After hearing this, Zhang Yi roughly understood. But Kaiju, a person he had hardly heard of during his time in Jiangzhou, was unknown. He didn't know which company's executive he was. Kaiju will go home for the holiday tomorrow, and his father Zhang Haoran will definitely help Kai Meihua and the others to occupy the land. He regretted buying so much land at that time. If he had known that buying these lands would cause so many problems, he would not have come here at that time.
It doesn't matter. Let us talk about it when he comes tomorrow. I will come forward then. Zhang Yi thought about it and said calmly.
I believe that with Zhu Zhen's strength, he should have no problem dealing with Kai Zhu. If all else fails, bring out Zhu Zhen and let them know the current strength of our Jiang family. However, Jiang Yi's words had just fallen.
You rascal, why are you getting involved in this mess? Leave this matter to us adults to resolve, don't bother with it.
Su Wan slammed the table. Jiang Yi understood that his mother was afraid that he would get angry and start a fight with others. Xinlin's family had a son named Xin Gangjun, who was tall and strong and was also a sports student.
Yes, don't show up tomorrow, or your mother and I will fight for it. Zhang Haoran also defended Jiang Yi in this matter. The villagers all say that you are a cultured person and have good academic performance. You must not quarrel or fight like those poorly educated people.
Jiang Yi scratched his head and felt a little warmth, even though his parents were not rich. But they are protecting themselves with all their heart and ability.
Okay, I understand. We'll talk tomorrow. The family exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then Jiang Yi went upstairs to sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Yi heard the noisy and bustling noise downstairs in a daze. He simply washed his face and went downstairs. I saw that my house was full of people inside and outside. Groups of villagers were surrounding Jiang Yi's house.
Some of them were pointing at Jiang Yi's Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road, while others were pointing at Zhang Haoran and Su Wan. At the edge of their own yard, Mother Su Wan was screaming at them heartbreakingly.
This is my family's land. We bought it with real money. Why do you take it away? Who do you think you are?
Su Wan's voice was sharp and sad.
This land belongs to the village. Whoever the village says it belongs to is who it belongs to. You don't have the final say.
Kai Meihua smiled coldly. Looking at her brother Kai Zhu behind her and the village leaders around Kai Zhu, Kai Meihua felt full of confidence. The villagers nearby shook their heads and sighed when they saw this. Alas, Wang Haoran's family is too honest and has no backing, so Kai Meihua picks on the weak.
Fortunately, our family is far away from them, otherwise we would be bullied too. Kai Meihua and her family are now rich. This is always the case when poor people become rich. They like to show off. Let's stop talking. We will have to ask Kai Zhu for help in the future. We all have descendants. Look at the leaders in the village. Which of their children was not helped by Kai Zhu? They all cling to Kai Zhu. Although the villagers did not agree with what Kai Meihua's family did, they only dared to say so, and no one dared to actually stand up. Village leaders, please help us understand this. We have the certificate for this land, so why can't we use it? Why should they have the final say? Wang Haoran gritted his teeth and pleaded with the village leaders. At this time, the only people he could ask for help were the village leaders. However, the land of our entire village belongs to the village, not to any individual. As soon as the leader said this, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone understood and they were ready to help Kai Meihua. Isn't this denying that Wang Haoran's land belongs to Wang Haoran? Before Wang Haoran could continue speaking, Kai Meihua would seize the opportunity to be aggressive. Look everyone, this Wang Haoran family is really not human. They occupy the village land and say it is their own land. How can there be such bullies? Seeing this, Kai Zhu waved his hand, and immediately a group of people he called rushed forward and directly pushed down the wall that Wang Haoran had asked others to build early this morning. All the village leaders pretended not to see anything. Ah, you guys are not human, I will fight you. Wang Haoran blushed when he saw this. An ordinary person was nothing in front of these powerful people. Haoran, don't be angry, you can't go up. Seeing this, Su Wan immediately grabbed Wang Haoran tightly. Rushing forward at this moment would only make matters worse. These people are capable of anything. They are just a bunch of ruffians and are probably just waiting for Wang Haoran to rush up and take action. Let me go, I will fight them. Even if I risk my life today, I will spare the lives of one or two of them. Wang Haoran struggled and picked up a bricklaying knife from the ground. Prepare to chop. The village leaders watched the scene jokingly, with no intention of stepping forward to stop it or mediate. To them, Wang Haoran is just an ant. Is there still law? Su Wan held her husband tightly and turned back to shout at Zhang Yi. Please persuade your father, forget it, let us just take a little loss, don't be angry anymore. Okay, you said forget it, then quickly, let us attack this wall and push it 3 meters inward.
When Kai Mei-hwa heard this, she immediately clapped her hands in approval. The people who were originally building the wall for Jiang Haoran immediately picked up their tools, walked 3 meters inward, and built a new wall under the protection of Kaiju's thugs. 3 meters inward from the original wall, almost half of Jiang Haoran's yard was occupied. A house is only 10 meters wide in total.
Kai Mei-hwa did something really amazing.
She pushed forward so much in one go.
Alas, poor families are bullied like this.
When our family was bullied before, it was also like this. Facts have proven that only by becoming a superior person can one avoid being bullied.
You must study hard and become a superior person like Kaiju, okay?
A father even educated his son on the spot. As these people began to attack the wall, Wang Haoran and Su Wan became truly desperate. They saw how weak and helpless they were. However, just when they thought their family was going to be bullied to death today, a man walked right past them and came in front of the group of thugs.
That person is really Jiang Yi. Hey, Ear, what are you doing? Ear, don't go up.
Seeing this, Wang Haoran and Su Wan immediately stepped forward to pull Jiang Yi. When Shenlin's son Shen Gangjun saw Jiang Yi coming up, he immediately grinned. He was just waiting for Jiang Yi to come out so that he could beat him up.
Jiang Yi, you're a man, come over here and I'll fight you.
Damn it, you've always been better at studying than me since we were little, and that's why my mom always beats me.
Now I'm going to kill you.
Shen Gangjun came to the front of the crowd shouting.
However, Jiang Yi was not ready to take action as they thought.
He saw a familiar face. Among the thugs Kaiju called, there was one man he had seen.
P.S. Please help me to click on the urging for updates or add a small advertisement. Thanks to many friends for their gifts yesterday.
There were quite a few of them, so in order to avoid wasting words, the thank you list is in the author's words. I'm kneeling down and typing in 360 degrees.
Chapter 43 Chapter 44 The Rolls-Royce belongs to Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi pointed at one of the gangsters. Brother, are you the security guard of Redstone Plaza?
The person he was referring to was the security guard he had met several times when he went to Redstone Square.
At that time, the security guard looked very fierce and had a bad attitude towards vehicles entering and leaving. He acted as if someone owed him money.
Ha, how do you know I'm a security guard at Redstone Plaza?
Not only am I a security guard, I'm also the team leader.
The man chuckled. So, all of you are security guards at Redstone Plaza?
Jiang Yi understood and guessed which company Kaiju was an executive of.
Yes, you have been to Redstone Square. I never thought that a poor family like you would go to Redstone Square. The security guard's expression was somewhat playful and sarcastic. Our CEO Kai was just promoted this year and will be the general manager of Hongshire Plaza. I don't know how many people have begged our CEO Kai to open a store in Hongshire Plaza. You guys, be smart and don't make trouble for yourself. Mr. Kai knows a lot of dignitaries, and you can't afford to offend him.
If you get hurt, we won't compensate you. Jiang Yi looked at Kaiju. It's not too late for you to regret now.
If I wait and take action, all of you will lose your jobs.
We are all from the same village, I don't want to destroy your family.
But Jiang Yi's words seemed like a joke to them, making them burst into laughter.
Haha, this idiot, was he scared by us? He actually started talking nonsense. How could we be afraid of him?
Boy, think carefully.
You are just a skinny monkey, how can you have the ability to fight with us?
Believe it or not, we can beat you until you become incontinent. Kaiju even looked directly at the surrounding village leaders, laughing so hard that he fell backwards.
You people in the Jiang family are really capable. Even at this time, you still dare to brag.
I'll just watch and see how you destroy our family. The village leaders may feel that Jiang Yi's family is too pitiful.
One of them stepped forward and advised. Jiang Haoran, why don't you quickly persuade your child? You have no sense at all. Now is not the time to act recklessly.
Losing the land is a small matter, but people still have to work.
If your child gets beaten later, who will you cry to? Hear what they say.
Su Wan's face turned pale. Now all her hopes are on her son, who is still in school. She believes that her son has good academic performance and will definitely have a brighter future than Shunlin's children. This is the only hope of the lower class people in the countryside, that their sons will become successful. She took a few steps forward and grabbed the corner of Jiang Yi's clothes. Ear, don't talk nonsense, your task now is to study hard. When you graduate and become successful in the future, they will naturally be afraid of us. We'll just take the loss for what happened today, and you just stop talking.
But before Jiang Yi could make any move, the villagers started to stir. I think this land belongs to Kai Meiwa's family.
It was Wan Haoren who occupied their land before. That is, Kaiju and the others know how to help the people in our village. They brought us all to the city and let our children make a lot of money.
What ability do you, John Haoren, have to make us all follow you to farm?
Some people, who have no ability, just like to bully others and act like they are very powerful, but in fact they are just trash.
What era is this?
John Haoren, if you have money, you can go to Jiangzhou City and buy a house.
Don't you have money to buy land?
John Haoren looked at these villagers who suddenly jumped out in a daze. The villagers had never been like this before. In the past, when some people were teased by powerful people, they always helped the weaker party.
Jiang Yi glanced at everyone coldly.
He saw the trick. Everyone who just spoke has children at home who are looking for jobs or have just graduated. After those people finished speaking, they looked at Kaiju with a flattering look on their faces.
Ahem, don't worry, everyone.
As long as I like someone from our village, I will definitely help arrange a job for them. I'm the general manager of Redstone Plaza, and it's easy for me to arrange for someone. In our Redstone Plaza, with one shopping guide and one salesperson, it's easy to make more than 10,000 yuan a month. As soon as Kaiju finished speaking, there were gasps of shock from the crowd. 10,000 yuan a month is already an unattainable height for those whose children go to crappy universities or those who don't even go to university. The average university graduate, after entering a company, earns only 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. Even after working for 7 or 8 years, it's difficult to get promoted to 10,000 yuan, because a salary of 10,000 yuan requires one to be a small leader in the factory. As a result, the villagers who were originally shouting began to shout even louder. The words they spoke became more and more unpleasant, and their faces became uglier and uglier. Suwan and Zhang Haoran looked pale as they watched all this. He was targeted by the whole village, laughed at by the whole village, and abandoned by the whole village. This is where they were born and raised, but they are targeted by the people of this entire area. They felt very uncomfortable. Many of those who spoke had even received favors from Zhang Haoran in the past. Now, not only do they not know how to repay the kindness, but they turn around and become people who take advantage of others' misfortunes. What's more, they were also wondering how Jiang Yi would live in this rural area in the future, surrounded by a group of people who had grudges against their family. They only have a few more years left to live, so if they die, that's it.
But what about the next generation? Jiang Yi chuckled and looked at everyone with cold eyes.
He had originally planned to invest in a large company near his home so that the villagers could work nearby.
But his idea was immediately rejected by Jiang Yi.
These villagers, who were only interested in watching the fun, didn't mind the big deal. They just wanted to laugh at their own family's jokes and try to please Kaiju through their own family.
There is no need to consider them.
Since they want to go through Kaiju and take a shortcut,
then I'll just tear down their shortcut and see what they'll do?
Those who don't rely on their own efforts and only think about using connections will never be able to stand out and deserve to stay in the village all their lives.
Okay, since everyone is like this, Kaiju, let me show you something. Jiang Yi said as he pressed the switch of the Rolls-Royce in his pocket.
The Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road immediately lit up.
Hiss. The Rolls-Royce actually belongs to Jiang Yi? I really thought it belonged to Kaiju. What? That's Kaijun's car. That BMW belongs to Kaijun.
Oh my god, Jiang Yi really drives a Rolls-Royce, a car that is better than Kaijun's.
Is he doing so well studying in Zhengzhou?
It is also possible that he just rented a car. There are still many people renting cars these days. Yes, I also think that Jiang Yi can't afford such a car.
If he can buy this multi-million car, why not buy a house for his parents and let them live outside? Yes, it must be fake, just pretending to be something it is.
When everyone saw this scene, most people were skeptical. Zhang Yixong got into the car and took out the redstone gold card given by Wang Xingbao from the storage space in the car.
P.S. I beg you to give me a small gift.
If there are any shortcomings in my writing, please feel free to point them out.
I hope you will not mind.
Thanks to the update reminder from Love Pumpkin Steamed Potatoes.
And the small gift from Shinwan. Chapter 44 Chapter 45 How do you get the redstone gold card?
Jiang Yi held the card and appeared in front of Kaiju and others.
Look what Jiang Haoran's son is holding in his hand.
A sharp-eyed villager noticed the gold card in Jiang Yi's hand.
Maybe it's a gadget used to scare people. He even dares to rent luxury cars, not to mention this kind of gadget. Who knows if he rents one? Don't believe him, he must be a liar. This thing is really shiny and looks very expensive. I wonder where I can buy it. I want to buy one just for fun. I wonder if 10 yuan is enough. 3 or 4 yuan should be enough. Let's go to the canteen and ask.
Only Kai-jun felt a pang in his heart when he saw the gold card in Jiang Yi's hand. As an old employee of Redstone Group, he started as a clerk in the investment promotion department of a shopping mall, gradually promoted to a small supervisor, and later became the manager of the investment promotion department. Now, by chance, he has become the general manager of the shopping mall. It can be said that it is in Redstone Square. He is a long-time employee. It's just that every time I take up a new position, I receive all the job training. The first one is to see the Redstone Gold Card, such as seeing the Redstone Group's boss Wang Xingbao in person. Even internal personnel holding Redstone Gold Cards are arranged at any time in each position to test whether employees will truly respect these cardholders. Therefore, greeting each other when seeing a card has become a conditioned reflex for all Redstone Group employees. The employees' respect for cardholders comes from the bottom of their hearts. Because all cardholders have extraordinary identities. The only person Kai-ju had ever met was the son of a provincial leader. It is said that this leader helped Mr. Wang acquire nearly 100 acres of land, so he was able to get this card.
Jiang Yi actually has one in his hand now?
Hello, leader. The security guards at Redstone Square were the first to be unable to hold on. Jiang Yi picked up the gold card. They immediately shouted in unison. This scene frightened all the villagers.
What the hell is this? These people who were so aggressive just now are now calling Jiang Yi their leader?
Leader, Jiang Yi, how come you have the Redstone Gold Card?
Kai-jun stepped forward tremblingly and asked in a trembling voice. He really couldn't believe it. I can't have a gold card? I asked Mr. Wang, why would he give me such a useless gold card? He can't even give orders to the general manager of a small Redstone plaza. Mr. Wang? Ha ha.
Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Yi said this, Kai-ju, who had been a little reserved just now, immediately laughed. Because the boss of the Redstone Group behind Redstone Plaza is named Gao Hanwen. His surname is not Wang at all. As the general manager of Redstone Plaza, Kai-ju naturally knew who the boss of Redstone Group was.
Moreover, there is no CEO named Wang among the senior management of Redstone Group.
The CEOs of Redstone subsidiaries have no right to issue gold cards. Kai-ju patted the mud and dust on his body from walking so fast just now. You can hit me, the boss of our Redstone Plaza is surnamed Gao, not Wang.
Ha, you are really good, you are pretending to be cool right in front of me. Kai-ju is like a rooster that has won a battle.
He transformed the frustration and shock he had just felt into insult, contempt and ridicule towards Jiang Yi. Ha ha ha, there really is nothing good about the Jiang family, they are all trash. Kai Meiwa was also startled just now, and almost thought that her plan for today was going to fail. I didn't expect that Jiang Yi was just pretending.
And you pretend to be so real.
It made me worry for nothing. She stepped forward to help Kai-ju scold him. Jiang Yi, you little beast, my brother is a real executive.
So many people in the village have found decent jobs in the city thanks to him. You are nothing, and you are fighting with us. I want to beat him up. Shen Gangjun rushed forward and prepared to hit Jiang Yi.
However, several security guards from Redstone Plaza stopped him.
The arrogant security guard just now was now holding Shen Gangjun back with his men. Mr. Kai, please think twice. How can this card be counterfeited?
He shouted while pulling Shen Gangjun hard. I was afraid that Kai-ju would really offend the gold card holder. Even if Kai-ju asked them to take action, he might refuse.
The main reason is that he doesn't understand the company's top management.
He is just a small person and has no qualifications to understand. Therefore, he did not have as much confidence as Kai-ju, and felt that Jiang Yi was still sacred and inviolable at this time. But Kai-ju didn't care about this at the moment. Since the Mr. Wang that Jiang Yi mentioned didn't have such a person, he had to deal with Jiang Yi no matter what. However, Jiang Yi was not in a hurry. Only he knew that the Redstone Plaza was backed by the Redstone Group, and the owner of the Redstone Group was Redstone Capital. He took out his cell phone and called Wang Xingbao.
Seeing Jiang Yi making a phone call, Shenlin stepped forward and whispered, "Should we stop him from making the call? Is there really a connection?"
Kai-ju was very calm. Let him fight, I want to see how strong his so-called backup plan is. I will expose this liar today. I think he stole this card from somewhere, or maybe the person who drove this Rolls Royce before left it in the car. He had several guesses in his mind to prove that this redstone gold card was not Jiang Yi's. At this time, Jiang Yi's phone also got through.
Hello, Jiang Yi, you remembered to call me. Wang Xingbao's tone was much better than last time.
In fact, after he knew that Jiang Yi cured Zhu Dongjuan's illness, he knew that Jiang Yi had such medical skills, and he dared not underestimate Jiang Yi anymore. Rich people are afraid of death and illness. They have endless money and enjoy life as long as they are alive.
Mr. Wang, thank you for giving me the gold card. Jiang Yi started chatting with Wang Xingbao.
At the same time, he briefly told Wang Xingbao what happened today. Particular emphasis was placed on Kaizhu's indifference when he saw Jin Ka.
How could such a thing actually happen?
It seems that since I haven't managed the Red Stone Group for so long, it has become so rotten.
Wang Xingbao was a little angry. This was a bit embarrassing. He treated Jiang Yi as if he had given him a gold card, but his subordinates didn't take it seriously. How many times had he stressed the importance of the gold card? Now that he's been away for a few years, have they forgotten? Jiang Yi, don't worry. I will give you an explanation for what happened today.
After saying that, he hung up the phone. There was silence among the crowd for several minutes. Everyone was waiting to see if Kaizhu's leader would call Kaizhu. However, a few minutes passed and still nothing happened.
Everyone's expressions became a little joking. It seemed to confirm that Jiang Yi was a liar. How is it?
Kaizhu immediately came up to him with a cocky look on his face.
Look, my leader doesn't seem to know about this.
Let me tell you the truth, I have a very good relationship with Mr. Gao Hanwan of Red Stone Group.
Do you think I will be scared just because of your deceptive tricks?
Kai Meihua, Xinlin's family, and the village leaders on their side also breathed a sigh of relief and burst into laughter. As long as Kai Zhuiying is there, they have confidence. What Jiang Yi said on the phone just now was more real than real, which made them a little scared. And from time to time they could hear the voice coming from the other side of Jiang Yi's phone. At this moment, a shrill phone ring sounded.
It belongs to Kai Zhu. Everyone's smiling faces disappeared instantly.
Kai Meihua, in particular, didn't even have time to hide the smile on her face and just stood there with her mouth open, stunned.
Mr. Gao.
When Kaizhu saw that it was Gao Hanwan calling, he immediately picked up the phone respectfully and called out to him affectionately. In the quiet environment, the conversation on Kaizhu's phone can be heard clearly.
Kaizhu, do you still have the phone number for the nanny you found for me last time?
I'm home alone lately and would like to hire someone to help me with the cleaning.
There is something more to Gao Hanwan's words.
Kaizhu immediately realized what Gao Hanwan meant.
This is to ask him to help find the lady from last time. Also, I will contact her for you right away. No matter how busy she is today, she will come to your house and clean it comfortably. Kaizhu pronounced the last 4 words comfortably very heavily.
Good. The person on the other end hung up the phone immediately.
Jiang Yi frowned slightly.
This Wang Xingbao is a bit slow in doing things.
This is the case with everything. Kaizhu became even more proud.
The smile on his face was about to break from his ears. You should know that the reason why he was promoted so quickly was because he met the group's boss Gao Hanwan when he went to the club one day. So he and Gao Hanwan had similar interests. He often covers for Gao Hanwan and introduces good-looking girls to him. This is why Gao Hanwan values him very much and gives him the green light for promotion. But he didn't feel proud for more than a few seconds, and didn't have time to slap Jiang Yi hard in the face.
Gao Hanwan called again. P.S. Please help me give a 5-star rating.
Also, please help me click on the update if you can give me a small gift, please help me.
I received a lot of small gifts in the afternoon. The author has something to say about the thank you list. Chapter 45 Chapter 46 You caused me to be fired. Hello, Mr. Gao.
Kaizhu restrained her smile and continued chatting with Gao Hanwan as usual.
I was just about to call the babysitter. What's going on? Is my sister-in-law back? Do you want me to help cook at your house tonight?
His words were flawless, and there was no indication that he was trying to find a girl for Gao Hanwan. It was obvious that he was just a great assist who had provided Gao Hanwan with countless assists.
Kaizhu. On the other end of the phone, Gao Hanwan was screaming in a voice that sounded almost like a roar. The sound was so loud that everyone could hear it clearly. Gao Hanwan was so frightened by the sound that he held the phone at least 20 centimeters away. Are you causing trouble for me out there? How many times have I stressed this out in meetings? Seeing Jinket is like seeing me in person? Are you doing this behind my back?
Because Redstone Capital has grown rapidly in recent years and they intend to keep a low profile, they do not claim many of their holding subsidiaries as their own.
The capital market is like a battlefield. The key to victory is that the enemy is in the open and I am in the dark.
The powerful financial groups in the world are always using an invisible big hand in the dark to reap the benefits. Redstone Capital has signed confidentiality agreements with all of its subsidiaries. Redstone Capital can only unilaterally announce its relationship with its subsidiaries, and the subsidiaries have no rights. Therefore, the CEOs of the subsidiaries that Redstone Capital is planning to shelve are like bosses to the subsidiaries, and they would not normally say that they are just dogs.
Kaiju was shocked when he heard Gao Hanwen's words. Mr. Gao, what's wrong?
In his heart, he still didn't believe that it was Jiang Yi's phone call that caused Mr. Gao to come over and curse.
You're asking me what's wrong. Do you have any shame? Is there someone with a gold card standing in front of you? Get down on your knees and apologize right now.
If Gao Hanwen was in front of Kaiju at this moment, his saliva would probably be enough to wash Kaiju's face.
Kaiju was completely panicked at this point.
Looking at Jiang Yi, he no longer had the pride he had just felt when he was feeling like a fish in water.
Mr. Gao, please let me explain. Explain your ass, you've killed me. Not only were you fired, but I was fired too.
It's too late, this time it's the boss who took action.
Gao Hanwen's voice sounded a little depressed. Kaiju was anxious. How could this work? Gao Hanwen was his only support. Boss Gao, you must have a way, right? Didn't you build this company single-handedly? How could there be someone higher up than you? Do you need money? I'll send you 1 million tomorrow. Or do you want women? I have plenty of them.
But before Kaiju finished speaking, Gao Hanwen sighed, Kaiju, let me tell you this, you are completely finished.
If you didn't have the support of the big boss, do you think a small person like me could sit in the position I have today? Stop talking nonsense. Are there really people who start from scratch in this society? I tell you, there aren't any.
Those so-called self-made people are actually just people whose benefactors don't want to step forward.
Take you, for example. If it weren't for me, wouldn't you still be a small clerk today? You are finished this time. I cannot resist my benefactor.
I have signed a confidentiality agreement and cannot tell anyone who he is.
You should prepare for your funeral. You will probably spend the rest of your life in jail.
Gao Hanwen persuaded Kaiju in the end because Kaiju had helped him find countless girls. He knew that if Wang Xingbao didn't take action, it would be fine, but if he did, he would definitely send a few people in. Just now, Wang Xingbao has cited several pieces of solid evidence that Kaiju misappropriated company funds. This one item alone is enough to keep Kaiju in jail for several years.
Buzz buzz buzz.
A burst of tinnitus rang violently in Kaiju's mind.
Kaiju squatted down in pain, covering his head. Gao Hanwen on the other end of the phone had already hung up.
The fact that he said so much was already clear to Kaijusi.
Zhu, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?
Kai Meihua immediately stepped forward to support Kaiju's body.
Roll. Get out of here. I was killed by you.
Kaiju collapsed to the ground, no longer caring about his dignity at this moment. There is only despair and wailing in my heart. He lay on the muddy ground like a drunk, laughing and crying at the same time.
It's over. It's completely over. Kaiju murmured. Brother, don't scare me. At worst, we just don't want this land anymore. We just don't want it anymore.
Kai Meihua pulled Kaiju hard and shouted anxiously.
Too late. Kaiju smiled somewhat desperately. Sister, now that I am gone, you should keep a low profile.
But he had just finished speaking.
An angry shout rang out.
What the hell is this? They've built a wall into someone else's yard.
Do they have any sense of public morality? Stop now and move the wall back 6 meters. This piece of land will belong to Zhang Haoran's family from now on.
The person who spoke was the village leader. Just now he stood behind Kaiju and let Kai Meihua's family bully Zhang Haoran's family.
Now that Kaiju is doomed, Zhang Yi actually has such power. He, the fence-sitter, immediately jumped out.
As soon as Kai Meihua heard what the village leader said, she collapsed to the ground. The workers who were building the wall were stunned. At first they were called by Zhang Haoran, and later Kaimewa and Kaiju gave them more money and asked them to build the wall for them. Now the village chief wants them to build the wall into Kaimewa's yard.
Why don't you go now?
The security guard who had just pulled Shingangjun shouted loudly. He felt lucky that he had not done anything bad but instead helped Jiang Yi persuade Kaiju. Now that Jiang Yi's identity is confirmed, he must of course work harder. The bricklayer's hands trembled when he was shouted at by the security guard. After looking at the village leaders, he pushed down the wall and walked towards Kaimewa's house with bricks. Who of you dares?
Shingangjun stopped them and said, "This is my home. If you want to fight, you can only fight within 3 meters. Don't even think about occupying my land. Who said this land belongs to you? Didn't you hear your mother calling you just now? This land belongs to the village. Hit me with this."
The village leader was firm in his attitude and came to Jiang Yi after he finished speaking.
"Jiang Yi, I didn't realize you were so promising at such a young age. You're doing well in the city." He patted Jiang Yi's shoulder in an elder's tone.
Jiang Yi glanced at him coldly. "It's just so, I can easily crush a thing like him." As he said this, he pointed to the bamboo on the ground. "I originally wanted to ask Zhuzhen to investigate your background thoroughly, but now forget it." When the village leaders heard Zhuzhen, they immediately felt a chill on their backs, as if they were walking on a tightrope with a bottomless abyss below.
Who the hell said that Jiang Yi is just an ordinary college student? You call this ordinary?
He even called Zhuzhen's name so casually. If he had called Zhuzhen instead of Mr. Wang.
Zhuzhen's name is well known in Jiangzhou's White Road. Who dares to touch him? Who dares to provoke him? The village leader shuddered and dared not think any further. You guys did a great job. I'll talk to Mr. Wang about it and give you some small positions. Jiang Yi ignored the village leaders. He despised these vacillating bastards. On the contrary, it was the security guards who caught Jiang Yi's attention more. "Leader, I'm really sorry, we don't want to do this with you, but there's really nothing we can do, he is the general manager." The leader of the security guards explained embarrassedly. "It doesn't matter. It's already very good that you can stand firm on your position without fear of power." Jiang Yi waved his hand. A farce ended just like that. As for Kaiju, he didn't need to do anything himself, because the people he had offended would come and take advantage of his misfortune. The village leaders and security guards stood there for the entire morning, not even daring to drink water. They watched the bricklayers build the wall before they left slowly. The bricklayer was sweating all over. Being watched by so many people, he even had to hold his urine. Fortunately, he sweated a lot, otherwise his bladder would have burst. At the end of the fight, he didn't even dare to ask for money and just left in shame. The villagers watching were shocked by this series of reversals. Kaiju, who was once so arrogant, was ruined by a phone call from a young boy named Jiang Yi. Zhang Haoren, who was originally going to have his land occupied, built the wall 3 meters further and got 3 meters of land for free. It makes people secretly astonished. The child who was told by his father to study hard and become a superior person like Kaiju, pointed at Kaijun on the ground and looked up at his father. "Dad, if I study hard in the future, will I become like him? I don't want to read books anymore." His father was speechless, but he secretly remembered in his heart that when he returned home, this child would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Zhang Haoren pulled Jiang Yi into the house and asked curiously, "How do you have such powerful connections?" He clearly remembered his child, who was just an honest student. How could he know these big shots? "Dad, I just have some good friends at school who are more powerful." Jiang Yi scratched his head. It was a bit difficult to explain how he had suddenly become stronger. "What's with your car? It looks like it's worth hundreds of thousands." Suwon pointed to the Rolls-Royce outside. "Hundreds of thousands?" Jiang Yi's forehead was filled with black lines. "Mom, that's because I made some money in the financial market recently. Look, I made tens of thousands in a single day." Jiang Yi once again brought up the profit interface of MXM. "I majored in finance, so I have been studying these things. I made a lot of money before, so I bought a car." Jiang Yi just finished speaking. Snap. Zhang Haoren slapped Jiang Yi on the forehead. "Are you stupid? With this money, you should buy a house and find a partner first. What's the point of buying a broken car?" P.S. If you have read this far, please leave a reminder to urge for more updates. Just click that shit yellow button. Thank you for the gift. Could you guys please give me a 5-star rating? My rating is a bit low. Chapter 46 Chapter 47 Oh no, the school beauty is angry? Jiang Yi's mind was full of excuse me? You call this multi-million-dollar car a junk car?
Su Wan on the side also sighed, you are still too young. You don't know how to spend money wisely.
Which family doesn't need a house when looking for a wife? The car is secondary. For the adults in the countryside, their children's marriage is the top priority. Nothing is more important than finding a wife for their son. Therefore, many families endure even some grievances before their children get married, just to show the magnanimity of their family. As people's conditions continue to improve, girls' families have higher and higher requirements for their daughters' marriages. The betrothal gift has increased from tens of thousands at the beginning, to hundreds of thousands, and now to several 100,000. It is said that the amount has even reached 8.88 million.
There are more and more other additional conditions, such as houses, cars, diamond rings, gold bars, everything you can think of.
That's why people say that having a son is like having a fortune. Ordinary families should never have a son because it will bring suffering to them.
Su Wan and Jiang Haoran have saved a lot of money over the years, which is enough to buy a car for their son, but they cannot buy a house because the housing prices are too high.
They have even planned to borrow money. Now that I see my son has money and he's thinking about buying a car first, how could I not sigh? Mom and Dad, actually I have a girlfriend, and we have a house outside. We also bought one for you. If you want, you can come and live with us. Jiang Yi released two shocking news in succession. After hearing this, Su Wan swayed and almost fainted. The shock she received today was really too great. From almost fainting from anger in the morning to almost fainting from excitement now, she felt that she could not bear it anymore. Jiang Haoran was the calmer one. You have a girlfriend? Who is she? Is she your college classmate? Where did you buy the house? Several consecutive questions made Jiang Yi flustered.
He underestimated his parents' gossipy interest in his life.
There's no way around it.
There are some things I can't hide from my parents, Mom and Dad. My girlfriend is from the same university as us.
You haven't met her. Her name is Lin Wanqing.
I'll introduce her to you later. We bought a house in Donghu Garden. We have some spare money, so we bought a few more so you can live in them when you go there. Su Wan, who had just calmed down a little, was shocked again by Jiang Yi's words.
Did they buy more than one house? Several? Because I know their boss, the price is more reasonable. So I bought a few more sets. Oh.
Jiang Haoran began to understand that his son had used his connections to get a good deal.
How much is the unit price? Su Wan asked curiously. Not expensive, this is the average amount. Jiang Yi extended a finger.
But what he didn't know was that Jiang Haoran and Su Wan thought it was more than 10,000 yuan per square meter. Because there are many real estate projects in the countryside of Jiangzhou, all of which are sold by square meter, and the price ranges from several thousand to tens of thousands per square meter. Considering that they have a son, the two elders actually also went to find out about the housing prices in the town and learned that the price of a house is calculated by square meter. It seems that the house prices in your city and our country are similar. Jiang Haoran counted his fingers, feeling somewhat relieved that he had not bought a house in the countryside. If he had, he would have suffered a huge loss now. Jiang Yi stayed at home that day. As a homebody, he rarely went out.
Woo woo woo.
I had just gone upstairs and was about to go to bed when Lin Wanqing called.
Hey Jiang Yibao, are you awake?
Lin Wanqing's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone.
She thought Jiang Yi hadn't woken up yet. What? I have already done a lot of things this morning. Jiang Yi told Lin Wanqing everything that happened this morning. I'm so angry that there are such neighbors.
If something like this happens next time, tell me and I'll help you beat them up. Lin Wanqing hates to see Jiang Yi being wronged the most. When he heard that Jiang Yi's family was almost beaten, he immediately went to protect them.
No, it's okay, it's over.
The two were silent for a moment, and Lin Wanqing asked first.
Do you miss me? A little bit, we just separated. You only missed me a little bit, huh? I'm angry.
I missed you so much last night that I couldn't sleep, but you didn't even say goodnight to me.
Lin Wanqing spoke with her nose. Damn. I forgot.
When we separated yesterday, Lin Wanqing said she'd talk on the phone that night. As a result, I talked to my parents for too long and fell asleep on the bed.
Jiang Yi explained hurriedly, it's not that, yesterday, well.
I don't know what happened, I fell asleep with my head stuck to the pillow.
Phew. Lin Wanqing laughed secretly over there.
I am a magnanimous person and will not bother with you, but when we return to our East Lake home, you have to make up for the recent public grain.
Zhang Yi felt a chill in his waist. Oh my god, this happens several times a day. Can you please stop thinking about this? Zhang Yi was speechless.
It was the girls who told the boys not to think about these things, but it was Lin Wanqing who took the initiative.
Is it hairless, which is more in demand?
Little did he know that once they had tasted the sweetness, girls tasted much better than boys and naturally had greater demands. After all, girls don't need to put in much effort. Those who tell boys not to imitate teddy bear all day long are actually just being held in midair, unable to go up or down.
Humph.
That's right, my mom knows I have a boyfriend, and she told me to bring you back when I have time.
But I think we can meet the adults after we both have stable jobs. What do you think?
Lin Wanqing told her mother about Zhang Yi on the day she got home. She comes from a single-parent family and has only her mother to rely on. In addition, daughters are closer to their mother. So she slept in the same bed with her mother Lin Tinghua that night, and the two chatted until very late. Lin Tinghua naturally realized that Lin Wanqing was no longer a girl. After a few interactions, Lin Wanqing revealed everything about Zhang Yi.
She also told everything about Zhang Yi and Li Zhouwei. Unexpectedly, Lin Tinghua not only did not think Zhang Yi was stupid, but instead praised Zhang Yi highly. He kept praising his daughter for her good taste, and told her to look for a loyal man, because this kind of man is worth relying on for a lifetime. She also asked Lin Wanqing to bring Zhang Yi home as soon as possible because she wanted to meet him. After Zhang Yi learned that Lin Wanqing was going to take him to meet her parents, he told Lin Wanqing about his situation. Wanqing, my parents actually know that I have a girlfriend. How about we wait until our jobs are stable and then our parents can meet?
Zhang Yi said casually.
No. Don't do this. P.S. Please urge for more updates.
Chapter 47 Chapter 48 Barbecue, the room was eavesdropped.
Zhang Yi was startled by Lin Wanqing's sudden nervousness. What's wrong? Lin Wanqing paused. How about this? You come to my mom's place first, and then I'll go to your parents.
Finally, we'll invite both sets of adults to meet.
Is that okay?
The school beauty, who was originally aloof and intimidating in front of others, humbly begged herself for help in this matter. It's not her fault, she is also a victim, but she is like a wounded cat, she can only curl up constantly to prevent her wounds from being opened again.
Zhang Yi felt a little distressed when he heard this.
He knew that Lin Wanqing was afraid that her single-parent family background would make Zhang Yi's parents unhappy, so she wanted to meet him alone first, with herself as the first step, and then the adults of both sides would meet at the end.
Of course, baby, my parents are not that harsh. I guess they will be so happy when they see you that they can't stop smiling.
I hope you don't join forces with me to bully me when the time comes.
Zhang Yi said, pretending to be sad. What? How could I bully you? Lin Wanqing's depressed mood was relieved by Zhang Yi's few words. Asking me to make up for my public taxes isn't bullying me. I'm thinking of taking you back to the villa tomorrow.
Stop talking nonsense, this is not bullying, this is love for you.
Oh no, this love hurts my waist too much. Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing chatted on the phone for the entire afternoon. They reluctantly hung up the phone only after their parents called them to dinner.
I don't know why, but I used to feel sick when I saw people in TV dramas talking on the phone for hours.
Where did all the talking come from? Now it's my turn. The past few hours really flew by.
I chatted a few words and it felt like evening had already arrived.
This is probably the power of love.
Zhang Yi touched his waist as he walked down the stairs. When I got downstairs, I found that there were a lot of people sitting in my living room. They were carrying all sorts of things, some were gifts, some were bringing local specialties from home, and some were even carrying half a pig.
This? Zhang Yi glanced at Zhang Haoran and Su Wan in confusion. These people are here to see you.
You were on the phone just now, so your mother didn't call. After all, your marriage is the top priority.
Zhang Haoran coughed lightly and looked at Zhang Yi with a teasing look. It's over. The room was tapped.
I also said so many embarrassing words to Lin Wanqing.
Judging from my dad's expression, I think it's hopeless covering his face.
He had to divert his attention and look at the people sitting in the living room, including village leaders and other prominent figures in the village. Originally, they were all avoiding their family members like chickens avoiding the plague, but now that I have brought down Kaiju, they all came.
Zhang Yi, you see, these are our intentions. You are young and promising, and adults don't bear grudges against petty people.
The village leader stood up and spoke flatteringly to Jiang Yi. As he spoke, he pointed to the things placed on one side of the living room.
It's okay. I don't hold grudges. Even if someone comes looking for me, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yi waved his hand expressionlessly. Take all these things back. I am not a big shot. I am just an ordinary college student. What you are doing is corrupting the morals of society.
Jiang Yitsai looked down on these things. What he had the most now was money, so he could buy whatever he wanted. These things are just a token of our appreciation to your parents from our fellow villagers.
How can they be considered corrupting?
A village leader with a sly look in his eyes stood up and smirked at Jiang Yi, revealing his despicable nature. I was speechless in my heart. You are just an ordinary person, and the rest of us can only be buried in the ground.
Okay, let's leave it alone.
Don't worry, I, Jiang Yi, am not an unreasonable person.
Your children are in Jiangzhou.
As long as they tell the truth, I will not take the initiative to deal with them.
This is because of my parents' face.
Otherwise, I would deal with everyone who spoke to me today one by one.
Don't doubt it, I have the ability to do it.
After saying this, Jiang Yi drove them away in disgust.
Although I felt a little relieved when I saw that my yard was much bigger than before.
But he knew that he no longer had any interest in this village. Some things are like a wound that cannot be healed by a few nice words, the scar will always be there. During the meal, Jiang Yi mentioned that he wanted to let his parents live in Donghu home. But his parents refused.
They were used to living in the countryside and didn't want to move. They couldn't adapt to moving to a new place and meeting new people. Besides, parents are honored by their children.
Now that Jiang Yi is doing so well, everyone in the village is afraid of them. They believe that their lives will get better and better in the future. Jiang Yi saw that he couldn't persuade her, so he didn't force it.
He just looked a little depressed. After all, the environment of Donghu home was really nice.
He also wants his parents to enjoy a good life. Finally, Suan said, when you have a baby, please invite us to live with your father-in-law and mother-in-law. When we have children, our home will also have its own flavor.
Zhang Haoran nodded repeatedly upon hearing this.
Wow, they are treating me as a tool to continue the family line.
Jiang Yi felt a headache.
By the way, Mom and Dad, my girlfriend comes from a single-parent family, with only a mom and no dad. Don't poke holes in her wounds when the time comes.
He thought of Lin Wanqing's appearance today and fought for her.
You are grown up now. As long as you like something, your mother and I will not object.
And from what you said, your partner will definitely be beautiful and virtuous.
Don't worry, your father and I have a plan.
My parents were talking to each other.
Jiang Yi's head was even bigger. How long have you been listening at my door? Every May Day, Zhang Haoran and Su Wan would take Jiang Yi back to his grandmother's house.
My grandmother's home is also in Jiangzhou, but on the other side of Jiangzhou.
They didn't have a car before, so they had to take several buses every time to get there. Now that Jiang Yi has a car, he naturally goes to his grandmother's house in a luxurious Rolls-Royce. After Su Wan got in the car, she kept muttering all the way.
Why does the door of your car open backwards? Did the car manufacturer install it wrong?
Hey, old man, you know what? This car is quite comfortable to sit in.
I can't even feel the vibration when passing through the speed limiter.
The leather feels really soft, much more comfortable than the Volkswagen my colleague's son rode in last time.
Jiang Yi's car must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? It's really nice inside. Jiang Yi didn't want to scare his parents, so he just responded casually.
Older people are afraid to use or sit on it because it is said to be expensive.
Oh my goodness, I have to tell my colleagues about this when I get home.
Their crappy car costs over 200,000 yuan, and it feels like a tractor when I sit on it. Jiang Yi silently apologized to Su Wan's colleague's son. Seeing that they were almost there, with only a few traffic lights left, Jiang Yi parked the car steadily at the traffic light intersection. Just as he was about to look at his phone, the next second, the scene in front of him made Jiang Yi's eyes narrow instantly. P.S. I beg you to urge me to update, give me a 5-star rating, and a small gift.
Kowtow. Chapter 48, Chapter 49, Encountering a car accident scene. Because there are 2 straight lanes. Jiang Yi occupied the one on the left, and the other one was originally empty.
Just as Jiang Yi was looking at his phone, a large dump truck suddenly sped past in the lane on his right. He completely ignored the glaring red light ahead.
The speed was so fast that it even brought up thick fog.
Grains of gravel mixed with the dripping mist from the ground hit Jiang Yi's windshield, and yellow muddy water slowly flowed down from the top of the windshield. It seemed that the driver had no intention of braking, and there was not even a sound of braking. Normally, when the light is red, even if you can't stop, you should at least symbolically step on the brakes twice to try to stop the car. At this time, the green light on the longitudinal road has already turned on once. Many cars are already on the road. The dump truck ran a red light, and if nothing unexpected happened, there would be an accident. Really? Bang 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 bang. Several violent collisions were heard. Jiang Yi quickly used the wipers to clean his windshield. The scene before him made him gasp. The dump truck had crossed the road and crashed into the median strip in the middle of the road. The huge force directly bent the concrete isolation belt. And at the crossroads, 3 cars were lying miserably on the ground. One of the cars had its entire back seat dented, while another was completely flipped over, with its tires turning inward, suggesting it had rolled over several times. The last car was a red Range Rover. The entire car spun sideways several times, and the passenger side was stuck on the sidewalk railing. Zhang Haoran and Su Wan fell asleep comfortably in the car. At this time, I was also awakened by the loud noise. Seeing the scene in front of them, the 2 country guys exclaimed reflexively, "Save him quickly." As they said that, they all jumped out of the car and ran towards several accident cars. Jiang Yi also hurriedly ran out of the car to check if there were any people who could be rescued in the other cars. Maybe he was infected by the behavior of Jiang Yi's family. Immediately, many people got out of the car and ran to rescue people. Everyone looked at the 3 cars and saw that everyone in the first 2 cars was dead, especially the car that had overturned several times. A 1-year-old child was pulled out of it, but he was also dead. Only the red Land Rover Range Rover was left, which was considered the luckiest. In the driver's seat was a stunningly beautiful woman, and in the passenger seat was a little girl of about 10 years old. After the woman was rescued by everyone, she immediately rushed to the girl in the passenger seat. However, the entire passenger side door had been dented by the railing. The girl had fainted by this time, and her right hand and right foot were stuck inside. No one dared to defecate, and no one could do it. Hurry! Let's work together and lift the car out a little. Jiang Yi took a look and realized that as long as he lifted the front of the car a little away from the railing, he could open the passenger door, so he shouted. Everyone found that it was exactly as Jiang Yi said. Several men started lifting the car together from the front. At the beginning, everyone was struggling, but as more and more people came, we finally managed to move the front of the car away a little. The twisted car door was forcibly opened by several big men. The girl's body inside was twisted. The right arm and leg were twisted and even turned purple. Everyone quickly and carefully lifted her down and laid her flat on the ground. No one dared to touch her again. Someone quickly called 120. But more people still surrounded the little girl. She has fair and smooth skin, a beautiful face, and her long eyelashes can be vaguely seen through her close-set eyes. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl suffered a tragic car accident. Looking at her physical condition, I don't think she will be able to recover without several major surgeries. A girl who is only in her teens will inevitably be left with scars that will accompany her for the rest of her life after undergoing major surgery. Everyone shook their heads and felt sorry. I don't know how this driver is driving. How come he can't even see the red light? No matter how you look at it, it seems like premeditated murder. Could he be a sociopath? Who knows, the driver is already dead, only the judge of the underworld can judge him. It's really a good thing for him, so many lives have been lost to him. As the traffic became more and more congested, the queue behind was getting longer and longer. Many people were not angry. It was the May Day holiday and everyone was free and not in a hurry, so they all got off the bus and rushed over to watch the fun. Come on, look at this girl's hand swelling. Suddenly someone in the crowd exclaimed. Jiang Yi quickly squeezed through the crowd and came to the little girl to take a look. Sure enough, not only the arms but even the legs had begun to swell and turn purple. There must be serious dislocations and broken bones inside. If no treatment is provided, it may not just be a scar, there may be a risk of amputation. Is there any doctor who can come and help me save my daughter? The stunning woman was already panicking at this point. She knelt beside the girl and reached out to hug her several times, but then she remembered that she couldn't move because of such a serious injury. In a panic, he could only helplessly beg the people present to see if there was a doctor who could come to help. Let me try it. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, a man wearing glasses stood up.
Which school are you from? I see you're still a student. Do you know what kind of place this is? Lives are at stake. How dare you barge in?
The man with glasses saw that Jiang Yi looked young and acted like an elder, and began to teach him earnestly.
Have you passed the medical qualification exam? Have you ever seen patients? He kept talking like a cannon. Jiang Yi didn't bother to pay attention to him. Since he wanted to be in the spotlight, let him be.
Seeing that he was indeed older than himself, he hoped that he could be cured.
I'm a doctor at Jiangzhou Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, I can help check it out. The man with glasses took out his hospital employee ID card.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
The stunning woman knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly.
It can be seen that girls are very important to her. The man with glasses enjoyed the scene very much. He walked forward and pulled the stunning woman up, but his eyes wandered around her body for a few times. He then noticed someone in the crowd was filming the place with their cell phone, and he quickly said righteously,
"You're welcome.
It's our duty as doctors to save lives and heal the wounded. When we see a patient, no matter what the situation is, we must do our best." After finishing his long speech, he finally squatted down and began to examine the girl's body. Jiang Yi can guarantee that if this person says one more word or acts any more pretentiously, he will definitely beat the hell out of him. A few minutes later, under the burning gazes of the crowd and the hopeful face of the astonished woman, the man with glasses looked up and said, "The bones are severely twisted, and an X-ray must be arranged immediately. P.S. Did you see the author's desire for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews? Chapter 49 Chapter 50 Believe me, I can cure her." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd booed. You are from a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, but after all this time you still have to rely on Western medicine. Your title of traditional Chinese medicine hospital is a waste. He looks like he's 40 years old and has been a doctor for at least 10 years, but his words sound like fart.
Come on, everyone, take a video and record him. He is making me really upset. I thought he was going to cure the girl.
Some people who were not taking photos originally even picked up their phones and started filming. I think this person just wants to emulate those doctors who save lives on the internet, come out to show his appreciation and take advantage of the popularity.
Some anchors even started to expose it live. Dear friends, I am doing an emergency live broadcast. I just encountered a traffic accident on the road. The little girl is in critical condition. The doctor examined her for a long time and said that a CT scan is needed. Dear babies, are you angry? I was so angry that I posted my anger on the public screen. This person has a lot of fans. Not long after the broadcast started, there were thousands of people online. As soon as the man finished speaking, he immediately started leaving comments. Gas. Gas. I am a medical student, so I understand that CT is indeed necessary. But as soon as this person finished speaking, he was immediately overwhelmed by the anger that followed. The man with glasses was also embarrassed. He was just an ordinary doctor working on duty in the hospital. He didn't have X-ray vision or any system, so how could he possibly see what was going on inside? This patient has injured his bones. Without the help of medical equipment, it is impossible to see what is happening inside. Seeing someone live streaming on the spot, the man with glasses started to defend himself. He originally just wanted to show off how noble his desire to save people was. I didn't expect the public to be so disgusted. It's really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. There are still many angry young people cursing on the public screen. Are you crazy about becoming an internet celebrity? You're not good enough, but you're making a fool of yourself. The whole internet is exposing him as a quack. Garbage doctor. Did you buy your diploma? Just very quickly. Someone left a message on the public screen. Oh shit, look, suddenly there's this young guy coming over to treat me. Damn, he'll do anything to become an internet celebrity. This guy hasn't even graduated from college yet. I hope I one T kill such a cute little girl. This girl is so cute. He was actually taking the pulse. Is this person a Chinese doctor? Such a young Chinese medicine doctor is finished. My precious daughter is going to die. Shit, that's my daughter. The anchor saw the comments on the public screen and looked back. I was shocked. I saw Jiang Yi kneeling beside the girl. A hand rested on the girl's pulse. Listening to the pulse quietly. Ear, what medical skills do you have?
You have never learned medical skills since you were a child.
Don't harm anyone's life.
The most anxious ones were Jiang Haoren and Su Wan.
They were in a panic. This could cost someone's life. Jiang Yi grew up under their care, so how could he have the ability to heal?
If the medical treatment makes someone worse or even kills them, paying compensation is the least of the problems.
If things go wrong, you could even go to jail. The two of them were counting on Jiang Yi to carry on their family line. How could they let Jiang Yi bear the burden of the lawsuit?
Jiang Haoren and Su Wan had just finished speaking. Immediately, everyone looked at Jiang Yi with suspicion. At least there was one person with a doctor's certificate.
Now this guy doesn't even have a medical license.
Quick, rush over and pull him away, don't let him harm the child. A man roared and rushed forward. The others were also interested when they heard this.
You pulled and I dragged Jiang Yi away from the girl. The live broadcast room was already in an uproar. That should be his father, right? Sure enough, the father was more honest, knowing his son was incompetent. What a pity, how could such a simple and kind couple raise such an ignorant son?
This young man is probably crazy about becoming famous.
He dares to take advantage of this kind of popularity.
For the sake of his parents, I won't blame him.
What should I do with my daughter? Yes, I feel my daughter-in-law's life is in danger. Where's the ambulance? There is no need to think about it. Such a big car accident must have caused traffic congestion, and the ambulance probably couldn't even get in. Yes, with so many people gathered here, the ambulance can't get in.
Given the character of Jiangzhou people, even the sidewalks must be blocked by cars.
Brother, are you also from Jiangzhou?
Me too, damn, Jiangzhou is like this, every time something happens, a bunch of people gather in the middle of the road. I want to have wings so that I can fly to my daughter. However, at this time Jiang Yi was surrounded by several men on the roadside.
Sister, do you believe me? I can cure her. Jiang Yi suddenly shouted loudly. Stop talking nonsense. You are in this condition and you still want to be cured. Why don't you heal your own brain first?
The male doctor with glasses actually stood up and started scolding Jiang Yi.
There is no other way now.
The girl's biggest problem is not her hands and feet, but a broken cervical vertebra in her neck, which is compressing her respiratory tract.
If the bone is not straightened immediately, she will die. Jiang Yi shouted anxiously.
He had just taken the girl's pulse for a while and felt that her pulse was becoming weaker and weaker.
How is that possible? I see she is breathing normally. The man with glasses sneered.
The live broadcast room suddenly exploded again. This young man looks very professional, much better than the guy who wants an X-ray.
Yes, I also think that young people should try it. If they don't try, they will die. Let him try now. Save my wife and I will send you a rocket. Oh my God, look at this little girl's face. It's really starting to turn red. Is she having trouble breathing? Oh my God, help him, this boy looks pretty powerful. Hidden Master.
The person who was broadcasting live also hurriedly helped Jiang Yi and said, let him try it quickly, maybe it really works.
It will be too late if we don't save him now.
No, people without a medical license are not qualified to save lives.
What if the little girl is killed by the treatment? It's such a pity that such a beautiful little girl died.
The man with glasses said this and looked back at the little girl on the ground.
Oh my God, how did it become like this?
The little girl on the ground began to breathe rapidly, her face turned red, and her body began to twitch.
Hey, young man, please save my daughter.
If you can save her, Si Lijiao's life will be yours from now on.
The stunning woman suddenly came to Jiang Yi and knelt down.
At this time, those who surrounded Jiang Yi had already left tactfully.
After seeing the girl's symptoms, how could they not know how capable Jiang Yi really was? Good. Jiang Yi came to the girl.
You can't let him save her, it will hurt your daughter. Only the man with glasses was still shouting. If I can save him, you will kneel down and admit your mistake to everyone today, and you will not be allowed to practice medicine in this life. If I can't save him, I will give you 100,000 on the spot.
Do you dare to bet? Jiang Yi looked up and pointed at the man with glasses and said, Do you dare to bet?
Bet, what's there to be afraid of? The man with glasses was very proud.
But the next second, he was dumbfounded.
P.S. I beg you to urge me to update, give me rewards, and give me 5-star praise.
Chapter 50 Chapter 51 No, this person is my master.
Jiang Yi was seen gently stroking down the back of the little girl's head.
Feel it on the neck with your eyes closed. Then exert force suddenly. Click. Following a crisp sound.
The little girl's originally convulsing body stopped instantly and her breathing became much smoother. Seeing that the little girl's condition improved suddenly, everyone applauded and praised her.
This guy is really capable. It seems he is a real doctor. It turns out that our Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. I will go to a Chinese doctor for treatment in the future.
Western doctors only make money from my examinations.
The man with glasses legs began to tremble slightly at this time.
He seemed to feel that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. The stunning woman, Si Li Jiao, opened her mouth wide, completely losing her noble temperament. At this moment, she fell to the ground like a ragpicker, staring blankly at Jiang Yi's miraculous healing hands. Jiang Yi's hand was already pressing lightly on the little girl's arm. There were no fractures, just broken bones. He could feel that all the bones were intact, but due to the severe impact, the bones were seriously dislocated, and the dislocated bones pressed on the blood vessels and meridians. That's why her hands were so swollen. He felt around for a few joints and applied a little force.
Click. Click. On the quiet street. After a few crisp sounds of bones colliding, the girl's hand has recovered as before. The arm that was swollen just now began to slowly subside. Jiang Yi rubbed his hands vigorously to warm his palms, then gently massaged the swollen areas on her hands to activate the blood circulation. Okay, no big deal.
Si Li Jiao struggled to look at the girl in front of her. Aside from a slight swelling on her right hand, the rest of her injuries were just minor skin injuries. Her breathing became steady, and the sadness on her face disappeared.
Thank you, thank you.
Si Li Jiao looked up at Jiang Yi and thanked him repeatedly, but her stunning face had been smudged by her tears.
It's okay, it's a small matter, Jiang Yi patted the dust off his legs and said nonchalantly.
Jiang Yi's calm demeanor and his superb medical skills have completely impressed everyone, including the viewers in the live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room has instantly reached 50,000 plus. The anchor never thought that he just wanted to expose the evil deeds of the man with glasses, but Jiang Yi directly made his live broadcast room popular. On the public screen, everyone left messages. It's amazing that such a young person is such a hidden master. When we were so young, we were still worried about whether our partner loved us or not. I want to know where this young man got treatment.
Can he cure my kidney deficiency?
My wife hasn't given birth to a child for several years.
Host, can you help me ask the doctor how to help my wife give birth to a child? I'm too ugly to find a partner, can I ask him to help me find one? I am such a fucking jerk. I was thinking about scolding him just now.
I wanted to come over and kneel down in front of him. I slapped myself twice.
By the way, does your child usually have a mild allergy to milk?
Remember to give her camel milk or goat milk in the future, not cow milk.
Jiang Yi suddenly thought of something and reminded Si Li Jiao.
Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Si Li Jiao's face suddenly changed. I knew it. No wonder every time I gave her milk, she said her stomach was uncomfortable. I thought she didn't want to drink milk and that's why she said that on purpose. I even beat her several times for this and forced her to drink a bottle of milk every day to grow. It turns out I was wrongly accusing her of everything.
Thank you, my miracle doctor. Otherwise, my daughter would have died because of me.
As she spoke, her face was filled with self-blame, and tears of heartache burst out like a flood again.
But Jiang Yi's kind reminder shocked everyone again. Oh my goodness. I wonder if some people are allergic to milk. My son doesn't like milk, could that be a sign of an allergy?
There is actually someone who can diagnose what you are allergic to directly through the pulse without doing an allergen test.
He is definitely a miracle doctor.
I believe in Chinese medicine again, and I will let my children learn Chinese medicine in the future.
Many people in the live broadcast room have started recording and forwarding the video. Miracle Doctor Online. At Zhengzhou Chinese Medicine Association. There is a miracle doctor in Zhengzhou.
At Handong Chinese Medicine Association. All the medical community accounts were at ed. Qin Si Yuan was at the Handong Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital at this time, drinking tea with a few elderly friends. Nowadays, our Chinese medicine is declining with each generation, and there is no one to take over. This new generation of young people only cares about getting quick results all day long.
But Chinese medicine must be developed step by step. Only Chinese medicine can benefit the people the most. Medicinal materials can be selected locally and there is no need to rely on imports. Look at our hospital, more than 90% of the medical equipment is imported from abroad. If one day foreign countries block our technology and equipment, I don't know how many hospitals will close down.
The high fees are all earned by foreign countries. That is the hard-earned money of our people.
The veteran Chinese medicine practitioners expressed their views one after another on the current decline of Chinese medicine, which is getting worse day by day.
These people have reached the pinnacle in terms of fame and fortune. The only thing that can influence them is the worry about the lack of successors.
Lao Qin, what do you think?
Several people asked Qin Siyuan, who had remained silent.
I don't think I'm that pessimistic.
After all, China is a vast country with abundant resources, and there are still some low-key hermit masters.
Qin Siyuan sipped the tea in the cup in front of him. I don't think so.
Now all those hermit doctors are dead, but some of the old ones have different opinions.
Bang!
Suddenly a young man rushed into the house.
Come on, look.
He picked up the video on his phone and showed it to several elderly people.
At first, the elderly people were a little angry about his rudeness.
But when they saw the phone, everyone was shocked. The video in the mobile phone was the scene of Jiang Yi saving the little girl.
After watching it, several people couldn't help but sigh.
It seems that, as Mr. Qin said, there are still some hidden masters in the world. Indeed, this kid's medical skills seem to have been practiced for 50 years.
Have you seen this guy? Is he working as a doctor in one of your hospitals?
Several people shook their heads. What a shame, we don't even know such a master.
His master must be even more powerful. We must send someone to check this person out immediately.
At this moment, Qin Siyuan said, "No need to look for him, I know this person." Several people suddenly realized. It turns out that he is Master Qin's favorite disciple.
No wonder his medical skills are so superb. Yes, it's not surprising that he is Master Qin's disciple. Qin Siyuan took another sip of tea. No, this is my master. Chapter 51. Chapter 52. Do I look like someone who is short of money? Puff.
One of the old men was just drinking water, and when he heard what Mr. Qin said, he immediately spat out a mouthful of water.
It just happened to spray into the old man's open mouth opposite. Gollum.
The old man didn't feel anything at all and swallowed the sprayed water in one gulp. Under normal circumstances, these two old men would definitely do something big, but today, they had no mood to do so.
Master Qin, you're not kidding, are you? You recognize this young man as your master?
Yes, Old Qin, all of us old men have to call you Old Qin.
You actually call him master, so shouldn't we call him grandpa? Qin Siyuan said bitterly, you think I'm stupid?
He looks only in his 20s, but his medical skills are much better than mine.
I am convinced. Silence. Deathly silence. The sound of swallowing saliva could be clearly heard in the field.
I really didn't expect that the person who even convinced Old Qin was actually a young kid. And looking at Old Qin's expression, it didn't look like he was joking at all.
Mr. Qin, when can we ask your master to come and teach us and answer our questions?
We also want to see what level of person even Mr. Qin admires. Qin Siyuan sighed, let me try, I saw him perform the 9 palaces resurrection with my own eyes.
Zhogong Huiyang?
The old man who had just sprayed water confirmed in surprise.
Puff.
The man who had just been sprayed in the mouth had just taken a sip of water, and when he heard what Old Qin said, he also sprayed it out. It shot accurately into the mouth of the old man opposite who had just sprayed water. Although it looks like revenge, it is not really. Zhogong Huiyang is too important for these masters of traditional Chinese medicine.
Achoo! Achoo! Achoo!
At this time, Jiang Yi was sneezing 3 times on the side of the road.
Damn, I don't know who was thinking about me. He wiped his nose.
She walked towards the man with glasses. This guy has been slandering me just now, and now it's time for him to pay the price. Seeing Jiang Yi pressing forward step by step, the man with glasses became timid.
Just now he didn't believe in Jiang Yi's medical skills.
He didn't expect that Jiang Yi would not only not take action, but his action would be so extraordinary. Such a young man has such superb medical skills.
It really is the score from Lily Yuan. You, what do you want to do? The man with glasses had a faint trembling voice. What do you think I want to do? You farted in front of everyone, so you have to eat it yourself, right?
Just now, because of you, I wasted so much of the patient's time, so much of everyone's time.
Don't you have to admit your mistake? And you slandered me? Don't you have to kneel down and apologize?
Zhang Yi smiled coldly, his smile full of coldness.
Yes, kneel down and apologize. If you don't kneel down, we will beat you. Someone in the live broadcast room even shouted. Human flesh, human flesh.
Anyone who has seen this person, please try to provide clues. Let's dig up this thing thoroughly.
Damn it, he actually dared to ride on the popularity of the angels in white. I almost believed him. What the hell?
This piece of trash is crazy about wanting to be famous. The man with glasses panicked. If he didn't kneel, no one would let him go.
If he knelt, the whole network would be broadcast live, and he would have no face. And if I can't be a doctor, what else can I do? Going to beg for food?
Brother, I'll give you 2 million, please let me go. He leaned close to Zhang Yi's ear and whispered.
Zhang Yi shook his head. Are you kidding? Do I look like someone who is short of such a small amount of money? 5 million.
The man with glasses gritted his teeth. I'm curious, how do you, a doctor, get so much money? Zhang Yi turned sideways and glanced at him coldly.
The man with glasses was confused. Grass.
Not only did I not spend any money, but I was also suspected.
My master is the director of Jiangzhou Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, and he's the apprentice of a famous doctor.
Brother, since you're so rich, please give me some face. If you ever have a minor or major illness in the future, I'll directly ask my master to treat you. The man with glasses had just finished speaking.
Bang! A loud slap hit him in the face. Kneel or not. Zhang Yi did not give in at all. What the hell are you thinking? I still need someone to treat my illness? You're actually threatening me with this?
In the end, there was really no other way, and amid the indignation of the crowd, the man with glasses had to knock his knees to the ground in public and swear that he would never go to the hospital again. This video was widely shared and recorded, with everyone verifying and encouraging each other.
Damn it, next time I see him in the hospital, I'll beat him up. I will start going to the Chinese medicine hospital tomorrow. I'm so angry.
This person must have wanted to ask our miracle doctor to spare him.
Yes, thank goodness for our miracle doctor day. Hey, where is the miracle doctor?
A few people looked back, but Zhang Yi was nowhere to be seen. He took advantage of the chaos to get into his car, as there was nothing left for him to do outside.
Traffic police and ambulances arrived one after another and dispersed the onlookers. Traffic began to resume.
In the ambulance, the stunning woman suddenly slapped her thigh.
Look how stupid I am. I didn't even leave my benefactor's contact information. After a while, she thought of something else. Oh yeah, there are videos of him saving my daughter all over the internet now. I'll go look for it online. She picked up her phone.
Zhang Haoran and Su Wan also got on the car after the crowd dispersed. As soon as they got in the car, Su Wan grabbed Zhang Yi's ear.
You've grown up, haven't you? How dare you get involved? Stay out of this kind of thing. What if something gets into trouble?
When Su Wan saw her son being held up by the big guys just now, her legs almost went weak and she fainted.
What do you know, woman? My son is really capable.
Saving the dying and the wounded is better than building a 7-story pagoda.
Didn't you see him save a life? Zhang Haoren scolded. I don't care. Other people's things belong to them, and my son is mine.
Su Wan only has her son in her eyes, because he is her own flesh and blood. Ear, don't use your mother's words.
You did the right thing today. Dad supports you. Zhang Haoren patted Zhang Yi's shoulder. When will you learn medical skills? Check my pulse later to see if I am sick.
Yes, let me do the same. Now that my son is well, I must be healthy and have a grandson in my arms.
Zhang Yi.
I learned medical skills in school from a mysterious master.
You are all healthy. I have checked for you. Also, could you please stop talking about grandchildren all the time? I like my daughter.
After saying this, Zhang Yi started to selectively turn a deaf ear.
There was nothing he could do about it.
He knew his parents would definitely give him a lot of advice, saying that having a son was good and having a daughter was something other people's families enjoyed. While Zhang Yi was on the road treating the little girl, a large round table was placed in the living room of Zhang Yi's grandmother's house.
The older generation is more likely to have children.
My grandmother gave birth to 4 children in total, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Therefore, every time when everyone goes back to my grandmother's house during the holidays, we always need to set up a big table, otherwise there will be no room for everyone to sit. At this time, many people were already seated at the round table. One of the women looked very similar to Su Wan and was sitting next to Jiang Yi's grandmother Su Damei. Sitting next to her was a boy about the same age as Jiang Yi. The boy looked good, but he was dressed in a very businesslike style, like a hotel lobby manager, which was a bit funny. This is Jiang Yi's cousin Lu Xing. If Jiang Yi were here, he would definitely not recognize that this was the cousin he knew. Because Lu Xing had always dressed like a student before, everyone was a little bit uncomfortable with his sudden businesslike look. Although he is a cousin, Lu Xing is actually the same age as Jiang Yi. It's just that Lu Xing's academic performance is much worse than Jiang Yi's. Anyway, during the college entrance examination, he was at least a few hundred points behind Jiang Yi. I was accepted into an ordinary junior college. Studying requires talent, not force. Some people, even if they work hard, still can't compete with those gamers who play video games all day. The one who looks very similar to Su Wan is Jiang Yi's aunt Su Ping. I saw her chatting intimately with Jiang Yi's grandmother Su Damei. From time to time, he would praise his son Lu Xing. Mom, our Lu Xing has earned over 200,000 yuan a year by doing sales. If you ask me, it's better for boys to start working early. After 3 years of junior college and 4 years of undergraduate study, Lu Xing had already joined a large company as a salesperson at this time last year. He was doing quite well with his skills and earned about 200,000 yuan a year. Even among undergraduates and even many graduate students, this income cannot be earned in their first year. Because Lu Xing had poor grades, Su Ping felt that her family had looked down upon her for 3 years. Of course, this was just her self-perception. Now that Lu Xing is doing well, she naturally wants to show off a little. Su Ping didn't believe that Jiang Yi, the taciturn boy from Su Wan's family, could earn so much money after graduating from college. By the way, Mom, our Xing bought a car. What brand is it, Xing? As she spoke, she patted Lu Xing's thigh. It's the new BMW 5 Series. I bought it on a mortgage. My boss told me that I would make more and more money in the future, so I bought the car first. Lu Xing said with false modesty. The grandmother's family nearby immediately brightened up their eyes. BMW? My uncle Su Wei was the first to lose patience, and his eyes lit up when he heard the word BMW. Wake up, you are rich now, you can buy a BMW directly. You are too awesome. Can the uncle ride in his nephew's BMW in the future? Of course. Lu Xing was very generous to his family. He patted his chest and said, when your cousins go to school and have a lot of luggage, just come to me and I will take them there. When everyone heard it, they all began to praise. Your Xinger has grown up now. Driving such a nice car, he will definitely have a bright future. Yes, I have always thought Lu Xing is smart. Hey, why haven't my sister and the others arrived yet? Su Ping looked at the time and asked curiously. Right, logically, my sister and the others should be arriving soon, right? Could it be that the bus is stuck in traffic? Su Ping looked disdainful. What's the point of studying well? It would be better for you to go out to work like our Xinger and earn some money to buy a car. Chapter 52 Chapter 53 You call this car a miscellaneous car? As soon as Su Ping said this, both uncles fell silent. To be honest, Jiang Yi's achievements are obvious to everyone, but the nature of rural people is that they believe that a child can only succeed by studying. However, the reality is that it is Lu Xing, who is not good at studying, who has become successful first. Mom! Su Wan's voice rang out from outside the door. Coming. When everyone went out, they found that Su Wan and the others had walked in. This further confirmed what Su Wan said just now, that they all work on the bus. Wan is here, come sit inside quickly, it must be very congested along the way? They are all her own children, Su Damei loves them all, no matter if they are good or bad. Come on, come in. Uncle Su Wei and Su Zhong enthusiastically took the large and small bags from Jiang Yi and Jiang Haoren's hands. He kept yelling at me not to bring anything from him in the future. After Jiang Yi's family sat down, everyone started eating in a lively atmosphere. During the meal, Su Ping deliberately asked Jiang Yi, you are now a senior in college. What are you planning to do in the future? Do you want to follow our Lu Xing and do sales? I tell you, you still make money in sales. Sales depends entirely on your ability. But you are too boring. You should learn from your cousin. Su Ping spoke as if she was considering Jiang Yi, but in fact she was overtly and covertly praising her own Lu Xing. "Aunt, I should be able to do financial work," Zhang Yi said.
Isn't the financial work just working in a bank? What's so good about a bank?
"I see a few kids from my hometown working as tellers in banks. They are all under pressure from loans, and they often recommend us to install, etc." Su Ping looked disgusted and talked about the disadvantages of financial work. She felt that what Zhang Yi meant by working in finance was just being a teller in a bank.
Zhang Yi smiled and didn't explain too much. The other people didn't have enough knowledge, and no matter how much he explained to them, they wouldn't understand.
Seeing that Zhang Yi and the others didn't say anything, Su Ping continued with her new conversation.
"Hey, Zhang Yi, have you bought a car?
I tell you, you must buy a car when you are in college.
It doesn't matter if it is a little worse. You can say that you bought it when you were studying." Su Ping taught Zhang Yi what a face-saving project is.
"My son Lu Xing, before he graduated, I wanted to buy him a Nissan, but he refused, saying he could afford it himself.
Now he bought a BMW within the first year."
Su Wan and Jiang Haoren don't know much about cars, but they do know about luxury cars like BMW, Mercedes-Benz and Audi that are everywhere on the street. In their eyes, there are only these three types of luxury cars.
"Lu Xing, you're amazing. You bought a BMW in your first year? Is that the one parked in the parking lot just now?"
Jiang Haoren patted Lu Xing's shoulder and praised him. Because the road to Grandma's house is very narrow and cars can't drive in, they can only park their cars in the parking lot in the village and then walk over. Lu Xing's eyes were filled with pride. "That Black 5 Series is mine."
Su Wan is a woman who is more sensitive and careful.
When she heard what was said, she knew that Su Ping was taking the opportunity to praise her son, so she quickly interrupted. "My son Zhang Yi also bought a car some time ago, but the kid didn't know much and spend hundreds of thousands to buy a no-name car." Su Wan was a little helpless, and in her heart she wanted Zhang Yi to return the car and buy a BMW.
"What? Zhang Yi actually spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on a no-name car?"
When Lu Xing heard what Su Wan said and looked at Zhang Yi, who looked a little dull, he almost spit out his food. "I thought to myself, as expected, nerds are nerds. When buying a car, they would rather buy a low-end version of a high-end car than a high-end version of a low-end car.
Don't they understand such a simple truth? Zhang Yi, you've lost a lot of money.
With hundreds of thousands of yuan in China, you can buy all the entry-level models of BMW, Mercedes-Benz and Audi.
You should have asked me at that time."
Lu Xing looked very experienced, shook his head and sighed. Everyone thought that Zhang Yi used his parents' money to buy a no-name car. They all began to shake their heads and feel sorry for Jiang Haoren and Su Wan. So much so that no one wanted to ask what brand Zhang Yi's car was. Zhang Yi didn't want to be too high profile, so he just dealt with it casually.
Lu Xing has indeed become more talkative since he started working.
They would talk about who they knew as a big boss, who they supplied raw materials to, how many clients they had, and so on. The listeners were envious and praised. "Lu Xing, this kid, now speaks like a big businessman. Yes, after Lu Xing has worked for a few years, he can start his own business. Then, we relatives will help you."
"What?
The company Lu Xing will start will definitely be a big company in the future. We have low education, so we can only work as security guards for him." Today's meal was the smoothest one Su Ping had had in all these years. That was such a joyful scene.
A mother is honored by her son.
In the past, because Lu Xing was not good at studying, she was always suppressed. Now that Lu Xing has made progress, she, as a mother, is naturally proud of herself. It was not until the evening that everyone dispersed. In the dim sky, the two uncles' families and grandma saw Su Wan and Su Ping off.
All the way to the parking lot.
Lu Xing couldn't wait to press the key of his BMW.
Immediately, a black BMW flashed its lights. "Grandma, look, this is my new car. Do you want to get in and take a ride in it to experience it?"
Sudamei waved her hand. "My legs are covered in mud, and it would be bad if I stepped on your car and made it dirty." Uncle Su Wei suddenly thought of something and turned around to ask Zhang Yi.
"Hey, Zhang Yi, which car is yours?"
Before Zhang Yi could answer, Lu Xing pointed to a Buick Regal on the side.
"Zhang Yi, is this the one? You know what, you really lost a lot if you bought this car.
It would be better to buy a BMW 3 Series.
The price is similar, but the BMW brand is bigger."
Su Ping also hurried forward and touched it. "Hi, this car doesn't feel as good as a BMW." Zhang Yi was speechless. Can you tell whether it is good or bad just by touching the shell? Su Damei looked at Su Wan's family with strange faces, and stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. This car looks good to me, and it's quite big.
Zhang Yi, let's not listen to them. I like grandma. If you study hard, you will definitely make a lot of money in the future.
Su Damei also felt that what Su Ping and the others said today was a bit too much. The car has already been bought, and you are just adding to the trouble by saying so much.
Can people return it and buy it again?
Grandma, actually my car is not this one, it's the one in front. Zhang Yi said this as he turned on the Rolls-Royce key in his hand. At the other end of the parking lot, a dark silhouette of a car lit up. Because it was dark, no one noticed that there was a huge vehicle over there.
I see.
I thought this car was yours, but it turns out yours is that one. Lu Xing said this and turned around to look back.
Just the next moment.
Holy shit!
Rolls-Royce, you call this a no-name car? Chapter 53. Chapter 54. The school beauty was shocked. The express delivery was full. What's going on?
Seeing her son's panic-stricken look, Su Ping stepped forward and asked. This. Lu Xing was about to speak when Zhang Yi put his hand on his shoulder to stop him.
This car just looks good and is inexpensive, right? Lu Xing? Zhang Yi said this and winked at Lu Xing.
Lu Xing had been working in the workplace for a year after all, so of course he understood that Zhang Yi wanted him to keep it a secret and not say more. He showed a bitter smile on his face, but that smile was uglier than crying. Yes.
Damn, this cousin of mine is really low-key.
He drives a Rolls-Royce worth millions, but actually lies to his parents and says it only costs a few $100,000.
It's totally not on the same level, okay? When it comes to this car, I get angry. Look, the car door is installed upside down. Su Wan angrily walked forward and pulled the car door open for everyone to see. Mom, I'll make a lot of money and buy a BMW, okay?
Zhang Yi comforted Su Wan while continuing to use his eyes to signal Lu Xing not to talk nonsense. It will be very troublesome to explain it myself then.
Lu Xing is really about to cry. Auntie, stop talking. If your son is willing, I can trade one for you. After Zhang Yi left, Su Ping quickly asked Lu Xing, son, do you think that car really costs hundreds of thousands? I think the door is installed backwards, so it must be a substandard car, right? Lu Xing.
One of their cars is worth more than 10 of mine.
Zhang Yi just returned home. Bite. The system's familiar voice sounded.
Zhang Yi then remembered that it was time for the weekly future prediction sound again.
He quickly turned around, went into the room and listened.
I am worried that the holiday will be too long and my back will hurt when I have to pay taxes later.
Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing immediately returned to the villa on Monday. The first thing to do when returning to the villa is to pay the public grain tax. A short absence is better than a new marriage.
Zhang Yi was tormented by Lin Wanqing, who took the initiative to unlock several new postures.
This made Zhang Yi tired but happy. Woo woo woo.
Zhang Yi lay on Lin Wanqing's thighs, with her smooth skin touching his face, feeling extremely comfortable. The fragrance from Lin Wanqing's body wafted into Zhang Yi's nose, and he took a few deep and greedy breaths.
Zhang Yi was almost falling asleep as he felt Lin Wanqing's soft hands gently massaging his back. Woo woo woo. Just when Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing were about to have another accidental conflict, Lin Wanqing's phone rang unusually. It was a call from Li Chaonan. Hey!
Wanqing, you're probably going crazy lately. The guardhouse downstairs from our dorm is full of your deliveries. The security guard came up and yelled at us.
Huh? My delivery? I didn't buy anything?
Who knows, maybe it was bought for you by some guy who has a crush on you.
What secret admirer?
Lin Wanqing said speechlessly.
Please come and take it away.
All our express deliveries are now blocked by yours and we can't get them out at all.
Okay, I'll come get it. Lin Wanqing was a little confused. What's going on? Where did I get so many express deliveries? The two quickly put on their clothes and came to school.
When I arrived at the security room, it was indeed full of express deliveries, piled up like a mountain. When there is no more space inside, people start to put it outside. Fortunately, it hasn't rained recently, otherwise these express deliveries would definitely get wet in the rain. Some of the students passing by were surprised, while others complained.
Oh my god, how come there are so many express deliveries? Yes, which wealthy family is so aggressive that they bought so many things? I guess they can't even fit them in the dormitory. My express delivery was buried underneath. It's so pitiful. Mine was also pressed down.
Looking at the names, it seems that they are all from Lin Wanqing.
Why did she buy so many express packages by herself? Look, Lin Wanqing is here. I'm so envious. She drives a Rolls Royce. You just realized it. I knew it a long time ago. Isn't it normal for a school beauty to drive a Rolls Royce? Lin Wanqing looked at the express delivery box full of her own in a daze.
It took the two of them a long time to move things into the car. The trunk and back seat were both full, and it was so crowded that we could barely fit all the express deliveries in. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yi drove Lin Wanqing back to the villa.
Wow!
Lin Wanqing happily unpacked the boxes and kept exclaiming.
Isn't this the clothes in my shopping cart? Wow, isn't that the hat on my shopping cart? ISNT, this what I collected a few days ago.
Finally, she found that all the items were in her shopping cart. She took out her cell phone and looked at her taobao.
Recently, the two of them have been preparing for the Yongkang Capital exam.
She doesn't even have time to shop on taobao. Lin Wanqing is a person with a strong sense of career. She clearly knows that she must pass this exam, enter Yongkang Capital, and continue to work hard in the future to narrow the gap with Zhang Yi.
My shopping cart is empty. Lin Wanqing exclaimed. No wonder all these things looked like what I liked.
It turned out that someone had emptied my shopping cart.
Did you secretly clear my shopping cart? Lin Wanqing turned and looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi touched his nose.
If a friend pays on your behalf, it is indeed you who paid.
Why are you being so nice to me by clearing out my shopping cart?
Lin Wanqing's eyes began to fill with little stars.
Because I love you. Zhang Yi opened his arms.
He hugged Lin Wanqing in his arms. It turned out that when she bought the mobile phone that day, Zhang Yi emptied Lin Wanqing's shopping cart that night. Although there weren't many things in her shopping cart, only tens of thousands of yuan, it was completely different from the situation where Zhang Yi bought a car, a house, and a bag for Lin Wanqing. But this was a surprise that Zhang Yi gave to Lin Wanqing.
Which girl doesn't like the sudden pampering and the happiness of being surrounded by a bunch of express deliveries in an instant? Lin Wanqing hugged Zhang Yi tightly. Hug each other, it's not serious anymore. They say being pampered is happiness. After a long time, Zhang Yi regretted that I shouldn't have been so nice to her.
It's good for Wanqing, but it hurts my waist. When I am nice to her, it hurts my waist. When she is nice to me, it still hurts my waist.
What the hell is going on? Why is it so difficult for men? Even if you have full physical strength, you can't play like this.
Once is easy, twice is barely enough, 3 times is humming, 4 times is wheezing, 5 times is shaking, 6 times is no way, 7 times is just send me away.
8 times, don't bullshit, you said 8 times, 1 second at a time, I can do 100 times a day. Zhang Yi just sat down and took a black sesame pill. The phone rang.
The Lamborghini Bull has arrived.
This car happens to be in stock at other 4S stores in China.
So the 4S shop in Jiangzhou helped to allocate it and gave it to Zhang Yi first.
The blue Lamborghini Aventador emits a shining color under the light. Pedestrians on the road took photos to witness the arrival of the luxury car. Wenking Bayo, let's go for a drive? Zhang Yi said, pulling Lin Wanqing. Good.
Lin Wanqing also thinks that the lines of the Lamborghini Aventador are really beautiful.
Zhang Yi drove Lin Wanqing onto the road. But after just a short while, I ran into trouble. Chapter 54 Chapter 55 Jiangzhou Luxury Car Club. Zhang Yi originally planned to drive around East Lake with Lin Wanqing.
As a result, before I had even completed half a lap, let alone a full lap, I encountered a sports car, a Ferrari Roma. The bright red Ferrari and Zhang Yi's Lamborghini were driving on the road together. What is even more infuriating is that this sports car has been trying to overtake Zhang Yi's car.
How could Zhang Yi allow this?
As a person with perfect driving skills, he would certainly not let a small Ferrari overtake his car. After all, when there are a lot of cars, you must never let others overtake you at will. Once you let one car go, it means that a long line of cars behind you will be thinking about you.
Everyone picks on the weak. Seeing that you have been overtaken once, they think you will allow others to overtake you a second time.
Just like that, a Lamborghini and a Ferrari were arguing with each other on the street, and the rumbling sound was enough to be heard 2 kilometers away. Finally, at a traffic light, the Ferrari stopped directly and clearly. A woman with short, explosive yellow hair and black eyeshadow got out of the car.
It looks like a monster, extremely non-mainstream. Boom boom boom.
The woman knocked on the window of Jiang Yi's Lamborghini.
As the car window opened, Lin Wanqing said first, "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" However, the woman ignored Lin Wanqing and greeted Jiang Yi, "Handsome boy, my name is Alan, are you interested in competing with me?" "Sorry, I'm not interested in racing." Lin Wanqing's hand was already tightly holding Jiang Yi's hand. She was afraid that Jiang Yi would really agree to go racing with them in a fit of impulsiveness. Hearing what Jiang Yi said, she breathed a sigh of relief. The woman named Alan was wearing extremely revealing clothes. Although she was dressed like a boy, her breasts were quite large. They were squeezed against the car window and were about to burst out. "If you don't agree, I won't leave. If you have the guts, take me away." Alan didn't say much, just left a light sentence, and then lay down in the car coldly. What is this? Is Alan trying to be defeated like a scoundrel? Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were completely stunned. Is this still possible? What about the voluntary participation? "Miss, we really don't want to compete with you," Lin Wanqing said angrily. She felt a little unhappy when she saw Alan so blatantly exposing large areas of her white skin in front of her boyfriend. But after taking a few glances and finding that it was not as big as her own, she felt relieved. "No, you have to compete with me. This is your boyfriend, right? If he doesn't agree, I will," Alan said, pulling down his collar. A whole bun immediately appeared in front of Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. WTF? Jiang Yi was shocked. Are all the women in the city so open-minded? This is not a human. But this isn't as pretty as Lin Wanqing's. "Sorry, I'm not interested in this either," Jiang Yi said coldly. The eyes don't even bother to take a second look. But Lin Wanqing couldn't help it. "How can you seduce your boyfriend like this?" "Believe it or not, I called the police," she warned. "I don't care. They won't judge women if they expose themselves," Alan said indifferently. Lin Wanqing thought about it and agreed. If a man exposes himself, it is wrong for him. If a man looks at a woman's naked body, it is also wrong for him. At this time, the traffic light had turned green and the cars behind had started honking their horns frantically. Some of the more ill-tempered ones have even started to stick their heads out and curse. Okay. I'll take it on behalf of my boyfriend." Lin Wanqing had no choice but to compromise. The world is really so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Alan left triumphantly after getting Jiang Yi's phone number and adding his contact information. Soon, Jiang Yi received a location. "I have to bring humiliation upon myself. There is really no other way." Jiang Yi shook his head regretfully. "I also want to keep a low profile. Why are you forcing me?" Lin Wanqing's face looked very bad. "Jiang Yibao, did you look good just now?" Jiang Yi shuddered and almost slammed on the brakes. "This is a damn life-threatening question. If I accidentally say it looks good, my waist will probably be broken tonight. Of course it's not pretty, not as pretty as my baby's." Jiang Yi proudly said the perfect answer in his mind. "So you still looked at it, you just didn't think it looked good. You actually looked at another woman's breasts." Lin Wanqing directly twisted Jiang Yi's waist fat. "Oh shit. It's actually a fatal question. You predicted my prediction, leaving me with no way out. So what did I say?" Jiang Yi wanted to cry. Following Alan's location, Jiang Yi arrived at a deserted area outside the city. This place is close to the mountains, there are almost no cars on the road, and the whole way is deserted. When Jiang Yi and his friends arrived, there were already several sports cars parked here. There are Porsches, BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and Ferraris. They must be the rich second generation of Jiangzhou City. Jiang Yi was a little confused. Did he mess up the sports car scene? So many sports cars. I don't usually see so many sports cars on the streets. "Alan, you guys are here." One of the young men came up wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a thong hanging around his neck. He greeted Alan warmly as he got out of the Ferrari following Jiang Yi. I guess he is in the same group with Alan and the others. Jiang Yi was speechless. Alan had been following him closely all the way, afraid that he would run away. These people must have been the ones she called over to help her. Lin Wanqing was very calm when she saw so many people.
she was not afraid of crowds. After beating up Zhao Buju and Shen Jingbing's gang last time, Lin Wanqing's confidence in her skills became better and better. The number of people in front of her was far less than the last time, and she felt that she could easily knock them all down. Brother Bai Ling, I just met him on the road driving a sports car and he's quite good at it, so I thought we'd add a fresh member to our sports car club. Alan shouted excitedly when he saw the man in white. Zhang Yi then realized that he had been noticed by the people from the sports car club, but the way they invited him was really not very flattering.
Brother, my name is Bai Ling, may I ask your name? Your car is nice. Is it new? Bai Ling looked at Zhang Yi's big cow and said enthusiastically, while extending his right hand and smiling to shake hands with Zhang Yi. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Zhang Yi, this car can barely be driven. Zhang Yi reached out and held Bai Ling's hand. Are you interested in joining our sports car club? We're all brothers here. We're not just driving, we're also close friends. Bai Ling invited Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi found it interesting after hearing this. This should be a group of wealthy people. It's just like the 3 young masters of Jiangzhou last time, but the 3 young masters of Jiangzhou are all descendants of several officials in Jiangzhou. The people in front of him were obviously much richer and should be from the wealthy circle of Jiangzhou. Thinking that it wouldn't hurt to get to know more people, Zhang Yi agreed. Great. That's great. Bai Ling was a little happy. It had been a long time since anyone had joined their circle. After all, there were only a few wealthy families in Jiangzhou who could afford a sports car. However, to join, you have to compete in a driving competition with any 2 of us, and then we'll be ranked. Among us, seniority is determined by driving skill. The one with good driving skills is the big brother, and the one with poor driving skills is the little brother. Bai Ling briefly explained. Zhang Yi thought it was quite novel and interesting, so he agreed. How about Alan and I compete with you today? Bai Ling looked around. Bai Ling was definitely going to participate. Everyone could see the desire in her eyes. As for the other guy, he just decided to be alone. A figure that Zhang Yi was somewhat familiar with walked out. Brother Bai, let me compete with him. P.S. Please urge me to update, give me a good review, and give me a gift. Chapter 55 Chapter 56 Huang Shun can only follow Zhang Yi and eat his fart. Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing recognized the person who was walking up to them instantly. Isn't this Huang Shun who bought a house in Donghu home that day? Zhang Yi was still deeply impressed by Huang Shun's excellent mother Gofanyun at that time. I just didn't expect that Huang Shun was also a member of the sports car club. Huang Shun's face was not looking good. Originally, the mother and son wanted to put on a show in front of Lin Wanqing, but ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Not only did they fail to show off, they also failed to win Lin Wanqing's heart. In the end, they couldn't even buy a house. When Huang Shun saw Zhang Yiha and Lin Wanqing in the car today, his restless heart could no longer be suppressed. He looked at Zhang Yi's brand new car and knew that it must be a new car. A plan quietly came to his mind. This is really a godsend. I can make up for the humiliation I suffered in the sales office that day by dealing with Zhang Yi today. It seems that I have to play a game with Zhang Yi no matter what, and kill Zhang Yi in seconds. Seeing Huang Shun coming out, Bai Ling was a little surprised. Usually, couldn't this kind of situation be solved by just him and the introducer? Huang Laolu, do you also want to compete with Zhang Yi and the others? Bai Ling asked curiously. Huang Shun is the 6th among this group of people, so everyone calls him Huang Laolu. Ah, Boss Bai, I know them from the past. Huang Shun laughed and walked up to Zhang Yi, right, Zhang Taheo. Huang Shun pronounced the word too very loudly, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Ha, what a coincidence, did you buy the house in the end? Zhang Yi deliberately brought up something irrelevant. Sure enough, when Huang Shun heard Zhang Yi's words, his expression changed instantly. You. Bai Ling on the side immediately noticed some minor friction between the two. It seems like you two are destined to be friends after a fight. Bai Ling stepped forward and stood between the two of them to prevent them from fighting. With Bai Ling around, Huang Shun did not continue to pester him, but instead applied to compete with Zhang Yi. He must regain his face. Zhang Yi, look, do you agree? Bai Ling was embarrassed to make the decision on his own. He was also caught in the middle, so he chose to ask Zhang Yi's opinion. It doesn't matter, it's all fine. Zhang Yi nodded nonchalantly. With Zhang Yi's consent, Bai Ling didn't say anything more. When Huang Shun saw Zhang Yi agreed, his face lit up with joy. Okay, since both parties agree, let Zhang Yi, Huang Shun, and Alan compete. Bai Ling announced the contestants for today's competition.
But as soon as he finished speaking, Huang Shan started talking again.
Wait, what is the point of just competing?
It would be more interesting if there were some prizes to add.
He had a good plan in mind. Zhang Yi, you are very rich, so let's make a bet.
If I don't use my superb driving skills today to cheat you out of 1 or 2 million, I will not be surnamed Huang.
Zhang Yi is not afraid of anything you want to bet on.
How about this? Let's bet 1 million, and the loser will give 1 million to the winner.
What do you think?
Huang Shan stretched out a finger and said lightly.
The word gloomy was written on that face.
But Jiang Yi looked at him with disdain. 1 million is too little, at least 5 million. Huang Shan had originally wanted to ask Jiang Yi if he could come up with 5 million when he heard him ask for it. But then he remembered that the houses Jiang Yi had bought were worth tens of billions, and the price of this Lamborghini was more than 5 million.
He swallowed the words back in disappointment. 5 million is 5 million. Huang Shan agreed with a puff of his neck.
Although Go Fangyun was very strict with him, he could still scrape together 5 million yuan. The two people here raised the stakes, making everyone a little nervous.
Huang Laolu, Zhang Yi, you guys are taking things a bit too far. Don't be so impulsive.
We are all brothers from now on, Bai Ling advised.
It doesn't matter. 5 million is just a small amount of money for me. Zhang Yi waved his hand indifferently. Ah, that's great. If you want to lose money, I'm naturally happy to do that.
Huang Shan said as he glanced at Lin Wanqing. Damn, this Huang Shan is too cheap, I must throw him out on the street.
Zhang Yi thought to himself.
Bai Ling looked at the two people who were arguing with each other helplessly, his face full of bitterness. Soon 3 cars were parked side by side on the road.
1 red, 1 blue, and 1 yellow.
Huang Shan's is a yellow Mercedes-Benz SL Class AMG, and the price is estimated to be between 2 million and 3 million. The idling sound of the sports cars is like a group of beasts ready to charge forward at any time. There were several young men standing next to Bai Ling, and they all began to mutter. This new guy Jiang Yi is so brave that he actually brought his girlfriend with him in a sports car.
Isn't he afraid that his girlfriend will vomit?
Only top racing drivers have the ability to ensure that the passenger in the front seat does not get carsick while driving at high speed. Alan and Huang Shan have driven on this track countless times. It is really unwise for this guy to come up and gamble with Huang Shan.
It makes me want to play with him. It's like picking up 5 million for free. I can buy another car with it. I think he might lose and not be able to pay in a while. Huang Shan must be going after his girlfriend or his car.
You know what, I doubt Huang Shan can come up with 5 million. Among us present, except for Boss Bai who has his own business and can withdraw cash at will, the rest of us are just dependent on our parents.
How can the adults give us so much money? Actually, I think so too, but I think the probability of Huang Laolu losing is not high.
While several people were discussing, Bai Ling gave them a gesture in front.
With a wave of Bai Ling's hand,
the 3 cars rushed out like arrows from a bow. The leaves on the ground kept rolling in the air.
Zhang Yi's Lamborghini was the first to rush out.
While driving, he observed the road conditions and reminded Lin Wanqing of what he was about to do so that she could prepare in advance.
If anyone present knew about this effortless state, they would be shocked.
You know, Zhang Yi is now far ahead of Alan and Huang Shan.
Although Huang Shan was in second place, he could only smell the exhaust fumes left by Zhang Yi's big bull from afar. As an experienced driver, I can only follow Zhang Yi and eat his ass. This is unbearable.
Huang Shan was so angry that he stepped on the accelerator hard, but the accelerator and the brake were both working at the same time, and he almost vomited.
What's even more tragic is that the gap between him and Zhang Yi is getting wider and wider.
At this time, Bai Ling was completely impressed by Zhang Yi's driving skills.
We've hit a wall this time,
he muttered. As the first person in the team, he boasts that his skills are already very good. But just now, when he saw the path Zhang Yi had driven, even a simple turn, he felt ashamed. Even if he was driving at 40 miles per hour, he would not be able to keep to the innermost turning line as perfectly as Zhang Yi. The people next to him who were laughing at first now restrained their smiles and turned into serious expressions.
Lily Yuan Shangpu. Are you kidding me? This isn't a competition, this is a complete defeat. Just say it.
I can conclude that Huang Shan is so angry that he wants to vomit blood in the car at this time. Even if he gives me a lot of leeway, I still feel I can't beat him. He's a world-class racing driver. I feel like our boss is going to be replaced. After driving easily to the finish line, Jiang Yi sat in the car and waited for the two people behind him to arrive. But the next second, everyone's expression changed. Huang Shun's car didn't stop when it reached the destination. He rushed directly towards Jiang Yi's car. Chapter 56 Chapter 57 Huang Shun went crazy, but it was useless. Holy shit! Is Huang Shun going crazy? Bai Ling was terrified watching from the side. He immediately rushed towards Jiang Yi, shouting loudly, "Huang Shun, calm down. Jiang Yi, leave quickly." At this time in the Lamborghini, Lin Wanqing was about to get off the car, but she saw Bai Ling and others frantically signaling her and others to look behind. She looked back and saw Huang Shun's yellow Mercedes roaring towards Jiang Yi and others. In an instant, Lin Wanqing's pretty face turned pale. "Jiang Yi, hurry up and look behind you," she shouted to Jiang Yi concisely, her voice a little shrill because of nervousness. But Jiang Yi was really scared. After Lin Wanqing's reminder, he also discovered that Huang Shun's car did not slow down at all. Fortunately, he did not turn off the engine just now, and he stepped on the accelerator. The Lamborghini was like a flash of blue lightning, instantly rushing forward. He disappeared in front of Huang Shun in an instant. Huang Shun was confused. He already felt that he could knock Jiang Yi and the others away immediately and teach them a lesson. I found that Jiang Yi and the others were driving forward again. And this speed is even faster than before. This means Jiang Yi held back just now. Puff. Huang Shun stepped on the accelerator hard, but he could not see Jiang Yi's Lamborghini. Suddenly, I felt a tightness in my heart and a mouthful of blood spurted out from my abdomen. Bai Ling and others were also dumbfounded at this time. Damn it, I'm going crazy. This guy is driving even faster this time than before. He must have been hiding his weakness just now, so as not to let us lose too badly. When did we have such an amazing person in Zhangzhou? He has a great car and great driving skills. I can't help but admire him. I will kneel before him and sing conquer. Several people expressed their inner admiration. Just the next second. Bang! A violent voice was heard. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. It was discovered that Huang Shun's car had crashed into a tree on the side of the road. Jiang Yi's Lamborghini was parked on the side of the road. There is no doubt that it was Jiang Yi who forced Huang Shun over. Although Huang Shun seemed very brave just now and wanted to knock Jiang Yi away, he was actually just a coward. Stuck at the critical moment. But Jiang Yi is not like that. His motto is to be ruthless and talk little. You really wanted to hit me just now, so I'll give you a chance, go kiss the tree. He directly overtook Huang Shun by one lap, then swung his tail in front of him, which immediately scared Huang Shun so much that he turned the steering wheel to the side. Collided with a tree. Fortunately, Huang Shun stepped on the brakes at the critical moment. The Mercedes-Benz sports car left two long black tire marks on the ground. Huang Shun got out of the car that was emitting white smoke. There was blood on his body, but I didn't know if it was from vomiting or from being hit. Are you so unbearable to lose? Jiang Yi looked at the staggering Huang Shun and said with contempt. It was you who wanted to gamble in the first place, and now it's you who can't afford to lose. How could there be such a scumbag? Huang Shun was so scared at this time that he had no time to argue with Jiang Yi. How is it? Bai Ling and his friends hurried over. Everyone fell silent when they saw the car that had been badly damaged and Huang Shun lying on the ground gasping for breath. Although Huang Shun seems to be a victim, he has brought disaster upon himself. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Bai Ling looked at Huang Shun coldly and said. He had just said that they were all brothers, but he dared to be so cruel. Bai Ling had already thought of kicking Huang Shun out of the club. Bang! A loud slap hit Huang Shun's face. It was Alan who did it. She was so scared that her face turned pale in the back just now. It is true that she is a playboy, but at least she still has some humanity. Jiang Yi, whom he had brought here with great difficulty, was nearly killed by Huang Shun. How could he tolerate this? Okay, Bai Ling stood in the middle. After calling an ambulance for Huang Shun, they also called a tow truck for Huang Shun's car. Today's events are over for now. When Huang Shun was carried into the ambulance, Jiang Yi reminded him, don't forget the 5 million. Huang Shun was instantly so angry that his mood, which had calmed down somewhat, became agitated again. The blood pressure and heartbeat in the ambulance began to beep. Bai Ling was speechless. They were really a pair of enemies.
However, Huang Shan and his car were towed away. Several people also fell silent. After a long time, Bai Ling said to Jiang Yi, "Jiang Yi, you will be the boss of our Jiangzhou Sports Car Club from now on, and the rest of us will move back a position." "No need, brother Bai Ling will still be the boss from now on, and I will just arrange a position for me." Jiang Yi refused repeatedly. To him, this is just an empty title and is of no use. And there must be some other reasons why Bai Ling has been the boss for so long. It was a bit awkward for the former boss to call him big brother right from the start. Bai Ling nodded secretly in his heart at Jiang Yi's actions. This guy is so capable and neither humble nor arrogant. He is a talented person. Alan watched as several people pushed each other. "Oh, then let Jiang Yi be the second in command, and Boss Bai will still be the boss. Our club was organized by Boss Bai, so naturally you will be the boss." She was a little impatient, so she made a suggestion. "This is a good idea." Several people agreed. They all admired Jiang Yi's driving skills very much, but Boss Bai is indeed the well-deserved veteran of the Jiangzhou Club and everyone respects him very much. As a result, the ranking of Jiangzhou Club changed. Bai Ling pulled Jiang Yi closer to their group. In the group announcement, there was a sentence, "We are all brothers, just say it if you have something to say." Jiang Yi understood clearly that sports cars were just a common hobby of theirs, and the real meaning of this group was to get to know each other, expand their group, and form a huge force. "Welcome Jiang Yi. Welcome Jiang Lauer. Welcome Mr. Jiang." The dozen or so people in the group instantly became lively, and all welcomed Jiang Yi's joining. Except Huang Shan, who was still lying in the hospital. Although Jiang Yi treated Huang Shan badly, he knew that Huang Shan's Hongqing group was very powerful in Jiangzhou and was very likely to be used against him. "I treated Huang Shan so badly this time. If Huang Shan's shrewish mother knew about this, she would probably come after me." But he didn't expect that at this time in the hospital, Huang Shan's mother Ge Fanyun saw her son's haggard face. He was about to get furious, but when he heard that it was Jiang Yi, the guy who was on good terms with Tang Ziyu, who did it. Ge Fanyun immediately became scared. "My son, why do you want to provoke him?" Ge Fanyun looked as if he was disappointed in his son. She was such a bitch, but she was able to live so well in Jiangzhou City because of her good judgment. She knew which people to provoke and which people not to provoke. "Hey, I transferred 5 million to you. You should go back and apologize to them, otherwise they will eat you alive in the future." Ge Fanyun took out his mobile phone and operated it. Then he advised carefully. Shu didn't know that these words actually saved Huang Shan's life. Jiang Yi, who was in the villa, was discussing with Lin Wanqing what to eat in the evening. "Jiang Yibao, do you want to eat braised pork or fried steak tonight?" Lin Wanqing was wearing a pink plaid apron and her hair was simply tied up at the back of her head. "I feel like you are becoming more and more like a young woman." Jiang Yi did not answer Lin Wanqing's question, but commented on Lin Wanqing's dress. "Are you saying I'm old?" What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air. A long leg suddenly rested on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Look down along the thighs and skirt. Gulp. Jiang Yi swallowed his saliva. "Of course not old, very white, very tender." I suddenly felt less hungry. Jiang Yi took advantage of the situation and picked up Lin Wanqing. "Hey, my legs." Lin Wanqing was about to cry, her legs were still resting on Jiang Yi's shoulders. "It's okay, just like this. P.S. Please urge me to update more and give me a small gift." Chapter 57. Chapter 58. Should I go and cut off some of this? Lin Wanqing's body is really flexible, just like a cat. She can easily perform some of the moves from Japanese movies that Jiang Yi had watched before. It can even surpass its predecessor. Jiang Yi was so excited that he was almost dead. Of course, with Jiang Yi's 90 points of physical strength, Lin Wanqing also became the happiest woman in the world. "Jiang Yibo, I noticed something, my breasts have really gotten bigger." Lin Wanqing lowered her head and looked at Jiang Yi through a gap and said slowly. "Isn't that great? I like it, as long as I don't lose my balance." "What? What do you know? Clothes don't look good with big breasts. My body feels bloated. I'd rather like myself to be smaller. Should I get some of it cut off?" Jiang Yi. What kind of vicious words are these? In order to make it bigger, people eat papaya and stuff some things into it. Now you actually want to cut off some of it? "No, I just like the way it sways," Jiang Yi said as he pinched it. "In our dormitory, I am really the biggest now. Even Li Chaonan can't compare to me."
Lin Wanqing drooped her face. After all, she wasn't the type to use her body to seduce men. Besides, now that she had Jiang Yi, Lin Wanqing was already quite content. Every time Jiang Yi spent so much time together, she worried that she wouldn't be able to satisfy Jiang Yi anymore when she got older and her physical strength declined. In fact, when the cows are powerful, the land will be plowed into a mess. In the end, Lin Wanqing's wish to have her breasts reduced was ruthlessly rejected by Jiang Yi. Although Lin Wanqing pouted, since her Jiang Yibo liked her, how could she say anything more? I just have to wear more tight clothes in the future, otherwise my flat belly will make people mistake me for having a big belly. Jiang Yi looked at Lin Wanqing, who was a little unhappy. Wanqing baby, why are you so unhappy? I'm just afraid that if I go out with you in the future, they'll think I'm fat and that you've hooked up with a rich woman. Lin Wanqing was heartbroken. What she feared most was that others would think she was not worthy of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi is so handsome, has a lot of money, and has a good figure. He can be satisfied physically, mentally, and visually. When people see Lin Wanqing, they will say, hey, the idol actually found such a fat girl? Lin Wanqing felt that she could only find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Jiang Yi touched Lin Wanqing's face. Bao Bao, don't worry, with someone like you, no one in Jiangzhou can rival you. As he said this, he kissed Lin Wanqing on the face. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, Lin Wanqing felt a little better. The two returned to the kitchen and started cooking. This time we had a serious meal. There's no way. I just used up a lot of energy. They say this is more tiring for men. But for Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing, it's not normal. Lin Wanqing is so good at riding a motorcycle, she rides so fast that she is so tired that she only ate 2 bowls of rice. The next day, as soon as Jiang Yi woke up, he received a text message from Huang Shan. Yesterday, Huang Shan was persuaded by Gofangyun, persuaded by Bai Ling, and threatened by Alan. He also thought about Jiang Yi's 8 billion transfer in one go. He compromised. Brother Jiang Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been prejudiced against people. Give me your account number and I will transfer 5 million to you. Why did Huang Shan change his temper all of a sudden? Lin Wanqing clung to Jiang Yi like an octopus. Seeing Jiang Yi's text message, he curiously leaned over to take a look. I'm also a little curious. But what did Jiang Yi know? He had no idea that everyone was running to persuade Huang Shan to come and admit his mistake. But he had to take the 5 million. Although he was not short of money, the 5 million was a warning to Huang Shan. He sent the card number directly. Soon, 5 million arrived. Wanqing Bao, let's go buy an office building today. Jiang Yi put down his phone, touched Lin Wanqing's hair, and smelled the fragrance emanating from her body. What the hell? Lin Wanqing's body stiffened for a moment, and she looked up at Jiang Yi blankly. It's only been quiet for a few days, why do we have to spend money again? In fact, Jiang Yi didn't want to buy it, but the last voice of the future reminded Jiang Yi that the first subway would soon be opened in Jiangzhou. The specific document will be released by Hanong province this week. Therefore, Jiang Yi had to buy the best office building along the subway line before this document came down. This building will be useful in the future. Some time ago, I heard Mr. Zhu say that there is a subway in Jiangzhou. I think my money can only earn interest. It is better to buy a building to cash it out. Then we can collect rent. The price of this building will definitely increase, so we can make money. Jiang Yi gave Lin Wanqing a brief analysis. What you said does make some sense. If the subway really could be connected, the land price there would definitely increase a lot. Lin Wanqing also studied finance. He quickly grasped the key point of Jiang Yi's words. Besides, buying an office building is better than buying a car. So Lin Wanqing did not stop Jiang Yi, but instead told him to do what he could. When it came to buying a property, the first person Jiang Yi thought of was to ask Tang Ziyu. He drove to Tang Ziyu's villa. Tang Ziyu was just about to go out when he heard that Jiang Yi wanted to buy a building. He immediately and enthusiastically helped Jiang Yi make some contacts. After a while, he looked up at Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang Yi, I asked my friends in the construction department for you, and they said that there is only one building that is relatively easy to buy now, which is the Wantai building on Jianqin Road. This developer is also a physical business, and his capital chain is a bit tight. If you want to buy it, you must pay in cash, so many people can't afford it. Are you interested? Build a new road. After hearing this, Jiang Yi was so happy. The subway is built along Jianqin Road, and there is a subway entrance downstairs of Wantai building.
In addition, a large shopping mall will soon be built opposite Wantai Building, which will be as large as Hongshire Plaza. Being able to buy the Wantai Building now is like a small knife cutting my butt, it's like opening my third eye. The thing I have the most is cash. Okay, I want to buy this, can you help me contact someone? Jiang Yi agreed immediately. Tang Ziyu was completely impressed by Jiang Yi's courage. Brother Jiang Yi, I'm not saying this, do you want to take another look?
After all, this is estimated to involve more than 10 billion yuan.
The opposite side of Wantai Building is a wasteland. In addition, there are no supporting facilities over there. It's just a lonely building. I feel that it will not be easy to rent in the future. He knew Jiang Yi was rich, but he still kindly reminded Jiang Yi not to spend money indiscriminately. After all, Jiang Yi had generously helped him and bought so many houses for him. Brother Tang, don't worry, I will never do anything that doesn't benefit me. The land over there will definitely increase in value in the future. Jiang Yi said solemnly. Tang Ziyu was speechless. Where did Jiang Yi get such confidence? P.S. Please urge me to update and give me a small gift. I won't stop for the sake of the dozens of brothers who urge me to update. Chapter 58 Chapter 59 Qingzheng Building. With Tang Ziyu's help, Jiang Yi quickly purchased the ownership of Wantai Building from the land to the building from a middleman. As the saying goes, it is easier to get things done if you have connections in the court. Jiang Yi bought a building easily without even meeting the original owner. I just don't know who the owner of this building is. He is so stupid and so anxious to sell such a good place. Of course, the house was still registered under Lin Wanqing's name. Tang Ziyu is no longer surprised by this. Since the current land price is still cheap, it only cost 2 billion to buy the entire building. Because he saw in the documents that there was a piece of vacant land on one side of the building, about 10 acres in size, Jiang Yi bought it all at once. The homeowner and the agent were naturally happy to have someone buy the house, so they readily agreed. 2 billion was swiped out. Bite. Congratulations to the host for spending 2 billion and successfully obtaining 200 energy points. Jiang Yi felt relieved and energized again. Money and nothing else are important, energy points are the real treasure. Once you have energy points, the first thing to do is, of course, to maximize your physical strength. After all, being with Lin Wanqing is really bad for your waist. Do beautiful women have stronger desires? Jiang Yi didn't understand, he really didn't understand. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing your physical strength to 100. Remaining energy points 190 points. Tang Ziyu warmly invited Jiang Yi and others to have dinner. During the dinner, Tang Ziyu mentioned several times why the land price had increased. He asked people in the government and was told that Jiangzhou City would not take any action in this area in the near future. Jiang Yi laughed and said, there will be a new project coming here soon. What project? Tang Ziyu asked curiously while eating a big shrimp. There will be a subway passing through here this week. It is an action taken by the province. We in Jiangzhou are just passively developing it, Jiang Yi said vaguely. Gurgle. Tang Ziyu swallowed the shrimp meat in his mouth without even chewing it into pieces. He choked and his face turned red. What did you say? There's going to be a subway here? Tang Ziyu was shocked. Then he felt like laughing. If there is a subway here, it would be a blessing from heaven. Opening your eyes isn't enough, you have to poke them. Only then can a subway be built in this remote place like Wantai Building. Tang Ziyu initially thought that the giant enterprise Wantai Group might have some new moves, but now it seems that it is just unreliable gossip. I immediately lost interest. I thought to myself that Jiang Yi was so young. If there really was such a good thing, why would Wantai Building be sold? At this time, in a luxurious office on the top floor of a building in Handong Province, a secretary was reporting on his work. In front of her, a man was standing by the panoramic window, overlooking the bustling scene below. The man's thin and upright figure was reflected on the light gray marble floor. Mr. Yu, our Wantai Building in Jiangzhou has been sold and bought by a private person. However, the agent is keeping the identity of the other party confidential. We have tried to contact the agent several times, but were rejected by the agent. The secretary looked at the documents in his hand and reported the new progress of Wantai Building. Jiangzhou? The man called Mr. Yu seemed to have heard something interesting and turned to look at the secretary. I didn't expect that there is such a rich person in Jiangzhou. He took out 2 billion yuan in one go. He is very confident. I will continue to track him.
I want to see who has such great courage. Mr. Yu was dressed simply, but he had a very strong aura. If Jiang Yi were here, he would probably notice at once that Mr. Yu looked very similar to someone.
Is there going to be some big move there? Mr. Yu murmured.
Then he turned to the secretary and said, "Are you sure you have established connections with the relevant departments in Jiangzhou, and there won't be any major moves in Wantai building?" He felt a vague sense of unease. The secretary nodded and said, "Our government cooperation specialist has communicated with the local government many times and has established a solid relationship with the relevant departments. It can be said that there will be no major activities near the Wantai building in the next 3 years. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that some large developers will invest and build some industries there." Mr. Yu nodded. "It's hard to say, but if even Wantai doesn't like the land, it will be hard for ordinary companies to like it either.
I just have a bad feeling in my heart."
At this time, the news that Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing bought the Wantai building had spread throughout the building. After the office building's general manager Deng Guangwei learned the news, he immediately distributed the information to all employees in the building.
The front desk, security, and cleaning staff have all been notified. Everyone is required to be extremely cautious. If the new boss comes to inspect and finds that everyone has neglected their duties, the fines will be light. But everyone only knew that the person who bought the new building was a young girl in her 20s, and no one knew anything else. This has also caused all the staff in Wantai building to be very nervous recently. In particular, all young girls around 20 years old who enter and exit Wantai building will always receive special care from the building. However, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing, the new bosses of Wantai building, were not in a hurry to go to Wantai building.
Instead, he was thinking about what to name the building in the future.
You should know that you have already bought it, so it won't sound good to call it Wantai anymore. How about calling it Wanqing building? Jiang Yi used his clever little brain to come up with an idea. However, this proposal was immediately rejected by Lin Wanqing. What the hell is this? Calling it Wanqing building? What a joke. You paid for this, so please don't call it by my name. Lin Wanqing rubbed her forehead with her hand, feeling it was weird. She never expected that Jiang Yi would name it after her. What's it called? Jiang Yi hated naming the most. Lin Wanqing pondered for a moment. How about calling it Jianglin building? Let's call it Qingjiang building. Jiang Yi thinks the word Qingjiang is a good choice. First, it is one of the characters in both of their names, and second, the name is a bit elegant. Lin Wanqing nodded. She was still satisfied with the word Qingjiang. In this way, the word Qingjiang, which shocked the country and abroad for a long time to come, was born. The next day, Jiang Yi took Lin Wanqing to stand downstairs of Wantai building. Come on, Wanqing, let's go see our new industry. Jiang Yi took Lin Wanqing's hand and walked up the stairs step by step. The white granite steps shone silver in the sunlight. The lobby on the first floor of Wantai building is very magnificent. It can be seen that the people who built this building also hired a very talented designer to design it. Wanqing? Why are you here? Just as Jiang Yi was about to ask the receptionist to help take them to the general manager's office, a scream sounded behind them. P.S. Please urge me to update and give me comments. People who read my books seem to be so low-key, reading secretly. More than 800 people see this every day. Only a few dozen people ask for updates, and there are no comments. It hurts. Chapter 59 Chapter 60 Chou Tongxin's Pride. The two looked back and found a man and a woman standing behind them. The man was wearing an Armani suit that looked not cheap and carrying an LV briefcase in his hand. The woman had big wavy hair, a round face, delicate facial features, big eyes, a straight nose, and a small mouth. But after putting them all on her face, although it wasn't ugly, it always felt a little off. Chou Tongxin? Didn't Lin Wanqing recognize that this was her high school classmate? I didn't expect to see you here. How are you doing? You seem to be doing well. Lin Wanqing remembers this classmate. I'm doing okay. I've already completed all the required credits, so I'm ready to start a business with my boyfriend. Chou Tongxin proudly pulled the boy next to her and said proudly. That's great. Starting your own business can indeed make you more money than working for others. Lin Wanqing nodded and said a few good words following Chou Tongxin's words. Of course, my boyfriend is very capable. He started his own company when he was in college. Although his family is rich, he only took 5 million yuan from his family as startup capital and planned to be self-reliant in the future. Chou Tongxin's words were full of boasting.
Mr. Deng, the general manager of Wantai Building who is also here today, is a friend of my boyfriend's father. We were looking for a place to open a company, and his father found Mr. Deng and chose a better office space for us.
Right, Daling.
At this moment, she remembered that she had not introduced her boyfriend to them yet.
This is my boyfriend Lu Zhe.
The young man next to Chiu Tongxin straightened his back immediately. He was 175 centimeters tall, and with his back straight, he was almost as tall as Jiang Yi.
Take good care of me. Lu Zhe smiled at the two of them very gentlemanly.
He is not as aggressive as those who bully others by taking advantage of their power.
Hello.
Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi also greeted with a smile.
Wanqing, why don't you introduce your boyfriend to me?
Is this your boyfriend or your dog? I remember that since high school, many boys in my class like to be your dogs.
Chiu Tongxin said something deliberately in a veiled way.
Jiang Yi frowned slightly. Lin Wanqing was now his future wife. How could he allow others to laugh at him like that?
This is my boyfriend Jiang Yi, now a student at Jiangzhou University, Lin Wanqing said with a smile.
I wasn't angry at all because of Chiu Tongxin's words.
Hello, Jiang Yi also smiled slightly. Ha, handsome boy, are you a rich second generation, or a government official second generation?
Our goddess Wanqing actually fell in love with you, you are really extraordinary, Chiu Tongxin teased. Oh, I'm just a student, and my parents are also very ordinary. They rely on their own methods to earn some income.
Jiang Yi shook his head and stated his identity.
Chiu Tongxin felt a little dissatisfied when she saw that the other person was still calm after all her efforts.
Are you here looking for a job today?
Or what else? My boyfriend knows the general manager of Wantai Building very well, maybe he can help you. In fact, the reason why Chiu Tongxin was like this was because of some unpleasant things in high school. When she was in high school, Lin Wanqing did have many suitors in school. Because she had good academic performance and was beautiful, she naturally became the white moonlight in the hearts of many boys in the school. Everyone secretly liked Lin Wanqing in their hearts, and even many students from other classes would come to the door of Lin Wanqing's class after class, just to see Lin Wanqing.
And one of the boys who likes Lin Wanqing is Chiu Tongxin's secret crush. Thus, a love triangle was born.
Chiu Tongxin served tea and water to the boy, bought him snacks, and asked him about his well-being, but he just didn't like her at all. On the contrary, after Chiu Tongxin boldly confessed her love to him, the boy directly refused and said, I would rather be a lickspittle for Lin Wanqing than like you. This sentence hurt Chiu Tongxin for a whole year. But Lin Wanqing was completely unaware of this matter.
Oh, no need, you guys go and do your work first, we'll just take a walk here, Jiang Yi refused.
He clearly felt the sarcasm in Chiu Tongxin's words. I felt a little disgusted to continue staying with Chiu Tongxin. Lu Zhe also felt that his girlfriend was not in a good state today, so he said, Xinxin, why don't we go up first, it would be bad if Uncle Deng gets anxious.
Oh, yes, I almost forgot, let's go upstairs first.
Chiu Tongxin said this and proudly followed Lu Zhe to find the lady at the front desk.
Hello, beautiful lady, we are looking for Mr. Deng. Just say that Lu Zhe is here to see Chiu Tongxin said arrogantly.
The receptionist at the front desk took a look at Chiu Tongxin, who looked to be in her late 20s, and was startled. She thought of what Mr. Deng said about the building having a new owner, a young woman in her 20s.
Could it be the person in front of me who asked for Mr. Deng? Hello, beautiful lady. I'll call Mr. Deng's assistant for you right away. Please sit down for a moment.
As for Lu Zhe, the receptionist at the front desk simply ignored him.
Lu Zhe was a little puzzled. It was clearly him who made the appointment with Mr. Deng, right?
You're so enthusiastic about my girlfriend, but so indifferent to me.
Isn't that right?
Soon, the front desk received confirmation from Mr. Deng's assistant that this was indeed the person Mr. Deng wanted to meet.
Her expression instantly became more enthusiastic. Not only did he personally lead them into the elevator, he also personally walked them upstairs. You have to know that this is an opportunity to gain face in front of the boss of the building. If the boss is in a good mood, he may directly skip the general manager and promote you to a small cadre, then your income will double. Jiang Yi didn't want to go to the front desk to get it at this time. He planned to look at it layer by layer with Lin Wanqing. See which companies have moved into your building. The first 6 floors are basically various foreign trade companies and trading companies. Starting from the 10th floor, there are some brokerage companies and information technology companies. From the 13th floor onwards, there are many companies that sell goods through live streaming. The sound insulation inside the building is very good. The people inside the company were shouting and yelling,
but no one outside could hear much.
Miracle Doctor, why are you here? Suddenly, a man came towards them and ran over happily when he saw Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was stunned.
Miracle Doctor, on May Day, you saved a little girl on the road, and I was the one who live streamed it for you.
Oh.
Jiang Yi remembered that when he rescued the girl from the car accident scene, he was indeed helping with the live broadcast.
However, in the current era of short videos, hot topics change very quickly. Jiang Yi was only popular for one day and disappeared the next day. Hello, doctor.
My name is Wang Yushu, and I specialize in the Douyu live streaming platform.
Wang Yushu warmly invited Jiang Yi and the others to sit in his office. Jiang Yi thought about it and decided to take Lin Wanqing and Wang Yushu to his office.
This? Why is your office like this? The two of them arrived at the door of their company, took a look inside, and were immediately dumbfounded. P.S. Please urge for updates, small gifts, and comments.
Chapter 60 Chapter 61 I'll help you find a bigger office. Wang Yushu's office was only about 60 square meters. The small office is divided by simple partitions, forming small live broadcast rooms.
The rest of the space was filled with various boxes. It didn't look like an office at all, but felt more like a small warehouse. There were some girls inside, trying hard to pose coquettishly.
Some were wearing bunny ears, some were wearing navy uniforms, and some were wearing nurse uniforms.
One by one, they said in a sweet voice, "Brother, give me a rocket." "Brother, thank you for your little flower, I love you." "Welcome my brother Rui, I love you."
He, there is no other way.
"Without this method, we have no way to attract traffic," Wang Yushu said embarrassedly.
Then he took Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing through a narrow corridor and came to an office that finally looked somewhat presentable. "Mr. Wang, why don't you rent a slightly larger office for your live broadcast room?" Jiang Yi was a little confused. There were so many offices, you could choose anyone, so why did they have to squeeze into such a small place?
Besides, even if there is no room for rent here, there are other places nearby.
You don't have to hang yourself on a tree, right?
Hey, please stop talking. I was also forced to do this.
I originally rented a place that was half a floor.
Later, when the lease expired this year, I wanted to renew it, but the general manager said that my room would be reserved for someone else and would not be rented out. I don't know who it is, but out of so many empty offices, he chose mine.
Didn't they inform you in advance? How did you manage to make it in such a hurry?
Jiang Yi was also a little confused after hearing this bold move.
Is this how the general manager of this building manages it? Wang Yushu sighed and said, "Who said it wasn't? I can't stop my daily live broadcast. After all, I have to support these people. Now I have to temporarily rent a small place nearby to make do."
As he was speaking, Wang Yushu seemed to have thought of something and clapped his hands.
"I forgot about it and was too busy complaining. I have something to tell you." He raised his hand and pulled out his QR code on his phone. "Dr. Jiang, can you add my contact information? I have a contact I want to recommend to you." Jiang Yi added his contact information. "Don't call me Dr. Jiang, just call me Jiang Yi. Dr. Jiang sounds a bit awkward." Wang Yushu took a cup and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. Good, young and promising, don't be proud, huh?
Well, after I live streamed your story last time, the mother of the little girl you saved found a way to add me and asked me to find you.
She wanted to thank you in person. I've already given her your contact information, and she should be adding you soon.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi received a message from a stranger adding him as a friend. When I clicked on it, I saw that the avatar was a selfie of the stunning woman driving the Land Rover that day. It's just that she looks more gorgeous and cool in the photos, giving people a sense of unattainable nobility.
Hello, little doctor, can you help me get approved as a friend? My name is Si Li Jiao. Her application request only has a simple sentence.
But his words were full of humility, which was totally inconsistent with the noble portrait. Lin Wanqing also saw this sentence and whispered, "Poor parents in the world." She seemed to think of her past, when her mother raised her alone. During this journey of growing up, her mother had bowed to life and others countless times in order to make her life better.
Jiang Yi accepted her friend request without hesitation. Si Li Jiao sent a video after a while. The video shows a little girl showing her two cute little canine teeth. "Hello, brother Miracle Doctor, my name is Si Tian Tian, thank you for saving me that day."
The childish voice, with sincere emotions, brings a sense of warmth to people across the screen.
When you give someone a rose, the fragrance lingers on your hand.
Jiang Yi felt the joy of being appreciated. The little girl is very cute, Lin Wanqing said on the side. Yes, it is true. She was injured that day and I couldn't see her appearance. I didn't realize that I had saved a little beauty. While they were chatting and laughing, Jiang Yi's cell phone vibrated. It was Si Li Jiao calling. Si Li Jiao at this moment was different from the flustered look she had that day. She spoke more concisely. Little miracle doctor, I recorded the video just now in advance, just to express our gratitude as soon as possible. I'd like to ask you when this will be useful. My daughter has always wanted to thank you in person. Is that okay with you? How about we have a meal together? Or come to my house? She invited and thanked in the name of her daughter, which shows that this woman is an extremely experienced working woman. She was also indirectly telling Jiang Yi that as long as they met, she would prepare a more generous thank you gift for him. Jiang Yi wanted to refuse, but Lin Wanqing became very interested in the little girl and saw her own shadow in her. So she nodded to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi changed his words and agreed, okay, let's meet up when we have time. That's great. If my family knows about this, they'll definitely love it. Si Li Jiao's tone fluctuated, and you could sense she was a little excited at the moment. I'll send you the location of my home. When you're free, let me know in advance and I'll pick you up. Okay. Jiang Yi hung up the phone after he finished speaking. I'm still in Wang Yushu's office, so I'd better not talk on the phone with others for a long time, otherwise it would seem impolite. Wang Yushu was drinking tea calmly, waiting quietly for Jiang Yi and the others to finish their calls. Brother Jiang Yi, you have such excellent medical skills. It would be a pity if you don't open a clinic. Wang Yushu shook his head and blew the hot steam out of the cup in front of him. Jiang Yi said bitterly, I don't have so much energy to do these things. Saving people is also about fate. When fate comes, we will naturally meet again. For example, I never expected to meet you here, nor did I expect that Si Li Jiao had contacted you and asked you to help find me. These are all fate. Yes, brother Jiang Yi is right. It is a kind of fate that I can know you. Wang Yushu did not look down on Jiang Yi at all because of his young age. There was only admiration in his eyes. So much so that the anchors outside looked at Jiang Yi and the others with some confusion. At first they thought Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were here to apply for the anchor position. Jiang Yi is so handsome and Lin Wanqing is so beautiful. These two people are simply born to be good-looking anchors. Some of them even worried that the traffic allocated to them by the company would decrease rapidly because of the arrival of these two people. Since the partition wall of Wang Yushu's office was just a glass wall, people outside could clearly see what was happening inside. Therefore, they could clearly see everything Mr. Wang did in the room. He was like a little brother, serving tea and water to Jiang Yi and the others, and asking them to add his contact information. Everyone was even more shocked. Are these two people the big names in the live streaming industry? But at this moment in the office, Wang Yushu was even more shocked than them. Because Jiang Yi just said calmly, I will help you find a better office. P.S. Leave your little reminder. Chapter 61 Chapter 62 Wang Yushu's Choice. Wang Yushu took a long time to digest Jiang Yi's words. Only then did I slowly come to my senses. Brother Jiang Yi, do you owe a life-saving debt to the general manager of our Wantai building? The first thing he thought of was which senior executive of the Wantai building Jiang Yi might have saved. That's why I can come here to hang out today and talk so arrogantly. No. Jiang Yi shook his head. I've never met the general manager of this La Shizi. I only know the owner of Qingjiang building. As he said this, he glanced jokingly at Lin Wanqing beside him. This made Lin Wanqing feel a little embarrassed, and her pretty face turned slightly red. What? Qingjiang building? Brother Jiang Yi, did you buy another building next door? Wang Yushu was confused again. You'll know in a moment. Come with me to the general manager of your Wantai building. I'll help you find a good place, or at the very least, I'll give you your original office back. Jiang Yi drank the cup of tea in front of him, then stood up and said. Now Wang Yushu was in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he should believe Jiang Yi's words. Don't believe it? What if the miracle Dr. Jiang Yi really has some hidden relationship with the boss behind Wantai building? But if I believe it, I will be driven down by President Deng as soon as I go up, which will be a big joke. Then it will not be a question of whether I can go back to my old office, but whether I can keep this small office. He stood there, hesitating for 4 seconds. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow Jiang Yi, fighting a desperate battle and turning the bicycle into a motorcycle. When Jiang Yi and the other two came out of Wang Yushu's office, several people in Wang Yushu's company turned their faces back to the screen again, following the self in front of the phone, shouting, "Brother Wang, brother Huzi." But everyone was glancing at Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing from the corner of their eyes. Of course, more was given to Jiang Yi. Damn, how can there be such a handsome guy? Oh my god, if I could sleep with such a handsome guy for one night, I wouldn't charge him any money, or even pay him for it. Oh my god, this figure, this chest muscle, the hair eyes must have a C, right? It must feel good to touch. I don't know how many abdominal muscles there are. These girls who do live broadcasts used to work in the southernmost city of China, doing jobs like foot washing, massage, or back pushing. Now those industries have been severely shut down and they can only find other ways out one by one. In disguise, I get to know some big guys on the live streaming platform, add the contact information of the top one on the list every day, and find a hotel to reward the top one. Therefore, in the hearts of these people, they have long been fed up with those greasy uncles, and handsome guys like Jiang Yi are the ones they dream about at night. Lin Wanqing, standing next to Jiang Yi, sensitively felt some unfriendly gazes from the side. She deliberately took a step behind and stood perfectly behind Jiang Yi. It's my own man, you bad women, don't even look at him for a second. Even if you want a YY, you are not allowed to use my boyfriend. Jiang Yi had no idea about this at the time. He had already set up his live broadcast company under the leadership of Wang Yushu. Rushing towards the second to last floor. In general buildings, the top floor is used as the owner's office. Part of the second to last floor will be reserved for offices of the entire building's management. Soon the three of them arrived at the door of a luxurious office. Normally, people from Wantai Group rarely come here to inspect. So Deng Guangwei's office can be said to be the overlord of the entire building. However, at the door of this office, Wang Yushu panicked. Jiang, brother Jiang Yi, do you really know the owner of this Qingjiang building? Wang Yushu's voice trembled slightly. Hey, Jiang Yi reached out and patted Wang Yushu's shoulder. Don't panic, trust me. As he said that, he knocked on the office door. At this time, in Deng Guangwei's office, Lu Zhe and Xiu Tongxin were sitting at a tea table. In front of them was a man who was over 40 years old. He had a sexy beard, wheat-colored skin, and was wearing a striped t-shirt. This person is Deng Guangwei. Mr. Deng, thanks to you, my father said that he had made the right choice by choosing you. Sure enough, you left me such a large office, and many of the decorations and furnishings inside can be used directly by me. It saved me a lot of time and energy. It must have caused you a lot of trouble. Lu Zhe expressed his gratitude to Deng Guangwei without reservation. Hi, it's just a small matter. What is the relationship between your father and me? We used to be comrades in arms. If it weren't for your father taking care of me, I would have been teased by those old soldiers. Deng Guangwei waved his hands, as if he was doing something insignificant. Let me be frank about this Wantai building. I am the local tycoon here. Anyone who wants to rent a house here has to get my approval. I tell them to rent for as long as they want, and if I tell them to move out, they have to move out. Lu Zhe was still very worried, but Xiu Tongxin on the side had already wanted to say something. I am so grateful to Uncle Deng. When we open a company here in the future, we will have to rely on you to continue to take care of us. After all, some things are difficult for us, but for you, it is just a phone call or a word. This shot of flattery hit the glorious buttocks of Deng Denghui right on the spot. Deng Guangwei was so happy that he almost stood up and patted his chest to promise that from now on your affairs would be his affairs. If you want to open an agency, go buy some equipment tomorrow and install it directly on the original decorations. You can start it immediately. Who knows, maybe you can start live streaming tomorrow night. Deng Guangwei looked at Xiu Tongxin with appreciation, then turned to look at Lu Zhe and laughed. Lu Zhe, you have a good girlfriend who is so good at talking. With her help, your career success will be half as easy in the future. Who knows, maybe tomorrow she will become a popular internet celebrity anchor. Uncle Deng said it so well. Without your and Lu Zhe's help, I would only be able to study in school now. Xiu Tongxin's speaking ability was indeed quite good when Lin Wanqing was not around. Uncle Deng, I am going to give this company to my girlfriend. When the time comes, my girlfriend will be the legal person, and I will only take 49% of the shares. The two of them showed their love in front of Deng Guangwei. Ha, you two young people are really the new generation pushing the old generation forward. Deng Guangwei couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Just very quickly. Knock knock knock. the door of the general manager's office suddenly rang.
Deng Guangwei's office is divided into an inner room and an outer room. The outer room is for his assistant. The inner room is his real private office.
At this time, it was Deng Guangwei's assistant who knocked on the door from outside.
Mr. Deng, there are 2 young people outside who claim to be the owners of the building. One of them is a girl in her 20s.
As an assistant, she naturally knew that she had to tell Mr. Deng some important information in a timely manner. Sure enough, after hearing what his assistant said, Deng Guangwei stood up suddenly. She is finally here.
Xiao Tongxin was startled by Deng Guangwei's actions. Uncle Deng, what do you mean she's here?
Deng Guangwei was in a good mood, and this came at a really good time. I came just when someone wanted to rent the house, so I could show the boss how hard I worked to attract companies to move into the building.
Come on, I'll take you to meet the owner of our Wantai building.
When they heard that it was the owner behind the building, Xiao Tongxin and Lu Zhe's eyes lit up.
The Wantai building is worth more than 10 billion yuan. Anyone who can own a property like this must have assets worth tens of billions, right? Must see.
When the 3 of them went out to the outer room, they saw 3 people sitting on the sofa.
Why are you here?
Deng Guangwei, Xiao Tongxin and Lu Zhe said in unison.
Chapter 62 Chapter 63 Expelling Deng Guangwei. The building owners you're talking about, aren't you talking about these 3 people? Deng Guangwei looked at his assistant with a slightly irritated expression.
If he didn't know any of the 3 people, he might have believed that the girl was the owner of the Wantai building who had just bought it. But since Wang Yushu is here, it means that none of these people can be the boss. Otherwise, when Wang Yushu was forcibly kicked out of his office a few days ago, he would not have swallowed his grievance so reluctantly.
Deng Guangwei's assistant nodded blankly. Didn't you tell us all to be more cautious and tell you immediately if you saw a young girl saying she was the boss? Don't you know who brought them here? This Wang Yushu is just a small tenant in our building. How could he know the boss? In fact, Deng Guangwei was not targeting Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing, but Wang Yushu. It would be best if Wang Yushu moved out of Wantai building as soon as possible after what happened to him, so that he wouldn't have to see him anymore and wouldn't be bothered by him anymore. When a new boss comes, you don't have to worry about him complaining to the new boss. Although the possibility of this happening is extremely small, once it happens, you will have to waste a lot of time and effort to talk to him, which will be troublesome. Go away. Deng Guangwei waved his hands impatiently. Yes. The assistant agreed and hurried towards Jiang Yi and others. Uncle Deng, do you know these people? Xiao Tongxin asked curiously.
The older guy here is a tenant in our building, Deng Guangwei said, pointing at Wang Yushu.
Xiao Tongxin understood.
It seems that Lin Wanqing and her boyfriend may want to get to know the general manager of the building through one of the tenants here.
Trying to find a better job? Isn't that too naive? That's one of my high school classmates.
I'll go meet him, Xiao Tongxin said, pointing at Lin Wanqing. Deng Guangwei didn't pay attention just now, but when he saw Lin Wanqing's appearance, his eyes suddenly lit up.
What a beautiful girl doll. He hurriedly followed Xiao Tongxin and Lu Zhe towards Jiang Yi and the other 2.
When Deng Guangwei heard Xiao Tongxin say that the girl was Xiao Tongxin's classmate, he immediately became bolder. Because if that girl was the boss here, or really had 2 billion to buy this building, then a smart girl like Xiao Tongxin would definitely not have this attitude. He must have rushed up like crazy. At this time, Deng Guangwei's assistant was asking Wang Yushu and the other 2 to leave with a smile on his face.
Sorry, everyone. Mr. Deng is busy today and has another distinguished guest to meet. Please go back. What's going on? Isn't he there?
Wang Yushu obviously saw Deng Guangwei and felt that he was deliberately avoiding seeing him and the others. But our President Deng has to accompany other guests and may not have time to see you today. The assistant still has a smile on his face.
Hey, Wanqing, what's wrong with you? Why are you being turned away here?
Xiao Tongxin stepped forward and said in a sarcastic and kind tone. Through her performance just now, she successfully obtained Lu Zhe's guarantee to give her 51% of the shares, which means that the company is hers.
My boyfriend directly gave me a company. She was a little bloated at this time. I think I can ask Mr. Deng for help and ask him to let you stay here and do some odd jobs. Or you can come to my company later. My boyfriend is planning to open a company for me here and let me be the legal representative.
Lin Wanqing smiled casually. Then your boyfriend treats you very well. Of course, starting a company is just a piece of cake for my boyfriend.
Xiao Tongxin said proudly, holding Lu Zhe's arm.
Wanqing, you're so beautiful, but your taste in men isn't very good. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Yi suddenly stood up.
Ha, this must be Mr. Deng. The distinguished guests you are referring to are probably these two, right?
I came to my own territory, and it would be fine if they didn't welcome me, but why are they so arrogant and domineering?
What if I am a big client who wants to rent an office building? Should I also push it away? There is also Lin Wanqing's classmate who mocks her openly and covertly. How can you talk to our President Deng like that? With your attitude, how could President Deng possibly give you a job opportunity?
Xiao Tongxin saw Deng Guangwei's unhappy expression and immediately helped to scold him.
Mr. Deng, please don't bother with them. They are just junior students from ordinary families. That's why they are so arrogant. But before Xiao Tongxin could finish, Deng Guangwei couldn't help but speak. This girl can stay and be my assistant. As for this boy, if he wants, he can only stay and be a security guard.
His desire for Lin Wanqing was evident in his words. Lin Wanqing was shocked to hear that President Deng dared to be so disrespectful to her in Jiangyi. You have to know that Jiang Yi has already bought this building and put it under his own name.
How could he let Jiang Yi suffer humiliation here?
She snorted coldly, if he can only be a security guard, then you deserve to get out of this building.
Jiang Yi is Lin Wanqing's Achilles heel.
Although she is not as rich as Jiang Yi for the time being, she will not be cowardly when it comes to protecting Jiang Yi.
Lin Wanqing, are you crazy? How dare you talk to Mr. Deng like that? Do you still want to work here?
Xiao Tongxin looked surprised, but secretly felt relieved in her heart. The more serious Lin Wanqing's words were, the better. The more serious they were, the less likely Deng Guangwei would let her stay here. After all, Lin Wanqing is so beautiful that most men will be interested in her when they see her. I can make it clear here today that if any company dares to hire you, I will immediately force you to move out when the contract expires, and I won't give you even a single day extra.
Deng Guangwei was obviously enraged by Lin Wanqing's words, which were further fueled by Xiao Tongxin's remarks. Only.
If Lin Wanqing were an ordinary person, his words would have some weight.
Don't you know who bought the Wantai building? Jiang Yi looked at Deng Guangwei jokingly. How could I not? Deng Guangwei stopped talking halfway.
Then I saw Lin Wanqing take out a document from her bag and slap it on the table.
There were a few big words on it, Wantai building purchase contract. This?
Deng Guangwei's assistant was the first to react.
Are you the boss?
Her voice was noticeably trembling.
This Nima. He was killed by President Deng. Just now I actually wanted to kick the boss out.
Fortunately, Mr. Deng and others came out, otherwise I wouldn't have known that the boss was really kicked out. The assistant secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Deng Guangwei then reacted.
He moved his lips, not knowing what to say for a long time.
Did he just ask her to be his assistant? Are you going to force her boyfriend to work as a security guard? Deng Guangwei's mind went blank in an instant. It seems like I have offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Change the target. He immediately shouted at his assistant, how are you doing the reception? You didn't even inform me clearly that the boss was coming.
The boss has been waiting here for so long. Deng Guangwei still felt a little relieved. That is, he has been in this building for many years. It can be said that he has been here since the building started normal operation. After so many years of hard work, even if there is no credit, it is at least hard work. These two young people have just arrived, and they definitely don't dare to fire a veteran like me. I have already given them a way out, and they should proceed accordingly.
Little did I know that Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were not ordinary people at all. You can get out now.
Jiang Yi said coldly. He showed no mercy to Deng Guangwei at all.
Who do you think you are? The boss hasn't said anything, what qualifications do you, a gigolo?
Deng Guangwei thought Jiang Yi was a pretty boy who was trying to curry favor with Lin Wanqing.
Just the next second.
Lin Wanqing explained, this building was bought by my boyfriend as a gift for me.
What qualifications do you think he has? Hiss. Everyone was shocked. What the hell was this? Was this building just bought as a gift for his girlfriend? You wouldn't even dream of doing this, right?
Xiao Tongxin suddenly felt that her boyfriend was no longer attractive to her. Compared with others, 51% of the shares of a small company immediately doesn't seem so attractive.
You. Just wait and see. Deng Guangwei said angrily. He already had a plan in mind. He wanted to take all the companies he had attracted out of Wantai building.
Chapter 63 Chapter 64 Wu Xinlan was jealous. After Jiang Yi fired Deng Guangwei, he turned to look at his assistant.
You basically carry out Deng Guangwei's orders, right? The assistant nodded blankly. Even Deng Guangwei was fired. What fate awaits me? Okay, then you will be the general manager of this building from now on.
Jiang Yi said indifferently, as if he had made a very slight gesture.
The assistant's name is Wu Xinlan. I was completely confused at this point.
Her mouth opened wide, she couldn't believe what she heard.
It was so easy that I went from an assistant to a general manager?
It stands to reason that it is best not to promote someone to such a position easily. But Jiang Yi is a man with the voice of the future. I believe that in the future there will be a subway and a large shopping mall opposite. The popularity of this building will definitely shock you. There is no need to attract investment, everyone will be eager to come in and start a company. So he only needs someone who is familiar with the investment and settlement operations, works diligently and responsibly, and is loyal to him.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Wang, he is my friend. Can you help me return his previous office to him?
Jiang Yi saw Wang Yushu on the side and fulfilled his promise to him.
Wang Yushu was ecstatic when he heard this.
He really didn't expect that his trust in Jiang Yi would bring him such benefits so quickly. Wu Xinlan looked hesitant at first, but then her eyes immediately became determined.
Good.
Then he turned around and gave Lu Zhe and Xiao Tongxin an apologetic smile.
The two of them felt a little trembling in their hearts. Could it be? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry.
Since our boss said he wants to return the office to Mr. Wang, we can no longer provide you with the office that Deng Guangwei originally promised to give you. It turned out that the reason why Deng Guangwei was so anxious to kick Wang Yushu and others out of their original office was to make room for Lu Zhe and the other two who also wanted to open an agency. Xiao Tongxin's face changed instantly. I finally realized my dream of starting a company, so of course I wanted to open it as soon as possible. With the ready-made venue and equipment, I could find someone to move in within a week at most.
If you are given a raw office space, and you have to buy this and that, and connect the cables, it will take at least a month.
Xiao Wu, oh no, Mr. Wu, Mr. Deng has already agreed to give us this office.
Look. Xiao Tongxin prayed. President Deng? Is there still a President Deng?
There's only Boss Jiang now. Boss Lin's wife, Wu Xinlan, has no background, and to be able to sit in the position of assistant general manager, she's not a clueless workaholic. She had a very accurate grasp of the situation before her. Lin Wanqing felt a little embarrassed when she heard them calling her the boss lady. After being reminded by Wu Xinlan, Xiao Tongxin also reacted. She hurried to Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, you are so lucky to have such an excellent boyfriend.
Unlike me, who has such a useless boyfriend.
Xiao Tongxin completely forgot that she had just mocked Lin Wanqing for her poor taste in men.
Now people are praising Lin Wanqing for her good fortune. Look, you are the only one who can help me with this office matter.
Since we are classmates, please help me.
Xiao Tongxin begged Lin Wanqing.
But Lin Wanqing had no intention of forgiving Xiao Tongxin.
The person you just laughed at is my boyfriend. Do you think I will let you stay here?
But Xiao Tongxin now realized that she had been too proud. She wanted to admit her mistake, but Lu Zhe pulled her away.
Well, you don't even think before you speak, what's the point?
Don't think that just because they praised you a few times just now, you are really eloquent.
I'm only being polite to you because you're my girlfriend, okay?
Let us go and stop embarrassing ourselves here. Xiao Tongxin seemed to see her dream of starting a company and becoming a boss's wife gradually fading away.
Thinking of the feeling when Wu Xinlan respectfully called Lin Wanqing boss madam just now. She struggled unwillingly. My company, I want to be the boss. Bang!
Lu Zhe slapped her in the face. What you just said, let alone others, even I feel uncomfortable after hearing it.
If you don't know how to speak, please shut up. Do you know how to shut up?
After saying that, Lu Zhe ignored Xiao Tongxin and took the elevator downstairs.
Boss, Madam Boss, please come in.
Wu Xinlan watched Xiao Tongxin chase Lu Zhe downstairs and shook her head. She turned around and invited Jiang Yi and the others into the general manager's office.
This will be your office from now on.
I hope you will do a good job, Jiang Yi said to Wu Xinlan with a calm face. Of course, I will do my best to fulfill my duties in the future.
Do you want me to take the boss and his wife upstairs to check it out? I usually have someone clean your office.
Okay, let's go check it out.
Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing looked at each other and followed Wu Xinlan upstairs. Wu Xinlan opened the door and introduced the two people. The decoration on the top floor is extremely luxurious. When the Wantai building was first built, the previous owner specially asked the designer to design a special office area for him. As a result, he sold the building to Jiang Yi and others without even living there once. The three of them took a look around and found that there was a small gym, a private cinema, as well as conference rooms, kitchens, bedrooms, and other basic facilities. It can be said that here, work and life can be integrated. Wu Xinlan led the two to the office area. It's a pity that the boss only has one desk and one chair. How about I ask someone to set up another desk here tomorrow? Wu Xinlan said carefully. Lin Wanqing was just about to say that Jiang Yi should just sit down. Jiang Yi shook his head and said, "No need, Wanqing can just sit on my lap from now on." Wu Xinlan? Is this asking me to eat dog food blatantly? There is such a big lemon tree on the top floor. What? Lin Wanqing patted Jiang Yi's arm shyly. Someone is here. It doesn't matter, as long as we are not embarrassed. It's not us Jiang Yi who are embarrassed. By the way, from now on this will no longer be called Wantai Building, but Xinjiang Building. As for the rent, we just took over, so we will give you a discount this year, waiving 1 month's rent. Wanqing Bayo, what do you think? Jiang Yi looked at Lin Wanqing and asked for her opinion. Wu Xinlan? Please let me die, my stomach is already filled with dog food. Lin Wanqing's face has become like a monkey's, but it's pretty good. The sound is like a mosquito's buzz. Go and get busy. Jiang Yi waved to Wu Xinlan. Jiang Yi and his friends strolled around here for a while and then returned to the villa. Just when they were working hard to burn calories in the villa, a document was issued from the Hanong provincial government to the Jiangzhou municipal government. Red-headed document. Metro Line 3 will connect parts of Jiangzhou City and the provincial capital city as transportation network along Jianqin Road. From the government to major companies, everyone was in an uproar. Hurry! Go look for suitable land or properties along Jianqin Road and see if anyone is selling them. Soon another big news broke. A domestic real estate giant has acquired the CR35F plot in Jiangzhou for development into a large-scale integrated commercial and residential complex. This will create Jiangzhou's second-largest commercial center, alongside Redstone Plaza. Go check if there is any land next to this plot. The land is gone, but the building is still there. Wantai Building was listed for sale some time ago. At this time, in a building in Handong Province. The man called Mr. Yu was stunned when he looked at the news in his hand. Chapter 64 Chapter 65 Jiang Yi is going to Yongkong for internship. Ludi is doing something bad. Mr. Yu's name is Yu Jianhua. He never imagined that as soon as he sold the land, a subway would be built. The key point is that it is not enough to have a subway, a large shopping mall has also been built opposite. This means that the person who bought the building made at least 2 billion through this wave of good news, while I just gave away this 2 billion for nothing. Yu Jianhua felt worse than if he had eaten feces. I was originally planning to sell this building because of financial constraints. The result was good, I saved myself the money of a building. There were constant calls from various people who wanted to buy the building, but he could only say bitterly that the building had been sold. But if he knew it was Lin Wanqing and Jiang Yi, I guess he will be happy instead of sad. At this time, Tang Ziyu was watching short videos in his villa, watching those stupid anchors saying some meaningless words on the platform. Suddenly his friend in the government called. Normally, this friend of his rarely contacts him. Did something big happen today? Tang Ziyu just picked up the phone in confusion. Ziyu, is the friend you asked me to use my connections to buy the Wantai building really a college student? When will you introduce him to me? Tang Ziyu was stunned. Was his friend short of money? Did he want to meet Jiang Yi? Hadn't he always kept his distance from those businessmen? What happened? I just received a notice from the provincial government today that Metro Line 3 actually passes through Jianqin. The value of Wantai building has at least doubled. This. Tang Ziyu was shocked. Damn, is this actually true? When Jiang Yi first said there was going to be a subway there, I didn't believe it, but I never thought it would actually be possible. Grass. If I had known Jiang Yi had this ability, I would have followed him to buy a piece of land long ago. Tang Ziyu felt like he'd missed out on hundreds of millions. No, tens of billions. Deep regret. It seems that I can no longer underestimate Jiang Yi. This seemingly ordinary man actually has such energy. But at this time, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing were already happily eating dinner. Jiang Yibao, don't drink Coke anymore. It's not good for you men. Lin Wanqing snatched the Coke that Jiang Yi was about to pour into his mouth. There's a plate of fried chicken tonight. How can we have fried chicken without some Fat House Happy Water? How come I don't know that drinking this stuff is bad for men? Jiang Yi was a little confused. Oh, anyway, you don't want to drink it, you are not allowed to drink it anymore. Lin Wanqing hid the Coke. What are you drinking? Jiang Yi is unhappy, and the happy water is gone. You can drink anything except Coke. Is it okay to drink milk? Jiang Yi said this and looked at Lin Wanqing's chest. Lin Wanqing was just about to get milk for Jiang Yi. As a result, following Jiang Yi's gaze, she looked down and saw her own grandeur. Her face turned red instantly. Not now, later. No, I want to drink now. Eating. It became Lin Wanqing eating Jiang Yi. Time flies. A month and a half passed. This month, Jiang Yi received the sound of the future several times. And it's all about digital currency. Through several operations, Jiang Yi's personal assets have reached more than 60 million. It increased tens of thousands of times. And with the arrival of the end of June, everyone's emotions were tense. Because campus recruitment for various companies has started. Everyone has started taking various entrance exams, wanting to intern at a large company and add some exciting experience to their resume. This day is the day when Yongkang Capital comes to the school to recruit people. Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing also decided to give it a try. Although the two of them were not short of money, it would be easy for them to start a big company. But Jiang Yi still felt that they had to go to large enterprises to learn first. Because a lot of systematic knowledge needs to be learned in large enterprises first. If you want to be a boss, you must know something, otherwise you will easily be sidelined by the people below you in the future. The money you have worked hard to earn through the system cannot be easily put into other people's pockets. Jiang Yi also plans to open a financial investment company. Yongkang Capital is a better place for them to learn. In addition, for so long, the two of them have always regarded Yongkang Capital as their small goal. You can't give up your dreams just because you have money. So they also took the school entrance examination. The content of the exam was not difficult for Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. They have been preparing for so long. The basic question types have been brushed. However, among those who came to Jiangzhou University to recruit interns, Lu De was among them. When he saw Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing walking in hand, his face became slightly unhappy. Lin Wanqing rejected his olive branch and now came to take the written test. Isn't this giving him no face? Therefore, when my colleagues distributed the papers to everyone for marking, he deliberately switched with others and took Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing's test papers. After a quick glance, I found that all their papers were correct. But now that it is in my hands, still want a chance? Lu De gave the two of them a very fair score. The kind that is just a few points away from passing. Because if he gave too low a score, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. This kind of mediocre and slightly worse result will definitely be ignored by everyone. After Lu De finished marking the papers, he handed them over. A dedicated colleague compiled the results, made a table, and uploaded it to Tu Gangjun, the general manager of Yongkang Capital. Tu Gangjun casually looked through the table and sorted the scores from high to low. Just some interns, nothing important. As long as the grades are qualified, we will arrange an interview and select the right one. But after he looked at the list of students who passed the exam, he noticed the two names after the passing line. Looks very familiar. Jiang Yi? Lin Wanqing? These two names. Hiss. Isn't this the person that Chairman Zhu Dongjun told me to warmly welcome if he comes last time? He immediately picked up the phone and asked his assistant to bring everyone's test papers directly in. He wanted to see what was different about the person that Mr. Zhu specifically requested. Soon the assistant brought in the test papers, and he found Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing's papers. Tu Gangjun spread out the test paper and took a quick look at it. But the more he looked, the heavier his expression became. Later, I immediately changed the test paper and took a look at it. After reading it, his brows furrowed. Hello, call in all the people who are grading the written exams for the school recruitment. Tu Gangjun picked up his phone and instructed the relevant person in charge. At this time, Lu De was still at his workstation, chatting with Li Jiawei.
Luda, I tell you, Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing can't get in. Their papers didn't pass. Li Jiawei, really? Then I'm really lucky. Even they didn't pass, but I can use your recommendation. It's really great. Luda, I graded their papers, so I have the final say on whether they pass or fail. Li Jiawei, oh. Looks like she suddenly understands. Luda, who told them to be shameless? Let them cry now. Li Jiawei, ha. Smiling face. Luda, our general manager asked us to come in. I'll contact you later. We'll be at the same place tonight. Smirk. Li Jiawei, okay shyly, I will make you feel like you're in ecstasy. After Luda finished speaking, he went into the general manager's office with several colleagues, chatting and laughing. P.S. Please urge for a smaller gift. I counted today and there are nearly 900 people who have read to the end. There are only a few dozen people urging me to update, and I'm about to cry, woo. Chapter 65 Chapter 66 What are you doing? Luda thought that the general manager would just briefly discuss with them the work of recruiting new interns this year as usual. I didn't expect that after entering the door, I found that General Manager Tu Gangjun had a very ugly face. His face turned ashen. What happened to Mr. Tu? Ludi quietly asked the people around him. Who knows, maybe I didn't have enough fun last night. Wait until everyone is here. Tu Gangjun looked at everyone and said with a forced smile. Everyone, thank you for your hard work in recruiting new employees this time. Luda was once the president of the student union and he was quick-witted. His level of flattery is also top-notch. Hearing the general manager say this, he immediately said flatteringly, that is the general manager's trust, we dare not slack off. Tu Gangjun took a sip of water. Please come and claim the papers here that you corrected. He pointed at the paper in front of him with the hand holding the cup lid. Several people were a little confused. When will this kind of operation be available? Do you still want to take back the papers you corrected? However, no one dared to disobey the general manager's words. Everyone obediently took back their papers in the order they were distributed at the beginning. It's just that Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing's papers were first taken by other people and then exchanged to Ludi. So Tu Gangjun watched as the two papers were taken away by that person. He immediately started scolding. You, what the hell have you done? Can you take another look at Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing's papers? If this one fails, I don't think anyone else will either. After being scolded by Tu Gangjun, the man took out Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing's papers and took a look. Obviously they are both correct. And I haven't corrected these two papers. If you didn't correct it, would someone else change their grade on their own? Tu Gangjun became even angrier. No, this paper was corrected by Lude. I remember that the person he exchanged it from me thought of something and hurriedly explained. Tu Gangjun slammed the cup lid in his hand onto the table. What the hell are you guys doing? It's just a simple entrance exam, and you can't even figure it out. And you guys are grading the papers. Luda saw that something was wrong and realized that the boss might have found out that Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing had low scores on their papers. Indeed, I took it because these two are my junior students. I wanted to see how the next class of students in our school is doing and provide feedback to the school in a timely manner. I just didn't expect that I was too busy at the time, so I asked an intern under me to help revise it. It must have been caused by her making random changes. He took the initiative to admit that he had indeed taken the test paper, because many people saw him when he went to get it, and it was impossible for him to deny it. I can only shirk responsibility. At this juncture, the most important thing is to shirk responsibility and keep my job. Internships and other things are not important. He even decided who to take the blame for the incident, and of course, he wanted Li Jiawei to do it. She was a newcomer, so maybe she could be exempted from being held accountable just because she was a newcomer. Fortunately, I took a look, otherwise these two talents that our President Zhu valued very much would have slipped away from my hands in vain. Tu Gangjun slammed the table and spit on Luda's face like crazy. Luda was so frightened that he wanted to wipe his saliva. But he didn't dare. A huge uproar had already erupted in his mind. What was going on? Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing had already contacted the chairman of Yongkang Capital directly? It seemed like the chairman had a good relationship with them. Luda, just for this matter, you will have half of your bonus this year deducted. That intern can't even handle such a small thing, fire him immediately. Then he turned back to inform his assistant.
It's still early, call and invite Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing to come for an interview. Oh no, just invite them to my office for tea. The assistant received the order and walked out quickly. Tu Gangjun then turned his gaze to Lu De and others.
Chairman Zhu once told me that if Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing came, they should be received with the same warmth as if he were here himself.
All of you, open your eyes. Generally, the senior executives of such large enterprises have their own way of training people. Tu Gangjun started scolding for a full half hour.
When Lu De and his group went out, their legs were numb from standing. The first thing he did when he returned to his workstation,
he immediately went to a workstation on the side. The person sitting here is Li Jiawei. Our general manager has instructed you to go back today because something unexpected happened in the company. Lu De glanced at the people next to him and whispered to Li Jiawei. What happened?
Li Jiawei's heart trembled, and an ominous premonition spread from her heart. The requirements for interns have been raised this year. You can go back today and I will find a solution for you when the time comes.
Lu De started talking nonsense, which made Li Jiawei stunned.
It was just when Li Jiawei just walked out of the company.
I saw two people holding hands, talking and laughing. Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing. Both of them were wearing neat white shirts and black suits today. Lin Wanqing even learned how to tie a tie online and tied a tie for Jiang Yi.
The expensive custom-made suits immediately set off the handsome faces of the two men and attracted more people's attention.
Li Jiawei was confused. Didn't they both fail the written exam? Why are they wearing suits, looking like they're going for an interview? A wave of bitterness welled up in her heart. Jiang Yi, why are you here?
I heard from inside sources that you two failed the written test.
Go back quickly and don't embarrass yourself here.
Li Jiawei came up to Jiang Yi and pretended to be considering Jiang Yi, but in fact she was taking the opportunity to mock Jiang Yi.
Why are you here too? Lin Wanqing looked at the employee ID card around Li Jiawei's neck with some curiosity. And what happened to us failing? Jiang Yi frowned, not understanding.
They checked their answers and found that they were almost all correct. I came in through internal channels. Li Jiawei did not say that she was following Lu De's path, because she felt that if Lin Wanqing knew that she had used a quota that others did not want, she would definitely laugh at her. But she didn't say it, the two of them had already thought of it. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't expose her. He was more curious about the results Li Jiawei had just mentioned.
Is this Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing? Just when Li Jiawei was about to tell the two that their test papers were rejected by the company's more demanding leader, a voice sounded from behind Li Jiawei. Li Jiawei turned around and saw, "Isn't this the assistant to the general manager?" She quickly went up to flatter him, but why are you still here? Didn't Mr. Tu say you were fired?
A bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and hit Li Jiawei on the head. Just now she was showing off in front of Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing that she had inside information and that they had failed.
The next second, he was fired by the general manager?
Then the words of the general manager's assistant immediately made Li Jiawei depressed again. Ladies and gentlemen, our general manager specifically asked me to wait for you here. He originally wanted to greet you in person, but something urgent happened, so he asked me to wait for you here. Please come in and have some tea in the general manager's office first.
The assistant general manager immediately stepped aside to welcome Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing in.
Li Jiawei was left stunned.
What kind of magical operation is this? We are all college students, why are there such big differences between people? Chapter 66 Chapter 67 I advise you to sell this thing. In Li Jiawei's depressed eyes, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing have arrived at Tu Gangjuan's office. They thought they were here for an interview. As a result, he was pulled directly into the general manager's office. The best tea was arranged. This made Jiang Yi and the other two a little confused. Tu Gangjun also hung up the phone in a hurry. He came to Jiang Yi with an apologetic look on his face. I'm so sorry, I just had a call. Please have some tea. Jiang Yi felt a little numb. Just now, someone from Yongkan Capital called and asked them to come over and have a chat. They thought they were being asked to come for an interview. Good boy, now it looks like they really need to come and sit down. Hello, General Manager, don't you know us?
Lin Wanqing couldn't help but wonder in her heart and asked softly.
Oh. Tu Gangjun immediately realized that they might not know the situation yet.
Our Shudong has already informed me that if you two come, we must give you a good reception.
Mr. Zhu? Jiang Yi vaguely thought of something. Zhu Dong, that is Zhu Dongjun, don't you know him? Tu Gangjun asked curiously. Okay, Jiang Yi stroked his forehead. How could he not recognize Zhu Dongjun? He is his savior. It turns out that I have come to someone else's company. See Jiang Yi's expression. Tu Gangjun understood immediately. It seemed that the relationship between Jiang Yi and Zhu Dongjun was definitely not simple. After a few greetings. How about I take you around the company? Tu Gangjun stood up and invited. Okay, I'll take a look at what this place is like that students from the finance department of Jiangzhou University are so eager to see. Jiang Yi stood up with a smile. Tu Gangjun led the way, and Jiang Yi and others followed and arrived at the office area. Yongkang Capital is divided into several different areas. This is the Angel Zone, which is responsible for finding some potential stocks in some newly established small and micro enterprises, which are also the long-term investments of our Yongkang Capital. This is the financing area, which is responsible for investing in some unlisted companies with listing potential, helping them integrate resources, go public or expand their scale. This is the stock market area, which is specifically responsible for operating funds in the stock market. This is the digital currency area, a new department established in recent years, specifically responsible for gambling in the digital currency market. When they arrived at the digital currency area, Jiang Yi saw a trader instructing the operator to buy large quantities of Ethereum in batches. Moreover, his large-scale purchases led some retail investors in the market to mistakenly believe that ETH's decline had ended. They all started chasing after him. My suggestion is that you sell this thing immediately. This coin will not rise again at least this week. Jiang Yi suddenly said something behind the operator. Tu Gangjun looked at Jiang Yi in surprise. Brother Jiang Yi, this is Yongkang Capital's best trader in the digital currency sector. He has already doubled his funds this year. What the words mean is that this person's vision is generally not wrong, so you should not mislead him. Jiang Yi shook his head. Just kidding, I just bought it to short F. The voice of the future reminded myself that Ethereum will drop at least 50% this week. Cut in half. You believe Jiang Yi, he is very accurate. Lin Wanqing also explained anxiously. You should know that Jiang Yi has multiplied the funds on his hands by tens of thousands of times in recent times. The highest amount he earned was when he first went long and then shorted, and with the addition of leverage, he increased the funds by 10,000 times in one day. The trader looked at Jiang Yi hesitantly. Seeing that even President Tu was being respectful in front of Jiang Yi, he dared not be disrespectful in his words. But there was no sign of stopping. Believe him. Suddenly another person spoke. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Zhu Dongjun who had arrived. Zhu Dongjun looks much better today than before. His whole spirit and energy began to resemble that of a young man. Mr. Zhu. When all the employees saw Zhu Dongjun, they immediately stood up and shouted. Mind your own business. Zhu Dongjun waved his hand slightly. Then he came to the trader and scolded him harshly. Brother Jiang Yi is someone even Mr. Wang from Redstone Capital wants to compete for. Are you sure your vision is better than his? Sell it quickly and short it. This scene made everyone gasp. Redstone Capital is a well-known company in Handong Province. It is said that its annual profit is in the tens of billions. Now this guy who hasn't even graduated from university is the one that the boss of Redstone Capital wants to poach? Originally, the trader wanted to argue his case. Now, he was frightened by Zhu Dongjun's words. Instruct traders to sell all the Ethereum they have as soon as possible and short Ethereum. But when I looked down, I found that the trader had already sold all the Ethereum. Come on, Jiang Yi, come sit in my office. Zhu Dongjun called out. Just now, Tu Gangjun sent a message to Zhu Dongjun, saying that Jiang Yi was coming. Zhu Dongjun immediately put down what he was doing and rushed over. Jiang Yi felt a little helpless. After what Zhu Dongjun did to him, how could he stay in Yongkang Capital? People are scared when they see me, let alone learning anything here. The three of them came to Zhu Dongjun's chairman's office. Zhu Dongjun politely took out the aged pu'er tea that he had collected for more than 10 years. At this time, Tu Gangjun could only work as a waiter here, serving them tea and water. Brother Jiang Yi, what brings you here? Zhu Dongjun asked with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Now that he saw Jiang Yi, he liked him more and more. If Jiang Yi was a woman, Zhu Dongjun would definitely try hard to pursue her. I actually want to open my own financial company in the future, so I want to come here to learn from you.
Jiang Yi shook his head bitterly.
But now, I've decided to give up.
Xu Dongjun and Tu Gangjun smiled at each other. They were so smart, how could they not understand what Jiang Yi meant?
Brother Jiang Yi, to be honest, I can give you this company directly if you want. You even saved my life, so what's this company worth? Zhu Dongjun said.
Gurgle. Just as Zhu Dongjun finished speaking, he heard the sound of Tu Gangjun swallowing the tea in his mouth. Tu Gangjun's heart was filled with fuck it.
Such a small college student actually saved Mr. Zhu's life? Even TV wouldn't dare to act like this, right? The three ignored Tu Gangjun's gaffe.
Jiang Yi shook his head. Brother Zhu, this company is yours, how can I come to occupy it?
I just want to learn something. To be honest, I don't lack money. In fact, what really worries Jiang Yi is not how to make money. As a man with a future, how could he worry about not having money?
The difficult part is the company's management, financial operations, and some company registration or tax payment matters. Wantai Building, oh, it should be called Xinjiang Building now.
I will definitely need to check it from time to time in the future. Brother Jiang Yi, you are much better than I used to be.
I only realized this many years ago.
Xu Dongjun smiled. Let me recommend someone to you. You can definitely learn something from her. But whether you can hire her or not depends on your ability. Tu Gangjun seemed to understand something about this. You mean her? Then Tu Gangjun's expression became complicated. Jiang Yi asked curiously, Brother Zhu, I wonder who you are talking about?
This person had once managed to get at least 3 companies listed, and she was the woman that all the big bosses in Jiangzhou and even Handong province wanted to get.
Woman? Yes, to be precise, she is a strong woman. Chapter 67 Chapter 68 You call this paying back the money?
Xu Dongjun didn't say much and gave Jiang Yi a business card with only his name and number on it.
Above a string of numbers, there is a name called Misty in the Rain. It's obvious at first glance that this name is just a pseudonym. This made Jiang Yi a little curious. Who is this person? Why would he make things so complicated? Still using a pseudonym?
Believe me, no matter whether the company under this person is in a sunset industry or not, she can find a way to get it listed. She is extremely capable. If you could recruit her, you would be like Liu Bei getting Zhuge Liang. Even if you could learn some knowledge and operational methods of corporate management, mergers and expansion from her, it would be enough for you to use for half your life.
Xu Dongjun said this seriously, not joking at all. After hearing what he said, Jiang Yi became even more curious.
After taking a photo of the business card and leaving it there, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing sat for a while before saying goodbye and leaving.
On the way back, Jiang Yi was still a little angry.
If we had known that Yongkan Capital belonged to Xu Dongjun, we wouldn't have had to spend so much time and effort preparing.
Jiang Yibao, then our trip was worth it, at least we got the news about that misty figure in the rain.
Lin Wanqing was particularly curious about this person. Being called a strong woman by so many people, she must be very capable. It would be great if I could be like her, so that Jiang Yi wouldn't have to run around trying to learn anything. Lin Wanqing felt a strong desire in her heart, a desire to improve herself. The two returned to Donghu community and had a simple meal in the villa. Jiang Yi was just about to do some exercise with Lin Wanqing, which averaged 500 calories per session.
I received a message. It was sent by my roommate Zhong Chao. Lao Si, can you please return the 2,000 yuan I borrowed from you last time? I need some money for something at home.
It turned out that Jiang Yi had borrowed 2,000, 1,000, and 500 from his roommates to play with digital currency.
We agreed to pay it back in a week, but later we asked them and they said they were not in a hurry to pay it back, so there was no rush. Boss, what happened at your home? How much money do you need?
In the dormitory, Zhong Chao was looking worried.
Originally, he was living a pretty good life. My parents also have a small business. It's just that tomorrow and the accident always come first.
During a business trip, Zhong Chao's father drove a long distance for more than 9 hours. I was exhausted on the way home, but I was only about 10 minutes away from home. He did not stop to rest and prepared to make a final push.
Who would have thought that at a crossroads, he yawned.
I didn't see a child and an old man crossing the road on the zebra crossing ahead. At a speed of more than 60 yards, it hit 2 bodies.
The severity can be imagined. Both men died.
Because it was a zebra crossing, Zhong Chao's father was fully responsible. The other party demanded that they be compensated a full 3.5 million. The insurance deducted 1 million, and there was still 2.5 million. No matter how they scraped together, they could only get 1.5 million. After borrowing from others, they were still short of 500,000.
Therefore, even Zhong Chao began to save money.
Jiang Yi has not been in the dormitory recently, so he doesn't know about Zhong Chao's changes.
It's nothing, just a small matter. I bought something for my parents.
Zhong Chao was still being stubborn.
He didn't want Jiang Yi to know about his affairs.
Jiang Yi pretended to agree, but turned around and called the third brother.
The third child is more honest and usually doesn't hide things he knows from others. When Jiang Yi asked, the third brother told Jiang Yi everything he knew. This boss is really something. He actually hid it from me. Jiang Yi felt a little unhappy.
He really treats the people in his dormitory as brothers. After all, they have been together for 3 years, eating together, complaining together, and playing games together.
In addition, the people in the dormitory may seem slick, but they don't have any bad intentions. They are kind-hearted and have a good relationship with each other.
Lin Wanqing heard the phone call between Jiang Yi and the third brother.
I walked up to him and said, "The boss is probably afraid that you will worry. He probably thinks that you don't pay back the money because you haven't made any money yet."
As the saying goes, those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see clearly. Lin Wanqing immediately saw through Zhong Chao's thoughts. At this time, Zhong Chao looked at Jiang Yi, who had not transferred the money yet, and sighed in his heart.
It seems that the digital currency on Lao C's side has not been repaid yet.
Forget it, I'll find someone to borrow some from.
He exited the chat interface with Jiang Yi. But soon, a red number 1 appeared next to Jiang Yi's avatar.
Zhong Chao clicked it and took a look.
"Jiang Yi, boss, send me your bank card number and I will transfer the money to you."
Zhong Chao, Lao C, are you still stuck? If you are, don't sell your stocks at will.
We are all finance majors, so I know this.
Zhong Chao, if I had money, I could lend you some to cover your losses.
But I'm short of money now and can't help you anymore. Jiang Yi, touched. No, I'm not trapped. I've already made money. I'll give it to you right away. Give me your card number quickly. Zhong Chao, you didn't lie to me, did you? Jiang Yi, no.
It was not until this time that Zhong Chao sent his bank card number to Jiang Yi. I've already got back the 2,000, so I need to see if there's any way I can borrow some more.
Zhong Chao murmured. Bite.
Suddenly a text message came.
It's a text message from the bank.
Zhong Chao didn't click to read it either, because it must be Jiang Yi's. He then continued to call several of his high school and junior high school classmates. It's just that those so-called friends are just polite friends. They all come to curry favor with you when things are going well.
Things are not good now. Everyone is running faster than anyone else. He made a round of phone calls but couldn't borrow any money.
Firstly, they were all students and were already living in financial difficulty. Secondly, they didn't believe that Zhong Chao could pay it back.
Zhong Chao felt a little depressed.
Lying in bed, I opened the bank card page to see how much money I still owed.
Just the next second. Oh shit. Zhong Chao's eyes suddenly widened and he jumped straight up from the bed.
He hit his head on the ceiling. The fragile bedboard was almost broken by Zhong Chao's excitement. But Zhong Chao didn't even have time to rub his forehead, which was swollen from the collision. He held the phone tightly and counted carefully.
1.2.3.4.5.6. Holy shit. It really is 6 zeros. There is actually more than 1 million in my account?
He opened the detailed list with trembling hands. I found out that it was the most recent one, and it was from Jiang Yi.
Gave yourself 1 million in one go? What the hell? You call this paying back the money? That's too much. Zhong Chao immediately prepared to transfer it back to Jiang Yi.
He lost 998,000.
Click transfer.
But, sorry, your current transfer limit has been exceeded.
Damn. I can't even turn back.
Although this 1 million can immediately solve the problem that Zhong Chao is facing now. But he felt that the friendship with Jiang Yi was more important.
What if Jiang Yi needed the money urgently? He called Jiang Yi. Hey. Lao C, what are you doing? Why did you give me 1 million? Was that too much? Huh? Did I only bet 1 million?
I thought I bet 2 million.
Zhong Chao fainted.
Chapter 68 Chapter 69 The handsome son-in-law always has to meet his mother-in-law.
Jiang Yi, this is too much.
You gave me 1 million and it feels like I'm borrowing from a loan shark.
Besides, you are in urgent need of money now.
You still have to buy a house and marry Lin Wanqing. Your family is not well off, so you can only rely on yourself for all these.
Zhong Chao had also met Jiang Yi's parents. When school had just started, Jiang Yi's parents sent him here by bus. Considering the simple looks of his parents, it seems that they are just an ordinary family.
Boss, don't worry, I made a lot of money in digital currency, and I left 2 million for you. Since I just transferred 1 million to you, I will give you the other 1 million when you need it. If you dare to earn it back for me, I will transfer another 1 million to you immediately. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he hung up the phone angrily.
Zhong Chao was numb.
It is true that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring.
But how can Jiang Yi still have a spring?
This is just a big river, okay? 2,000 yuan, directly doubled to 2 million.
It's only been over a month, and it's increased 1,000 times?
Just kidding, that's not how loan sharks work.
I wouldn't even dream of doing that. The key point is that Jiang Yi won T let us go back.
Zhong Chao thought about it and finally decided to accept it. However, if anyone dared to bully Jiang Yi in the future, they would have to step over his dead body first. He transferred the 1 million directly to his parents. Zhong Chao's parents were naturally shocked by the 1 million.
When did their son become so capable? Just get 1 million.
In response, Zhong Chao explained that he was just a rich second-generation classmate in the school who saw that he was in trouble and lent him his money first.
Zhong Chao's parents were filled with gratitude.
They repeatedly asked Zhong Chao to thank the other party and told him to tell them that they would repay the loan according to the interest in the future. Only Zhong Chao himself knew that it would be difficult to return the money.
But Jiang Yi didn't care about this.
Even if I give them 5 million each, I will still make a profit. You have to know that I made tens of millions directly from a few thousand. However, if you give them too much money at one time, they will easily become arrogant and stop studying or working well.
This is not helping them but harming them.
Therefore, he told Zhong Chao not to tell other roommates about this. And asked him to pay close attention, and if anyone in the dormitory has any difficulties, they can tell him.
With Jiang Yi's instructions, Zhong Chao kept his mouth shut. Time flies and the Dragon Boat Festival is here in a flash.
This Dragon Boat Festival, neither of them plans to go home. They plan to go out and play with their classmates. After all, they are almost in their senior year.
The study time in the senior year at Jianzhou University was very relaxed.
As long as students complete their graduation thesis, it doesn't matter whether you complete it at school or at home. When it comes to graduation defense, go to school to participate in the defense. Then it doesn't matter whether you write dog shit or cat shit. As long as you pass the plagiarism check, the teacher will help you write the word pass on your transcript. Therefore, most students choose to leave school, rent a house, or return to their hometown for internship.
The time left for everyone to gather can be said to have entered a countdown state.
After graduating from college, everyone's youth is over.
It's so fast and so hard to say goodbye.
So the classmates were all shouting in the class group that they wanted to go out and have fun together for a few days during the last Dragon Boat Festival. The night before Dragon Boat Festival,
Lin Wanqing's mother suddenly called Lin Wanqing.
Said she wanted to meet her daughter's boyfriend. Lin Wanqing was frightened at that time.
Isn't my mother a little too anxious? Although Jiang Yi and he had not yet obtained the certificate, they had done everything they needed to do.
Oh, there is still a child who has not been born. All the holes that should be tried have been tried. All the unlocking postures have been unlocked.
If you want to learn new postures, you can only learn from some coaches online and practice aerobics. Or you can only create your own inventions and form a new school.
But Lin Wanqing still felt it was too fast.
Once my mother meets Jiang Yi, will it be close for Jiang Yi's parents to meet me?
Of course, Lin Wanqing was not the only one who was nervous.
There is also Jiang Yi. It is said that an ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later. But as a handsome son-in-law, what should I say? What should I do? What should I give as a gift? More importantly, Lin Wanqing's mother, Lin Tinghua, was so anxious.
He said he would come tomorrow morning and then hung up.
Not even a chance to explain. Zhang Yibao, what should I do? I'm actually not ready at all.
Lin Wanqing held her phone, her face flushed with anxiety.
It's okay, you'll meet him eventually. The sooner you meet him, the sooner he'll be reborn. Bah, what are you talking about? What? I'm talking about having more children than allowed.
Yes, it's true that only death can lead to reincarnation.
Lin Wanqing glanced at Jiang Yi.
No, I'm talking about birth.
Jiang Yi said as he looked at Lin Wanqing's lower abdomen. Lin Wanqing realized that Jiang Yi was talking about the family planning. Jiang Yibao, please stop teasing me.
I'm not ready yet and I have to see my mother tomorrow.
Lin Wanqing has been feeling aggrieved since the day Jiang Yi bought the Qingjiang building. Jiang Yi's fighting ability has become even stronger.
I end up turning into a puddle of mud every time. But they acted as if nothing had happened. This made Lin Wanqing doubt the truth of the saying on the internet that there are no fields that are damaged by plowing, only cows that are worked to death. The person who said this must have a boyfriend who was not very good.
Even the friction of plowing for an hour would start a fire.
The next morning, Jiang Yi and Lin Wanqing both got up early.
Why don't you ask where your mother is?
At around 8 o'clock, the two sat at the table, looking at their phones together.
Okay, let me ask.
Lin Wanqing called Lin Tinghua.
Mom, where have you been? Do you want us to pick you up later?
It's okay. I'll take the bus directly to your school gate. Please bring me a bottle of water, I'm so thirsty.
Okay, Mom, then you be careful and tell me when you're almost there.
Lin Wanqing said this and hung up the phone. Jiang Yi felt something was wrong when he heard it.
Why do you want to go to school? Why not come directly to us? Wanqing Bao, doesn't your mother know that we don't live on campus? Shouldn't you come directly to our East Lake home? Jiang Yi asked curiously.
Lin Wanqing shook her head. How dare I tell this to my mother? I should tell her later.
Oh my god, then why don't we treat your mother to a meal at school today? Jiang Yi was numb. After graduation, can you tell my mom that we live together? Lin Wanqing's tone was somewhat pleading.
It seems that she still cares about this matter. Lin Wanqing likes Jiang Yi, so she is willing to live with him. But this does not mean that Lin Wanqing herself is such a casual person.
Jiang Yi nodded.
The two of them hurried to the school first. Jiang Yi thought that when Lin Wanqing said she had told her mother everything about herself last time, she meant she had told her everything. He didn't expect that she only talked about her emotions and learning, and didn't say anything else. She didn't even dare drive the Phantom home that day, so she parked it in a shopping mall near her house.
Oh, it seems that I will have to explain it in detail when the time comes. Lin Tinghua arrived at school around 9 o'clock in the morning. She actually set off at around 7 o'clock. To get from Lin Wanqing's home to school, she had to take several buses. In addition, it was a holiday and people were out having fun, so the roads were a bit congested. It has been like this until now. Mom!
When Lin Wanqing saw Lin Tinghua, she ran up excitedly.
Young man, you are Jiang Yi, right?
But at this time Jiang Yi was already confused.
Oh shit. Chapter 69 Chapter 70 You actually fell in love with the school beauty's mother?
I always thought that since Lin Wanqing was so pretty, her mother must at least be pretty too.
As a result, Jiang Yi was shocked when he came up. What kind of divine beauty is this? Are you really my mother-in-law? Not my sister-in-law?
If these two people walked out together, they would definitely be seen as sisters, and no one would recognize that they were a mother and daughter.
Jiang Yi was shocked.
The word mom that could have been blurted out naturally was ba, auntie.
At this point, I couldn't even say it. Hello, auntie. Jiang Yi called out auntie in embarrassment.
Not bad, the boy is very handsome. Lin Tinghua did not shy away from anything and turned to Lin Wanqing and said,
I think you are fascinated by his appearance?
No, Lin Wanqing's face turned red with anxiety.
Auntie, you are so young.
If Wanqing hadn't called you mom, I would have thought you were her sister.
Jiang Yi touched the back of his head and smiled.
Lin Tinghua shook her head repeatedly. No, I am over 40 years old.
How dare you say that to my sister? Come on, you two, take me around your jiangda.
As she spoke, she walked ahead and looked around.
Jiang Yi is already in a mess. Doesn't everyone on the internet say that you should be cautious when meeting your mother-in-law?
Now, I have become more stable, but my mother-in-law is too unstable. It's not just her appearance that is unstable, but her mental age is also very unstable.
Lin Wanqing brought Lin Tinghua to the school snack bar.
When Lin Wanqing was in school, she always got her meals from the window on the second floor of the school. Only when we have a dormitory gathering occasionally will we choose to go to the first floor to eat snacks. Today, when her mother came, she took her mother to the food court and ordered a big bowl of spicy hot pot.
My daughter really understands me. I just like spicy food, Lin Tinghua said to Zhang Yi without any hesitation. If Auntie likes it, eat more. That won't do. Eating too much will make you fat. Then you'll have a mother-in-law. Not really.
Mother-in-law, you need to eat at least 5 bowls to gain a little weight. Zhang Yi said this and gestured with his little finger. Lin Wanqing was stunned.
Are these two guys a mother and son who have been separated for many years? How can I call my mother-in-law so naturally? You are not engaged, can't you change your mind?
In fact, Zhang Yi himself didn't realize that he had changed his words. When someone said he was the mother-in-law, he habitually followed up with calling her mother-in-law. Lin Tinghua really liked what Zhang Yi said, and she was completely unaware that Zhang Yi had changed his words. She sniffed the delicious aroma of the spicy hot pot with a smug look on her face. I couldn't help but pick up a piece of enoki mushroom with chopsticks and put it into my mouth. Mother-in-law, chiba tofu is the best in spicy hot pot. I just added 2 servings of chiba tofu to your hot pot. Zhang Yi took a piece of chiba tofu from the bowl given to him as if to seek credit and gestured.
Really? I have to try this, it's a gift from my son-in-law.
The 3 of them sat down on the window side of the cafeteria hall. Therefore, whether it is people passing by here in the cafeteria or people looking at the cafeteria window from below, they were all attracted by the 3 people here.
Holy crap, there are actually 2 such beautiful girls in the world. That's Lin Wanqing, the school beauty. Isn't that guy her boyfriend, Zhang Yi? I'm so damn envious of Zhang Yi. How?
Look, he has the school beauty, and he can still hook up with other girls. The girl next to Lin Wanqing is also very beautiful, but her temperament is a little mature.
Damn, is this the life of a handsome guy?
Seeing Zhang Yi still being so intimate with that girl, the school beauty was actually standing there, not daring to say anything.
She must have been threatened. Don't say that. The school beauty just picked up food for Zhang Yi and that girl. How broad-minded does she have to be? No. I absolutely cannot allow one good dish after another to be eaten by pigs.
A boy plucked up the courage and came to Lin Wanqing and their table.
He said to Lin Wanqing, "School beauty, who is this person next to you? She looks familiar. Can I have her contact information?"
The 3 people who were eating spicy hot pot heard what he said. He immediately quieted down and put down his chopsticks.
Are you serious? Zhang Yi looked at the classmate who was stunned after hearing this.
This classmate is not ugly, he has good looks and is not tall, but at least he is about 172 centimeters tall. The classmate began to recite A Beautiful Lady, A Gentleman's Dream while shaking his head.
Zhang Yi and Lin Wanqing's expressions had become very strange.
It should be said that it is a feeling of wanting to laugh but forcing yourself to hold it back.
Lin Tinghua looked at the classmate. Why do you want my contact information? I only have one daughter. Puff. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. But that classmate obviously didn't quite understand what Lin Tinghua said. What daughter?
I think you're quite charming, classmate, and I'd like to try dating you. After he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to realize something.
Daughter? What? You already have a daughter? He exclaimed.
I felt a pang of regret that such a good cabbage had already given birth to baby cabbages.
Mom, stop teasing me. Lin Wanqing couldn't stand it anymore. Classmate, this is my mother. Mom.
The classmate's face instantly turned the color of liver. What the hell, he actually asked for the school beauty's mother's contact information.
He felt like he was eating shit.
He covered his face with his hands and left in a hurry.
It's so embarrassing. He actually wanted to date the school beauty's mother. This is like a calf eating old grass.
The students who learned about the situation also laughed out loud.
I'm glad I didn't rush up to ask for contact information. What are you college students thinking about instead of studying?
Lin Tinghua shook her head and continued to eat.
You know what, this chiba tofu was really delicious. Several people chatted while eating.
Lin Tinghua no longer had that playful smile on her face.
Instead, he asked Zhang Yi many questions about himself and his family.
When Lin Tinghua heard Jiang Yi say that his parents were ordinary and that he was also a top student, she felt relieved.
Lin Wanqing has also been speaking well of Jiang Yi.
This made Lin Tinghua feel a lot more relieved. After finishing the meal, Lin Tinghua looked at Jiang Yi seriously and said slowly,
Jiang Yi, I came here today just to see you. Now that I see you're all well, I'm relieved.
I'm going to be away for a while and need to take care of some of my own things. During this period of time, I hope you can take good care of Lin Wanqing for me.
Lin Wanqing was confused. Didn't her mother rarely travel far? Why was she going out today? Mom, where are you going? Lin Wanqing asked anxiously.
Lin Tinghua shook her head and remained silent for a long time.
I'll get something for you.